On the training pitch of Borussia Dortmund's U18 academy, the rain poured down in torrents. Cold droplets traced along Subai's temples, sliding off his face and splattering into the muddy turf. His teammates had long since sprinted into the dressing room to escape the downpour, leaving him alone at the edge of the penalty arc. Subai did not seek shelter. His gaze was locked on a blue virtual screen hanging in midair that only he could see. On that screen, the green pitch commander system displayed its attribute allocation panel: shooting 65, dribbling 68, pace 72, stamina 70, passing 100. Max level, max potential. God's vision unlocked. Subai wiped the rain from his face. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Damn system, why did you freeze at the critical moment? He was a center forward who had painstakingly accumulated rookie points for 3 whole months. He had counted on investing all of those points into his shooting attribute today. As long as his finishing reached a passable level, he would be able to stay for the tiered squad assessment a week from now. Yet the system had suddenly crashed last night. Without warning, 10 taps in a row elicited no response. When the screen finally recovered, all of his points had been dumped into passing. Now a forward who could barely hang on to his starting spot was being forced into the role of a so-called master of serving chances to others with maxed out passing. In this German team that preached total football, high pressing, and all-out attack, and defensive striker without scoring ability had only one destination: the exit. By the dressing room window, not far away, several blonde, blue-eyed youth players pressed against the glass, peering out. They pointed at Subai standing in the rain, their jeering laughter piercing the curtain of water. Look at that mascot from China. Is he praying for rain out there? He probably knows he's about to be kicked out, putting on some tragic little performance in the storm. Hey, Chinese kid, what are you pretending to brood about? The grating German voice from the sideline shattered Subai's train of thought. Hans, head coach of Dortmund's U18 side, approached under a black umbrella, his polished leather shoes splashing through puddles. Walking a step behind him was his nephew Philip, a young man with a head of golden hair and a frivolous smile. Still dreaming you can stay at Borussia Dortmund? Hans tilted the umbrella back, letting the rain stream down the ribs in silvery lines. He scrutinized the soaked Subai from head to toe, his eyes filled with naked disdain. 0 goals in 5 consecutive training matches. Leave a pig in the penalty area that long, and even it would have a shot deflect in. Is this the level of your Chinese forwards? Philip burst into exaggerated laughter at his side and deliberately bumped Hans's shoulder. Uncle, he did at least contribute 3 glorious first touches straight out of play. The two exchanged a glance and doubled over with laughter. Philip smoothed his wind-tossed fringe, his tone growing even more barbed. And the club values his commercial sponsorships after all. Just treat him as an ornament who paid for the privilege of being gilded. Subai's gaze darkened, his hands clenched instinctively into fists, knuckles turning pale. In European football, players from China already started the game on nightmare difficulty. Ever since Subai had joined the squad, Hans had tried every possible way to suppress him. It would have been one thing not to grant him a starting role, but he was denied even token minutes in garbage time. Subai was painfully aware of Hans's true motive. There was only one promotion slot from the U18 side into the reserve team. Hans intended to reserve that slot for Philip, who could barely trap a ball properly. Mr. Hans, my finishing is indeed still lacking. Subai drew in a deep breath, his voice cold and firm against the hiss of the downpour. But at the very least, I can hold the ball in the final third. In last week's internal scrimmage, Philip was sent tumbling by the opposing defenders 4 times. That is a matter of record, isn't it? The smile on Philip's face froze instantly. He sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Shut up. That was only because the pitch was too slippery. What right does a yellow-skinned fraud like you have to judge me? I carry pure Germanic blood. The fat along Hans's cheeks trembled as he strode up to Subai. His index finger nearly jabbed the tip of Subai's nose. It seems your feet are clumsy and your brain isn't much clearer. Let me spell it out for you. The higher-ups have already granted me final say in your case. Hans lowered his voice to a murmur. Only the 3 of them could hear, a cold smile curling his lips. 7 days. You have 7 days left. If you manage to score in the next trial match, I'll give you a professional apprentice contract. If you fail to score, you'll pack your bags and crawl back to your old home in Asia. Subai studied Hans's greasy face, a flicker of mockery flashing in his eyes. The trial in 7 days' time would be against Bayern's U19 youth team. Crossing age groups was one thing. Bayern's young defenders were built like a herd of bulls. It was obvious they meant to throw him out there as a sandbag, only to have him leave with the shame of a scoreless record and be swept out the door. Uncle, stop wasting words on him. The club's press officer will be here soon to shoot the official portraits. This is bad luck. Philip lifted his chin high. Once he's gone, the number 9 jersey of Dortmund will belong to me. The rain grew heavier, and the harsh white beams of the floodlights ignited across the training base. With his former temper, Subai might already have been arguing his case, even begging the coach for one more chance. But now he simply stood there in silence, his breathing steady and controlled. In his vision, the golden glowing line of passing 100 pulsed incessantly. Maxed out vision, maxed out curve, maxed out penetration. With such a terrifying cheat held in his hands, why should he stay and grovel here under anyone's gaze? There's no need to wait 7 days, Subai suddenly said, his voice clear and decisive. Hans frowned and dug at his ear. What did you say? Planning to surrender early. That would be ideal. Saves the club the cost of feeding you. Subai did not respond. He raised his right hand and seized the hem of his rain-soaked yellow training shirt. With a sharp tug, he stripped off the jersey bearing Borussia Dortmund's crest. 2 fingers released their grip, and the shirt fell with a smack into the muddy puddle at his feet. Filthy water splashed up, staining the mirror-polished leather of Hans's shoes. Are you insane? Hans recoiled a step, his eyes bulging. You dare throw Dortmund's jersey on the ground? Do you want to be banned across the entire internet? Philip was dumbstruck as well, pointing at the fallen shirt, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Subai brushed the mud and rain from his hands, revealing the thin black undershirt beneath. He stepped forward, gazing down at Hans from slightly above. The distance between them was less than half a meter. The edge radiating from Subai forced Hans to swallow unconsciously. You were the ones begging me to shed this shabby piece of cloth. Subai turned slightly casually, hooking his thumb toward the base's main gate. From today on, I withdraw from Borussia Dortmund's youth academy. And Philip's football is as rotten as a heap of dog filth. As long as Dortmund's management isn't blind, sooner or later they'll see right through your clumsy act. You're courting death. Philip clenched his fists, ready to rush forward. Hans yanked him back by the arm, his chest heaving, rage twisting into bitter laughter. Fine. Show some backbone then. I'll make this perfectly clear right now. Across all of Europe, not a single club will want a useless player who can't score. Once you step through that gate, you'll spend the rest of your life in amateur leagues. Without even sparing them a sideways glance, Subai turned and strode toward the exit. Rain hammered against his back as the cold wind howled past, carrying the raw scent of wet turf. The threshold to European football was high, and competition among youth academies was even more merciless. In Hans's eyes, being cast out by Dortmund meant that Subai's professional career had already been pronounced dead on arrival. But Hans had no idea. At the very moment Subai turned away, a vast stream of information roared into his mind. Ding. Host has decisively escaped an inferior environment, mental state has undergone metamorphosis. Max level passing talent. God's vision successfully integrated. In an instant, the world before Subai's eyes was utterly transformed. Without even turning around, he could clearly perceive Hans and Philip standing 15 meters behind him. He sensed the rhythm of their heartbeats, the tension in their muscles. Even the direction of their probable next steps formed precise data models in his mind. And this was only static vision. On the ever-shifting green pitch, he would become the dictator who could see through every fissure in a defensive line. A useless player who can't score. Subai halted and glanced back at Dortmund's brightly lit base, a cold curve lifting the corner of his lips. Since fate had forced his passing talent to the maximum, he would follow this path into the darkness without hesitation. Even without scoring himself, he could still tear apart the defenses of Europe's giants with one lethal pass after another. He would make them open their eyes wide and witness what kind of madness a midfield commander who has elevated the art of feeding strikers to its pinnacle could unleash upon the footballing world. A gust of cold wind slipped down his collar, and Subai pulled his shirt tighter around his neck. Dortmund was a city ablaze with football fervor. Here the supporters of the yellow and black and yellow swarmed every corner. Just over 30 kilometers away in Gelsenkirchen, another iron-blooded side pulsed with royal blue lifeblood. That was Borussia Dortmund's absolute nemesis for over a century, Schalke 04. The enemy of one's enemy makes for the perfect stepping stone. If he wanted to repay today's humiliation 100-fold, what could be more exhilarating than grinding his former club into the turf in a derby with his own hands? Subai brushed the rain from his eyelashes and pulled from his pocket a phone with a chipped screen corner. He scrolled to a familiar number. The contact of Hao Juanmin, the Chinese trailblazer playing for Schalke 04. He pressed the call button, the monotone, waiting tone echoing faintly in his ear. Standing in the rain, Subai drew a deep breath of air thick with the earthy tang of soaked ground. The instant the call connected, he spoke slowly into the receiver. Brother Hao, where is Schalke's training base? Please help introduce me to the tyrant Magath. I have something very interesting to show him. The taxi's tires crushed through the puddles, splashing muddy water in all directions. Subai leaned back against the rear seat, watching the streets race by outside the window. He had not even gone back to the dormitory, nor had he taken his luggage. He had taken a cab straight from Dortmund to Gelsenkirchen. This was Schalke 04's turf. As soon as the car came to a steady stop in front of the training base gate, a wide black umbrella appeared beside it. Xiaobai, over here. The senior Chinese player abroad, Hao Juanmin, stood in the curtain of rain, waving to him repeatedly. Subai pushed the door open, stepped out, and slipped under the umbrella. Hao Juanmin sized him up from head to toe, his brows knotting tightly. Subai wore only a thin black base layer soaked through and clinging to his body, and he hadn't even brought a pair of professional turf boots. What on earth happened with you? How Junmin lowered his voice, anxiety threaded through his tone. You didn't explain clearly on the phone. What went wrong over there at Dortmund? Subai wiped the rain from his chin, his expression relaxed. I fell out with that nepotistic coach, he said. I threw their yellow and black jersey into a mud pit and voluntarily quit the team. How Junmin drew in a sharp breath, his hand, holding the umbrella, trembled, almost tipping the rainwater onto their heads. You fool, he exclaimed. You're a complete newcomer in European football. If you offend the head of the youth academy, how are you supposed to survive in the future? Subai shrugged, his gaze clear. How staying there would only make me a stepping stone for those with connections, he replied. I'd rather change places and carve out my own path. How Junmin let out a sigh and patted Subai's shoulder. Things had already come to this, a further lecturing would be pointless. In a moment, keep your wits about you, he said. Schalke's head coach Magath is a man of iron. The entire German football world calls him the tyrant. His temper is enormous and he values discipline and physical fitness above all else. Subai nodded and followed How Junmin through the base gates. The rain had stopped and the air was filled with the fresh scent left by the lawnmowers. A group of players in royal blue jerseys were running laps, their heavy footsteps pounding through the puddles. On the sideline stood a middle-aged man with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses. Magath held a stopwatch in his hand, his face dark as iron. Run faster, he barked. Have your legs been filled with lead? He shouted. Tomorrow, everyone's breakfast will be cut in half, you bunch of weaklings. Forcing himself forward, How Junmin stepped up and gestured politely. Boss, sorry to interrupt, he said. This is the compatriot I mentioned to you on the phone, Subai. Magath turned his gaze, cutting through the lenses like knives scraping across Subai. The boy looked thin and fragile, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. All the more so since he carried the label of a discarded youth product of Dortmund. Felix, I'm in charge of a team contending for the Bundesliga title, Magath said, slipping the stopwatch into his pocket, his voice cold enough to frost. This is not some charity where any stray cat or dog can stroll in. You're trying to foist Dortmund's unwanted trash on me. He continued. Since when did Schalke's threshold get so low? Several assistant coaches who had been drinking water paused and turned to watch. How Junmin's face flushed red, and he was just about to explain. But Subai stepped forward, meeting Magath, his eyes heating. Mr. Magath, allow me to correct something, he said. I was the one who fired Dortmund, Subai said. They did not discard me. The surroundings fell instantly silent. A few assistant coaches sucked in a sharp breath, staring at the black-haired boy, as though he were some kind of monster. At Schalke, not even the team captain dared talk back to the tyrant like this. Magath narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. Quite a temper you have, he said. Football is played with your feet, not your mouth, he continued. What gives a bench-warming forward like you the confidence to stand in front of me? Subai spread his hands, his posture relaxed. I'm actually a midfielder, he replied. Give me 10 minutes in a scrimmage. If I can't tear open your defense, I'll walk myself out. A dangerous glint flashed in Magath's eyes. Very well, he thought. A Chinese kid who doesn't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth. If this boy wanted to play the big wolf on the territory of Schalke's sworn enemy, then he would show him what true professional football was. 10 minutes. I'll give you 15, Magath said. He snapped his fingers and beckoned an assistant coach over. Go to the equipment room and find him a suitable pair of boots. Put a yellow bib on him and have him play attacking midfield with the substitutes, he added. How Junmin yanked Subai to the side, practically hopping with agitation. Are you crazy? He cried. You haven't even fully mastered finishing as a forward. What are you doing playing attacking midfield? He protested. And he's sending you up against the first team's starting backline. Hevides and Jones will send you and the ball flying together. How warned. Subai bent down to put on a brand new pair of turf boots, stamping lightly on the grass to get a feel for them. How relaxed, Subai said. Last night, during a thunderstorm, I suddenly achieved enlightenment. Passing is my true destiny. How Junmin clutched his forehead, his expression filled with despair. Enlightenment, he thought. Did this kid think he was cultivating immortality? It was over. Clearly the boy had been pushed too far and his mind had snapped. 2 minutes later the scrimmage was ready to begin. Wearing an oversized yellow training bib, Subai stood near the center circle arc. Opposite him, Schalke's first-team regulars stared at him with the amused eyes of spectators. Holding his fist, defensive midfielder Jermaine Jones cracked his knuckles with a sharp series of pops. He was infamous as a hard man with a ferocious playing style, and he especially loved bullying skinny newcomers. Hey Asian kid, Jones called, bearing a row of white teeth in a grin. Don't start crying for your mommy later. This isn't Dortmund's greenhouse. Subai did not so much as glance at him. In his mind, he silently uttered a phrase, activate God's vision. A low hum seemed to echo through him. In an instant, the world before his eyes changed. On the green pitch, countless faint blue grid lines emerged. Under each player's feet, a glowing ring, distance, speed, physical condition. He could see them all. Even the direction of airflow in the air and the slickness of the grass underfoot transformed into precise data that surged madly into Su-bai's brain. He could not only see the defensive alignment in front of him, even the breathing rhythms of the teammates behind him lay within his perception. The entire pitch became a tactical simulation board laid out before him. And he was the god who commanded the pieces. The assistant coach blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. A defender on the substitute team took the ball, though under the pressing of the starting forwards he panicked and played a straight pass. The ball rolled towards Su-bai at a modest speed, sending up small droplets of water as it skimmed along. At the very moment the ball left the defender's foot, Jones thundered into motion like a heavy tank. Carrying a gust of wind with him, he closed in straight into Su-bai's body. If that impact landed solidly, Su-bai would be laid up in bed for at least half a month. On the sideline, Hao Junmin squeezed his eyes shut in fright, fingers digging into the perimeter fence. Magath folded his arms over his chest, a mocking curl tugging at the corner of his mouth. Give up resisting, he thought. This timid Chinese boy can barely trap a ball, yet dares to boast about tearing open a defense. On the pitch, the ball was now less than half a meter from Su-bai's foot. Jones's studs were already magnified in Su-bai's field of vision. Su-bai did not lift his head to look for teammates. He did not trap the ball or try to dodge the collision. Instead, he even leaned his body unnaturally toward the left. Then he swung his right leg. It was neither an inside foot push pass nor an instep trap. He locked his right ankle rigidly, toes pointing inward. With the outer side of his foot, he met the rolling ball head-on and lashed through it with force. It was a wild street-style technique seen only in highlight reels. On the sideline, Magath's brows jerked together. He turned his head toward Hao Junmin and barked, "What is he doing? Did this kid's ankle fracture itself before he even touched the ball?" A dull thud resounded on the damp grass after the rain. Su-bai's right foot struck the lower part of the ball with great force. The stud scraped against the leather, imparting a violent lateral spin to the football. In the next moment, Jonas' shoulder collided heavily with Su-bai's chest. Using the momentum, Su-bai rolled twice on the slippery grass, dissipating the impact, and steadied himself with one hand on the ground. No one on the sidelines cared whether he was injured. Everyone's necks seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Their gazes were glued to the rapidly spinning football in the air. The ball, with a strong inward spin, flew only 2 meters before tracing an exaggerated shaped arc. Central defender Howes had just extended his right leg to intercept, yet the ball seemed to have eyes curving past his toes. Then came the second defender, followed by the third. The solid wall formed by the 3 main defensive players was instantly cut open by this bizarre arc. The football crossed the defensive line and struck the grass with a strong backspin. The momentum that was originally surging forward suddenly weakened, obediently stopping on the running path of the substitute forward. No need to slow down, no need to adjust his steps. Even goalkeeper Neuer only dove into the air while the forward pushed the ball into the empty net. With a clatter, the tactical board in Magath's hands crashed into the puddle, splattering mud onto his gold-rimmed glasses. The notoriously iron-fisted and cold-hearted Bundesliga coach stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long time. Beside him, Hao Junmin clasped his head tightly with both hands, vigorously rubbing his short hair. He turned to look at the assistant coach next to him, his voice trembling. This must be luck, right? There's no way. Even Quaresma at his peak wouldn't guarantee that every outside off-the-foot pass would have such precision. The assistant coach swallowed hard, bent down to pick up the tactical board, and his hands trembled as he tried twice before finally lifting it. Meanwhile, Su-bai, who had been knocked over, brushed off the grass clippings from his jersey and slowly stood up. The brute Jones still maintained his charging posture. He turned to look at the football spinning in his own goal, appearing as stiff as a log. Su-bai walked over and patted Jones on the shoulder. Thanks for the bumper, it really helped the pass flow nicely. Jonas' facial muscles twitched. He wanted to curse, but found his throat tight. How did this kid know where the forward would run without even looking up? Beep. Magath snapped back to reality, blowing the whistle to resume the match. He refused to believe in luck. The German's inherent meticulousness made him dismiss any notions of sudden inspiration. Jones. Howes. Have you not eaten? Stick to him, use your body, don't let him turn. The entire main defensive line surged forward, 3 players forming a triangle to encircle Su-bai. Standing at the center circle, Su-bai slightly tilted his head back. The light blue grid lines in front of him spun rapidly, countless passing routes flashing in his mind. The speed of his teammates' runs and the weight shifts of the defenders all transformed into simple, clear data. When a teammate passed the ball to him, Su-bai ran 2 steps towards it. Jones and Howes had already sealed off all forward angles, one on the left and the other on the right. Without even stopping the ball, Su-bai used his left foot as a pivot and lightly flicked the incoming ball with the arch of his right foot. Bang! 1 touch. The ball skimmed along the wet grass, slicing through the narrow gap between the 2 defenders like a surgical knife. The substitute winger was sprinting at full speed, and the ball rolled perfectly into his comfortable running path. Another clear chance. Neuer was halfway out, but came to an abrupt stop, helplessly spreading his hands. Was that it? Not at all. The next 10 minutes became a nightmare for Schalke's first-team defense. Subai moved like a ghost with full map vision. As long as the ball was at his feet, it would never remain for more than 2 seconds. A precise 30-meter-long pass with his left foot directly crossed midfield to find the forward. A blind backheel pass with his right foot sent Jones, who was rushing and spinning like a top. He even executed an unreasonable lob, the ball sailing over the entire back line and landing perfectly in an open space within the penalty area. 10 minutes, a full 10 minutes. Subai made 7 passes, creating 5 absolute unknown opportunities for the substitutes. Even if the substitute forwards squandered all of them, they still turned the main lineup into a sieve. The atmosphere on the sidelines had completely changed. A few assistant coaches huddled together, their eyes on Subai, as if they were looking at a monster. Boss's vision. There are no blind spots. His ability to read space is like he has a panoramic radar in his brain. Hao Junmin was sweating profusely, his gaze fixed on the thin figure in the oversized yellow vest. Is this still the same kid who couldn't even make the training squad at Dortmund? The stern expression that Magath had originally worn had long since disappeared. He took off his gold-rimmed glasses and wiped the raindrops off the lenses with his clothing. Leaning forward with his hands on his knees, his eyes were wide open with an unsettling brightness. As a renowned manager in the Bundesliga, he knew all too well what it meant to have a midfielder with such top-tier passing vision. This was a core brain that could elevate the tactical ceiling of the entire team single-handedly. Those blind idiots at Dortmund actually treated this once-in-a-century talent as a useless player and sent him packing. Magath now only wanted to present a banner to Dortmund's higher-ups. On the pitch, Subai received the ball once again. Jones was panting heavily, hands on his knees, lacking even the strength to press for the ball. He had been toyed with by Subai's passes for a full 10 minutes, expending more energy than if he had played the entire match. Subai stopped the ball and looked up at the sidelines. It doesn't seem like 15 minutes have passed yet, Mr. Magath. Shall we continue? Before Magath could respond, suddenly a barely audible snap came from the small woods outside the isolation net. Immediately after, a flash of white light darted through the grass. It was as if something was reflecting light, or perhaps a camera flash was intentionally dimmed. The light after the rain was somewhat dim, and this brief flash went unnoticed by the players on the field. However, Magath caught this detail with his peripheral vision. He suddenly straightened up, his heart missing a beat. A reporter was secretly taking pictures. Schalke's counter-surveillance measures had always been strict. But just moments ago, everyone's attention was on Subai, and no one noticed that someone had slipped in from outside the wire fence. If all of Europe found out that this kid was here for a trial, Bayern and Real Madrid scouts would be storming Gelsenkirchen tomorrow. Magath snatched the whistle from the assistant coach's hand and puffed his cheeks to blow it hard. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing whistle interrupted the match, and Magath dashed onto the field, not caring about the mud and water beneath him. He grabbed the assistant coach by the collar, yanking him right in front of him. The veins on his forehead throbbed, and his eyes were bloodshot as he lowered his voice. The assistant coach was startled and stammered, "Boss, are we not going to continue the trial? This kid really has some skills. Should we prepare an apprentice contract for him?" Magath pushed him away, pointing at Subai standing at the center circle, nearly spitting in the assistant coach's face. "To hell with the apprentice contract. Go prepare a first-team maximum salary special clause. Immediately. Right away. Absolutely no leaks about what just happened if other teams get to him. First, you all can go scrub toilets." In the small grove outside, the barbed wire rainwater dripped down from the branches and leaves. Click. The shutter sound of the DSLR camera was deliberately suppressed to the lowest volume. Lynn Weiner crouched behind the waist-high bushes, tightly clutching a long-focus camera in her arms. She lowered her head, flipping through the snapshots she had just taken, her fingertips tapping rapidly on the buttons. The screen's bright white light illuminated her flushed cheeks, filled with excitement. In the photo, a thin figure in a baggy yellow vest was striking the ball with the outside of his right foot. The next shot was a close-up of Schalke's head coach Magath, with wide eyes gripping the assistant coach's collar and roaring. "Caught a big fish," Lynn Weiner murmured, biting her lower lip. She was a sports reporter stationed in Germany, and today she had only planned to capture some routine material of Schalke preparing for the derby. Little did she know she had stumbled upon such a major event. That trial player from Huawei actually treated the defense formed by Houds and Jones as if it were the morning road. The higher-ups at Dortmund must be out of their minds to drive away such a midfield master. She quickly removed the storage card and stuffed it into her pocket. Crouching, she darted out of the grove, running straight to the parking lot, not caring that her hair was tousled by the branches. This exclusive news would surely ignite the entire Ruhr area. Meanwhile, in the office of Schalke's first-team head coach. Bang! A thick contract several pages long was heavily slapped onto the solid wooden desk. Magath opened the drawer and pulled out a black gold pen. After pulling the cap off twice, he impatiently pushed the pen towards Subai. Sign it. The base salary is 15,000 euros with bonuses for goals and assists calculated at the main player standard. I set the buyout clause at 10 million. Standing nearby, Hao Junmin gasped, instinctively taking a half step. He thought he would be lucky to secure a youth team apprenticeship contract for Subai, a formal contract for the first team, or a special approval that bypassed all trial processes. Such instances were few in Schalke's team-building history. Boss, don't we need to evaluate him a few more days? The assistant coach wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Shut up. Magath glared back at him. By the time you finish the evaluation process, Bayern Munich scouts will have slipped a contract into his bed. Subai pulled out a chair and sat down, spinning the pen between his fingers. He didn't rush to sign, but flipped open the contract for a quick glance, his eyes landing on the appearance clause. Mr. Magath, I have no issues with the treatment. Subai raised his head, tapping his fingers on the desk. But I have one additional condition. I want to be on the roster for next week's Ruhr Derby. The air in the office froze for a moment. Hao Junmin anxiously tugged at the hem of Subai's shirt from behind. Just after signing, he was demanding a guarantee to play from the iron-fisted coach. This was a major taboo in the locker room. Magath narrowed his eyes, scanning Subai's face. There was no trace of a rookie's nervousness in those dark eyes, only a cold light that seemed ready to tear apart his old club. You've got guts, Magath grinned, revealing a set of yellowing teeth. As long as you can perform at 70% of the level you showed in the trial, I won't just let you on the roster. They'll make you a starter. Subai smiled, lowering his head to boldly sign his name on the last page. The sound of the pen scratching against the paper announced that a youth training dropout officially stepped into the gladiatorial arena of Europe's top league. 3 hours later, at 8 o'clock Munich time, the homepage of Germany's largest sports forum lagged for a moment. An article with a red, explosive tag suddenly surged to the top of the trending searches. Dortmund's dropout. No, this is the unmatched genius that Schalke has picked up. Author Lynn Weiner. The article opened with a snapshot. Through the office's blinds, it was clear to see Magath handing a jersey with Schalke's emblem to a black-haired youth. The accompanying text was full of tension, detailing how the Huawei young player from Dortmund's U18 was kicked to the curb, and how during the trial at Schalke he penetrated the main defense with a backheel pass that defied the laws of physics. This forced the tyrant Magath to make an on-the-spot decision and offer a first-team contract. This report was like a deep-water bomb dropped into a cesspool. The entire Ruhr area's fan forums erupted in chaos. The comments section refreshed at a maddening speed of dozens per second. In the middle of the night, has this reporter had too much to drink? A Huawei player can break through howds. I'm a Dortmund fan, I know this kid. He wouldn't even look at the water cooler in our training camp, and his shots are as soft as a girl's. Magath must be going senile, picking up the trash that Dortmund didn't want and calling it treasure. This is definitely a smokescreen released by Schalke to build hype for the derby. Dortmund's extreme fans flooded into the forum, commenting in sarcastic tones. Schalke fans were also confused, thinking their team had quietly signed an Asian flop. The ridicule online surged higher and higher. No one believed that the Huawei youth was as miraculous as written in the news. The fire only grew hotter, with domestic sports forums also starting to frantically repost the article. But in the eye of the storm in Gelsenkirchen, everything seemed particularly quiet. At 10 o'clock in the evening in Schalke's rookie dorm, Subai had just finished showering, towel in hand, drying his dripping hair, when he pushed open the door to his room. The club was frighteningly efficient, having prepared a single dormitory for him within hours. Gone were the dark, leaky bunk beds of Dortmund, with even the air carrying a fresh, pleasant scent. He walked to the window and pulled the curtains wide open. In the distance, the proud Veltins arena belonging to Schalke stood silently in the night. Subai draped the towel over his neck, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The higher-ups at Dortmund were probably still laughing at him now, right? No worries, the bullet still had to fly a little longer. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The wooden door of the dorm was knocked hard, and Hao Junmin's anxious voice seeped through the gap. Subai walked over and turned the doorknob. Hao Junmin stood in the corridor, holding a steaming phone, sweat dripping down his forehead. Xiaobai reporter Lin's scoop has caused trouble. Dortmund's official just replied in the forum. Coach Hans led the charge, saying you're a bum who can't even control the ball, and signing you is a disgrace to the entire Schalke. Subai looked at the arrogant German statement on the screen and chuckled softly. Meanwhile, a ripple suddenly spread through the depths of his mind. A crisp system notification sound rang out in his consciousness space. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing with a Bundesliga first team, officially starting a professional career. Hidden mission completed, activating hidden reward, max level vision card. Subai paused, his hair drying, a gleam of fervor flashing in his eyes. He tossed the towel onto the table, glanced at the worried Hao Jianmin, and calmly spoke. Since Dortmund has already reached out, let's not keep them waiting too long. Brother Hao, get some rest. See you on the training ground. System, activate that card for me. Click. The door lock fell, isolating the noise from the corridor. Subai casually tossed the towel he used to dry his hair aside and leaned against the headboard of the single bed. He closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly sank into the system space deep within his mind. On the deep blue virtual panel, a card with golden edges was slowly rotating. Max level vision card. After use, the host will gain top-tier spatial reading ability and dynamic capture perspective. Activate. Subai silently recited in his mind. The golden card shattered instantly, turning into countless light spots that surged into his brow. A cool current rushed up his spine straight to the back of his head. Subai's body tensed suddenly, and his fingers gripped the sheets tightly. His brain felt as if it had been thoroughly washed with ice water, and all fatigue vanished. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a peculiar brightness flashed in his pupils. The room before him seemed to have transformed. The chandelier on the ceiling, the wardrobe in the corner, and even a small insect flying through the air. All objects' spatial coordinates, distances, and movement trajectories turned into clear data grids directly imprinted in his mind. Subai stood up and tried to move a step to the left. The grid map in his mind followed in perfect synchronization without any delay. Is this the god's perspective? He clenched his fists, listening to the crack of his joints, a satisfied smile curving his lips. With this map-like external aid, tomorrow's training ground would be interesting. The next morning, a thin mist hovered over the sky of Gelsenkirchen. At the Schalke 04 training base, first-team players had already begun their warm-up. Head coach Magath, with a stopwatch hanging around his neck, stood on the sidelines chewing gum. Today's main event was a half-field offensive and defensive tactical drill. The starting lineup faced off against the substitutes, primarily practicing breaking through a dense defense. Subai donned a yellow vest representing the substitutes and jogged into the center circle. A refined man in a number 7 jersey ran over, smiling as he patted Subai's shoulder. It was Schalke's core forward, the legendary Raul from Real Madrid. "You little guy from Huagua, that back foot pass yesterday was beautiful." Raul's eyes held encouragement. "Today I'm with the starters, don't hold back, let me see your true level." Subai nodded in response. "Mister Raul, keep an eye on the ball, it might be a bit fast." In front of the goal, the starting goalkeeper Neuer was jumping up and hammering the crossbar twice. He shouted towards the midfield, "Hey, new guy, don't think you can act tough just because you scored 1 goal yesterday. With me here today, you want easily penetrate the defense." The whistle blew, and the drill officially began. The substitutes kicked off, and after several passes, the ball came to Subai's feet. Almost the moment he touched the ball, the world before him changed. The green turf faded in color, transforming into a massive tactical simulation chessboard. The running paths of the 22 players on the field all turned into arrows of different colors. The starting defensive midfielder Jones was aggressively approaching from the left blind spot at a speed of 26 km/h. The right winger Farfan was stretching for space, but a defender was blocking his position. "There's space on the left." Hao Junmin waved for the ball not far away. Subai ignored him. He didn't even look down at the ball, using the tip of his right foot to pull the ball back, easily evading Jonas' sliding tackle. Next, he glanced at the heavily guarded penalty area. In the radar of his max-level vision, a mere half-meter wide gap was left by the starting central defender as he turned. This gap existed for less than a second. Subai exerted force from his waist, and his left foot's inner instep whipped the ball like a whip. Bang! The soccer ball skimmed along the turf, spinning fiercely like a ground-cruising missile. The ball accurately passed through that half-meter wide gap. It even bounced twice on the turf, just avoiding Neuer's outstretched hands. Ultimately, it came to a steady stop at the feet of the substitute forward, charging in from behind. Facing an open goal, the forward easily tapped it into the net. The entire training ground fell silent for 2 seconds. Neuer got up from the turf, brushing the dirt off his gloves, his expression one of disbelief. How did that pass come through? Did he grow eyes on the back of his head? Jones got up from the ground, rubbing his thigh, and spat angrily. "It's just luck. He definitely guessed it." Subai stood in the center circle, shaking his left leg. Not only was his vision clear, but the ball control brought by the max-level passing attribute was also terrifyingly precise. Magath stopped chewing gum on the sidelines, his eyes sparkling. "Keep going. Increase the defensive intensity." 10 minutes later, Schalke's main defense completely collapsed. The starting winger Farfan was a hot-tempered speedster. He had just complained to Subai, "Don't give too much lead on the pass, I can't keep up." The next second, Subai kicked off a long pass from his own half. The soccer ball arced dramatically in the air, covering 60 meters. Farfan sprinted with all his might, ready to slow down to receive the ball. However, he found the ball spinning sharply, landing perfectly on his running path. Without adjusting his steps, he smoothly charged into the penalty area. After scoring, Farfan turned and gave Subai a thumbs up. Bro, I take back what I said earlier, that pass was... Raul stood on the defensive side witnessing Subay's orchestration throughout. This elegant Real Madrid veteran returned to midfield and proactively exchanged a high five with Subay. Your passing has the shadow of beauty, but your overall vision is steadier than his. If I had met you 2 years earlier, I could have scored 30 more goals in La Liga. Receiving such praise from a legendary forward, the surrounding teammates exchanged shocked glances. Hao Junmin stood on the sidelines excitedly clenching his fists. He knew that Subay had truly established himself at Schalke. Meanwhile, 30 kilometers away at the headquarters of Borussia Dortmund. In the CEO's office, cigar smoke curled in the air. Watzke sat in the boss chair, slamming a printed online report down hard on the wooden table. The headline of the newspaper boldly read, Dortmund's cast-off. Schalke's acquisition of an extraordinary talent. Youth training director Hans stood across the desk, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his neck. Mr. Watzke, please don't be angry. This is definitely fake news released by Schalke. Hans pointed at the photo of Subay signing in the report, his tone earnest. This kid from Huawei has been under my supervision for 3 months and can't even stabilize the ball. He neither plays like a forward nor a midfielder. If he's a genius, I'll eat the turf of the training ground. Watzke exhaled a thick puff of smoke, frowning. That old fox Magath wouldn't sign a useless player for no reason, would he? Are you sure you didn't misjudge? Hans, anxious, pounded his chest, the flesh on his face jiggling. I guarantee with my career. This is definitely Schalke's psychological warfare for this weekend's Ruhr Derby. They just want to annoy us while picking up sponsorship fees in the Huawei market. Hearing the words sponsorship fees, Watzke's expression softened slightly. He flicked the ash off his cigar and sneered. Magath cares so much about commercial interests that he's willing to lose face. Using a rejected youth training player as a smokescreen, does he really think we are easily intimidated? Seeing the boss belief, Hans quickly approached with flattery. Boss, the derby is coming up. How should we respond to this? Watzke crumpled the newspaper on the table into a ball and accurately threw it into the corner trash can. Leaning back in his leather chair, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Go inform Klopp to bring Philip along to the pre-match press conference this afternoon. Tell the media Borussia Dortmund is not a shelter. If Schalke dares to field that Huawei kid, let our defense teach him what real professional football is. In the executive office of Borussia Dortmund, a burst of exaggerated laughter echoed. Hans spread out the newspaper he had just retrieved from the trash, pointing at the silhouette of Subay signing, tears nearly streaming from his laughter. Boss, take a closer look at this kid's stance. Hans wiped the corner of his eye, the flesh on his face quivering. One shoulder higher than the other, not even in the basic posture for exerting force. This is hardly the makings of a football player. Watzke exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, leaning back in his leather chair with a cold snort. Whether he's any good or not, Magath's attempt to use our discarded player for publicity is nothing short of provocation. Arrange the press conference for this afternoon and have Klopp bring a few more people along. Hans nodded repeatedly like a dog that just got a bone. He had it all figured out in his mind. As long as he could label Subay as a complete failure, his efforts to drive Subay away would always be justified. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the press conference hall for Borussia Dortmund's pre-match event. The cameras flashed like a sea of white with the sound of shutters clicking incessantly. Head coach Klopp, wearing his signature cap, had stubble covering his face. He was focused on reviewing the data sheet for the next match, completely indifferent to the commotion below. Sitting next to him was the representative of the youth team, specifically placed there by Hans Philipp. A reporter from Bild was the first to stand up, raising a voice recorder to ask a question. Mr. Jurgen, how do you view your rival Schalke 04 signing your youth player Subay? There are rumors that this is a significant mistake of Borussia Dortmund's youth training system. What are your thoughts? Klopp frowned and paused, the rotating ballpoint pen in his hand. He was a pure tactical fanatic, completely unconcerned about the whereabouts of those fringe players in the U18 squad. Subay. Klopp pulled the microphone closer and shook his head. Sorry, all my focus is on the championship puzzle for the first team. I have never heard of this young man's name. The personnel changes in the youth team are the responsibility of the supervisor. His tone was stiff, revealing impatience at being interrupted in his tactical thoughts. The reporters exchanged glances, clearly dissatisfied with this perfunctory official response. Just then, Philip, sitting beside him, suddenly leaned toward the microphone and cleared his throat. I know him. We were in the same dormitory a few months ago. Philip forced a mocking smile, deliberately raising it. He spent 3 months in our team and didn't even qualify for a single official training match. The cameras of all the reporters instantly focused on Philip. Philip relished the sensation of being the center of attention, leaning forward and getting more animated as he spoke. A forward who scored 0 goals in 5 internal tests. This data is something you can check yourself. Schalke actually gave such a person a first-team contract. It seems their scouting department needs some reading glasses. Laughter erupted from the audience. Philip spread his hands, feigning regret as he shrugged. Actually, we were quite reluctant to see him go in the youth team's locker room. After all, no one cleans the water cooler as well as he did anymore. The harsh sounds of laughter echoed throughout the press hall. Klopp's brows furrowed even deeper, turning to shoot Philip a glare, signaling him to be quiet. But those reporters had already gotten the sensational story they wanted, furiously typing away at their keyboards. In less than half an hour, the video of Borussia Dortmund's press conference spread across the internet. In Germany's largest football forum, fans' excitement crashed the server. Did you hear? Even Klopp said he doesn't know this person at all. A striker with 0 goals getting a top salary at a rival. Magath must have taken a kickback from the Chinese sponsors. Schalke 04 is now just a giant junkyard shoving in every scrap metal they can find. The diehard fans of the Yellow and Black Army went wild online. They edited Su Bei's avatar into various humorous memes, dubbing him the water cooler manager. This uproar even reached the domestic sports forums. Fans originally hoped for a new star to emerge abroad, but upon seeing the leaks online, their hearts sank. Let's disperse. Even Dortmund's own players are confirming it. I thought we had a genius. Turns out he got a Schalke through backdoor connections to be a mascot. How embarrassing. If he can't make it in Europe, he should quickly buy a ticket back. Outside, the public opinion was in a frenzy, yet it was quite calm in Schalke's base in Gelsenkirchen. Su Bei had just finished an afternoon of intense tactical training. He pushed open the dormitory door and tossed his mud-stained training gear into the laundry basket. Walking to the desk, he took a large gulp of warm water, his Adam's apple bobbing. The phone on the bed was lit up, vibrating with notifications. Su Bei walked over, picked up the phone, and swiped the screen. On WeChat, Lin Weiner had sent several voice messages in quick succession. He clicked on the top one, and the young reporter's crisp voice, tinged with urgency, came through. Su Bei, have you seen the news online? Borussia Dortmund publicly belittled you at the press conference, and now the whole internet is following suit. Su Bei did not respond, and simply clicked on the next voice message. Those extreme fans are saying some harsh things. Do you need me to use media resources to help you issue a clarification? Don't feel too much pressure, just focus on training. Listening to Lin Weiner's concerned tone, Su Bei pulled up a chair and sat down. He typed out a message with one hand, responding, "No need for clarification, it's a waste of breath." After sending those few words, Su Bei exited the chat interface. He opened the built-in calendar memo on his phone, his gaze landing on the upcoming weekend in a few days. Under that date, a line of small red text was marked Bundesliga Round 6 Ruhr Derby. The night wind outside rustled the leaves. Su Bei leaned back in his chair, his long fingers gently tapping the table. In his mind, the radar network with full-level vision was still faintly glowing. Suddenly, the phone vibrated again. It was Lin Weiner calling. Su Bei pressed the answer button, switched to speaker mode, and tossed the phone onto the table. "Aren't you going to do anything? The public opinion is very unfavorable for you right now." Lin Weiner's voice came from the speaker. Su Bei looked at the schedule on the screen, his gaze as cold as a block of ice. "What's the hurry?" Su Bei picked up the water cup, his fingertips rubbing against the warm cup wall. "Next week is the Ruhr Derby. I'll let them laugh for a while first." Days passed in the blink of an eye, and the smell of gunpowder from the Ruhr Derby had spread throughout the city. Outside Schalke 04's training base, a large group of journalists with long lenses gathered. They clung to the wire fence like hyenas, smelling blood, cameras aimed squarely at the black-haired youth in the blue training outfit. "Quick, take the shot. That's the young talent from Huawei cast out by Dortmund. I heard the betting odds are already open online, betting that if he dares to come off the bench tomorrow, he'll be scared to the point of wetting his pants in a few minutes. The highest odds are for him to fall flat on the ground after stepping on the pitch. Quite a few people are betting on that." Laughter from outside the wire fence wafted into the stadium. Su Bei, oblivious to it all, was busy warming up with shuttle runs. The harsh German taunts didn't even qualify to make him stop. His mind was solely focused on one thing: improving his proficiency. The massive data from the god's perspective needed to be completely integrated with his muscle memory. He aimed to ingrain each teammate's running habits deep into his bones. "Falvin, you started half a second too early. Go back and rerun your drill." Su Bei stood in the center circle, stepping on the ball as he called out loudly toward the right side. The hot-tempered Falvin not only didn't get angry, but obediently retreated behind the offside line. After days of training, Su Bei had completely whetted Falvin's appetite for his passing. Bang! Su Bei flicked his ankle, and the ball seemed to have eyes, slipping past two defenders along the grass. As soon as Falvin started running, the ball comfortably rolled to his right foot. Without slowing down, he sent a cross from the byline. Good ball. Raoul leaped high in the middle, heading the ball into the net. After landing, the veteran gave a thumbs up to Su Bei from a distance. Su Bei wiped the sweat from his forehead and returned the gesture, his breath steady. On the sidelines, head coach Magath stood with his arms crossed, chewing gum. The club's sporting director Helt ran over, drenched in sweat, clutching a list in his hand. "Boss, are you really going to put this Huawei rookie on tomorrow's 18-man roster?" Magath shot him a sideways glance without responding. Helt anxious, stomped his feet, pointing at the journalists outside the wire fence. Dortmund is deliberately waging a war of public opinion. The whole internet is watching us make a fool of ourselves. The board has called my office demanding to have this kid removed to avoid embarrassment tomorrow. Embarrassment? Maggot sneered, spitting out the gum from his mouth. He snatched the list from Helt's hand, pulled out a pen, and heavily circled Sue Bay's name. The pen tip tore through the paper, leaving a deep mark. I make the decisions for the team, and I set the tactics. Maggot slammed the list back into the director's chest, his tone as hard as stone. If the board feels embarrassed, they can fire me immediately if we lose the match. But before the final whistle tomorrow, no one is allowed to interfere with my locker room. Helt opened his mouth, looking at Maggot's grim face, swallowing everything he wanted to say. He knew the temper of this tyrant. Once he made a decision, not even 9 oxen could pull it back. Time flew, and soon it was the afternoon of the next day. Dortmund Westfalenstadion. This devil's home ground, capable of accommodating over 80,000 people, had completely transformed into a raging sea of yellow and black. As Schalke 04's bus entered the stadium tunnel, a shower of beer cups and coins pelted the bus windows. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thuds created an atmosphere of extreme tension inside the bus. Hao Junmin sat by the window, his face pale, fingers tightly gripping the seatbelt. He turned to look at Sue Bai, who was wearing headphones, leaning back against the seat with his eyes closed, not even lifting his eyelids. Xiao Bai, aren't you scared at all? Hao Junmin swallowed hard, his voice a bit dry. This is Europe's #1 devil's home ground. Those extreme fans can strip a person alive when they go wild. Sue Bai opened his eyes, removed one headphone, and glanced at the frenzied Dortmund fans outside. No matter how loud they howl, it won't help them score from the stands. He casually stuffed the headphones into his backpack and stood up, walking toward the bus door. Let's go, Hao Gu, it's time to work. Half an hour later, both teams gathered in the tunnel. The noise from the stands was like a tsunami, shaking people's eardrums painfully. The stadium's loudspeaker announced Dortmund's DJ was fervently pumping up the atmosphere. After announcing the home team roster, the DJ, in a tone filled with mockery, began to announce the guest team's substitutes. Next, let's see what kind of cowards Schalke 04 has brought. The DJ elongated his tone, and a wave of laughter erupted throughout the crowd. Substitute goalkeeper Schubert. With each name read, a routine chorus of boos erupted from the stands. Until the list was nearly finished. The DJ suddenly paused, then emitted an exaggerated laugh into the microphone. Oh, guess who I see? Number 13 midfielder, the Huawei genius, who isn't even worthy to wipe our water cooler. Sue Bai? Boom! The entire Westfalenstadion erupted. More than 80,000 Dortmund fans stood up in unison, raising their middle fingers, pointing at Schalke's substitute bench. The deafening boos, whistles, and synchronized German curses poured down like a tidal wave. Even some of Schalke's veterans could not help but frown. Sue Bai, wearing a thick coat, calmly sat at the far edge of the substitute bench. The insults felt like a gust of wind passing by his ears, leaving no trace. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. The Dortmund players, clad in yellow and black jerseys, charged toward Schalke's half like a pack of hungry wolves. Dortmund's coach Klopp stood in the technical area, vigorously waving his fists. His high-pressing tactic began to mercilessly squeeze Schalke's passing space from the very first second. In front of the substitute bench, the player who had pushed Sue Bai out, Philip, was warming up. He hadn't actually made the starting lineup, but at this moment he intentionally jogged past Schalke's substitute bench like a victor. Philip stopped less than 2 meters away from Sue Bai, stretching his legs while grinning mockingly. Listen to this wonderful chorus of boos. This is what awaits you for betraying the team. He pointed at the Schalke midfielder being overwhelmed on the pitch, his eyes filled with malice. Hao Junmin was furious and about to stand up to argue, but a hand firmly pressed down on his shoulder. Sue Bai didn't even glance at Philip. He leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on his knees, his gaze locked firmly on the rolling football on the field. You'd better pray your starters score a few more goals. Sue Bai turned his face, staring at Philip's frozen smile, his voice chilling. Otherwise, when it's my turn to take the field, I will shred your defense to the point where not even your underwear will remain. The transparent windscreen of the substitutes bench buzzed under the impact of the massive roar. 80,000 Borussia Dortmund fans stomped their feet in unison, causing the turf below to tremble. Sue Bai, dressed in a thick, long-down jacket, sat at the edge of the substitutes bench. His expression was emotionless as he watched the game, his gaze as cold as ice. This was entirely a one-sided massacre. Dortmund's coach Klopp, wearing a cap, stood on the sidelines, vigorously waving his arms. His signature mad dog-style high pressing was like an impenetrable net. As soon as a Schalke player received the ball, 3 yellow and black figures immediately pounced to strangle him. Pass the ball. Don't stick to your feet. Schalke's coach Magath rushed to the edge of the coaching area, the veins on his neck bulging. But the players on the field couldn't hear his shouts. The midfield linchpin Rakitic turned around only to be taken down by 2 Dortmund midfielders who tackled him along with the ball. The The referee raised both hands, signaling for the game to continue. This was already a derby match filled with gunpowder, and the whistle was alarmingly lenient. As the match reached the 35th minute, Schalke lost the ball again. Dortmund forward Lewandowski received a through pass and unleashed a powerful shot that pierced through Neuer's fingers. 1-0. The Signal Iduna Park erupted in celebration, beer foam raining down like raindrops. The midfield is completely out of control. The assistant coach holding the tactical board was sweating profusely. Dortmund's pressing tempo is too fast, our forward roll can't even get a touch on the ball. Magath slammed his fist into the ceiling of the substitutes bench, producing a dull thud. He turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over a row of despondent substitute players. In the end, his gaze was fixed on Subai. That lineup with only interceptors is useless. Magath gritted his teeth like a gambler about to put everything on the line. We need a brain that can pass through the defense with a single kick. He stretched out his hand, pointing to the end of the substitutes bench. Subai, go warm up, you have 3 minutes. The surrounding substitutes all gasped in shock. Hao Junmin grabbed Subai's arm, his palm slick with cold. Boss, this situation is too brutal. He as a newcomer can't handle this kind of pressing. Magath coldly shot a glance at Hao Junmin. If he can't handle it, then he might as well leave my team early. Subai patted Hao Junmin's hand and casually unzipped his down jacket. Hauge, don't worry. This kind of chaotic pressing like headless flies has loopholes everywhere. He took off his coat, revealing a blue number 13 jersey underneath. He jogged to the sideline and did a few simple stretching exercises. In the 60th minute of the second half, the fourth official raised the substitution electronic board. Schalke 04 requested a substitution. Number 13 Subai came on, replacing the exhausted defensive midfielder. The DJ on site looked at the substitution list and laughed exaggeratedly. Ladies and gentlemen of Dortmund, take a look at who Schalke has brought on. A player who couldn't even make it into our youth train. Is Magath surrendering in advance? With a roar, the crowd erupted in deafening boos. The extreme fans in the front row leaned over the railing, spitting wildly into the field. Go back to Asia. There's no place for you to play here. Yellow monkey, don't pee your pants in a bit. Klopp, with his hands in his pockets, cast a disdainful glance at Subai as he stepped onto the field. He turned to the assistant coach and waved his hand. Go call Philip over and let him play too. The assistant coach was taken aback. Mr. Jurgen Philip's defensive habits aren't good. Are we really putting him in now? Klopp's lips curled into a cold smile. If they can send a useless player on, why shouldn't we give our youth players some derby experience? Let him mark that number 13 tightly. A minute later, the game was stopped. Dortmund completed their substitution as the blonde midfielder Philip jogged onto the field. As soon as he stepped onto the turf, he headed straight for Subai's position. Subai stood near the center circle, the light blue grid lines in his vision rapidly constructing. The positioning and stamina data of all players on the field were clearly reflected in his mind. At that moment, a pungent scent of perfume wafted over. Philip approached Subai, roughly bumping his shoulder against Subai's back. Chewing gum, Philip's eyes were filled with arrogance. Hey, stray dog. Subai turned his head, calmly gazing at the arrogant face. Philip leaned close to his ear, lowering his voice in dirty German to provoke. Yellow monkey, are you ready to embarrass yourself in front of your old club? They'll break your ankle and have you carried off like a dead dog. Subai's breath slowed for a moment. He did not explode in anger, nor did he react as Philip expected. His pupils slightly constricted, a hint of cold, killing intent surfaced deep in his eyes. His fingers gently clenched, and Subai withdrew his gaze. He didn't even glance at Philip, simply turning around to face his own half. This dismissive attitude was like a resounding slap to Philip's face. You dare to ignore me? Philip's face turned red, the muscles in his cheeks twitching violently. He spat out the gum in his mouth and glared fiercely at Subai's heel. At that moment, a sudden change occurred on the field. Schalke's center back Howd stood firm against Lewandowski at the edge of the penalty area, completing a beautiful tackle. Pass forward. Don't play it back in the backfield. Magath shouted hoarsely from the sidelines. Howds looked up, his eyes filled with yellow and black jerseys. Dortmund's 3 forwards pounced like wolves, blocking all passing lanes. In a panic, he swung his right foot, preparing to blindly kick the ball out of bounds. Here, a clear voice sliced through the noise of the stadium. Subai had quietly withdrawn into the defensive blind spot. Within 2 meters around him, there were no defending players. Howd seemed to have found a lifeline, his ankle twitching. The ball skimmed across the turf, weaving through the crowd, and rolled rapidly towards Subai's feet. The Dortmund fans in the stands instantly went wild. As the player they considered a waste was about to touch the ball, the boos erupted like a volcanic explosion. Shoo! Tackle him! Smash him! The shouts from the front row fans shook the turf. Philip, who had been focused on Subai, flashed a trace of malice in his eyes. He accelerated from the side, using the turf slide to show off his sharp studs, making a dangerous sliding tackle aimed directly at the defenseless player. On the sidelines, Hao Junmin was so frightened that he jumped up from the bench, gripping the windscreen with both hands. Xiaobai! Be careful behind you, quickly kick the ball away. Subai neither looked down at the ball nor turned back. In his mind's grid map, the red dot representing Philip was rapidly approaching. Distance 1 meter. Angle 45 degrees from the side. Philip's snarling face was already sliding along the turf, his studs aimed directly at Subai's ankle. He excitedly widened his eyes, shouting at Subai's back, "Leave your legs and signal I do not park, you trash." The sharp metal studs tore through the turf, splattering a murky puddle of mud. Philip's sliding tackle came at full force, aimed directly at Subai's right ankle. A malicious glint flickered in his eyes, as if he could already foresee the scene of this Huagua kid collapsing in pain. "Watch your back." From a distance, Hao Junmin yelled at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing across the rain-soaked field. The Dortmund fans in the stands sprang to their feet, ready to cheer for this fierce defense. Subai did not turn around or glance at the ball. In his mind, a light blue virtual grid map showed the red dot representing Philip rapidly approaching. Speed, angle, and even the centimeters of the studs from his heel were as clear as if etched before his eyes. He lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his left foot, and his body suddenly sank to the left. It was a subtle, deceptive shoulder drop. Immediately after, Subai's right foot arched towards the rolling ball, casually pulling it back. Philip's studs glided past the edge of Subai's sock. He completely missed the tackle. The recently watered turf made it impossible for Philip to stop, and he continued to rush forward due to inertia. Splash! Philip's face crashed heavily into a puddle, and he choked on a mouthful of muddy grass. The cheers from the stands instantly caught in their throats, and the fans in the front row widened their eyes, watching the scene like a circus act. Philip, in a sorry state, spat out the mud from his mouth and tried to push himself up from the grass. "You coward! If you have guts, don't dodge," he yelled angrily at the back of Subai. Subai didn't even spare. He brought the ball in front of him, and his breathing quickly steadied. With a god's eye view fully activated, the entire Westfalen Stadion came into view. Dortmund's high-pressing tactic was a double-edged sword. The 3 forwards and 2 midfielders pressed deep into Schalke's half. This caused their defensive line to be pushed almost to the edge of the center circle. Behind the Dortmund center back, a large area of green defensive blind spot was exposed. The blue dot representing Hao Junmin was quietly making a move down the right flank. The veteran's experience allowed him to keenly sense the Dortmund fullback's slow turn. He was cutting into that unoccupied zone along the sideline. The straight line distance was 65 meters. The wind was blowing from the northwest at level 2. The friction coefficient of the turf was reduced. A vast amount of data converged into a perfect parabolic trajectory in Subai's mind. Ahead, a Dortmund defensive midfielder was rushing in like a demon, trying to block Subai's passing path. "Give me the ball. Don't even think about turning," the opposing player yelled up close, spreading his arms like a wall. Subai did not turn. He didn't even raise his head to observe the situation in front. His left leg sank into the grass like a nail, and his body leaned back significantly, drawing a full moon bow. The muscles in his right thigh tightened instantly, propelling his calf to whip out like a whip. The top of his right foot struck the ball precisely in the lower middle. Bang! A dull sound that tightened hearts echoed through the noisy stadium. The ball instantly broke free from the shackles of gravity, transforming into a white flash shooting towards the sky. The Dortmund defensive midfielder missed completely and turned to watch the soaring football, bursting into laughter. "Huh, you kicked it wrong." He kicked the ball to God. "Is this your savior from Schalke? A softie who can only clear the ball." The Dortmund fans in the stands erupted once more. "Kick it out of bounds. Even our community grandmothers could do better. Get off. Don't embarrass yourself in the Bundesliga." The sky was filled with booing and whistling, creating a buzz that rattled the air. The live commentator in the broadcast room shook his head helplessly. Schalke's number 13 chose to blindly boot the ball under pressure. This is clearly a common issue among newcomers in Dortmund's hellish home ground. He lacked the courage to even lift his head to check his teammates' positions. In front of the Schalke bench, Maggot's face was ashen. He kicked a water bottle away, splashing water on the assistant. "What is he doing? I told him to organize the midfield, not to be a clearing machine." The assistant coach shrank his neck, not daring to breathe. But on the sidelines, one person's expression was entirely different. Dortmund's coach Klopp stood at the edge of the coaching area, his chewing gum suddenly frozen in motion. He adjusted his cap and fixed his hawk-like gaze on the rapidly flying football. As a tactical master, he was all too familiar with various passing trajectories. Typically, a blind clearance causes the ball to roll irregularly in the air with an unpredictable trajectory. But this ball did not. It possessed a strong backspin, maintaining a terrifying stability while cutting through the headwind. This was not a clearance. This was an intercontinental missile equipped with precision guidance systems. Klopp abruptly turned his head, sweeping his gaze across his own half. When he saw the blue figure of Hao Junmin sprinting at full speed, every hair on his body stood on end. "Fall back. All defenders retreat." Klopp rushed half a meter into the field, hands cupped around his mouth, shouting desperately. Hummels. Someone was getting past. But the enormous noise of the stadium completely drowned out the coach's shout. Dortmund's main centre-back Hummels stood leisurely near the center circle. He heard the wind, and looked up only to find that the football, which had originally soared high, suddenly began to plummet rapidly. The speed of descent was astonishing, as if a chunk of the sky had suddenly collapsed. Hummels' heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly turned to chase back. But at the moment he turned, his tall figure was destined to be too late. The ball whistled past 2 meters above his head, heading straight for the vacant space behind him. Hao Junmin was sprinting madly. He didn't even glance back at the ball's trajectory, just pushing his speed to the limit. This was the absolute tacit understanding developed during training matches with Subai. As long as Subai took the shot, he just needed to run forward without doubt or hesitation. The ball precisely bypassed Dortmund's entire defensive line. When it hit the slippery turf, it was still 25 meters from the goal. It did not bounce high nor slide out of bounds. After landing, the strong backspin caused it to dig a small hole. Its speed drastically dropped. It rolled along the turf like a well-trained hunting dog, smoothly landing on Hao Junmin's path of sprinting. Perfectly placed, it landed half a meter directly in front of his right foot. A perfect advance that required no adjustment from the forward. In that moment, the entire Westfalenstadion fell into a dead silence. The uproar of 80,000 people was cut off like it had been sliced by an invisible giant blade. The beer cups held aloft froze midair, mocking smiles were frozen on faces, and all sorts of vicious curses were swallowed back. The stark contrast from extreme motion to extreme stillness thickened the air. Everyone watched as the Huagua veteran charged in with the ball penetrating the penalty area. Philip had just climbed out of the puddle. He wiped the mud off his face, staring blankly ahead. His legs weakened and he sank directly to his knees on the grass, his lips trembling uncontrollably. 65 meters, a long pass, without looking at the players, directly tearing through the entire Bundesliga champion defense. What kind of monster was this? Klopp stood on the sidelines, his hands hanging limply. He closed his eyes, painfully gritting his teeth. This was no discarded youth team player. This was clearly a midfield tyrant disguised in a rookie's skin. On the field, Dortmund's goalkeeper Weidenfeller had descended into a frantic state of despair. He rushed out of the goal, claws outstretched, charging towards Hao Junmin, trying to block the angle of the shot. Behind him, 2 Dortmund defenders were desperately sliding and attempting to create a final disturbance. Weidenfeller's eyes were bloodshot as he roared desperately at the defenders. Take him down. Bring him down together with the ball. Absolutely do not let him shoot. Mud and water splashed everywhere. 2 defenders from Dortmund revealed their studs, sliding towards the ball along the grass. Weidenfeller lunged towards the landing spot of the ball, like an angry gray bear, arms wide open. Tackle him. Weidenfeller's roar echoed in the penalty area after the rain. Hao Junmin had no time to pay attention to that. He was fixated on the rolling soccer ball, a storm of emotions raging within. The pass was simply perfect. There was no need to slow down or adjust his stride. The ball seemed to have calculated all the physical formulas, resting steadily at the most powerful point of his sprint. As the ball approached, Hao Junmin swung his right foot, the muscles in his thigh tensing instantly. There were no unnecessary touches. The instep struck the middle of the soccer ball firmly. Bang! A flash of white light darted past. The ball, accompanied by a howling wind, brushed past Weidenfeller's fingertips and flew into the penalty area, crashing into the top right corner of the goal, lifting the pristine net high. 1-1. Schalke equalized forcefully while being on the back foot. This crisp sound became a silencer for the 80,000 spectators. In the Westfalenstadion, where furious insults had been hurled just moments ago, silence fell instantly. In the front row of the stands, a burly man in a yellow and black jersey gaped. His half-eaten sausage dropped onto his foot, and he was still in a daze. The entire stadium was so silent that only the sound of the wind blowing through the stands could be heard. After scoring, Hao Junmin did not rush to the corner flag to celebrate. He didn't even take a glance at the ball spinning in the net. The veteran from Huagua turned abruptly, spreading his legs and sprinting back towards his half. His eyes were red and his chest heaved violently. As a veteran who had been through the grind in Europe for several years, he understood the value of that pass better than anyone. It wasn't just a stroke of luck. It was as if someone had chewed the food and fed it directly into his mouth. Schaubite. Hao Junmin rushed to the center circle, hugging Su Bei's neck, his voice hoarse and pitchy. That pass of yours was brilliant. Amazing. I've never received such a comfortable through ball in my life. Falcao panted as he ran over, slapping Su Bei on the shoulder. Goodness, did you grow eyes on the back of your head? 65 meters. You didn't even look up. Raul also came over, the elegant legendary striker, looking at him with admiration. That was a great ball. The falling arc had an artistic beauty to it. Your vision is even broader than I am. Howds charged forward, directly knocking Su Bei down onto the grass. Soon after, more blue shirts. The Schalke players piled on top of the newly introduced young man like a stack of pancakes. Well done. Let them boo some more. Kick those Dortmund bastards back to their home. On the sidelines, Schalke's coach Magath clenched his fists and waved them vigorously in the air. Good lad. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. He turned to shout at the assistant coach on the bench, his eyes behind the glasses shining intensely. Did you see that? That's the commander we've been looking for. Subai, buried under a pile of teammates, was getting pounded on the chest by them. He wiped the grass off his face, finally managing to smile. He patted Hao Junmin on the back, his tone calm and devoid of any rookie's panic. Basic operation. How good are you happy with the assist? Hao Junmin grinned, looking like a child who had just received their cherished toy. Happy. If you can do it a few more times, I'm going to shoot through Dortmund's net today. On the other side, the atmosphere in Dortmund's half had cooled to freezing point. Philip was still kneeling in that puddle. The mud on his face was half dry, and he looked like he had lost his soul. The harsh words he had whispered in Subai's ear just moments ago now echoed back to him, like a series of loud slaps, making his head spin. The main center-back Hummels stood in front of the penalty area, hands on his hips. He glanced back at the goal, then at Subai, surrounded by Schalke players in the center, a deep sense of doubt and caution in his eyes. Who is that? A reject from the youth academy. Don't joke around. On the sidelines, Klopp was neither angry nor shouting as he usually did. His hands were shoved into the pockets of his trench coat, staring fixedly at the large screen above the field. The director was repeatedly playing the slow-motion replay of the recent goal. The camera cut to Schalke's half. In the frame, Subai was facing Philip's fierce tackle. With just a light shoulder drop, he casually pulled back his right foot and sent his opponent tumbling. Immediately after that long pass emerged, Klopp saw the moment Subai touched the ball. He didn't look up to observe. No unnecessary feints. Even at the moment of kicking the ball, his body's center of gravity was still focused on dealing with the defense. Relying purely on instinct and an unobstructed line of sight, he struck a deadly curling ball with the instep of his foot. The deceleration of the ball after it landed controlled the power of the pass to an astonishing degree. It was a calculation of space on the field, accurate to the centimeter. Fine beads of cold sweat broke out on Klopp's forehead. He understood this type of player all too well. A midfield maestro who could deliver lethal threats without looking. There were hardly a few in the entire football world. Dortmund's proud high pressing in front of such a passing master with a god's eye perspective was nothing but a sieve riddled with holes. The more aggressively you press, the larger the gaps you leave behind. And that number 39 could slip the ball into those deadly seams at any moment. The referee blew the whistle to restart the match. Klopp could no longer sit still. He yanked off his cap, throwing it hard onto the wet grass. Mud splattered onto his pants, but he was oblivious. He rushed to the edge of the coaching area, cupping his hand. Veins bulged on his forehead as he screamed at the two defensive midfielders on the field, his voice hoarse. Are you daydreaming? You must foul to stop him. Mark that Huagua kid tightly. Don't let him have the ball comfortably. Are you all in a dream? You must stop him. Go and mark that kid from Huagua. Don't let him have the ball comfortably. Klopp's roar was carried by the wind, clearly cutting through the stadium. The two main defensive midfielders of Dortmund exchanged glances and gritted their teeth as they changed their running positions. They no longer cared about the other Schalke players sticking to Subai like two stubborn plasters, one on each side. The boos from Westfalenstadion rose to another octave. The Dortmund fans understood the coach's intent and shouted their support. Take him down. Let him know how tough the Bundesliga can be. Facing the intense double team, Subai did. He stood at the center circle, a pale blue grid map racing through his mind. Distances, speeds, and passing routes were calculated in milliseconds. The left defensive midfielder struck first, lowering his center of gravity and charging in. The right defensive midfielder immediately blocked Subai's passing angle. A tightly woven defensive net was about to completely strangle Subai. Keep the ball, the left defensive midfielder shouted, his shoulder already pressing against Subai's jersey. In that moment, Subai moved. He didn't choose to shield the ball, nor did he attempt to contest physically. He gently lifted his right foot to meet the rolling football. Bang! The sound was not loud, but it was like a crisp slap. The ball slipped past the gap between the two approaching defensive midfielders. Perfectly aimed, it landed right at the feet of Rakitic, who had dropped back to receive the ball. Subai didn't even turn his body, releasing the ball with a clean, swift kick. The two defensive midfielders who missed their target couldn't stop in time and crashed into each other with a loud bang. They clutched their shoulders, grimacing as they fell onto the wet grass. Subai didn't even glance at them, pushing off the ground and rapidly sprinting toward the next open space. As he passed by, he casually muttered a bland phrase in German. You guys need to change your brake pads. The next 20 minutes became a nightmare for Dortmund's midfield. The two defensive midfielders, along with the frequently retreating Philip, surrounded Subai to reclaim the ball. But they couldn't even touch the socks on Subai's feet. Subai had elevated the art of one-touch passing to perfection. As long as the ball rolled to his feet, it would never stay for more than a second. Every time it seemed he would be cornered, the ball would find its way out through an unbelievable route. A left-footed flick, a right-footed heel touch, and even a Naluk chest stop as a wall pass. Subai was like a cold, calculating dealer tearing Dortmund's defense apart. Damn, this kid is as slippery as an eel. The two defensive midfielders leaned on their knees, breathing heavily. They were running as if their lungs were about to burst, yet they could only follow behind the ball, inhaling its exhaust. Not far away, Raul watched this scene, a peculiar glint in his eyes. The legendary forward of Real Madrid had played football for most of his life, collaborating with countless top midfielders. But he had never seen anyone read the game so thoroughly. No loud calls for the ball were necessary, nor did he need to make deliberate gestures to communicate. As long as he ran into space, the football seemed to have a GPS landing steadily at his feet. This kid's football intelligence is simply monstrous. Time passed by in seconds. In the 80th minute of the second half, the score remained tied at 0-0. The shouts of Dortmund fans gradually weakened, replaced by anxious whispers. Their proud high pressing had been effortlessly nullified by the so-called useless player they looked down upon. Schalke intercepted the ball and launched a quick counterattack. Farfan sprinted down the right flank, drawing in two defenders before sweeping across into the center. Subai received the ball just outside the penalty arc. That position was deadly, and Dortmund's defense instantly raised the highest level of alarm. Main center-back Hummels could no longer care about formation and charged forward. Don't even think about getting past. Hummels spread his arms wide, his tall figure like a wall of lamentation, blocking all of Subai's routes forward. At the same time, Philip charged in from the side, his eyes reddened. The cramped space was completely locked down. Less than 20 meters from the goal, the angle for shooting was completely obstructed by Hummels. He's done for. Get the ball from him. The Dortmund fans in the stands found their voice again, roaring in frenzy. On the sidelines, Magath clenched his fists, unable to resist, leaning forward. Facing Hummels, Subai nudged the ball outward with his right foot. Hummels, tense and alert, immediately shifted his weight, preparing to block Subai's long shot. At that moment, as Hummels had his legs spread, Subai's action suddenly changed. He didn't swing his leg to shoot. His left leg anchored firmly on the grass, while his right leg unexpectedly wrapped around the back of his left calf. A peculiar yet imaginative posture. A flower foot kick. The commentator in the broadcasting room jumped up from his chair, knocking over a water cup on the table. Bang! Subai's right foot tip precisely poked the ball from behind his left leg. It was an entirely unconventional movement. Hummels never anticipated that Subai would pass the ball in such a manner. He watched in stunned disbelief as the ball glided smoothly along the grass, slipping through the gap between his spread legs. A through-the-legs pass. Buzz. Hummels' mind went blank, feeling a chill shoot up from his toes to the top. He hurriedly turned around to look back. Inside the penalty area, that elegant figure clad in the number 7 jersey had already galloped forward. Raul didn't even need to control the ball, facing the large open goal left by the advancing Dortmund goalkeeper. He gently pushed the ball with his left foot. The football rolled on the slick grass, leaving a straight white line, and predictably slammed into the net. 2-1. Schalke 04 took the lead away from home. Westfalenstadion fell into silence once again. This time, even the wind ceased. The home ground of 80,000 people was turned into a silent library by the two-footed passes of a discarded youth from the youth academy. After scoring, Raul did not celebrate at the corner flag. He turned around and jogged towards Subai, who was outside the penalty area. The football legend wrapped his arm around Subai's shoulders and shook him vigorously. "My God, is your head a supercomputer?" Raul looked at Subai's calm face and couldn't help but exclaim. "In such space, at such an angle, you actually dared to use a flower foot kick." Subai let Raul embrace him, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. "As long as there's a gap, the ball can get through." Besides, Hummels' legs were so wide apart, it would have been a pity not to pass through. The Schalke players who rushed over to celebrate couldn't help but laugh at this remark. Farfan even arrogantly waved his fists at the stands, provoking the dazed home fans. In stark contrast to the celebration on Schalke's side was the lifelessness on Dortmund's bench. Klopp stood in the coaching area, his face as pale as a piece of meat left out for several days. He was gasping heavily, his chest heaving violently. Bang! Klopp kicked the water bottle at his feet. With half a bottle of water flew out, smashing against the advertising board and splattering mud all over his pants. "Where's the defense? Is your defense like an empty road at dawn? Letting him have a comfortable shot? Are you all just spectators on the field?" Klopp screamed furiously at the players on the field, spitting as he spoke. His proud high-pressing system was completely shattered by an 18-year-old with just 2 passes, leaving him utterly humiliated. The Dortmund players on the field hung their heads, no one daring to speak up. Hummels stared at the grass beneath his feet, his face as red as a monkey's backside. As a German international, being assisted through the legs by a rookie was a stain he could never wash away in his career. But the one whose mentality broke completely was Philip, who had been toyed with by Subai. He stood in the muddy water covered head to toe in black mud stained by the grass. His once proud blonde hair was now slick and plastered against his scalp, looking like a drenched chicken. Half an hour. He chased Su Bai around the field like a dog for half an hour. Not only did he not touch the ball, but he also watched helplessly as Su Bai created 2 goals and completed a stunning comeback. The fans in the stands who had originally supported him were now all booing angrily. The jeers were no longer just aimed at Schalke, but included him for performing like a useless player. Philip's eyes were bloodshot, his pupils almost bleeding with rage. He stared intently at Su Bai, who was surrounded by the Schalke players. His resentful gaze was like a venomous snake fixated on Su Bai's ankle. He turned to his teammate, who was panting beside him, his voice hoarse and cracking. "Listen, when we kick off, make the ball for me. I swear the next time I touch the ball, I will definitely break his leg." The match resumes. The time reaches the 88th minute. The air in the Westfalenstadion is so cold it feels almost frozen. Dortmund's forward line makes a passing error, and the ball falls once again into Schalke's control. "Keep the rhythm. Pass a couple more times." Hao Junmin shouted vigorously in the midfield. Schalke is now leading 2-1. If they can just run down the remaining minutes, they will walk away with 3 points from the home of their fiercest rivals. Su Bai wandered near the center circle like a leisurely person out for a stroll. A teammate made a lateral pass, transitioning the ball to his feet. Just as Su Bai touched the ball, a splash erupted from a nearby muddy pit. Philip came charging like a rabid dog starved for 3 days, his eyes bloodshot. He didn't even glance at the ball, his gaze fixed firmly on the ankle of Su Bai's right foot. "Get out of the way," Farfan screamed from the sidelines. He saw clearly that Philip's intent was not to tackle. The pair of metallic-studded shoes was 20 centimeters off the ground, clearly aimed at crippling someone with a... Dortmund fans in the stands rose to their feet, gripping the railing with their hands. Some even whistled sharply, eagerly awaiting the sight of that young Chinese boy collapsing in agony. A light blue grid flickered wildly in Su Bai's mind. The red dot representing Philip was rushing into his danger zone at a terrifying speed. Distance 1.5 meters. Angle blind spot from the right rear. The sound of wind mixed with the piercing friction of cleats tearing through the grass rushed towards him in an instant. "Die, you worthless piece of trash." Philip snarled through clenched teeth, his body leaping into the air as his legs scissored down toward Su Bai. At the critical moment, Su Bai moved. He didn't panic and abandon the ball to dodge, nor did he brace himself. His right foot gently cushioned the ball beneath it, and he flicked his ankle sharply upward. The ball obediently leaped half a meter into the air. Simultaneously, Su Bai's left leg muscles suddenly tensed, his body gliding sideways like a weightless leaf, ghosting half a step to the left. It was this understated half step that caused Philip's metallic studs to graze the edge of Su Bai's sock, whistling past with a spray of mud, completely missing. If it were any other time, a missed slide tackle would result in just a fall. But now, after the rain, the grass at Westfalen was as slippery as a bar of soap. Philip's airborne body lost control, crashing heavily to the ground, sliding forward with inertia. As luck would have it, there was a small pit dug out by a striker right in front of him. Philip's right foot got stuck firmly in that mud pit. His upper body, propelled by inertia, continued to surge forward, while his right foot remained anchored in place. Crack! A sharp sound of bones breaking echoed through the noisy stadium, standing out starkly. It was like a dry branch being forcefully snapped. "Ah!" Philip let out a horrifying shriek that pierced the air above Westfalen. He clutched his deformed right ankle tightly, with both hands rolling frantically in the mud, cold sweat instantly soaking his jersey. Su Bai gently released his right foot and firmly stopped the falling ball. He turned around, looking down from above at Philip, who was convulsing in the mud. His expression was calm, devoid of any sympathy. Beep! The referee blew the sharp whistle, frantically gesturing for the medical staff to enter the field. Players from both sides surged forward like a tide. Dortmund's center-back Hummels pushed Farfan aside and charged at Su Bai with furious eyes. "What have you done? Did you do this on purpose?" Hummels reached out to grab Su Bai by the collar. Before he could touch him, Raoul and Hao Junmin stepped in from either side. "Are you blind?" Hao Junmin swatted Hummels' hand away. Everyone saw it. He kicked his own studs up from behind. Raoul also warned coldly, "If you can't handle the loss, just say so." If that move had connected, it would be one of our players lying on the ground now. Hummels, realizing he was in the wrong, gritted his teeth and took half a step back, turning to look at his teammate on the ground. The medical staff rushed up with a medical kit, and as soon as they cut open Philip's sock, they gasped sharply. The ankle was swollen like a purple bun, with bones visibly displaced. "Stretcher! Quickly bring the stretcher!" The medic shouted toward the sidelines. Several staff members rushed onto the field, carrying a stretcher, hastily lifting the writhing Philip, whose face was smeared with a mix of mud and tears, blood seeping from his lips. As the stretcher passed by Su Bai, he fixed his gaze on the unharmed young man from China, breathing heavily with fresh. "You! Just wait." Su Bai, standing on the ball, slightly lowered his head, meeting those eyes filled with resentment. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his voice icy. Weren't you fierce when you charged at me earlier? You can't even calculate your own steps, and ended up injuring yourself. Is this what you call teaching me how to play? You. Philip was so furious that he couldn't catch his breath, his eyes rolling back as he fainted from the pain. The medic hurriedly urged the stretcher bearers to move faster. Just as the stretcher was about to exit the field, the referee pulled a bright red card from his pocket. He quickly walked over to the unconscious Philip, raising the red card high. The malicious flying tackle with studs, showing even if it cost him his own leg, warranted a red card without fail. Dortmund would be playing a man down. On the sidelines, Klopp painfully closed his eyes, rubbing his face with both hands. It's over. Not only were they behind in score, but their youth player was also being carried off with a broken leg. Dortmund was losing this derby match without even a shred of dignity. The Dortmund fans in the stands also ceased their jeering. They looked at the player being carried off, and then at Subai, who was leisurely strolling on the field, a sense of helplessness rising within them. Where exactly did this prodigy come from? Beep. The referee pointed to the spot where Philip had committed the foul, signaling Schalke to be awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. The big screen displayed a countdown for stoppage time of 5 minutes. The position was in Dortmund's half, about 30 meters from the goal. This distance was actually a bit awkward. A cross from too close could be easily intercepted by the goalkeeper, while a direct shot was too far, placing high demands on power and technique. Rakitic ran over, panting, glancing at the distance to the wall. He had always been the primary free kick taker for Schalke and had decent technique. How should I take this one? Rakitic asked tentatively. Subai bent down, picked up the ball from the grass. He wiped the mud off the ball with his sleeve, placing it firmly behind the white lines sprayed by the referee. He stood up and stepped back 5 paces. No need, Ivan. Subai stared at Dortmund's wall, which was braced for battle, a flicker of excitement igniting in his eyes. They've been mocking me all match for not being able to shoot. I have to give them some sort of response. Rakitic was taken aback, swallowing hard. This position, should I shoot directly? Are you confident? Subai did not answer. He simply lifted his head, his gaze crossing Dortmund's defense and locking onto the dead angle in the upper right corner of the goal. He rotated his ankle, his tone as relaxed, as if discussing what to have for dinner. Rakitic, get ready for the celebration pose. I'm going to put a perfect period at the end of this match. The Borussia Dortmund goalkeeper Weidenfeller stood on the goal line, his nerves taut like a string on the verge of snapping. He fixed his gaze on Subai 30 meters away. At this distance, a powerful shot could easily create a miracle. Move half a step to the left. Block the near corner. Weidenfeller shouted at the wall, his throat tinged with a metallic taste. Hummels turned his head, directing 5 players to form a wall, their yellow and black jerseys appearing particularly heavy in the rain and mist. Subai paid no mind to the chaos of Borussia Dortmund. He lowered his head, bent down, and wiped the water droplets off the ball with the back of his hand. The valve core was aimed at a diagonal backward angle, a standard habit for taking a powerful free kick. After standing up, he took 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He accurately retreated 5 steps, then spread his legs apart and stood firm. The air was filled with the scent of grass clippings mixed with the dampness after the rain. Rakitic retreated to the edge of the penalty area, his hands firmly on his hips. He stared at Subai's back, his heartbeat unconsciously quickening. A direct shot from 30 meters. Does this kid really have such terrifying leg strength? The boos from the stands crashed down like waves. Go back to Asia. Do you think you're Beckham? If you score this one, I'll eat my chair. The fans clung to the isolation railing, their faces flushed and necks thick as they shouted curses. On the sidelines, Klopp did not join the fans in their frenzy. His hands were buried in the pockets of his coat, his fingers digging deep into his palms. For some reason, watching the calm stance of the black-haired youth made his right eyelid twitch. This posture, this stepping was too relaxed. Watch the back post. Klopp suddenly stepped forward, shouting. His sharp instincts caught a hint of danger. Unfortunately, his voice was drowned out by the home fans' jeers. Toot. The referee stepped back 2 paces and blew the whistle. Subai moved. He took a deep breath, his left foot smashing through a puddle on the grass, his body like a bow drawn to its full moon. First step, steady. Second step, accelerate. Third step, the thigh muscles instantly tightened. His left foot, as a supporting foot, slammed into the ground, splattering a patch of black mud. Hummels in the wall widened his eyes. He saw Subai's right leg drawing an exaggerated arc in the air, the unique posture of a powerful shot. Jump! Hummels yelled hoarsely. The 5 Dortmund players jumped in unison, hands covering their groins, eyes closed, bracing themselves for this heavy artillery. Weidenfeller on the goal line also sensed the intention. He powered his legs, propelling himself like a spring towards the near corner of the goal. But in the blink of an eye, Subai's right foot did not strike the ball with full force. At the moment of contact, his ankle flicked, releasing most of the power. The previously tense instep instantly transformed into a nimble toe. Puff! A faint muffled sound, almost imperceptible in the noisy stadium. There was no thunderous roar nor a howl that tore through the air. Subai gently flicked the ball's underside with it. The ball, carrying a strong backspin, wobbled into the air. It floated like a light falling leaf, slowly drifting over Hummel's messy hair. Hummels opened his eyes midair, just catching sight of the ball grazing past his chaotic hair. The ball's speed was maddeningly slow. Damn it. Hummels couldn't turn in the air, his heart sinking. Caught off guard, Weidenfeller had already extended his body in midair. He was horrified to discover that the ball was not flying towards the near corner, but leisurely drifting towards the blind spot on the right side of the small box. That position was completely empty, as all the defenders were drawn in by the feint. At the moment Subai took the free kick, all the Dortmund defenders, including the goalkeeper, were deceived by that convincing, powerful shot posture, losing their balance. At the back post of the penalty area, a 2-second defensive vacuum appeared. A blue figure silently slanted in from outside the penalty area. Schalke's center-back Houts. He didn't even need to engage in physical confrontation with anyone. There wasn't even a shadow of a Dortmund player within 2 meters ahead. The timing of the ball was so precise it was as if it had been drawn on the turf with a ruler. After passing the wall, the ball plummeted sharply. Houts pushed off the ground, soaring like a rocket, his eyes reddened, teeth clenched. As he met the descending ball, he folded his waist and abdomen with force, smashing his forehead into it. Bang! This muffled sound was even louder than the one when Subai touched the ball. The ball instantly changed its trajectory, transforming into a white flash. It slammed straight towards the upper right corner of the goal. After landing, Weidenfeller could only crawl a couple of steps in the muddy water, using both hands and feet. He watched helplessly as the ball crashed into the white net, splashing water everywhere. 3-1. In the final minute of injury time. With a brilliantly executed tactical free kick, Subai personally rang the death knell for Borussia Dortmund. In the Westfalenstadion, the uproar of 80,000 people was abruptly cut off by a sharp blade. The fans who had been shouting curses just a second ago now stood frozen like puppets with their souls drained. The silence was deafening. The entire stadium fell into a terrifying silence. Only a gust of wind swept through the stands, stirring up a few discarded support posters. In the front row, a bare-chested man held a beer cup. The liquid inside spilled all over his stomach, completely unnoticed as he stared blankly at the net. On the Dortmund stand, some covered their faces, while others slumped weakly onto plastic chairs. Toot, toot, toot. The referee did not give Dortmund a chance to restart from the center circle. He directly blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Boom. The Schalke bench erupted in excitement. Hao Junmin waved a towel, the first to rush onto the pitch. Coach Magath loosened his tie and ran alongside the players, not caring if his shoes stepped into puddles. After the goal, Houts wildly dashed towards the corner flag. He knelt on the ground, leaving 2 long trails of mud on the grass. Subai, you are a freaking genius. Houts yelled hoarsely towards Subai. Subai stood in place, shaking off his somewhat sore right foot. Rakitic grabbed his neck from behind, excited and incoherent. How did you come up with that tactical gesture? Did you already know the back post would be empty? Raoul came over and ruffled Subai's damp hair. Substituted in assisting for a hat trick. This stadium will tremble at the sound of your name from now on. On the other side of the field, Klopp's hands hung weakly by his side. He glanced at the glaring 3-1 on the scoreboard, bitterly shaking his head. Turning to walk towards the players' tunnel, his back appeared somewhat desolate. He knew that tomorrow all the media in Germany would nail Dortmund to the pillar of shame. The Dortmund players no longer had the arrogance they had before the match. Hummels pulled up his jersey to cover his face, lowering his head and hastily fleeing the suffocating pitch. Other yellow and black-clad players quickly scurried into the players' tunnel like lost dogs. After the match, the Dortmund players quickly fled back to the locker room with their heads down, while Subai was instantly surrounded by a swarm of media reporters, microphones almost thrust into his face. In the crowded mixed zone, the flashlights merged into a single beam. A male reporter from Bild desperately squeezed to the front, nearly pressing his recorder against Subai's chin. Subai, after performing a hat trick of assists against your former club, what do you want to say to the Dortmund management right now? The flashlights fell like a silver downpour, crashing down relentlessly. In the mixed interview area, the crowd surged. Dozens of fluffy microphones jabbed at him like spears from all directions. Just 2 days ago, the German reporters who had criticized him as trash in the newspapers now wore a completely different expression. The bearded male reporter from Bild forced his way half out of the crowd. His tie had slipped to his shoulder, and his plump face was plastered with a sycophantic smile. The recording pin almost jabbed into Subai's nostrils. Subai, I'm a reporter from Bild. The bearded man shouted, his voice breaking, spitting saliva onto the black microphone cover. Facing your old club and scoring a hat trick, what do you want to say to the Dortmund executives? The noisy interview area fell silent in an instant. All the cameras pointed directly at Subai. Dozens of eyes were fixed on him, even the sound of breathing was suppressed. Everyone knew this kid had suffered a great injustice, and now was the perfect time for him to vent. Subai did not dodge. He raised his hand to push away the recording pen that was about to poke his chin. Wiping the sweat mixed with dirt from his forehead with his fingertips, he leisurely straightened his blue jersey collar. This careless action made all the reporters in the room gulp nervously. 1 second, 2 seconds. Subai lifted his eyelids. His black eyes held no ecstasy, only a coldness as sharp as a drawn blade. He locked his gaze on the bearded reporter who had just asked the question, scanning the raised camera lenses around him. What do you want to say? Subai's voice was steady, penetrating through dozens of microphones, reaching the live broadcast across Germany. First, I must thank someone. A slight stir rippled through the crowd of reporters. The bearded reporter was momentarily stunned and quickly pushed the recording pen forward. Thank him. Shouldn't he be cursing right now? Has this Chinese kid really lost his nerve, wanting to give Dortmund some face? I must sincerely thank the youth training director of the Dortmund U18 team, Coach Hans. Subai paused for a moment. The red light on the camera flickered wildly, highlighting the sharp line of his jaw. Thank him for painstakingly putting his nephew, who has been loafing around in the youth team, into the starting lineup. Thank him for falsely accusing me and kicking me out with my belongings. Subai's speech was not rushed. Each word was like a nail firmly hammered in front of the camera. If it weren't for him, I would never have known how clean the air is at Schalke 04. After he finished speaking, one could hear a pin drop in the entire interview area. The bearded reporter gaped, the flesh on his face quivering. This wasn't giving face at all. This was directly stripping Dortmund bare in front of the public. In the distance, the print reporters frantically flipped open their notebooks. The tip of the pen scratched the paper, creating a hurried rustling sound. A few keen paparazzi had already started texting their headquarters with their phones. Dortmund's internal nepotism exposed Coach Hans abusing power to drive away a talent. On the outskirts of the crowd, Lynn Weiner leaned against the wall of the corridor in a fitted trench coat. She observed Subai surrounded by cameras, her red lips curling into a beautiful arc. This kid was a tyrant on the field and had such a sharp tongue off it. In the interview area, Subai's remarks were... He leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing the camera. That was the position broadcasting Dortmund's official channel. Just 2 days ago, the executives of Dortmund publicly stated at a press conference. Subai tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a cold smirk. They said I was a useless player who couldn't score a piece of trash. They said your youth training camp is not a shelter and that Schalke signing me is a joke. He extended his right hand, pointing to the grass of the Westfalen Stadion behind him. There the Dortmund players had just left the field with their heads down like defeated dogs. The field still bore the imprint of Philip being carried off on a stretcher. Since that's the case, I have a question for the Dortmund management. Subai retracted his hand, his eyes sharp enough to cut through the screen. If I am trash, then what does that make the team that this trash rubbed against the home field grass? Is it a bunch of garbage that's even worse than trash? Boom. As these heart-wrenching words were uttered, the entire mixed interview area exploded. The bearded reporter stepped back 2 paces, stepping on the feet of a colleague behind him, wincing in pain. This was too bold. Directly confronting Dortmund's executives on live national television. In the entire history of the Bundesliga, which 18-year-old rookie dared to be this arrogant in a post-match interview? Subai, are you declaring war on the entire Dortmund club? Is the nephew who replaced you the Philip who just left the field on a stretcher? Did Coach Magath know in advance that you would be fired? The reporters surged forward like madmen. Each person shouted at the top of their lungs, afraid to miss a headline-grabbing point. A few security guards rushed over, linking arms to form a human wall, desperately blocking the frenzied media. Subai ignored the uproar. Having said what he needed to, he had already trampled Dortmund's face into the mud. He turned and pushed through the crowd, striding toward Schalke 04's locker room. Let him go. Don't crowd. The security guard wiped the sweat from his forehead, holding the microphone and recording pin outside the barrier. Although the reporters were blocked, their faces were filled with fervor. Tonight's news coverage would definitely cause an earthquake. Meanwhile, less than 500 meters from the interview area at the headquarters of Dortmund, in the CEO's office on the top floor. The room was dimly lit. Only the 120-inch LCD screen on the wall emanated a ghostly blue light. On the broadcast, Subai's cold face was magnified infinitely. That line, "What does it make the team rubbed against by trash?" echoed repeatedly in the spacious office through the high-fidelity speakers. Behind the desk, Watzke sat in a large leather swivel chair. He held an unlit cigar, his knuckles turning white from gripping it too tightly. The air was stifling, making it hard to breathe. The noise from the television contrasted sharply with the utter silence in the office. Snap! A crisp sound. Watzke forcibly snapped the custom cigar in half. Tobacco fell onto the valuable mahogany desk, some even landing on his pants. He did not reach out to brush it off. His chest heaved violently, and his breathing was as heavy as a worn-out bellows. That fool Hans. Watzke clenched his molars, tasting a hint of blood in his mouth. Just 2 days ago, he had sworn that Subai was a useless player who could hardly keep the ball under control. And now, He came off the bench for 30 minutes providing 3 assists. Not only did he lead the rival to a resounding comeback, but he also personally sent Dortmund's rising star to the orthopedic ward. Now this kid even exposed the club's scandal on live television across Germany. Dortmund had become a joke, a huge joke, blind and nepotistic, that handed a genius over to their rival. No need to wait until tomorrow. Tonight the club's PR department's phone would be bombarded by calls from the board members. Sponsors would question the team's management, and angry fans would definitely surround the club's entrance. Watzke abruptly stood, his chair sliding back half a meter on the expensive carpet. He slammed his hands down on the table, his nails scraping against the wood, producing an unpleasant grinding sound. On the screen, a replay showed Su Bei's 65-meter-long pass, without looking. That strange arc, like a sharp knife, precisely pierced Watzke's heart. This genius commander was originally an asset that belonged to Dortmund. Get the PR director in here. Watzke grabbed the receiver of the desk phone, shouting at the secretary across from him, and immediately send someone to the hospital to drag that waste of Hans back from Philip's bedside. The secretary on the other end of the line trembled in fear. Boss fans outside have already started gathering to protest. Let him go to hell. Watzke slammed down the At this moment in the CEO's office of the Dortmund club, the screen was playing Su Bei's interview, and CEO Watzke's expression was so dark it could drip water. Watzke stared intently at the confident and cold face of Su Bei on the screen. The blue light of the television illuminated his wrinkled face, with the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably. He turned his head, his gaze like 2 rusty files scraping against the man standing beside the desk. The head of Dortmund's youth training, Hans. 10 minutes ago, Hans had been forcibly dragged back to headquarters by security from a hospital orthopedic ward. His expensive gray suit was now wrinkled like a pile of pickled vegetables. His leather shoes were still stained with the black mud from the Westfalenstadion. Hans stood in front of the heavy mahogany desk. Sweat beads on his forehead gathered to the size of soybeans, rolling down his greasy nose. With a thud, it hit the carpet. He felt as if a handful of hay was stuffed in his throat, and swallowing hurt like hell. His legs trembled like leaves in an autumn wind, his knees knocking together, even producing faint clattering sounds. Watzke remained silent. He reached for the white bone china cup on the table. His fingers tightened, knuckles protruding, the veins on the back of his hand bulging out. Half a minute of dead silence was more torturous than a death sentence. Boss, please let me explain. Hans could no longer bear the pressure and stammered. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, but found his arms too weak to lift. Bang! Before Hans could finish his sentence, Watzke swung his arm and smashed the ceramic cup violently against the floor, aimed directly at Hans' feet. The white porcelain whistled through the air, crashing heavily against the edge of the expensive Persian carpet. The tremendous impact instantly shattered the cup. The fragments flew like shrapnel, splattering the remaining half cup of cold tea in all directions. A sharp shard of porcelain flew past Hans, grazing his leather shoes. The tea splashed onto his expensive trousers, spreading a large brown stain. Hans let out a terrified scream, shrinking back, his lower back colliding directly with the solid wood bookshelf, knocking several heavy yearbooks to the floor. Explain. Watzke leaned forward with both hands on the desk, resembling an old lion ready to devour its prey. His chest heaved violently, breathing so heavily it could blow the documents off the table. What do you have to explain to me? Watzke's vocal cords sounded like they had been sandpapered, hoarse and harsh. A genius who can deliver 3 godlike assists in half an hour during the Ruhr Derby. A midfielder treated as a treasure by his old rival Magath. You actually tell me he's a useless player who can't even control the ball. Hans leaned against the bookshelf, his legs giving way, sliding to his knees on the floor. He waved his arms in a panic like a drowning man. No, boss. That kid really just got lucky. Hans' eyes darted around, desperately searching for excuses. That 65-meter-long pass was definitely a fluke. He usually can't even accurately pass a 30-meter ball in the youth team. It must have been someone from Schalke teaching him some tricks. And he even broke Philip's leg. That's your most valued youth training prospect. Hans tried to use his nephew as a shield. He knew Watzke had always been protective, and if he could insist that Su Bei intentionally injured someone, there might still be a way out. Unfortunately, as soon as he finished speaking, the heavy double wooden door of the office was kicked open from the outside with a loud bang. The door slammed against the wall with a dull thud. Klopp stood at the door, not even bothering to open an umbrella. Water was still dripping from his cap, and the hem of his iconic trench coat was splattered with mud. In this disheveled state, there was no trace left of the aura of a Bundesliga champion coach. Klopp did not glance at the crumpled Hans on the floor. He strode to the desk, clutching a stack of A4 papers soaked with rain. Bang! Klopp swung his arm and threw the stack of papers hard at Hans' face. The white sheets scattered instantly like snowflakes, covering Hans' greasy face. Open your eyes and see what the luck you speak of looks like. Klopp's voice was as cold as the Siberian chill. He took off his cap and wiped the rainwater from his face. The scattered A4 papers were filled with dense rows of professional data. This was the post-match report that had been hurriedly compiled from the technical department's analysis room. In 30 minutes on the field, he touched the ball 42 times. Klopp stared at Hans on the floor. Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Pass success rate of 100%. Among them 16 were forward-threatening passes with 3 resulting in absolute unknowns, all converted into goals. Hans pushed aside the papers covering his face, his lips trembling purple, unable to utter a single syllable. Klopp turned his head to look at Watzke behind the desk. In his eagle-like eyes there was an unmistakable sorrow. As a tactical fanatic, no one understood better than him what this data meant. Do you know what the most terrifying thing is? Klopp's finger pointed in the air a few times. He averaged less than half a second of observation before making every pass. There were even 2 assists that were completely blind passes without looking at anyone. This is not luck. Klopp took a deep breath, his eyes slightly reddening. This is talent, a godly vision capable of dominating midfield for a decade. And this once-in-a-century genius was right under our noses, thrown away like garbage to our deadly rival by this fool, just to make room for a nepotistic spot. Watzke closed his eyes, his temples throbbing. His heart felt like it was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, painful enough to make him gasp for breath. 100 million euros. This was a number that flashed through his mind in an instant. Based on Sübey's potential displayed today, once he makes a name for himself at Schalke, his future market value would be astronomical. Dortmund not only lost a core brain, but also directly incurred the loss of a mountain of gold. Hans sat slumped among the shattered porcelain and reports, finally realizing the calamity that had befallen him. He rolled and crawled towards the desk, clutching the edge of Watzke's leather chair tightly. Boss, I was wrong. I really misjudged him. Hans' snot and tears mixed together, making him look pitiful. Please give me another chance. I've been in Dortmund for 10 years. He'll go to Schalke and beg him. He'll kneel down to apologize. I will definitely find a way to bring him back. Bring him back. Watzke opened his eyes, looking down at this disgusting subordinate who resembled a snotty worm. He suddenly lifted his foot and kicked Hans in the chest. Hans fell back like a broken sack, crashing heavily onto the floor. Coughing violently while clutching his chest, he just slapped Dortmund's face in front of all the German media during the live broadcast. Watzke pointed at the television screen, spitting as he spoke. Do you think Magath from Schalke is a pushover? Trying to poach him now will only make us a laughingstock. Watzke pressed the internal communication button on the desk. Security sent 2 people up. Upon hearing this, Hans completely collapsed. No, Mr. Watzke, you can't do this. Philip's leg is still broken. Watzke couldn't even be bothered to glance at him again, straightening out his wrinkled suit jacket. His tone was as cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. From now on you are officially fired. The finance department will settle your severance, and you won't get a penny more. Moreover, I will send a fax to every club in the German Football Association reporting your unscrupulous behavior. This sentence was like a heavy blow, shattering Hans' spine. A notice across the entire industry. This meant he would be completely socially dead in European football, and no one would dare to hire him, even as a janitor for an amateur team. 2 burly security guards pushed through the door, lifting the limp Hans, dragging him out like a dead dog. Hans didn't even have the strength to plead for mercy, his throat emitting a hoarse sound. His eyes fixed on the water stains on the carpet, as if he saw the ruins of his life. The office door was closed again by the security guards. The room fell back into a dead silence, leaving only the silent interview footage on the television screen. Klopp walked to the liquor cabinet and poured himself a half glass of whiskey. He tilted his head back and drank it all at once. The fiery liquid rolled down his throat into his stomach, dispelling some of the chill from his body. Jürgen. Watzke leaned back in his chair, his voice filled with deep fatigue. Do you think we still have a chance to make up for this mistake? It's difficult, boss. Klopp chuckled self-deprecatingly, his eyes filled with helplessness. That kid's eyes are filled with killing intent. He won't forgive Dortmund. After dealing with Hans, Watzke slumped in his chair, knowing that the situation was irretrievable. Because the very next morning Sübey's name would ignite the entire sports world. The morning sunlight penetrated the thin mist, casting its glow on the cobblestone streets of Gelsenkirchen. The newsprint scented with ink scattered around. The vendor glanced down, his hand holding the scissors frozen in mid. The entire half page was filled with a close-up photo of Sübey, his expression cold as he pointed at the camera. A bold black headline spanned across the page. The century mistake of Dortmund. Next to it, kicker also refused to back down, its red background and white text dazzling the eyes. 3 legendary assists that shook all of Europe. Several Schalke fans in blue jackets gathered around. Give me a copy of Kicker and one of the team newspaper. A stout man with a scruffy beard slapped a few coins heavily on the glass counter. He grabbed the newspaper, flipped through 2 pages, and took a deep breath of the morning's cold air. Oh my God, what that kid said in the interview was true. Dortmund kicked out a midfield master for some useless insight. The tall fan leaned in to get a better look at the statistics. He gasped sharply, his eyes nearly glued to the page. Substituted in for 30 minutes, all 3 assists were lethal unknown chances. The tall fan slapped his thigh, laughing as his face wrinkled in delight. That stingy Watska must be regretting it to the core last night. This is definitely the best deal Schalke has made in the past decade. The stout man nimbly flipped open the team newspaper, pointing at the post-match rating chart. Look, full marks. The Frenchman actually gave a perfect score to a Chinese player. They are notoriously picky. Even Messi might not get full marks every match. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe in China, it was the dead of night, yet the country's largest football forum was down due to traffic overload. The page spun for a full 5 minutes before finally struggling to load a new post. Sorry, Subai, I was too loud yesterday. The post had just been sent out for a second when it received thousands of a backheel nutmeg on Hummels. I watched the replay while kneeling on my computer chair. A 65-meter long pass without looking at anyone. This isn't a useless player. This is a midfield genius descended from the heavens, who said he couldn't even control the ball yesterday. Extreme Dortmund fans, come out and take your beating in front of the computer screen. A seasoned old fan watched the bizarre arc of the ball in the video, not even noticing his cigarette burning down to the filter. He suddenly swallowed hard, his eyes moistening. For many years, Chinese football finally produced a figure who could stand tall in the 5 major leagues of Europe. Moreover, he became a legendary figure in one battle, pressing the faces of old prestigious teams into the mud. This exhilarating feeling of pride ignited the blood of countless fans through the internet. In Yinjing, the offices of the Chinese Football Association, the top conference room was brightly lit, filled with swirling smoke. Several middle-aged men with heavy dark circles sat around an oval redwood table. On the table lay a stack of freshly printed translations of foreign media reports, still warm from the printer. Chairman Chun held a thermos with a red star, his hand trembling so much he couldn't even twist the cap off. Tea spilled onto the back of his hand, but he didn't care to wipe it off. Is this data translated correctly? Assisting a hat trick against Dortmund's main defense. He stared at the translator with bloodshot eyes. Director Lee, seated to the side, swallowed hard and nodded. Absolutely true, Chairman. Right now, all of Germany's sports headlines are praising him. Even Klopp admitted in the post-match interview that he underestimated him. Chairman Chen slammed the thermos onto the table, splashing water onto the wooden surface. Immediately check. See if this kid is registered in the youth training database of the association. Whatever the cost, his name must be added to the national team's roster for the next training camp. Director Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead, flipping through his tablet, his expression growing increasingly grave. Chairman, we found it. He has no registration records in the country. He went to try out for Dortmund at his own expense. He doesn't even have a domestic agent. Chairman Chen slapped his thigh, producing a crisp sound. Nonsense. Such a good talent. Are the local football associations blind? Immediately send a delegate to Germany. Bring the best contract terms. Whatever means necessary, we must secure him. On the streets of Gelsenkirchen, the cold wind mixed with fallen leaves blew by. Subai, wearing a gray hoodie with a kangaroo pocket, slowly walked out of the bakery with his hands in his pockets. A half slice of whole wheat bread was clutched between his teeth, and he looked somewhat lazy. Last night's high-intensity mental and physical exertion had him still not fully recovered. The shock value on the system panel in his mind was rising at a visibly rapid speed. Every time the golden number jumped, it represented more fans witnessing his extraordinary performance. He just reached the intersection and waited for the red light. A black sedan suddenly slammed to a stop, its tires leaving a long black mark on the asphalt. The window rolled down, and a middle-aged man wearing a Schalke scarf leaned out. Subai. That's number 13, Subai. The man's voice was loud as a broken horn, stopping everyone on the street in their tracks. The previously indifferent German pedestrians turned their heads. When their gazes fell upon the black-haired youth, they transformed into almost fanatical adoration. Several middle school students preparing to go to school dropped their bicycles and rushed over. Oh my God, it really is last night's star? A freckled boy took out a thick-tipped marker, hands trembling as he presented it. Mr. Subai, can I have your autograph? The boy stammered with excitement. That tactical free kick last night was so cool it made my legs weak. Subai chewed the bread in his mouth and swallowed. He took the marker and quickly signed his name in the notebook. The boy, thank you for your support, watch more matches, and skip school less. He handed the pen back to the boy, but as soon as he turned around, he realized the road was blocked. A stunning blonde woman squeezed to the front, directly unzipping her jacket. Subai, give me an autograph too. Sign it on my underwear strap. She puffed out her chest, her blue eyes filled with fervent light. Nearby, a lady pushing a stroller was also unwilling to fall behind. How did you make that outsidey off the foot pass? Can you teach my grandson? Flashing lights lit up in the crowd and cheers rose and fell like waves. Subai paused, looking at the group of fans who might have been cursing him as a flop just yesterday in the forum. A faint smile crept onto his lips. The football world is that realistic, recognizing only strength and not tears. The feeling of being treated like an invisible person completely vanished in this moment. In its place was the exhilarating reality of the entire city going crazy for you. After satisfying the autograph requests of a few fans in the front row, using the cover of a bus entering the station, Subai exerted great effort to squeeze out from the frenzied crowd. The hem of his hoodie had been tugged out of shape. A thin layer of sweat formed on his forehead, and the half slice of bread he had been holding had long fallen to the ground during the shoving. After breaking away from the crowd, Subai walked down a secluded alley towards the training base. The sunlight cast a shadow behind him stretching long. For the first time, he truly felt the weight of the phrase, "One battle brings fame to the world." From today onward, he finally had a place of his own in European football. He pushed open the door to the Schalke newcomers' dormitory. Subai locked the door behind him, isolating all the outside noise. The room was quiet. Just as he was about to rest after returning to the dormitory, his phone suddenly vibrated. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a cold and alluring female voice with a dominant aura came through. "Mr. Subai, congratulations on your impressive comeback." "Mr. Subai, congratulations on pulling off a stunning comeback." The voice on the line carried a hint of lazy inebriation. It was cool yet infused with the magnetic allure of a mature woman. Subai leaned against the headboard, his mind racing back to the exclusive scoop that had gone viral online the day before. It was the only article that supported him amidst the ridicule he faced across the internet. Reporter Lynn Weiner. Subai shifted into a more comfortable position, idly playing with the lighter he had pulled from his pocket. "It seems my voice recognition is quite high." A light laugh came from the other end of the call, accompanied by the faint sound of ice clinking against a glass. "Thanks to the report by senior reporter Lynn Dortmund is currently under fire." Subai flicked the metal cover of the lighter, producing a crisp sound. The flame flickered briefly before he extinguished it with a casual press. "That's also because the stakes you provided were substantial." Lynn Weiner slowed her speech, slightly tinged with a hint of probing. "A 65-meter-long pass without looking at the target. I've been in this industry for so many years, and this is my first time witnessing such a feat. Right now you are the juiciest piece of meat in the eyes of all of Europe's sports media." Lynn Weiner paused for a moment before diving into the main topic. "Tonight at the rooftop Starry Lounge of the Intercontinental Hotel, I have booked the venue. Care to join me for a drink? Consider it a deep private interview. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the Intercontinental Hotel in downtown Gelsenkirchen." The elevator doors slid open with a ding. The top-floor lounge was dimly lit with only a few vintage wall lamps casting a warm glow. Soft jazz flowed from the turntable, and a hint of ambergris filled the air. Subai wore a simple white shirt, his sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows. He pushed open the heavy glass door, his gaze sweeping past the bar, directly locking onto the woman sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window. Lynn Weiner leaned back against a deep blue velvet sofa. She had changed out of her professional attire today, donning a fitted Weinard velvet gown. The dress cut was just right, perfectly accentuating her graceful curves. Her long, fair legs peeked out from the high slit of the skirt. She wore a pair of black stilettos. The soft light highlighted the shadow of her collarbone, giving it a warm sheen. She swirled half a glass of red wine in her hand. The crimson liquid slowly cascaded down the crystalline stem of the glass. Hearing footsteps, Lynn Weiner turned her head. With her elongated eyeliner slightly raised, a bold red lip stood out vividly against the dark tones of the lounge. "You look even younger than on TV." She did not stand up, but gently extended her glass forward, signaling a greeting. Subai walked over and sat down on the single sofa opposite her. Youth does not equate to being easy to bully. The higher-ups in Dortmund should have a deep understanding of that. He casually picked up a glass of ice water that had already been poured on the table and took a sip. Lynn Weiner chuckled softly. Her laughter made the fabric of her dress rise and fall slightly, exuding the unique charm of a mature woman. "You have a sharp tongue. But I like your sharp personality, but it's edgy, and that's what gives it news value." She set down her wine glass and leaned slightly forward. Her fair arms rested on the dark marble table, closing the distance to Subai by half a foot. A faint scent of woody perfume wafted into Subai's nostrils with the gentle breeze from the air conditioning. It was not cloying, instead it carried a slightly cool aggressiveness. "Let's talk business, senior reporter Lynn." Subai lowered his glass, his gaze clear. He understood how to appreciate such a level of beauty, yet his mind remained entirely composed. "Tonight is certainly not just about an interview, is it?" A glint of admiration flashed in Lynn Weiner's eyes. This young man not only displayed exceptional skills on the field, but also possessed a level of composure that was not typical of an 18-year-old. She pulled out a thin document from her handbag and slid it across to Subai. "Your skills on the field need no further commentary. I've watched last night's footage at least 10 times. Lynn Weiner straightened her posture, her gaze sharpening. "However, while many are skilled at football, few can become part of a commercial empire." She tapped her fingertip on the cover of the document, producing a light tap-tap sound. Your current situation is quite delicate. While you achieved fame overnight, you lack a professional team behind you. The Huagua market is a massive piece of meat. Your performance last night is enough to drive domestic sponsors wild. Come dawn, finding your number will likely overload the signal tower at Schalke's base. Su Bei's eyelids drooped slightly as he glanced at the document. The cover reads Su Bei's personal commercial value assessment and initial PR plan. He did not rush to open it, but instead raised his gaze, locking eyes with Lin Weiner. So you are not just a sports reporter, but you also understand business operations. To be precise, I understand how to package a phenomenon-level sports idol better. Lin Weiner crossed her legs and shifted to a more comfortable sitting position. The winered hem of her dress slipped a little, revealing a smooth calf. Last night, your scathing remarks towards Dortmund in the interview area were quite the spectacle. However, this will also attract a lot of unnecessary media trouble. The paparazzi in Germany are not to be trifled with. She picked up her wine glass and took a delicate sip. The crimson liquid staining the corner of her lips added a touch of allure. You need a personal news officer who understands the media, the operations, and the Huagua market. Lin Weiner stared intently at Su Bei. Someone who can help shield you from those nuisances and turn your commercial value into profit. Su Bei leaned back against the sofa, a playful smile curving at the corners of his mouth. It seems you are quite eager for this position. I was the first to discover your talent, wasn't I? Lin Weiner blinked, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Moreover, I am not like those blood-sucking agents who only care about money. What I desire is to create a legendary figure on the green fields by hand. The night deepened. The jazz in the lounge transitioned into a low, soulful saxophone solo. The atmosphere gradually heated up amidst their back-and-forth exchanges. A tacit understanding unique to intelligent individuals quietly spread through the air. Su Bei lightly tapped his fingers on the cover of the document. This woman had a sharp eye and decisive methods. He indeed needed a shield to focus all his energy on the football field. He'll take this proposal to review. Su Bei stood up, casually picking up the document from the table. He looked down at Lin Weiner on the sofa, slightly leaning forward. The distance between them instantly closed. Lin Weiner could even feel the warm scent of laundry detergent emanating from him. If you can handle tomorrow's domestic sponsors, who will likely be as frantic as headless flies. A glimmer flashed in Su Bei's eyes, his voice low. The position of personal news officer will be yours. Lin Weiner tilted her head back, gazing at the handsome face that was now so close. Her heart skipped a beat unexpectedly. She forced herself to remain calm, lifting her wine glass towards the air. To a pleasant cooperation, future god of the midfield. I appreciate your kind words. Su Bei did not take his water glass, but instead lightly tapped her glass with the hand holding the document. The sound of a crisp ding rang out. As he left the Intercontinental Hotel, the night breeze had turned slightly cooler. Su Bei took a taxi back to Schalke's rookie dormitory. A night full of socializing and exchanges left him feeling more exhausted than playing an entire match. He pushed open the door to his room and casually tossed the proposal on his desk. After removing his slightly damp white shirt, he walked directly into the cramped bathroom. Warm water gushed from the shower head, streaming down the contours of his solid muscles, washing away the fatigue of the entire day. 10 minutes later, Su Bei emerged from the bathroom, towel drying his damp hair. Outside the window, Gelsenkirchen had already fallen into slumber. Su Bei turned off the main light, leaving only the bedside lamp on. After the interview, Su Bei returned to his room for a shower. Just as he lay down on the bed, the system, which had been silent all day, finally emitted that long-awaited notification sound. Ding! The system detected that the host has completed the Revenge of the Ruhr Derby task and is beginning to settle the shock value and rewards. A crisp electronic prompt suddenly exploded in his mind. Su Bei, who had just lain down, shot up abruptly. He immediately summoned the panel in his mind. A bluish light screen instantly illuminated the dim surroundings. At the center of the panel, the golden numbers representing shock points were wildly fluctuating, skyrocketing from 2 digits. 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. The speed at which the numbers rolled created a series of blurred afterimages. Last night at the Westfalenstadion, with 80,000 people along with live broadcasts from all over Germany's media. This wave of traffic could be considered a complete harvest. Su Bei stared at the light screen, his throat involuntarily rolling. Ding! The shock points have been settled, accumulating a total of 580,000 points. Detected shock value has reached the threshold. Would you like to immediately start the legendary level lottery? The system's monotonous mechanical voice at this moment fell into Su Bei's ears like heavenly music. Start, he silently thought in his heart. The numbers on the panel instantly reset to 0. Immediately afterward, the entire bluish space shook violently. A heavy bronze treasure chest slowly emerged from the void. The surface of the treasure chest was intricately carved with patterns, and at the moment the latch popped open, a dazzling golden light burst forth. The brilliance was blinding. Su Bei instinctively squinted his eyes. The golden light transformed into countless shooting stars in the realm of consciousness, eventually converging into a floating card. The edges of the card were adorned with a dark golden metallic frame. In the center, a figure wearing an England number 7 jersey was slowly rotating. The man leaned his body dramatically, his right leg stretched like a drawn longbow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the legendary football star David Beckham's max-level exclusive talent. The crescent moon scimitar max-level technique for long passes and free kicks has been granted. The moment the prompt ended, the card shattered into pieces. Transforming into specks of golden light, they surged into Su Bei's third eye. The golden torrent quickly flowed towards his right leg. A tingling sensation electrified his calf as muscle fibers were forcibly torn and reorganized. The ankle joint emitted a faint crack. Flexibility and power techniques were elevated to an astonishing. Su Bei looked down at his right foot, his eyes burning with excitement. He summoned a piece of virtual turf in his mind. A white football quietly rested 30 meters away. He stepped forward, his gaze passing over the virtual wall of defenders locking onto the far corner. He didn't run too far back, just retreated 5 steps to the side. With a powerful stomp on the left side of the ball, his body exaggeratedly tilted to the left. The inside of his right foot, like a drawn scimitar, fiercely scraped the bottom of the ball. Bang! The virtual ball soared into the air. It traced an exaggerated arc in the shape of a huge C. After perfectly circumventing the wall, it plummeted sharply into the net at the goal's dead corner. Su Bei gazed at his right foot, unable to suppress a grin. This absolute control over the ball's spin was truly addictive. The next morning, the fog in Gelsenkirchen had not fully dissipated. The Schalke 04 training base was already resonating with the piercing sound of a whistle. Magath paced on the sidelines with his hands behind his back, his face stern. Move faster. Winning the derby doesn't mean you can claim the championship. Today's training involved half-field offense and defense, as well as free kick practice. Su Bei, wearing a yellow substitute vest, stood outside the penalty area. Not far from the goal line, the main goalkeeper Neuer was jumping up and pounding the crossbar. Come on, guys. Neuer shouted loudly, slapping his thick goalkeeper gloves. Today I'm going to seal off all the dead angles. Hao Junmin ran over with the ball and handed it to Su Bei. Xiao Bai, this position is good, 28 meters to the left, why don't you give it a try? Su Bei took the ball and nodded. He placed it on the penalty spot marked in white paint, using the back of his hand to wipe off the dew on the ball. The moment Neuer saw Su Bei take the free kick, his expression instantly became serious. He had witnessed this kid's passing skills firsthand during last night's derby. Set up the wall. Block the right side. Neuer directed the 4 defensive players to take their positions, while he himself firmly guarded the far corner. Su Bei stepped back 5 paces. He didn't look at the wall, nor did he gaze at the poised Neuer. In his mind, the memories etched into his muscles from last night were suddenly activated. His left foot served as the support axis, firmly planted in the damp turf. His body abruptly tilted to an almost inhuman angle to the left. With the inner side of his right leg slicing through the air, he struck the lower right part of the ball. Pop! The sound of the strike was crisp and bright. The ball instantly soared into the sky. The ball wasn't fast, but it carried a terrifying lateral spin. Jones in the wall leaped high, closing his eyes in an attempt to head it. He only heard the ball whizzing past him just half a meter above his head. That exaggerated arc resembled a crescent moon hanging in midair. Neuer moved. The talented goalkeeper's legs suddenly powered up, and he lunged forward like a bird spreading its wings. His gaze locked onto the ball's trajectory. I can save this ball. A flash of delight crossed Neuer's mind as the friction surface of his gloves aligned perfectly with the ball. Just when he was within 10 centimeters, a bizarre scene unfolded. The ball suddenly dropped like it had lost gravity, plummeting rapidly. Not only did it fall, but it also spun fiercely inward, veering sharply towards the dead corner. Neuer's gloves grasped at nothing. He lost his balance and crashed heavily onto the turf, landing in a disheveled heap. Whoosh! The ball whipped the net, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. It then obediently rolled inside the goal line. The training ground fell into a brief silence. Neuer lay on the ground, wide-eyed, staring at the ball in the net. He swallowed hard, removed his goalkeeper gloves, and tugged at his short hair. That arc. Did you hide a remote control under your insole? Jones landed from midair, rubbing his sore calves. He turned to look at Su Bei, the flesh on his face twitching. You guy, did you hold back during the derby yesterday? Hao Junmin rushed over, giving Su Bei a hearty slap on the back. Beautiful. That kicking technique is astonishing. On the sidelines, Magath halted his steps. The stopwatch around his neck slipped down, hitting his chest with a dull thud. In his eyes behind the golden-rimmed glasses, an uncontrollable fervor sparkled. This kid not only had a godlike vision, but also possessed a free-kick skill capable of altering the course of a match. With such a heavy weapon, did Schalke's midfield still need anyone else to organize? Magath turned around and briskly walked towards the coaching staff's resting area. He tore off a few name-laden stickers from the tactical board. The Bundesliga match this weekend approached as scheduled. Due to his extraordinary performance in the last match, head coach Magath unhesitatingly wrote Su Bei's name on the starting core attacking midfielder position on the tactical board in the locker room. In the changing room, the air was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. In front of the tactical board, head coach Magath held a blue magnetic round card inscribed with 39. Without hesitation, he exerted force with his wrist. A crisp sound rang out as the round card was firmly placed in the position of the starting attacking midfielder. Su Bei looked at his name on the starting lineup, clenching his fist. Then, accompanied by the entrance music, he stepped onto the Bundesliga field for the first time as a starter. At the Auf Schalke Stadium, the roar of over 60,000 Schalke fans flooded into the stadium tunnel like a burst dam. The loud, heavy metal music blared from the speakers. Su Bei followed the veteran Raoul striding into the blinding sunlight. The freshly cut grass released a fragrant scent. In front of the visiting team's bench, Werder Bremen's coach Schaff crossed his arms, coldly observing the black-haired youth running into the center circle. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth, while his mind calculated fiercely. Only capable of making 2 good passes, this soft-footed shrimp. Do you really think the Bundesliga is a stage for artistic gymnastics? Schaff gestured towards his own defensive midfielder on the field. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he made 2 sharp, downward motions with his thumb. This was the prearranged tactical code, meat grinder. The meaning was straightforward: physicality, disrupt that kid's rhythm. The main referee glanced at his watch and blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Raoul returned the ball from the center circle. The ball rolled smoothly along the grass, heading straight for Su Bei's feet. Just as Su Bei's right foot was about to touch the ball, Bremen's black midfielder Barg, like a bear sensing blood, lunged at him from the side. With 2 meters to go, Barg lowered his center of gravity. His shoulder, rigid as an iron plate, crashed directly into Su Bei's chest. In Su Bei's eyes, the light blue grid pattern had just begun to unfold. He had just shifted the ball to his left foot when Barg's massive weight, over 200 pounds, bore down upon him with a rush. Bang! A dull sound of flesh colliding echoed. Su Bei felt as if his chest had been struck by a massive hammer. A wave of sweetness and metallic taste surged in his throat. His whole body left the ground, flying backward. His back hit the hard grass. Su Bei rolled twice, due to inertia, kicking up a cloud of dirt mixed with grass. Lying on his back, he saw stars before his eyes. His chest felt heavy, and he struggled to breathe. Hao Junmin jumped up anxiously from the bench. He gripped the windshield tightly, his knuckles turning white. This move is too vicious. This isn't football, this is murder. Barg landed steadily, casually brushing off the dust from his jersey. He looked down at Su Bei from his height, grinning to reveal a mouthful of yellow teeth stained with smoke. Asian kid, this is a man's meat grinder. Go back to your mother's arms and suck your thumb. The Schalke fans in the stands erupted with loud boos, protesting such a crude foul. But the referee merely approached, arms raised, signaling for the game to continue. In the Bundesliga, this level of physical collision was entirely within reasonable limits. Su Bei did not retaliate. He slowly got up, pushing himself off the grass, wiping the mud from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. He lifted his head, his gaze cold as a knife dipped in ice water, giving Barg a sharp glance. Schaff nodded in satisfaction from the sidelines. As long as they could knock this core brain out, Schalke's offense would be severely crippled. And indeed, that was the case. In the following 20 minutes, Schalke fell into complete passivity. Bremen's 2 wings charged forward like mad dogs, launching wave after wave of crosses into the penalty area. Schalke's defense was stretched to its limits. Houds was running for his life, panting like a broken bellows. Goalkeeper Neuer transformed into an octopus. He had just batted a header from a dead angle out of bounds, furious as he pounded the grass. He turned to shout at the defense. Don't let them shoot easily. Mark that center forward. Keep possession. Don't blindly kick the ball. Magath stomped anxiously on the sidelines, shouting at the midfielders. The ball was once again cleared to midfield. As Su Bei ran to receive it, Barg and another midfielder approached him from either side like 2 pincers. Studs, gleaming elbows, subtly exerting force. As long as Su Bei dared to stop the ball, they would take him down, even if it meant a foul. Su Bei took a deep breath, spitting out a piece of grass. He did not back down. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the ball. The world before his eyes instantly transformed into a semi-transparent data grid. His full-level vision resembled a precision supercomputer. The humidity of the grass, the wind's direction, even the sound of his opponent's cleats scraping the turf all converged into clear instructions in his mind. Want to play physical? Then I'll make sure you can't even touch the hem of my clothes. Just a fraction of a second before Barg's elbow was about to collide with his rib, Su Bei met the incoming ball with the arch of his right foot, flicking it lightly. The ball changed trajectory, gliding along the grass into the gap between the 2 players. It accurately found Rakitic, who was retreating to receive the ball. Barg, thrown off balance, stumbled a couple of steps before regaining his footing. He turned his head, fixating on Su Bei's retreating figure with the corner of his eye twitching violently. What a coincidence, this must be pure luck. He spat on the ground, gritting his teeth as he continued to close the distance. But this was just the beginning. The rest of the match turned into a personal show for Sue by toying with this group of muscle-bound players. You press me hard. He'll pass the ball with a single touch. You double-team me. He'll blind pass with my heel. Bard felt like a clumsy brown bear chasing a bird that could teleport. His jersey was soaked with sweat clinging tightly to his back. Each time he made a move, he couldn't even graze the edge of Sue Bay's socks. The assistant coach wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and leaned closer to Magath. Boss, Sue Bay is being targeted too severely. Should we take him off to protect him? Magath chewed on his gum, his gaze never leaving the field. Take him off. If he can't withstand this level of physicality, he doesn't deserve to wear the Schalke jersey. Just watch, this kid has a fierce spirit deep down. Schalke's situation gradually stabilized, and they even began to launch a few threatening counterattacks. Schaaf's cold smile was fading. He yelled at the top of his lungs, his tactical notebook twisted into a spiral. Stick to him. Foul. Give me a tactical foul. Bard's eyes turned red. Having been outmaneuvered by a frail rookie for half a field, his rationality burned to ashes. He stared at Sue Bay's ankle, his breaths heavy like a bellows. Every second of the match ticked by. The first half was about to end. Schalke intercepted the ball in their own half, and the ball was passed to Sue Bay near the center circle. Sue Bay loosened his foot and turned. In his full-level vision, a vast open space appeared 30 meters ahead. Bremen's defense had pushed too far forward in their attempt to pressure. Sue Bay did not pass the ball, instead he advanced with it. This was his first active dribble of the match. The grass made a rustling sound as his shoes brushed against it, while the wind howled in his ears. With each step he took, Bremen's defense retreated by a foot. 30 meters outside the top of the penalty area, Bremen's central defender Mertzacker could no longer hold back. His massive body advanced like a wall, directly blocking the angle of advance. Sue Bay flicked the ball with his right foot, feigning a breakthrough to the left. Mertzacker immediately shifted his weight and took a giant step forward. In that instant, Sue Bay twisted his ankle, and the ball obediently rolled back to the right. A simple nutmeg directly opened up half a body space. Mertzacker watched Sue Bay easily evade him, a single thought left in his mind. Even if it means a card, I absolutely cannot let him comfortably shoot in this dangerous area. He was too late to turn around, and in a moment of panic he lunged from the side. The studs scraped against the grass with reckless ferocity. Aimed not at the ball, but directly at Sue Bay's supporting leg. Bang! A solid impact sound echoed. Sue Bay felt a sharp pain in his calf, losing balance and crashing heavily onto the grass. He slid 2 meters across the ground, a bright red stain seeping through his white socks. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's urgent whistle sounded as he jogged over. His hand reached into his pocket and pulled out a yellow card directed at Mertzacker. The Auf Schalke stadium erupted in a deafening roar. The fans were furious at this crude foul. The pain in his calf stung like needles against his nerves. Sue Bay did not touch the wound. He knew the best way to respond to such barbaric behavior was to score a goal against them. In the 45th minute of the match, a Bremen player committed a foul, taking down Sue Bay 30 meters outside the penalty area. The referee awarded a free kick as Sue Bay stood up, clutching the ball, and coldly walked to the penalty spot. The wound on his calf burned fiercely. Crimson blood seeped through the white sock, staining a large area. Hao Junmin rushed to Sue Bay's side, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Shall I let the team doctor take a look? These bastards played too dirty. Sue Bay did not respond. He brushed aside Hao Junmin's arm. Bending down, he picked up the muddy football from the grass. 30 meters, a slightly leftward optimal position. Sue Bay positioned the ball, took 5 classic steps back, and leaned his body slightly. Bremen's goalkeeper Weiser stood at the center of the goal line, his palms slick with cold sweat. He stared intently at the slender black-haired youth in the distance, his heart racing inexplicably. Get in position. 6 of you. Block the near post, not even a fly should get through. Weiser yelled hoarsely, his voice still clear amid the noisy stadium. Mertzacker stood at the edge of the wall, his hands tightly covering his groin. The previous yellow card made him feel uneasy. He glanced at his teammate, the black midfielder Bag, and whispered through gritted teeth. This kid is definitely going for a powerful shot. At 30 meters, he has no other choice. Bag snorted coldly, the flesh on his face bunching together. Let him kick. With that little frame, what power can he generate? Get ready to watch him send the ball into the stands. The referee stepped back 3 paces, raised his arm, and glanced at his watch. The whistle was in his mouth, then suddenly blew loudly. Peep. The sharp whistle pierced through the wind noise above the Auf Schalke stadium. Sue Bay moved. He took a deep breath of the cool air, his left foot crushing the grass beneath him. The first step was as steady as a rock. The second step, he accelerated unexpectedly. That calf, still bleeding, showed no sign of hesitation. The thigh muscles contracted in an instant, as hard as a block of iron. With the third step, his left foot plunged into the soil, serving as the axis of force for his entire body. Su-Bei's whole body leaned sharply to the left, nearly forming an exaggerated angle with the ground. His right arm was raised high, maintaining perfect dynamic balance. His right leg resembled a strong bow pulled to its limit, slicing through the air with a fierce afterimage. Bang! It was not the dull roar of a heavy cannon shot. Instead, it was a crisp and sharp pop. The inner instep of Su-Bei's right foot accurately struck the lower right edge of the ball. The stud scraped against the leather, imparting a violent lateral spin. The system's max-level talent Moon Crescent Blade activated fully. The football soared into the air in an instant. It spun with frenzied inward rotation, tearing through the air that stood in its way. In midair, it drew a visible white wake. Mertzacker and Bag in the wall closed their eyes simultaneously. With a strong push, they leaped high. They braced themselves for the impact of the cannon shot, even holding their breath. But the expected collision never came. Bag opened one eye and looked up. He only saw the football whizzing by a meter above his head, accompanied by a howling wind. "It's too high. Haha," this soft-footed shrimp kicked it over. After landing, Bag couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. The height and angle of deviation were clearly aimed at the stands outside the corner flag. Weiser on the goal line made the same judgment. His tense nerves completely relaxed at that moment. The muscles in his legs released their tension, and he didn't even bother to assume a safe posture. It's way off, but even a deity couldn't bend it back. Weiser secretly scoffed in his heart. The Bremen away fans in the stands were already preparing their loud jeers. They all stood up, cupping their hands to their mouths like megaphones, ready to unleash the loudest boos the moment the ball flew out of bounds. But in midair, the football, after leaping over the wall and reaching its peak, seemed to suddenly hit an invisible wall of air. Its physical trajectory experienced a spine-chilling change. The football, originally flying towards the corner flag, spun with intense rotation. In the air, it executed an exaggerated curve. The football traced a gigantic shaped arc, perfectly bypassing the high-jumping wall. Weiser's cold smile instantly froze. His pupils suddenly contracted, fixated on the football that seemed to be controlled from afar. "Damn it! How is this possible?" A desperate roar escaped Weiser's throat. Just as the Bremen goalkeeper thought the ball was going out of bounds, the football dropped rapidly, landing accurately at the back post. Weiser wanted to jump. His brain frantically issued commands for a save, but his legs felt like they were filled with lead, firmly nailed to the goal line, unable to take a step. The ball was too fast, its descent too bizarre. It completely exceeded the limits of human goalkeeper reflexes. In Bremen's penalty area, all the defending players turned into wooden-like spectators. Mertzacker turned his head, watching helplessly as the ball sailed past the entire defense. It fell into the originally empty blind spot at the back post. No, it was not empty. A figure wearing a blue number 7 jersey had suddenly emerged along the offside line. The veteran Raul appeared like a ghost, effortlessly tapping the ball into the net. This legendary striker, who once conquered the Bernabeu, possessed the world's most terrifying instinct for goal scoring. The moment Su-Bei struck the ball, he intuitively started toward the blind spot at the back post. But he hadn't expected the pass to be so perfect. The ball, with a strong backspin, slowed down just right before it. It was as if the meal had been perfectly cooked, chewed, and directly fed to his mouth. Raul didn't even need to make a stopping motion. He simply raised his right foot, gently flicking the descending ball. No need for force. The ball changed direction effortlessly with the momentum of its downward fall. Transforming into a white flash, it collided unobstructed into the corner of the net. Swish! The sound of the ball scraping against the pristine net became the only noise in the Auf Schalke stadium at that moment. Silence. The stadium, filled with over 60,000 people, fell into a 2-second vacuum. Everyone's mouths were agape, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. Boom. After a brief silence, a massive cheer erupted from Schalke's home ground, like a volcanic eruption. The roar soared into the clouds, shaking the glass in the broadcasting room. In front of the goal line, Weiser's knees buckled, and he fell to his knees on the muddy grass. His hands hung limply at his sides, his eyes hollow as he watched the ball spinning in the net. Despair-dazed. As a top Bundesliga goalkeeper, he didn't even get a chance to reach out. This overwhelming sense of defeat left him unable to think. Not far away, Bag's face was stiff as stone. He glanced at the ball in the net, then back at the calm black-haired youth 30 meters away. His Adam's apple struggled to roll, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. On the sidelines, Schalke's coach Maggots, chewing gum, fell right onto his suit lapel. He was oblivious. He took off his gold-rimmed glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously. God, this curve, this vision, what kind of deity did we sign? Maggoth turned to his assistant coach, his voice trembling. On the field, Raul, who scored the goal, stood near the baseline, his chest heaving heavily. He had played football for most of his life, receiving countless passes, but never had a pass made him feel an impulse to worship like today's. That breathtaking arc not only deceived the opponent, it even fooled his teammates. Only absolute spatial imagination and supreme control of technique could produce such a work of art. Raul raised his head, his gaze spanning across most of the half, locking onto Subai. The youth stood at the penalty spot, shaking his aching calf. This Spanish legendary striker took a deep breath. His eyes filled with awe and admiration. He strode towards Subai. Su, you are a true genius. That arc was amazing. Brothers, today we witnessed the birth of... After scoring, Raul did not celebrate alone, but instead rushed towards Su by giving him a solid bear hug. This embrace signaled that Subai had officially become the absolute brain of this Bundesliga powerhouse, marking the beginning of his slaughtering journey in the top 5 leagues. Raul rushed in front of Subai, arms wide open, crashing into his embrace. A scent mingled with grass, and sweat hit him heating. Subai felt a weight on his shoulder. The 30-something Spanish veteran's arms were gripping him tightly, causing his bones to ache. Su, that was an incredible goal. Raul buried his head by Subai's ear, his voice hoarse and changed in pitch. His chest heaved violently, breath coming in quick gasps like a boy who had just run a marathon. The stands of the Auf Schalke stadium erupted in chaos. 60,000 fans stood in unison, blue scarves swirling in the air like a rolling ocean. The roar of the crowd surged into the stadium, shaking the earth beneath the grass. Number 13. Number 13. It was hard to tell who started it, but the synchronized shouts quickly engulfed the entire venue. Subai patted Raul's back, a faint smile on his lips. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Bremen's penalty area. Goalkeeper Wies was still kneeling on the goal line, his hands digging into the black mud on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Defensive midfielder Bager stood at the edge of the penalty area, staring blankly at the slow-motion replay on the big screen. The arc of descent that defied the laws of physics struck him like a sharp slap, making the flesh on his face tremble. Beep, beep, beep. The referee glanced at his watch, not giving Bremen another chance to kick off, and blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. The score was set. Schalke achieved victory at home without shedding blood. The exit tunnel was packed with fans whose faces were flushed. Countless hands reached out through the gaps in the railing, desperately trying to touch the hem of Subai's jersey. Subai did not shy away, raising his hand to high-five a few young fans in the front row. Scouts mixed in the crowd lowered their heads, frantically jotting notes in their notebooks. The tips of their pens etched deep grooves into the pages. Just as the wooden door of the locker room swung open, a stream of cold mineral water splashed over him. Farfan, shirtless, jumped up and down on the long bench. The commander is back. No one is allowed to leave tonight. I'm treating. Subai wiped the droplets off his face, casually grabbing a dry towel to rub his hair. He found a spot in the corner to sit down, the wound on his calf still throbbing. The team doctor approached with a medical kit, squatting to cut open the bloodstained sock. The wound wasn't deep, just a superficial injury, but it looked somewhat gruesome. Magath walked in from outside, and the previously noisy locker room fell silent in an instant. The iron-willed coach approached Subai, glancing down at the injured leg. He did not smile, but his gaze behind the lenses was piercingly intense. Take care of the wound, and take a shower. Magath patted Subai's shoulder. There are hundreds of reporters outside about to flood the mixed zone. Now Raul, take him to handle it. Raul put on a clean jacket and raised an eyebrow at Subai. In the mixed interview zone, the air was hot and murky, dozens of microphones resembling a dense cluster of black bushes. The frequency of the flashes was so fast it could blind a person. As soon as Raul appeared, a senior reporter from Kicker eagerly shoved a recorder in his face. Raul, congratulations on scoring the winning goal. The reporter spoke rapidly, fearing his peers would cut in. In the face of such tight defense, how did you find that fleeting space at the back post? Raul did not respond. The elegant former Real Madrid star unusually pushed aside the microphone. He took a step back, grabbing Subai's arm. With a strong pull, he directly pushed Subai to the center of all. The surrounding reporters were stunned. Several camera lenses hurriedly adjusted downwards, focusing on Subai's youthful face. Raul's hands rested on Subai's shoulders, his gaze sweeping over the rows of astonished faces. Finding space. No, you're asking the wrong person. Raul's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable force. That wasn't a space I found. This kid carved out a path with his feet. A suppressed murmur arose in the interview zone. The reporter who had asked the question opened his mouth, struggling to respond. Raul turned his head, looking at Subai's still calm profile, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes easing. He seemed to suddenly be 10 years younger, back to the era of commanding the pitch at Bernabeu. Since leaving Madrid, I thought I would never meet a playmaker like Guti again. This statement caused an uproar. Who was Guti? He was the most brilliant midfield master in Real Madrid's history, the pinnacle of the through-ball art. Comparing an 18-year-old Asian rookie who had just played 2 good matches to a Bernabeu legend. Several Spanish reporters gasped, nearly dropping their recorders. Raul ignored the reporters' reactions and emphasized, but Subai is different. His passing is more imaginative and deadly than Guti's. As long as you're moving on the field, his ball will find your toes like it has eyes. Raul turned his head, raising a finger to the camera. There's no doubt Subai is the best gift from heaven for forwards. Silence. The once noisy interview zone felt like it had been muted. The flashes paused for a full 2 seconds before erupting at 10 times the previous frenzy. This would undoubtedly be tomorrow's headline news that shook the entire European football scene. The legendary Real Madrid striker personally admitted that a young lad from Huagua was stronger than Guti in the midfield. Subai stood in front of the cameras, slightly raising his eyelids. He did not show a surprised expression, nor did he fawn over Raul. Mr. Raul has overpraised me, Subai said calmly. He found the position, I just passed him the ball. This simple explanation radiated a confidence that suggested he controlled everything. Several veteran journalists looked at Subai, beads of cold sweat forming inexplicably on their backs. This kid not only had skills, but also an intimidating psychological resilience that was far from that of a rookie. Raul's interview footage was edited into countless short videos. Riding on satellite signals, it quickly soared over the Alps and spread throughout Europe in just a few hours. In Lisbon, Portugal, in a luxury villa in the affluent district with an infinity pool, the heavy blackout curtains were drawn tightly and the main lights were not on. On the oversized LCD screen, a slow-motion replay of Subai's assist with a leaf-like ball was playing. On the leather sofa sat a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair. He wore a well-tailored suit, playing with a pure gold lighter in his hand. Click. The lid of the lighter closed. The man picked up the remote control from the coffee table, pressing the pause button hard with his thumb. The image froze instantly. On the screen, the inhuman angle of Subai's right foot making contact with the ball was magnified clearly. The middle-aged man stared intensely at Subai's cold face, his eyes almost burning a hole in the screen. His eyes, which had long been immersed in the world of fame and fortune, were filled with fervor at this moment. This was not just top-tier talent. Behind this kid stood an enormous and suffocating Eastern market. The man grabbed his phone from the table and dialed his personal assistant's number. Cancel tomorrow's contract renewal negotiations with Real Madrid and book me a ticket to Gelsenkirchen, Germany, immediately. The assistant on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback, his voice stammering. Boss, but they're pushing very hard over there. The man suddenly stood up, walked to the television screen, and poked Subai's face with his finger. Postpone the Real Madrid matters. Before this cash cow is targeted by other vampires, I must sign him under my name. The scene freezes on the television screen. Subai's face is magnified by the high-definition broadcast camera with sweat dripping down his stern jawline. His gaze is calm, devoid of any ripples, as if that divine kick that tore through the defense was just a casual kick during morning practice. On the genuine leather sofa, Mendes' fingers holding the cigar hover in midair. The burning ash breaks off and silently falls onto the expensive Persian carpet. The high temperature has burned a charred hole, yet he remains oblivious. He stares intently at the eyes of the black-haired youth on the screen. As the top player in European football, Mendes has seen countless people. He has witnessed too many talented individuals rise to fame with a single goal. Those players always wear a look of arrogance or astonished delight after scoring. But this young man from Huagua does not. It is a kind of absolute confidence that only those who have truly dominated the field can possess. This arrogance runs deep, and Mendes has only seen it in 2 others. One is his star client Cristiano Ronaldo, and the other is the madman Mourinho. Now this aura has appeared in an 18-year-old newcomer. Mendes suddenly stood up from the sofa, his chest heaving violently. He tossed the limited edition cigar into the ashtray and turned to rush towards the desk. This is not merely a midfield master with extraordinary foot skills. In Mendes' mind, a vast Asian business landscape has already unfolded. A blank market of 1 billion people, countless sponsors waving cash. This is not just a player. This is a live volcano still erupting gold coins. Paul, get in here right now. Mendes shouted towards the ajar door, his voice slightly hoarse from excessive excitement. In less than 5 seconds, his personal assistant Paul pushed the door open, carrying a thick stack of fax documents. Boss, the sports director from Real Madrid, is still waiting for our call regarding the final details of the contract renewal. Tell them we'll discuss the signing next week. Mendes yanked off his tie and strode to the cloakroom, pulling out a windbreaker. If they can't wait, let them find another. Paul froze in place, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. That was Real Madrid. How could the boss just push back a top contract negotiation worth tens of millions of euros? Boss, what about tomorrow's itinerary? Paul stammered, trying to check the memo. Cancel everything. All engagements and meetings, cancel them all. Mendes put on the windbreaker, buttoning it as he hurried out. Contact the crew and have my private jet-ready flight application to Gelsenkirchen, Germany. Paul quickly followed behind, nearly dropping the documents in his hands. Germany. It's 11 o'clock at night. What are we going there for? Mendes stopped, glancing back at his assistant. In his eagle-like sharp eyes, greed and a fierce determination to seize money. Call Silva and Costa, have them bring the highest standard agency contract template. Meet me on the airport runway in half an hour. Paul gasped. Silva and Costa are the two most ruthless legal bulldogs in the company, deploying such heavy artillery to sign a newcomer who has only played 2 matches. Boss, do we need such a big operation for a rookie who just signed a first-team contract? Hall quietly probed. Mendez snorted coldly and quickly descended the marble stairs. Rookie, have you ever seen a rookie who can deliver such a non-physical curve on a pass? That fat guy Raiola who only eats pasta probably hasn't even seen the news by now. By dawn, all the vampires in Europe will swarm like sharks sensing blood. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the night sky of Lisbon was torn apart by the roar of the Gulfstream private jet's engines. Inside the cabin, the lights are bright. Mendez sits in a spacious airline seat, holding a cup of strong espresso. The bitterness of the coffee spreads on his tongue, but the red veins in his eyes reveal a pathological excitement. On the opposite solid wood table, 2 top lawyers in suits are rapidly tapping on their laptop keyboards. Jorge, the initial contract draft, is ready. Silva adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and turned the screen around. According to the highest standards of rookie rules in football, a 10% agent commission, a 50-50 split on image rights, and a penalty clause set at €5 million. This offer is definitely considered generous in the Bundesliga. Mendez didn't even glance at the screen, slamming his coffee cup down heavily on the table. The black liquid splashed from the cup, staining the white tablecloth. What are you joking about? Mendez extended a finger, forcefully tapping on the solid wood table. If you present a beggar's contract like this to him, he won't even let us through the door. Silva frowned, somewhat puzzled. He's only 18 with a base salary of just over €10,000. This contract should make him grateful. Idiot. Mendez scolded mercilessly, leaning forward sharply. Do you think we are dealing with anyone? That is a genius who can toy with the Bayern Munich defense. His mind is clearer than yours. Mendez snatched the mouse, dragging the document straight into the recycle bin. Image rights, if he wants to take all of the Huagua region, then give him 100%. Cancel the penalty clause, drop the commission rate to 7%. Delete all the oppressive clauses, and prepare a cooperation agreement worthy of a superstar. The 2 lawyers exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This is not about signing a player, it's as if they are trying to recruit a deity. But Mendez's words are orders. They can only grit their teeth and redraft the contract. Mendez leaned back in his chair, gazing at the dark clouds outside the window. He is a gambler, but he only bets on winning hands. Subai's displayed vision and ability to withstand pressure prove he will not be a fleeting meteor. As long as he can get this young man's name on his contract, even giving up more profits in the early stages is worth it. 2 hours later, a rented black Mercedes like a silent beast drove into the streets of Gelsenkirchen. The streetlights stretched the shadows of the trees long, and the air just after rain carried a biting chill. The car came to a halt under the Schalke 04 youth team dormitory. The tires rolled through the puddles, making a faint splashing sound. Mendez opened the car door, and the cold wind rushed into his neck, awakening him. He glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. It was exactly 2:45. Keep the documents ready, no matter what demands the other party makes go along with him first. Mendez lowered his voice and gave a brief warning. The 2 lawyers tightened their windbreakers, carrying briefcases, and hurriedly followed behind. The corridor was quiet, only the echoes of leather shoes on the concrete steps. The sensor lights lit up one by one, illuminating the tired yet excited faces of the 3 men. Mendez stopped in front of a wooden door on the 3rd floor. The door number read 39. He took a deep breath of the damp air, straightening his slightly wrinkled tie. The coldness on his face instantly dissipated, replaced by a professional smile that felt like a spring breeze. It was the most flawless mask he wore before signing superstar clients. Mendez raised his right hand, his knuckles hovering in the air. He paused for a second before gently knocking on the old wooden door. At 3 in the morning, Mendez knocked on Subai's dormitory door with 2 top lawyers. The door opened, revealing a stunning Huagua woman in a Weiner dress, Lynn Weiner. The door hinge creaked dryly as the old wooden door opened halfway. Mendez's professional smile froze upon seeing the person behind the door. It was not the young trainee in cheap sportswear who opened the door, but a stunning Chinese woman in a burgundy velvet gown holding a glass. Lynn Weiner leaned against the door frame, her gaze sweeping over Mendez's shoulder to glance at the lawyer behind him, holding a briefcase. Mr. Mendez, it must be difficult to book a flight to Gelsenkirchen at this hour. Mendez swallowed hard, quickly hiding the surprise in his eyes. Having navigated the European social scene for many years, this little incident was not enough to throw him off balance. Mendez peered into the room through the half-open door. In the dim light, Subai was leaning back on a single sofa. He held a beautifully bound business proposal, flipping through the pages with absent-minded fingers without even lifting his head. The atmosphere in the room was eerily calm, completely devoid of the awkwardness typically felt by newcomers in front of a top agent. Subai, sorry to interrupt your rest. Mendez stepped inside, the sound of his leather shoes thudding against the old wooden floor. He sat down on the old sofa opposite, gesturing casually. The lawyer Silva behind him stepped forward, unzipping the briefcase and pulling out a thick contract of dozens of pages. He held the document with both hands and respectfully placed it on the coffee table. Subai slightly raised his eyelids, glancing at the cover of the contract without reaching for it. Mendes' hands rested on his knees, leaning forward, his voice laced with captivating allure. This is the top contract that every rising star in Europe dreams of. Mendes fixed his gaze on Subai's eyes, observing every subtle muscle reaction on his face. Once you sign, the doors of Real Madrid and Bayern will open for you, and top endorsements will line up to seek you out. Mendes expected the kid to show signs of excitement or fixation. But Subai merely yawned and took a sip of the cool boiled water from the table. Water droplets slid down the glass, dripping onto the wooden table. Lynn Weiner walked over in her high heels. The sharp clacking of her delicate heels on the floor sounded particularly jarring in the quiet room. She bent down, picked up the hefty contract, and quickly flipped through the pages with her long fingers. A few seconds later, Lynn Weiner let out a cold laugh. She tossed the contract onto the table, the pages sliding and clashing with a harsh scraping sound. A 7% commission, 50-50 on portrait rights, and a 5-year-long contract. Mr. Jorge, trying to fool an 18-year-old kid with this kind of indenture is a bit too greedy, don't you? Mendes' expression darkened, the smile at the corners of his mouth fading. The lawyer Silva behind him adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses hastily, opening his mouth to retort. But at that moment, Subai raised his right hand, pressing it lightly in the air to interrupt their argument. There are 1.4 billion people across the ocean. Subai leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, directly meeting Mendes' gaze. In his black eyes there was no trace of a newcomer's timidity, only the ambition to devour everything. You should know better than I how much sponsorship my face can generate in that land. Mendes remained silent, but the hands he clenched together involuntarily tightened. I want 100% of the domestic portrait rights. Subai spoke slowly, his voice firm and heavy as if every word weighed 1,000 pounds. For international sponsorship, your commission should drop to 5%. Moreover, the contract should only be for 2 years. As soon as he spoke, the air in the room seemed to be instantly sucked out. Silva gasped, the pen in his hand slipping and falling onto the carpet. 2 years. That's utterly... The lawyer shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief. There's no such rule in football. Packaging requires a massive amount of time and resources. Mendes' breath was completely thrown into chaos. He stared intensely at the young man in front of him, sweat breaking out on his back. A 2-year short contract along with all domestic portrait rights. That meant as long as Subai performed well, he could kick him out at any moment after 2 years and take control of the entire business empire. This kid not only knew how to pass the ball, but he also played a killer move in business. This was a way to firmly grasp the initiative in his own hands. Mendes closed his eyes, 2 forces violently tearing at his mind. Not signing. That fat Lila would laugh his head off tomorrow and snatch him away. Signing. That would be strapping on a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. The room was so quiet that the only sound heard was the ticking of the second hand on the wall clock. Every second felt infinitely stretched. A drop of cold sweat slid down Mendes' temple, landing on his expensive silk tie, leaving a dark stain. A full minute and a half passed. Mendes suddenly opened his eyes, slapping his thigh with a hoarse voice. Change the contract. Do it his way. Silva stood frozen in place, staring at his boss, as if he were a madman. Mendes shot him a fierce glare, urging him to get to work. The 2 lawyers, sweating profusely, took out the backup clauses from the briefcase, modifying and crossing them out on the spot. After about 10 minutes, Mendes grabbed a pen and swiftly signed his name. Having roamed the European football scene for over a decade, he was now completely manipulated by a young kid. After signing, he pulled out a tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He hurriedly left the dormitory with the lawyers, not even bothering to say a polite farewell. As time passed, the night outside gradually faded, revealing a streak of fish-belly white on the horizon. Meanwhile, far away in China, it was a sunny afternoon. In the studio of the CCTV Sports channel, the red live broadcast indicator light was constantly lit. The large screen in the studio repeatedly played Subai's astonishing leaf ball assist against Bremen. The scene of the ball curving over the wall and rapidly descending was slowed down to 5 times its speed. Behind the broadcast desk, director Zhang slammed the table, his face turning red. Hey, this technique is truly godlike. Old Jean, I heard that a big consortium in the country just bought his exclusive agency rights. How big do you think this kid's ambition really is? Hee hee. The unmistakable hoarse laughter of Coach Zhang pierced through millions of households' television screens via satellite signals. The Central China Television Sports Channel's special live broadcast studio for World Football was brightly lit. A massive LCD screen behind the studio was looping the footage of yesterday's Bundesliga match over and over. The footage was deliberately slowed down to 3 times its normal speed. Subai's leaf-like shot with an unusual curve was broken down into slow-motion frames on the screen. Coach Zhang excitedly ripped off his tie and stood up directly from behind the anchor desk. He quickly moved to the tactical board, tightly gripping a red whiteboard marker. In his vigorous movements, he accidentally bumped the nearby microphone stand, but he didn't care to hold it. Old John looked closely at his position before he strikes. It's absolutely brilliant. Coach Zhang drew a heavy red circle on the position representing the Borussia Dortmund wall. The tip of the marker scratched against the whiteboard, emitting a sharp sound that echoed loudly in the quiet studio. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a long dashed line in the defensive blind spot at the back of the penalty area. Everyone thought he was going to shoot powerfully. This kid's feint deceived the goalkeeper completely. Look at his ankles movement, just a mere 0.1 seconds before the ball touched the top of his foot, he completely eased off the force. Coach Zhang's face was scrunched up in excitement, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He waved the whiteboard marker vigorously in the air, spitting out excitement onto the tactical board. This kind of overall vision, this kind of calculation of the space on the field, and the goalkeeper's psychology. This is not a ball that an 18-year-old can produce. This is clearly the work of a seasoned old master. Zhang Jun, sitting behind the anchor desk, nodded repeatedly. He pressed down hard on the edge of his headset, leaning forward significantly, his eyes nearly glued to the monitor in front of him. Zhang Jun took a deep breath of the cool air in the studio and suddenly raised his voice into the microphone. A gentleman on the loose, unparalleled in the world. This leaf-like assist is a true work of art on the green pitch. After so many years of hardship in Chinese football, we finally have a midfield master who can lead in the top 5 leagues. A 30-meter curved shot. This isn't luck, it's a solid technical domination. Zhang Jun's commentary was like dry kindling, instantly igniting the long-suppressed emotions of domestic fans. The domestic internet was completely paralyzed within these few minutes. In a boys' dormitory at a university in Yinjing, the floor was littered with empty beer bottles. 5 shirtless boys were crammed around a hot second-hand laptop, their eyes bloodshot. The live broadcast on the screen suddenly froze, and a buffering icon that spun incessantly popped up in the middle. What the hell? Why is it lagging? Did someone unplug my internet cable? A chubby boy anxiously slapped his thigh, sending his plastic flip-flops flying behind the door. Another boy wearing glasses scrambled to pull out his phone frantically, refreshing Hupu and Tieba. The page spun for a full minute before finally displaying a glaring white screen saying server issues. It's not the internet cable. The server crashed. The glasses-wearing boy swallowed hard his hand, holding the phone, shaking uncontrollably. 8 out of the top 10 trending topics on Weibo are all about Su Bai. He made the Werder Bremen goalkeeper kneel. The entire dormitory erupted in howls that could blow the roof off. The sounds of pots and pans banging mixed with shouts, and the dorm manager dared not step outside. Similar scenes were unfolding simultaneously across barbecue stalls, late-night diners, and internet cafes nationwide. In a certain large eatery, a middle-aged man wearing an old jersey watched the television mounted on the wall. He raised a plastic cup filled with draft beer, his eyes reddening, tilting his head back and gulping it down. The drink spilled onto his chin and dripped down his neck. He wiped his mouth and let out a loud cheer. As soon as the backup server for Tieba was brought online by technicians, millions of new posts flooded in. The posting times on the screen all read just now with a refreshed speed that dazzled the eyes. Returned by Dortmund at the start. Did the executives of Dortmund leave their brains in the door? Whoever dares to say Su Bai is a fluke again, I'll come through the internet and slap them. Leading the team to a comeback against Bremen alone with such passing vision, even Pirlo would have to obediently hand over a cigarette. Brothers, Chinese football has truly struck gold this time. The fans' revelry was like a grand festival. The moderators of major sports forums worked overtime, prominently displaying photos of Su Bai in Schalke's 39 jersey at the top of their pages. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Gelsenkirchen, Germany, the night was deep and the cold wind battered against the training center's glass windows. In the Schalke rookie dormitory, Su Bai had just finished showering with droplets of water still glistening at the tips of his hair. He casually tossed the towel he used to dry his hair at the foot of his bed, pulled out a chair, and sat down at his desk. The desk lamp emitted a warm orange glow, illuminating a freshly unfolded match schedule spread across the table. His phone vibrated twice beside him, all domestic congratulatory calls from overseas. He directly pressed mute and set it down on the table. He could guess a bit about the celebrations back home. But football is a cruel game that only cares about the present. Yesterday's glory does not earn tomorrow's points. His finger slid down the grid of the match schedule, stopping at a prominent red team emblem. Bayern Munich. The undisputed absolute ruler of the Bundesliga, known as the Hollywood of football. Su Bai's finger lightly tapped the table, producing a rhythmic tapping sound. A spark of excitement ignited in his deep black eyes, akin to a hunter spotting its prey. Borussia Dortmund and Werder Bremen were merely stepping stones. To truly make a name for himself in European football, targeting the fierce tiger that is Bayern would be the best move. 2 days later at the press conference hall of Allianz Arena in Munich, the air was mixed with the scent of expensive cologne and the burnt smell of camera flashes heating up. Hundreds of sports reporters from across Europe filled the seats below, all cameras aimed at the podium. Bayern's head coach Van Gaal sat at the center of the long table, his hands crossed on the table. His face chiseled like a sculpted stone bore no expression. To his right sat Bayern's absolute ace, the French superstar Ribéry. Ribéry leaned back in his chair, the ghastly scar running from his brow to his chin on his right cheek seemed menacing under the flashbulbs. He boredly spun the sponsor's water bottle in front of him, not even glancing at the group of reporters below. A male journalist from Munich Daily stood up and thrust his recording pen forward. Frank Schalke 04 has been on a hot streak lately. The reporter deliberately elongated his tone, throwing out a well-prepared bait. Especially their Chinese star Su Bai, who has delivered tearing passes in consecutive matches. Is Bayern's defense prepared to cope with such a genius hailed by outsiders as the brain of midfield? The entire hall fell silent in an instant. All the peers perked up their ears, even the fingers pressing the shutter stopped. Ribéry halted the spinning of the water bottle in his hands. He slowly raised his cold, indifferent eyelids and glared at the questioning reporter. Brain of midfield. Genius. Ribéry yanked the microphone closer and heavily tapped the solid wooden table with his knuckles. The microphone emitted a harsh noise, startling the front row reporters into frowning. Listen, this is the highest level of Bundesliga, not a children's training camp for him to play house. Even if he pulls off some tricks in other teams, that's just because others' defenses are too weak. Facing Bayern's midfield meat grinder, he won't even have the chance to comfortably receive the ball. The domestic celebrations continued, but the Bundesliga schedule waits for no one. In the next round, Schalke would face the Bundesliga overlords Bayern Munich. At the pre-match press conference, Bayern's King Ribéry issued a disdainful snort in response to the reporters' questions. The press room of the Allianz Arena in Munich. Ribéry leaned back in his chair, a signature scar etched at the corner of his mouth as he snorted coldly. His left hand traced slowly over the cap of a water bottle on the table. His fingernails scraped against the plastic packaging, producing a faint, buzzing sound. His gaze didn't linger on the questioning reporter at all, but rather crossed over the sea of heads in the hall, fixated on the enormous Bayern emblem on the wall at the back. The gruesome scar on his cheek, stretching from his brow to his chin, twisted into a wild arc as his facial muscles contracted. The sound of his cold snort was amplified through the high-end microphone before him. The previously bustling sound of keyboards clattering in the press room was abruptly cut off, falling silent in an instant. Hundreds of reporters had their eyes glued to the face of this French superstar. The questioning reporter, a middle-aged, balding man, paused with his hand, holding a recorder, suspended in midair. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. Gritting his teeth, he pushed the microphone forward again. Frank, please don't evade this question. He just provided 5 decisive assists in the last 2 matches. The reporter continued to stoke the flames. Even your arch-rival Raoul has said. Raoul is old. Ribéry interrupted bluntly. He sat up straight, his hands crossed beneath his chin. His hawk-like gaze swept over the audience, carrying a condescending scrutiny. A video from yesterday's tactical analysis flashed quickly in Ribéry's mind. The player named Su Bai indeed had some flair with his through balls. But so what? The defenses of Dortmund and Bremen appeared to him as a bunch of soft-footed novices who had never seen the world. What kind of place was Bayern Munich? It was a top-tier giant that fed on Bundesliga championships. The Bundesliga isn't a playground for them. Ribéry leaned back heavily, the leather chair creaking beneath him. His fingers drummed a dull rhythm on the wooden table. Just because that group from Dortmund couldn't contain him doesn't mean he can strut around in this league. You media just love to create idols. After playing 2 matches where no one defended him, you elevate him to the status of a midfield master. Ribéry smirked, not hiding the contempt in his eyes. We have Van Bommel and Schweinsteiger. Bayern's midfield grinding machine will teach him what real adult competition is. He's hardly worth mentioning. Tomorrow I'll personally teach that Asian boy a lesson, make him face reality. An uproar erupted in the audience. White flashes from cameras exploded like a storm, dazzling everyone. Several local diehard reporters from Munich trembled with excitement. They craved such arrogant statements, ensuring tomorrow's newspaper sales would be solid. The focus then shifted to the man sitting beside Ribéry. Bayern's head coach Louis van Gaal. The Dutch veteran wore a perfectly tailored suit with rimless glasses perched on his nose. From start to finish, his posture hadn't changed, his back straightened like a stone statue. He leisurely twisted open the lid of a stainless steel thermos. A wisp of steam rose. He lowered his head to blow on the floating tea leaves. Sipping a small mouthful from the rim took a full 10 seconds. The reporters below held their breath, their fingers hovering in the air, afraid to miss a single word. Van Gaal set the cup down, using his fingertip to wipe away a few drops of water from the rim. Though Frank's words were blunt, this is the truth of the football world. The old coach's voice was deep, imbued with an unassailable authority. He glanced at the balding reporter who had just asked a question, his gaze carrying the pity of an elder looking at an ignorant child. I carefully dissected the videos of Schalke's last 2 matches. I don't deny that the young man's passing routes are somewhat intriguing. Van Gaal paused, his right hand casually drawing a circle in the air. However, you've overlooked a fatal premise. Both Dortmund and Bremen left dozens of meters of space in the... That was the collapse of their defensive system, which gave him a chance to get lucky. Van Gaal pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold glint. He had long since mapped out Schalke's tactics in his mind. Maggott's outdated physicality relied solely on the forwards capitalizing on mistakes. That Subai was merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, finding an opening for a pass. As long as his connection with the front line was severed, Schalke's offense would turn into a lifeless corpse. Bayern's tactical system is flawless. Van Gaal intertwined his fingers, elbows resting on the table. We won't give him even half a second to observe. When he is tightly marked by our lads, and can't even lift his head, everyone will see that the so-called Chinese genius is nothing more than a soap bubble created by the media. One poke and it bursts. The last 4 words were delivered with great emphasis by Van Gaal. The atmosphere in the press conference erupted like a barrel of gasoline set aflame. The reporters scrambled to type these outrageous words into their computers. A reporter from the Munich sports newspaper even had the headline ready: South King issues death notice, Chinese news star set to fail. The scene shifted. On the highway from Gelsenkirchen to Munich, the Schalke 04 bus was navigating through the rain and mist. The wheels rolled over the slick asphalt, splashing murky water half a meter high. The windshield wipers mechanically swept across the expansive glass. Every sweep emitted a dull sound of rubber scraping. Inside the bus, not a single person spoke, the atmosphere oppressive like a sponge soaked with water. Before the impending battle, several veterans in their 30s closed their eyes to rest. A few substitutes recently promoted from the youth team nervously chewed gum, their cheeks puffed out. Hao Junmin sat by the window, his brows knotted tightly. He clutched his phone in hand, the screen's light illuminating his troubled face. He turned to look at the person across the aisle. Xiaobai. Hao Junmin lowered his voice and gently patted the shoulder of the person beside him. Subai took off one side of his black noise-canceling headphones and turned his head. His black eyes held no anger, no anxiety, but were as calm as an ancient well. He looked at the fine sweat emerging on Hao Junmin's forehead. His fingers lightly tapped twice on the metallic back of his phone. Those Bayern guys are playing psychological warfare. They're afraid of your passing and deliberately resort to such mind games. Hao Junmin leaned in urgency, seeping into his tone. The Allianz Arena is tough to play in. The roar of 70,000 people can drive one mad. Tomorrow when you get the ball, don't dawdle. Van Bommel tackles much harder than those from Bremen. Subai didn't interrupt him, quietly listening to this elder brother's advice. In recent days, the media across Germany had been stoking the flames. That old man named Van Gaal claimed it was just luck. Subai stroked his chin. The icon of the max-level Godview skill in his mind was radiating a ghostly blue glow. The points of shock in the system space continued to pulse all contributions from Bayern fans as a pre-match advance payment. As long as he had these eyes that could see through everything and this foot that could shoot 100 paces. Whether it was a meat grinder or a bulldozer, in the face of absolute spatial calculations, they were all just breathing wooden stakes. Subai smiled at Hao Junmin. I'll run a few more steps forward tomorrow. Let's see if their meat grinder is tougher or if my passing is faster. On the Schalke bus, Subai wore his headphones, the interview with Ribery playing on his phone screen. He turned off the screen, gazing at the red stadium approaching outside, a cold smirk gracing his lips. The red Allianz Arena resembled a gigantic glowing beast. The Schalke bus drove into the tunnel, greeted by a sea of boos. Outside the window, thousands of Bayern fans in red jerseys crowded along both sides of the tunnel. They held up banners, and some even pressed their middle fingers against the bus window, shouting angrily at those inside. Beer foam mixed with spit blurred the glass. Subai sat by the window. He took off his black noise-canceling headphones and casually stuffed his phone, which was playing a Ribery interview video, into his pocket. The red neon lights shone through the window, illuminating his profile. It highlighted the lingering cold smirk at the corner of his mouth. The bus came to a halt in the underground parking lot. The pressure door let out a long sigh and slowly opened. Maggoth walked at the front, his expression dark enough to drip water. Subai followed his teammates off the bus, the humid air filled with the scent of hormones and grass clippings. This was the home ground of the Bundesliga champions. The most suffocating hell in German football. Half an hour later, in the players' tunnel, the incandescent lights emitted a faint crackling sound. Players from Schalke and Bayern stood side by side in the narrow tunnel, waiting to enter. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. At the forefront of the Bayern squad, Ribery chewed gum, tilting his head. The scar on his face appeared particularly menacing under the lights. Ribery didn't spare a glance for the Schalke players, quietly joking with the bald Robin beside him. Bayern's captain Van Bommel stood further back. The notorious iron-fisted brute turned his head, locking onto Su-bai from the Schalke squad, like a hungry wolf targeting its prey. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking ominously. Van Bommel had already devised a plan in his mind. In the very first minute of the match, he intended to use a brutal collision to completely disrupt this Asian rookie's rhythm, to let him know this was not a playground where he could pass the ball at will. Su-bai sensed the malicious gaze. He lowered his eyelids, casually rotating his left wrist with his right hand, not even turning his head. This dismissive attitude made Van Bommel's eye twitch violently. The referee walked in front, raising the whistle to blow a short signal. The players took their steps into the blinding floodlights. The roar of over 70,000 fans crashed down like an avalanche in that moment. The entire roof of the Allianz Arena seemed on the verge of being blown away. Red flags waved wildly in the stands, converging into a rolling sea of fire. With the referee's opening whistle, the Southern King revealed its sharpest fangs. There were no tests, no back. Bayern displayed the suffocating dominance of the Bundesliga champions right from the start. The duo of Robben and Ribery, known as Robbery, pierced into Schalke's half like two blazing daggers. Ribery received the ball on the left, accelerating unreasonably and directly overpowering Schalke's fullback. He even had the strength to glance back at the defender left behind. Robben on the right was similarly weaving through his movements, ghost-like and unpredictable. Schalke's defense instantly turned into a boat in a storm. Houts was exhausted, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Goalkeeper Neuer jumped back and forth on the goal line, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. After just 5 minutes, the entire Schalke team was forced back to their half, suppressed to the point they couldn't lift their heads. Hao Junmin sat on the bench, utterly frightened, gripping the isolation railing tightly. The sense of oppression was overwhelming, hardly allowing for a breath. On the field, the Schalke center-back managed a difficult interception. He glanced at the formation split by Bayern players and hurriedly passed the ball toward the center circle. That was Su-bai's position. The ball rolled swiftly along the grass. Su-bai had just turned around, and the faint blue data grid had just begun to unfold in his vision. Before he could lift his foot to receive the ball, a massive red figure came crashing down with a rush of wind. Van Bommel. The Bayern defensive midfielder paid no attention to the incoming ball. He dropped his left shoulder heavily. With the momentum of his sprint, he charged at Su-bai's chest like an out-of-control heavy truck. The studs carved a deep mud mark on the grass, clippings flying everywhere. Van Bommel gritted his teeth, a fierce light gleaming in his eyes. If that hit connected, this kid's ribs would at least break too. In a split second, Su-bai's radar went into over just a tenth of a second before Van Bommel collided. He forcibly shifted his weight onto his right foot. His body slipped back half a step like a weightless willow leaf carried by the wind. It was this half step that absorbed most of the impact. With a muffled thud, Van Bommel's shoulder scraped heavily past Su-bai's left arm, and they collided. Su-bai was pushed back 3 steps by the tremendous inertia, his right foot firmly digging into the grass to stabilize his stance. A fiery pain shot through his left arm, and the ball rolled out of bounds due to the collision. Van Bommel was stunned for a moment. He turned his head, staring at Su-bai, who remained upright, a glimmer of astonishment passing through his eyes. That hit didn't actually knock this frail Chinese kid down. He spat on the ground and strode towards Su-bai, almost pressing his chest against Su-bai's nose. In Allianz Arena, you don't even have the qualification to touch the ball. Van Bommel hissed in dirty German, lowering his voice to spew trash talk. I will shadow you like a shadow for a full 90 minutes until you leave the field in tears. Su-bai raised his hand, brushing off the grass clippings on his left arm. He lifted his head, his gaze as cold as a millennia-old block of ice, locking onto Van Bommel's fierce face. You talk too much nonsense. Su-bai's lips curled into a mocking arc. Let's see if you can even touch the ball's trajectory first. The referee rushed over to warn both players, signaling for the throw-in. The match continued, and Schalke's situation remained exceedingly passive. Magath was anxiously pacing the sidelines. He loosened his tie, shouting at the defense until his throat nearly gave out. But Bayern's possession rate soared, giving Schalke no chance to breathe. Ribery ran rampant on the left, his cross crashing against the post with a loud thud. The sound sent a chill down the spine of the entire Schalke team. Van Gaal sat on the bench, leisurely crossing his legs. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, a victorious smile playing on his lips. The so-called Chinese genius who had been praised to the heavens couldn't even touch the ball, like an invisible man wandering aimlessly on the field. The match reached the 12th minute. Bayern midfielder Schweinsteiger executed a ruthless tackle. He made a diagonal pass, perfectly finding Robben on the right. The Dutch phenom, feared by defenders all over Europe, sprang into action the moment he received the ball. He gently flicked it with the outside of his left foot and smoothly controlled it with his right. The movement was seamless without a hint of excess. The Schalke fullback defending him lost his balance and stumbled awkwardly on the wet grass. Robben dribbled laterally like a sharp razor, directly entering the danger zone at the top of the penalty area. The defense in front of him was instantly torn apart. In the 12th minute of the match, Robin cut in and unleashed a world-class shot, the ball flying into the corner. 1-0. The Allianz Arena erupted, and Van Gaal provocatively taunted Magath from the sidelines. Robin slid to his knees on the slippery grass, his hands raised high towards the night sky. Ribery rushed in from behind and leapt onto that shining head. Several Bayern players formed a human pyramid in the corner flag area, exuberantly expressing their euphoria over the goal. Over 70,000 fans at Allianz Arena stood up. The deafening cheers crashed onto the field like a tsunami, while red flares lit up the corners of the stands. The acrid smell of gunpowder wafted into the arena with the night breeze. Schalke's half was lifeless. Houds had his hands on his hips, breathing heavily, sweat dripping down from the tip of his nose. Neuer retrieved the ball from the net and slammed it onto the grass, sending mud flying. "Clear it. Don't just huddle in the penalty area like turtles," he shouted at the defense. Bayern players were celebrating wildly in the corner flag area. Subais stood at the center circle, watching the scoreboard, breathing without a hint of disorder. On the huge electronic scoreboard, crimson numbers flashed. 1-0. Just 12 minutes into the match. In front of the coaching bench, Van Gaal adjusted the cuffs of his tailored suit. He turned his head, provocatively glancing at the Schalke bench across the fourth official. "Felix, it seems your fitness squad can't keep up." Van Gaal's lips curled into an exaggerated arc as he pointed at Subais on the field. "That Chinese kid you treat like a treasure, why can't he even touch the ball?" Magath's jaw tightened, chewing his gum loudly. He ignored Van Gaal's taunt and fixated on the slender figure in the center circle. The referee looked down at his watch and blew the whistle for the restart. Raoul stepped on the ball, glanced at Subais, and lowered his voice to speak. "Sue, the pace is too fast. We need to push the ball forward and attack behind them." The veteran's voice carried a hint of impatience. Bayern's initial onslaught left the entire Schalke team disoriented. Subais shook his head, his black eyes reflecting a calmness akin to a still pond. "No, play it back." Raoul hesitated for a moment, but chose to trust the young mind. With a push of his instep, the ball rolled lazily to Subais' feet. As soon as the ball left his foot, Bayern's half erupted. "Get it." Completely crushed them. Bayern captain Van Bommel charged out from the center circle like a raging bull. His target was not the ball, but Subais' supporting leg. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Van Bommel's heavy breathing was closing in, the metal studs scraping harshly against the grass. On the bench, Hao Junmin stood up straight in shock. "Get out of the way. The ball can't stay at your feet." Subais, the light blue grid in his eyes, was calculating at an insane speed. Van Bommel's sprint trajectory and body center of gravity became a series of data. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Van Bommel slid to the ground, his right leg like a sharp sickle viciously scraping along the grass. His eyes glinted with bloodthirsty light, already prepared to hear the screams. Subais moved. Unlike previous matches, he didn't send a long pass that tore through the defense. With a gentle flick of his right foot under the ball, he stepped back half a pace. The ball jumped half a meter high, just clearing Van Bommel's sliding leg. It traced a brief parabolic arc in the air, landing steadily at Rakitic's feet, who had retreated to receive the pass. Van Bommel missed the tackle and slid a long way on the grass, chewing on the grass clippings. He clumsily got up, spat out the mud from his mouth, his face pale. "Coward. You don't even have the guts to pass." Subais ignored him, not even breaking into a run. His hands hung naturally by his sides, leisurely strolling amidst Bayern's high-pressure pursuit. Taking 2 steps, he paused. After Rakitic received the ball, he just wanted to turn and push forward, but Schweinsteiger had already closed in. "Pass it back." Subais' voice came from the side. Rakitic could only push the ball back. The moment Subais received the ball, Robin charged in from the right to double team. Subais didn't even glance at the bald head, using the inside of his left foot to roll the ball back to the fullback. The entire Schalke defense and midfield fell into an eerie rhythm. The ball was like a hot potato being passed back and forth between Subais and several defenders. A quick pass without any hesitation. Bayern fans in the stands began to unleash a torrent of boos. "Is this how you play for the big guy? Go back home and take a walk. Coward." Schalke's assistant coach was also anxious, holding a tactical board close to Magath. "Boss, he isn't passing the ball forward at all. Well, what's the point of this ball control?" Magath didn't get angry, just squinted his eyes, staring hard at the situation on the field. "Shut up and watch Bayern's formation closely." On the field, Van Bommel was about to explode. He had made 4 consecutive attempts to steal the ball, but each time the ball seemed to be snatched away, just half a second before he collided with Subais. Not only could he not steal the ball, but he was also forced to follow Subais' leisurely rhythm, running back and forth in vain 7 or 8 times. Sweat blurred Van Bommel's vision, and his breathing grew increasingly erratic. "Don't hide from me like a coward," he yelled at Subais, but his steps grew heavier. Subais halted his leisurely stroll, stepped on the ball with his right foot, and looked up at him. "Your breathing is too loud, it's annoying me." Subais smiled faintly. "If you can't steal the ball, take a break. Don't blow your lungs out." You're asking for death. Van Bommel completely lost his composure, signaling for two midfield teammates to surround Subai in a fan shape. Subai lightly nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot, and it slid smoothly past Van Bommel's legs. It accurately found Raul, who was pulling wide on the left. The three-man encirclement instantly fell apart. Time ticked away. Bayern's proud high press felt like a punch hitting cotton in the face of this soft and flowing Tai Chi push. They couldn't steal the ball, and they couldn't fall back. The ball possession rate on the big screen began to change quietly. From the initial 2080, it slowly shifted to 4060. Schalke unknowingly stabilized their footing. Bayern's players were expending tremendous energy, and the wave of offense began to recede. Robin, who had been darting around the field, was now leaning on his knees, gasping for breath at the sidelines. The suffocating sense of oppression, like a deflated balloon, slowly leaked out. In front of the coaching bench, Van Gaal's smug expression gradually faded. He realized that Bayern's rhythm had been silently slowed down by that young man, who seemed to be strolling. He rushed to the sidelines, shouting, "Get close. Don't give him any space to observe." But at the moment he shouted, Subai suddenly accelerated. Accompanied by Van Gaal's roar, Subai suddenly raised his walking pace to the highest gear. The drumming from the stands paused for a moment. A spray of fine mud and water erupted from the turf as Subai's ball surged forward with the sound of wind. "Double team. Close the door," Van Bommel shouted with a heavy gasp from his throat. He had waited too long for this opportunity. All the pent-up frustration from being outmaneuvered for over 10 minutes was compressed into this slide tackle. Schweinsteiger encircled from the left, while Tony Kroos blocked from the right. Three burly men in red jerseys lunged towards the central prey, like ravenous wolves casting a wide defensive net. The encirclement shrank to less than 2 meters. Even Magath tightened his grip on the plastic water bottle in his hand, causing it to emit a piercing creak. "The passing lane is blocked." How Junmin gasped coldly from the bench, his hands gripping the edge of his seat so tightly that his nails turned white. On the field, Subai did not slow down. His gaze pierced through the gaps between the three players, fixating intently on Raul near the left sideline. With focused eyes, he even made a discreet tactical gesture. Raul understood, immediately sprinting forward along the sideline. "Mark that Spaniard tightly. He's going to pass to the left." Bayern's main center-back, Badstuber, shouted, his body instinctively leaning to the left. Right back Lahm also moved inward, preparing to intercept the passing lane. The right side was completely open, but there were no Schalke players available there. There was only half a meter left before the collision. Van Bommel's metallic studs were already scraping the ground, heading straight for Subai's ankle. The turf ripped apart, and the scent of earth mixed with grass juice filled the air. He'd leave the ball behind. Van Bommel roared inwardly, a cruel smile appearing on his face. And time seemed to stretch, and the air became thick. In Subai's peripheral vision, the blue dot representing Farfan darted swiftly into the open space on the right flank. That was the fatal weakness of the defense. A cold smile crept onto Subai's lips. His body was clearly leaning forward, his eyes fixed on the left, yet his right foot made an ergonomically defiant move. The supporting leg suddenly exerted force to stop, creating a deep pit in the turf. The right ankle twisted inward. The heel met the rolling ball, and with a sharp push it tapped towards the defensive blind spot on the right. An inhumane blind pass, without looking. The force applied was just right, accompanied by a subtle backspin. The ball did not move forward or to the left. Instead, it brushed past Schweinsteiger's supporting leg, grazing a blade of grass, and slipped into the enormous space on the right front. Bang! A muffled thud. Van Bommel slid in vain, colliding directly with his teammate Schweinsteiger. The two men, both over 6 feet tall, tumbled together on the turf, seeing stars. "What?" Van Bommel was dazed, his mouth full of the taste of mud. He stared wide-eyed at the emptiness beneath him, his mind buzzing like a thunderclap. "Where's the ball?" The eyes of 70,000 spectators followed the trajectory of the ball, rolling, all shifting towards the right side. A blue figure suddenly tore through the vacant area like lightning. Farfan. This Peruvian speedster could hardly believe the ball emerged from such an unbelievable angle. Just now he had merely followed his training habits, making a speculative run into the open space. As he took off, Subai had still been looking to the left. Did he see me? Or is it just luck? This absurd thought flashed through Farfan's mind, but his footwork instantly reached its peak. The ball was delivered perfectly, accounting for even the friction of the grass. Farfan surged into the penalty area, facing a vast expanse ahead. "How is this possible?" Lahm shouted in horror, desperately shifting his weight to chase back. But he had been thoroughly deceived by Subai's gaze. Now forcing a turn, he slipped, landing on his knees in the muddy grass. The entire Bayern defense resembled a group of puppets tugged by thin strings, all manipulated by a single gaze from Subai. In front of Farfan stood only the solitary goalkeeper, but charged out arms wide in an attempt to block the angle. Farfan gave him no chance, meeting the rolling ball with a gentle push from the arch of his right foot. The ball slipped under Butt's armpit, rolling steadily into the far corner. The net rippled with white waves. 1-1. The score was leveled. In the broadcasting room, the German commentator jumped up from his chair. The headphone cord was yanked out, crashing heavily onto the console. Oh my God, what did I just witness? A pass without looking. He tore through Bayern's entire defense with his heel. Lahm is down. Badstuber is still searching for the ball. This is pure magic being used to toy with the opponent. The commentator's screams echoed through countless households. On the field, Farfan ran to the corner flag, excitedly ripping off his shirt and waving it wildly. His muscles trembled with exhilaration. God, he didn't look at anyone. He didn't even look to the right. Farfan shouted at his rushing teammates, his voice hoarse and his eyes reddened. Raoul came over, hugging Sue by tightly, his eyes filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, even he had been fooled, thinking that the ball was definitely for him. Did you grow eyes on the back of your head? Raoul shook Subay's shoulders vigorously. Subay let his teammate pat his back, while brushing aside the messy hair from his forehead. Their defensive focus is too easy to guess. Subay observed Van Bommel still down on the ground, his tone calm. What your eyes see isn't necessarily the truth. Van Bommel sat on the turf, his chest heaving violently. He stared at Subay's expression, which was calm and unperturbed, grinding his teeth audibly. Humiliation. This was pure mockery. In the entire Bundesliga, who would dare to humiliate Bayern's defense with such street moves as a no-look pass at Allianz Arena? But the truth was laid bare. The three main midfielders were toyed with by an 18-year-old rookie. On the sidelines, Schalke's coaching staff was engulfed in jubilation. Magath waved his fist, delivering a solid punch to his assistant coach's chest. Did you see that? This is his vision. Magath smiled, his face wrinkling with joy, ignoring the fact that his gold-rimmed glasses had slipped down to the bridge of his nose. That old stubborn Van Gaal really thinks having more players can win the ball. In stark contrast was Bayern's. The air was cold enough to freeze. The entire Allianz Arena fell silent in an instant. Van Gaal, furious on the sidelines, angrily tossed his tactical book, the pages flying in all directions. The tactical book thudded heavily onto the grass. Van Gaal's face turned pale as he unleashed a thunderous roar at the Bayern superstars on the field. The black hardback cover smashed into the waterlogged grass, creating a muddy pit. The tactical paper pages inside flew open, fluttering wildly in the night wind like white butterflies. The Dutch old master, who usually prided himself on elegance and refinement, completely lost his composure at this moment. His expensive red and blue striped tie had slipped to his shoulder. The golden-rimmed glasses slid down to the edge of his nose, revealing eyes that were as red as an old wolf cornered in desperation. Veins in his neck throbbed violently with each labored breath. He cupped his hands around his mouth, spitting droplets in the glaring floodlights of the stadium. Contract. Everyone contract the formation. As soon as that number 13 crosses the halfway line, stick to him immediately. 3 men. Did you hear that? I want 3 men to surround him. Van Gaal's fingers flailed wildly in the air. He pointed at several Bayern core players who still hadn't shaken off the shadow of conceding a goal, his voice hoarse. I want you to bite onto him like rabid dogs. Cut off even the air he breathes. Don't let him lift his head to glance at the front. Bayern's captain Van Bommel was taken aback. He turned to glance at the coach on the sidelines, and then looked at Subay, who was shaking his calves not far away. He felt a flush of heat in his ears, as if he had been slapped out of nowhere. Bayern Munich, facing an 18-year-old rookie from Huagua, actually had to abandon their formation to surround him 3-1. Ribery on the left flank even stopped his retreat. The scar on his brow twisted deeply in anger. What kind of international joke is the coach making? Asking me to retreat and defend a rookie just starting out. Ribery spread his hands toward the bench, loudly complaining in French, his face full of resistance. Van Gaal showed no mercy, pointing at Ribery's nose from across the sideline, cursing him out. If you don't defend, get off the field. Allianz Arena doesn't need old men who stroll around. If you don't want to defend, go to the locker room and take a shower. Upon hearing these harsh words, the entire Bayern team felt a jolt in their hearts. The arrogant superstars exchanged glances. They understood that the head coach had truly been driven to the edge of a cliff by that passer who didn't look at anyone. The match resumed. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, so intense that even the wind carried a sense of kill. Subay stepped onto the muddy grass, just crossing the white line at midfield. He looked up. 3 massive red figures had already formed a fan shape around him, blocking the light from the other end of the field. Van Bommel was right in front, while Schweinsteiger blocked the left flank. Ribery, originally charging in the front line, actually gritted his teeth and retreated to the right defensive position. This was not normal zone defense. It was an impenetrable wall of flesh. Get hand over the ball. Van Bommel grunted, using the momentum from his 3-meter sprint to ram his whole body. The studs splashed down on the puddle, sending a series of murky water splashes into the air. Subay twisted his ankle just as he was about to extract the ball from the narrow gap. Schweinsteiger, positioned to the side, didn't even look at the ball, he delivered a ruthless sliding tackle right at the ground. The metal stud scraped the grass, whistling through the air towards Su Bei's supporting leg. Su Bai forced his waist and abdomen to twist, barely avoiding the frontal impact. But his foot was a moment late and was brutally scraped by the sliding tackle on the outside of his ankle. A dull, penetrating pain shot through his shin bone to his brain. Su Bei's body leaned to one side completely, losing his center of gravity. He fell heavily onto the slippery grass, half of his shoulder and cheek covered in black mud. The referee's whistle sounded slowly. He ran over and awarded Bayern a common foul in the attacking zone, not even reaching for his pocket. No card was shown, and even the verbal warning was perfunctory. The Bayern fans in the stands erupted with cheers as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Well done. Break that kid's bones. Make him go back to the bench crying for his mother. The waves of tens of thousands resonated, echoing against the glass barrier of the stadium. These fans no longer cared about any sense of decorum. They only wanted to see the Huagua kid, who embarrassed Bayern, fall down. Su Bai braced himself on the wet grass and slowly got back up. He didn't reach down to rub his aching ankle, nor did he complain to the referee. He simply spat out a blade of grass from his mouth and casually wiped the mud off his face with his sleeve. In his black eyes, the pale blue data grid flickered with an increasingly cold intensity. Want to play the meat grinder? Su Bai moved his right ankle, listening to the subtle cracking sounds from his joints. Then let's see whose bones are tougher, whose life is longer. The next 20 minutes became the most brutal exhibition of tactical fouls in Bundesliga history. Whenever Su Bai got the ball, even if it was just to make the simplest transition in the backfield, three Bayern behemoths would instantly surround him like shadows. They didn't seek to steal the ball, they aimed to disrupt. Covertly pulling on jerseys, elbows to the ribs during positioning, and even deliberately stepping on the instep while running. These seasoned veterans of the football field brought the dark side of defense to its extreme. This relentless series of dirty plays sent Schalke's bench into an uproar. How Junmin kicked over a water bottle at his feet and rushed to the edge of the technical area, shouting wildly into the field. The veins in his neck bulged and his eyes were wide with fury. Referee, are you blind? For consecutive back tackles without a card. Are you playing football or committing murder? The fourth official with a cold face walked over and pushed Hao Junmin back to the bench. He coldly warned him that if he said another word, he would be sent directly to the stands. Magath stood in the rain, his face ashen. His teeth bit into his lower lip, leaving a deep, white mark that oozed a bit of blood. He turned to his assistant coach beside him, his voice low and trembling. Su's physical consumption is too great. His running distance has already exceeded the team average. This kind of high-pressure collision, even grown men can't withstand for 20 minutes. The score is already tied. Taking away a point from Allianz Arena wouldn't be a loss for us. Don't ruin this promising seedling. Magath fixed his gaze on the field. He watched that frail figure who fell down each time, but silently got back up again. No, Magath took a deep. He hasn't given up. The fire in his eyes hasn't extinguished. Why should I substitute him? On the field, Su Bei's blue jersey had been completely stained black with mud. The sock on his left calf had torn a fist-sized hole. The blood seeping out mixed with dirt, forming dark red scabs that were quite alarming to see. Ribery was gasping heavily. Sweat flowed into his eyes, stinging painfully, forcing him to wipe them repeatedly with his sleeve. He ran back and forth from the front line to defend again and again, his stamina nearing its limit. What kind of monster is this guy made of? Why does he keep getting up after being knocked down so many times? Yet his eyes grow brighter. Ribery leaned on his knees, looking at Su Bai 10 meters away, a surge of indescribable irritation rising in him. His footwork showed not a hint of panic. He was adapting. Ribery was horrified to come to this conclusion. That Huagua kid was exploiting this high-pressure confrontation, probing the weaknesses of Bayern's 3-10 system. Time ticked away. The fatigue phase of the second half arrived as scheduled, and everyone's legs felt like they were filled with lead. The tension on the field had intensified to a point where it only needed a spark to ignite. The roar of Allianz Arena gradually turned anxious. The waving red flag slowed down, and the hearts of the fans hung in the balance. Schalke's defender Houts finally intercepted the ball at the edge of the penalty area. He glanced up at the front, and in a hurry swung his right foot for a long clearance. He kicked the ball toward the empty area along the right sideline. The ball traced an imperfect arc through the air, descending rapidly. Su Bai looked up at the ball in the air, quickly calculating the coordinates for where it would land. He suddenly accelerated, running through the mud toward the sideline. As the ball descended, Su Bai slightly drew in his chest. The ball landed obediently at his feet, not bouncing even a centimeter. But this brief second of pause left a deadly time gap for his opponents. A meticulously woven web of death closed in an instant. Van Bommel surged in aggressively from the front, blocking the path forward. Schweinsteiger cut off the route for an inward cut, his body already leaning into position. Ribery, like a ghost, silently sealed off the retreat path. In the 70th minute of the second half, Subai received the ball near the sideline, surrounded by three Bayern giants who forced him into a corner. With nowhere to retreat, even the angles for passing were completely sealed. The Allianz fans were eagerly preparing to see Subai make a fool of himself. The cleats of three Bayern giants were nearly pressed against Subai's feet, leaving no escape route. The sideline was just half a step behind Subai with nowhere to retreat. The searchlight overhead cast down, elongating the three tall red figures, completely overshadowing the frail boy in the middle. The stands of Allianz Arena resembled a boiling iron pot. Over 70,000 home fans stood up, wildly waving their red scarves. Crush him. Let him roll back to the amateur league. A bald giant in the front row leaned against the glass barrier, saliva spraying against the transparent surface, trickling down like water droplets. Van Gaal adjusted the crisp front of his suit, a cold smile of a victor curling at the corners of his mouth. He turned his head, no longer looking at the field, but snapped his fingers at the assistant coach beside him. Get ready to substitute. That kid has definitely lost possession. We need to counterattack now. Magath gripped the railing of the coaching area, his knuckles turning pale from exertion. Foul. At this moment, even kicking the ball into the stands would be acceptable. On the bench, Hao Junmin stamped his feet anxiously, a low growl of desperation escaping his throat. He knew too well how deadly this kind of encirclement could be. Losing the ball was tantamount to handing over a clear chance at goal. Time seemed to stretch at this moment, and the air became thick as glue. Van Bommel's breathing was heavy like a broken bellows, sweat dripping from his chiseled jaw onto the grass. He fixed his gaze firmly on the ball at Subai's feet, his left leg's muscles tensing sharply. It's over, Asian kid. Van Bommel's voice rolled out in a deep German tone, and without hesitation, he fell to the ground to tackle. The sharp metal cleats tore through the muddy grass, kicking up a patch of black soil mixed with grass juice. This tackle was aimed not only at the ball, but also at Subai's ankle. Schweinsteiger positioned himself from the left, extending his long leg to block all passing routes. Ribery behind him spread his arms wide like a net, cutting off any chance for Subai to turn. A perfect triangular cage. Not even a fly could escape. Just when everyone thought Subai was about to be tackled along with the ball, something extraordinary happened. In Subai's eyes, the faint blue data grid was wildly calculating at a millisecond pace. The speed of Van Bommel's slide tackle and Schweinsteiger's center of gravity shift. Even the narrow gap of just 45 centimeters between the two was being dissected into precise numbers, flooding into Subai's brain. Subai was not flustered, his expression was eerily calm. He took a deep breath of the cool night air, and his left foot moved. He neither cleared the ball with a powerful kick nor attempted to hold it forcefully. The inside of Subai's left foot gently brushed the right side of the ball. In a swift motion, he flicked it inward. The ball obediently slipped away from the blockade of Van Bommel's cleats, rolling horizontally along the grass. He made a mistake. Schweinsteiger saw the ball rolling towards him and was overjoyed, immediately stepping forward to intercept. But this was by no means a mistake. As the ball rolled between Subai's legs, his right foot sprung up like a spring. In the instant, his body leaned to the right. His right foot's inside instep flicked out. One flick, one touch. The switch between his left and right foot was so fast that even the long focus lens on the sidelines couldn't capture the blur. It left only a vague white light in the air. This was indeed one of the most skill-testing dribbling techniques in football history. A deep-fried meatball. The ball danced like a yo-yo, executing a seamless zigzag jump between Subai's feet. It slipped through the gap created by Schweinsteiger's outstretched leg. And Subai himself was like a slippery loach. With a sudden surge of strength from his waist and abdomen, he pressed his body tightly against Schweinsteiger's shoulder and squeezed through the less than half-meter gap. Everything happened too quickly. So fast that the three Bayern stars couldn't even react a second time. Van Bommel's slide tackle completely missed, gliding over the grass and only kicking up a heap of black mud. Schweinsteiger lunged too aggressively, completely losing his balance. He found that Subai had vanished into thin air before him. In his place was his own captain, Van Bommel, sliding in from the tackle. Damn, get out of the way. Schweinsteiger shouted in terror, flailing to regain his footing. But the slippery grass offered no opportunity to stop. Bang! A bone-jarring collision echoed at the sideline. Schweinsteiger's knee slammed solidly into Van Bommel's ribs. Both let out a muffled grunt, tumbling together like two pieces of wood on the grass. Ribery, trailing behind and tasked with blocking, also suffered. He had been preparing to grab Subai's jersey, but before he knew it, he stumbled. His foot caught on the fallen Van Bommel, sending him crashing to the ground. Ribery gasped, losing his balance and face-planting heavily in the muddy water. The top defensive trio in the Bundesliga. In an instant, they collided and fell a complete mess. The more than 70,000 fans in Allianz Arena felt as if an invisible hand had collectively clutched their throats. The deafening roar was abruptly cut off. The entire stadium fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of wind blowing through the roof could be heard. The bald giant in the front row gaped, his beer cup tilting. The yellow liquid spilled all over his pants, yet he didn't dare to blink. What? What kind of sorcery is this? A nearby old fan trembled, mumbling to himself. Van Gaal at the sideline was also frozen. He had just turned his head to instruct the assistant coach on counterattack tactics when he noticed the assistant pointing at the field as if he had seen a ghost. Van Gaal followed the direction of the finger, his smile freezing instantly. His gold-rimmed glasses slid down his nose to the tip. The old coach had no time to adjust them. He stared with bloodshot eyes at his players who were rolling in a heap. Did those three get completely fooled by a single move? Van Gaal swallowed hard, his voice hoarse as if he were swallowing glass shards. The tactical board slipped from his hands, crashing into a puddle and splattering mud all over his pants. In the broadcast room, the German commentator tore off his tie, grabbing the microphone and shouting hoarsely, "My God, what did I just see?" In the encirclement of three defensive giants, he burst out with a deep-fried meat. Who said a passing master can't dribble? That ball control, that big heart, he treats Allianz Arena like his own backyard. The Schalke bench went completely wild. How Junmin kicked the mineral water bottle at his feet and rushed to the sidelines, waving his towel frantically. Beautiful. What a slick move. Maggott's previously grim expression vanished, unable to help, but Van Bommel held his ribs, struggling to prop himself up on the grass. His face was covered in mud, and he turned to search for that blue figure with gritted teeth. Without pausing, without showing off, Subai didn't even glance at the three of them charging straight towards Bayern. The originally impenetrable defense was completely torn apart due to this failed three-man encirclement. Bayern's midfield and defense were now disconnected. Only two lone center-backs remained in defense. The instant he broke through the encirclement, Bayern's backline had turned into a vast prairie. Subai looked up, his God's eye view fully activated, and his right foot swung high. Subai's right foot, imbued with the force of a storm, struck heavily at the bottom of the ball. The water pooled on the grass was sent splashing in all directions by this overwhelming power. Under the harsh glare of the stadium's floodlights, the droplets refracted into scattered points of light. A muffled explosion resonated through the night sky of Allianz Arena. This sound resembled not a mere kick, but rather the impact of a heavy hammer striking a drum. The ball instantly deformed under the pressure, the leather even compressing into an exaggerated oval. It soared with a furious lateral spin, tearing through the thick, humid air with a howl. This was not high-altitude bombardment. This was a cruise missile flying just above the grass. 60 meters away, a glaring white line sliced straight across the pitch. Van Gaal stood at the sidelines, hands suspended in midair, his lips trembling uncontrollably. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, yet he couldn't utter a single sound. The tactical notebook he had just angrily thrown to the ground lay submerged in a murky puddle. The old coach's eyes twitched madly, his gaze fixated firmly on the ball. The last line of defense for Bayern, Captain Lahm, was sprinting furiously. Clenching his jaw, his legs churned through the muddy water, leaving behind phantom traces. As a world-class fullback, Lahm's defensive instincts were as sharp as a hound's. He immediately discerned the trajectory of the pass. It was a lethal strike aimed directly at the left flank's defensive blind spot. I can intercept it. I must be able to intercept it. Lahm thought frantically, his eyes locked onto the white path. With 2 meters to the ball, he decisively shifted his weight. His legs glided along the grass like scissors, splattering mud all over his face. His sharp metal studs pointed directly at the path the ball would take. Just a fraction of a second before Lahm's shoe was about to touch the surface of the ball, a strange sight appeared. The ball, flying close to the ground, seemed to have a life of its own. With a powerful inward swirl, it carved an exaggerated shaped arc across the slick grass, just barely grazing the seam of Lahm's shoe as it sped past. Even the sweat on Lahm's legs could feel the airflow created by the passing ball. Despair washed over him as he closed his eyes, his body continuing to slide into the muddy water. He knew that his defensive line had been utterly breached. Beyond Lahm, the ball sailed into a vast, unguarded territory. The blue number 7 jersey streaked like a lightning bolt, tearing through the night at Allianz Arena. Veteran Raul sprinted at full speed, not bothering to glance back at the defenders. He didn't need to slow down or adjust his stride. As the ball passed Lahm, the intense rotational friction took effect. Its speed suddenly decreased. It behaved like an obedient servant carving a wet trail on the grass. It rolled steadily to a position just half a meter in front of Raul's left foot. The distance was perfect for a forward's powerful strike. Raul's eyes reddened, his chest heaving with excitement. He could hear the frantic beating of his own heart. Without a moment's hesitation, the king who once conquered the Bernabeu raised his left leg high and unleashed a fierce shot at the ball. Bang! A dazzling flash of white light darted through the penalty area. Bayern's goalkeeper but bent his knees slightly, not even having time to extend his arms for a save. The ball, propelled by a furious gust, slammed into the upper right corner of the goal. The pristine white net billowed, droplets of water falling to the ground. 2-1. Schalke 04 pulled off a stunning turnaround at Allianz Arena as the match neared its conclusion. The roars of the crowd fell into a suffocating silence. More than 70,000 Bayern fans stood frozen in the stands as if their souls had been collectively drained. The air was thick enough to stifle. In the front row, a bald man raised his beer cup, his hand shaking violently. The yellow liquid spilled into his lap, yet he didn't even blink, his gaze fixed on the still trembling net. The deafening roar of the crowd had vanished. The cold flames in the corner of the stands still emitted blue smoke, appearing desolate at this moment. The referee lifted his wrist and glanced at the watch. Beep, beep, beep. 3 sharp whistles pierced the night sky, signaling the official end of the match. Schalke's bench erupted in chaos. Magath jumped up like a child, hugging his assistant coach tightly and enthusiastically patting his back. How Junmin waved the towel in his hand, the first to rush onto the pitch. The Schalke players on the field went wild. Instead of embracing Raul, who scored the dramatic goal, they surged towards the midfield like a wave of blue. They surged towards the slender black-haired youth. Amidst this ocean of celebration, one person stood out as an anomaly. Bayern's youth prodigy Thomas Müller lingered near the center circle. His red jersey was stained with mud, his hands hanging limply by his sides. His gaze transcended the jubilant blue figures, fixating intently on Sue Bay's face. Müller was a master of spatial awareness. He lacked the pace of Robin to tear down the flanks, nor did he possess Ribery's delicate footwork. His ability to carve out a place in the Bundesliga relied solely on his uncanny knack for positioning. It was precisely because he understood space that he now felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Müller replayed Sue Bay's pass over and over in his mind. Before striking Sue Bay he had calculated Lahm's sliding tackle distance, accounted for wind resistance. Even the friction from the water pooled on the grass had been considered in the ball's speed decay. This was a precise, flawless calculation of physics. Müller turned his head to look at Raul, who was being lifted high by his teammates. His eyes reddened, biting down hard on his lower lip, a taste of blood seeping between his teeth. Jealousy coiled within him like a venomous snake, gnawing away at his sanity. As a striker who thrived on positioning and goal-scoring opportunities, having a midfield commander like Sue Bay delivering ammunition from behind was a dream. If such a situation occurred on the pitch, why would he need to battle defenders for the ball? No need to fight for the first touch, no need to toil as a pivot. All he needed was to find space, and the ball would find its way to his feet, as if guided by a GPS. Müller clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He inhaled a deep breath of the cold air laced with the scent of mud, suppressing the bitterness welling up inside. Turning towards the player tunnel, his steps appeared somewhat desolate. After the match, the video compilation of the Naluk pass, combined with the fried meatball, circulated virally across the internet, igniting a tremor in European football. Frankfurt, the largest data exchange center in Europe. Rows of black cabinets flickered with dense red lights, while cooling fans emitted a deafening roar. The on-duty technical supervisor stared at the monitoring screen, before him beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A sudden surge of data was aggressively consuming the bandwidth of the backbone network. The source was a short video lasting merely 12 seconds. Less than an hour after its release, the view count surged like a malfunctioning stopwatch, wildly jumping. 1 million, 5 million, 8 million, breaking 10 million. The technical supervisor's hand slammed the keyboard, attempting to redirect traffic by allocating backup servers. With a loud bang, a red alarm pop-up appeared in the bottom right corner of the screen. The servers of major video platforms were overwhelmed, smoke rising as the click count skyrocketed to over 10 million in just 1 hour. At the same time, in a university dormitory in Munich, a boy wearing a Bayern red jersey stared intently at his black-screened computer, cradling his head in his hands. He had already looped that video more than 20 times. Even as a diehard fan, he could not deny the visual impact of those 12 seconds. He closed his eyes, his mind flooded with images of Sue Bay's movements amidst the 3 defenders. With a flick of his left foot, the ball deftly shifted sideways. With a push from his right foot, he squeezed past Schweinsteiger, his movements clean and efficient with no hesitation, even for half a second. These were the 3 ironclad midfielders of Bayern. The boy swallowed hard, feeling a chill creep up his back. What was even more astonishing was the blind pass that followed the dribble. It was as if a slow-motion replay was playing in his mind. Sue Bay's eyes were fixed on the left flank, tricking Lahm into committing his full weight. Yet his right heel, as if possessing eyes, gently nudged the ball to the right rear. The ball precisely threaded through 2 layers of defense, reaching the feet of Farfan. The boy rubbed his tired eyes and sighed deeply. Losing to such a genius was truly no shame. This storm quickly spread to traditional print media. In Madrid, Spain, the editorial office of Marca was ablaze with lights. The chief editor kicked open the conference room door, waving a freshly printed photo. "Listen up, layout department. Take down all the front pages for tomorrow." The chief editor loosened his tie, pointing at the photo on the table and shouting, spittle flying. Forget about any transfer rumors involving Real Madrid or Barcelona. All of it to the back. He slammed the photo of Su Bei's stern profile onto the table. We need to change the news now. The whole of Europe is concerned with only one thing. The most authoritative newspapers in Europe, L'Équipe and Marca, collectively changed their headlines to "The new king of Allianz Stadium arrives." A young intern raised his hand, gripping a hot phone in his palm. "Boss, Zidane just tweeted." The intern's voice trembled, causing the phone screen to shake. The chief editor snatched the phone, his gaze landing on the verified account. The tweet contained only a brief sentence accompanied by a gif of Su Bei's dribble past defenders. "Legend," Zidane exclaimed on Twitter, "this dribble has my shadow, but this pass is deadlier than mine." The vast editorial office fell into an immediate silence. Only the ticking of the second hand on the wall clock could be heard. Everyone exchanged glances, each able to see the same stunned shock in their colleagues' eyes. Who is Zidane? He is universally recognized as a midfield maestro in world football, a pinnacle of dribbling and vision. For him to admit that the pass was deadlier equated to crowning Su Bei with a crown. The chief editor took a deep breath and grabbed a red pen. Let Zidane's words be printed in the center of the front page. The storm was also brewing at the Intercontinental Hotel in Gelsenkirchen. In the penthouse suite, Lynn Weiner held a cup of warm black coffee, gazing down at the night view of the city beneath her. She wore a loose silk robe, her left hand continuously scrolling on a tablet. The online sentiment was soaring along the trajectory she had anticipated. Fans across the internet were elated and countless people worshipped him in forums. "Bow down to God, Su, this is what the brain should be doing. Who says Huagua can't produce a passing master? This vision is like having an all-map hack." Lynn Weiner took the opportunity to ride the wave, thoroughly elevating Su Bei to the pedestal of a deity. He was no longer a discarded player of some team, but rather a fully leveled brain that instilled fear in the entire Bundesliga. With a snap of her fingers, her public relations team immediately sent out the prepared press releases to major portals. The focus was on highlighting Dortmund's previous blunders, contrasting with Su Bei's nonchalant composure at Allianz Stadium. On the leather sofa in the room, Su Bei was bowing his head, drying his freshly washed hair with a towel. He had changed into a loose-fitting gray tracksuit, and the abrasions on his calves were already covered with medical tape. On the leather sofa in the room, Su Bei was bowing his head, drying his freshly washed hair with a towel. He had changed into a loose-fitting gray tracksuit, and the abrasions on his calves were already covered with medical. "The higher you lift me in the next match, even if I make one less threatening pass, these media will turn their guns on me." He tilted his head back and took a sip of water, his tone as indifferent as if discussing someone else's affairs. Lynn Weiner turned around and walked over to the sofa, stepping on the soft carpet. Looking at Su Bei's calm demeanor, she couldn't help but chuckle. "You really are a monster when it comes to mental fortitude." She flipped her tablet around, presenting the screen directly. "Look at all these exclamation marks. If you walk around the street now, fans would strip off your clothes to worship you as a relic. This level of deification is something others can't buy, even with tens of millions." Su Bei glanced at the screen, his gaze lingering for a second on Zidane's comment. He then withdrew his gaze and leaned back against the sofa. "I just need to feed the ball on the pitch, you handle the rest off the pitch." He closed his eyes, the crisp sound of the system tallying his shock value, ringing continuously in his mind. This is the value of a fully leveled midfielder. Some rejoiced while others mourned. Su Bei enjoyed the tranquility of a victor in the hotel, while football fans across the internet worshipped him. But in another city 30 kilometers away, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could drip with water. This was happening simultaneously with his rise to fame online. In the high-level conference room of Dortmund, smoke filled the air, and CEO Watzke's face looked 100 times worse than having eaten a fly. Watzke tightly gripped the cigar in his hand as the board executives around the meeting table were hammering him with accusations. The glowing ember of the cigar flickered violently at his fingertips, and a clump of gray ash, unable to bear the weight, silently fell onto the expensive fabric of his trousers. Watzke couldn't be bothered to brush off the ash, letting it scorch a tiny burn mark onto the fabric. The murky anger in the meeting room mixed with the smell of tobacco, choking his throat tightly. Each breath felt like swallowing shards of glass. With a loud bang, the hefty financial report was slammed onto the mahogany conference table, sliding half a meter across the polished surface, scattering pages with a harsh scraping sound. The bald old man sitting opposite Watzke was red in the face, his neck veins bulging, trembling fingers pointing at the massive projection screen behind him. On the large screen, the stock chart of Borussia Dortmund was plummeting like a fall from a cliff, and the dark green line pierced the eyes of everyone present. In just one morning, the market value evaporated by a full 7%. The bald man spat as he spoke, his loud voice causing ripples in the water of the glass beside him. He leaned on the edge of the table, glaring intensely at Watzke, wishing he could bite a piece of flesh from him. "All because of that Chinese kid you treated like garbage, who last night tore through Bayern's defense like it was a morning row." Open your eyes and look at the news outside. In the sports section, half of it is praising Schalke for their treasure, while the other half mocks our Borussia Dortmund management for being collectively blind. A nearby executive wearing gold-rimmed glasses snorted coldly, picking up a newspaper with a screenshot of Zidane's Twitter and tossing it in front of Watzke. The still image of the fried meatball on the newspaper felt like a rusty, dull knife slicing away at Watzke's nerves, making him feel a wave of nausea. It felt as if a heavy cement slab weighing hundreds of pounds was crushing his chest, making it hard to breathe. He looked down at the cigar, almost burned to his fingers as the muscles around his eyes twitched uncontrollably. His insides were already twisted into a mess. That damn Hans. For a useless nephew who couldn't even control the ball, he had driven a midfield maestro with a godlike vision to the enemy's side. And at that time he had actually believed that fool's nonsense, not even bothering to take the time to visit the youth training camp. Watzke, the club is not your personal toy. The major shareholder finally spoke, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. He took a sip from his teacup, looking at Watzke as if he were a plague that needed to be expelled. No matter what means you use, beg, throw money, even if you have to throw your face on the ground for people to step on. This debt must be settled to compensate for this monumental mistake. Otherwise, you can prepare a decent resignation letter for next week's board meeting. The double doors of the conference room slammed shut. The executives filed out, leaving behind a suffocating silence. Watzke slumped in the leather chair like a pile of mush, as if all his bones had been extracted. He lifted his hand, vigorously rubbing his stiff cheek, tousling his meticulously styled hair into a messy tangle. He knew he had completely messed up this time. Trying to buy back that young man who had been ruthlessly humiliated by Dortmund was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. But to save his own position, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and return to the most disgusting option. Watzke took out his phone, retrieved the number that made him grit his teeth, and dialed Minda's number. The phone rang several times before being answered, just as it was about to hang up automatically. Jorge, this is Watzke from Dortmund. Watzke forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, speaking in a very low voice. Sorry, mister. Watzke, my client is too busy to listen to jokes. Minda's voice was laced with an arrogant superiority, too lazy to offer even a polite greeting. I'm busy taking calls from Manchester United and Real Madrid. Their offers exceed your youth training budget combined. If you just want to reminisce, let's talk when I'm free. Goodbye. Click. A cold, dead tone sounded from the receiver. Watzke's face flushed red and then white. His nails dug into the edge of the phone, turning pale from the pressure. He took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the urge to smash his phone to pieces. Mendes was clearly enjoying watching him make a fool of himself. He could only try his luck with that female agent from Huagua. Watzke opened his notes, found Lynn Wayner's number, and pressed the dial key. This time the call connected quickly. Miss Lynn, sorry to bother you, this is Watzke. He swallowed, deliberately softening his voice, even adding a hint of humble supplication. He had never used this tone with a reporter in his life. His tongue felt stiff and knotted in his mouth. We at Borussia Dortmund admit there were some errors in our previous assessment. That is a huge regret, and we hope to have the opportunity to make amends for this mistake. He closed his eyes, throwing out what he thought was an irresistible offer. 20 million euros. Watzke bit down on his molars as he stated this figure, feeling his heart bleed. For an 18-year-old star just starting as a Bundesliga starter, this was an unprecedented astronomical figure. Moreover, Klopp will personally welcome him and publicly clarify the misunderstanding. Next season's number 10 jersey, along with an absolute core starting position, will all belong to Subai. We at Borussia Dortmund will provide ample face and substance. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the line. Only a faint sound of breathing came through the receiver. Then Lynn Wayner's light, airy laughter followed, tinged with a hint of profound coldness. Mr. Watzke's generous offer is indeed surprising. Lynn Wayner replied leisurely. I will convey your sincerity to him intact. As for whether he is willing to accept this belated sincerity, I cannot make that decision. After hanging up, Watzke's shirt was completely soaked with cold sweat. The fabric clung to his skin, sending chills down his spine. He stared at the darkening phone screen, his mind racing like a bucket of water being drawn up, anxious and restless. On the other side in Gelsenkirchen's afternoon, a soothing cello melody flowed through a high-end cafe in the city. Sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, scattering a mosaic of light across the table. The rich aroma of Colombian coffee beans roasted filled the air. In a corner, a booth was shielded by several tall leafy green plants, creating a quiet and private space away from the hustle and bustle outside, allowing for rare relaxation. Subai was dressed in a simple cotton hoodie, lazily leaning against the back of the sofa. He held a silver long-handled spoon, stirring the black coffee in his cup absent-mindedly. The spoon tapped against the inner wall of the porcelain cup, producing a crisp, clinking sound. The black liquid swirled at the bottom of the cup, reflecting his deep and calm eyes. Lynn Wayner sat opposite him. Today she wore a well-tailored beige trench coat paired with a black silk camisole. Her chestnut wavy hair fell casually over her shoulders, exuding an air of intellectual charm and competence. She put down her recently hung-up phone, a beautiful smile curving at the corners of her mouth as she reached for the zipper of her black leather bag beside her. She pulled out a thick stack of paper documents from inside, moving slowly, even with an air of casual observation. The cover of the document bore the obvious yellow and black logo of Borussia Dortmund. The paper rubbed against the smooth hardwood table, making a faint rustling sound as the document was pushed forward. The page, printed with a transfer fee of 20 million euros and various generous terms, was clearly laid out before Subai. Lynn Weiner pushed this hefty offer sheet across the table at a high-end cafe, smiling as she asked him how he intended to respond. Subai lifted the coffee cup to his lips, taking a sip while casting a disdainful glance at the zeros on the quote sheet, letting out a cold laugh. The bottom of the cup collided with the ceramic tray, producing a crisp sound. 20 million euros. Subai's slender finger tapped on the paper, tracing the eye-catching numbers. Lynn Weiner held her warm latte with both hands, observing the young man opposite her with an impassive expression. In addition to the absolute commitment from the main players, there's the number 10 jersey for next season and Klopp's public apology. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a hint of probing. This is the greatest sincerity they can muster. For an 18-year-old player just starting out, this transfer fee is astronomical. Lynn Weiner leaned forward slightly, waiting for Subai's reaction. Subai did not respond immediately. He leaned back against the soft sofa, his gaze penetrating the floor-to-ceiling glass window. He watched the hurried pedestrians outside, slowly retracting his gaze after a few seconds. His fingers pinched the edge of the hefty quote sheet. Swish. A few pages were casually crumpled into a ball, the crisp sound of the wrinkled paper echoing. Under Lynn Weiner's slightly astonished gaze, Subai raised his right hand and waved. The ball of paper bearing the Borussia Dortmund logo traced a parabolic arc in the air, landing precisely in the metal trash can in the corner. Lynn Weiner's hand holding the cup paused, creating tiny ripples on the surface of the coffee. She had guessed that Subai would refuse, but she hadn't expected it to be so decisive. Not even a hint of hesitation. Sincerity. Subai's lips curled up, but there was no smile in his eyes. When they kicked me out like trash, they never mentioned the word sincerity. He leaned forward, resting his arms on the solid wooden table, his gaze sharp as a knife. Sister Lynn, please use your media resources. Subai tapped the table twice with his index finger, the sound carrying a cold decisiveness. Help me convey a message to Watzke. Release the original words publicly without changing a single word. Lynn Weiner immediately set down her coffee cup, pulling out a voice recorder from her handbag and pressing the switch. You say it. She held her breath, knowing that what came next would be a bombshell. Subai looked at the red recording indicator light and slowly began to speak. Tell the higher-ups at Borussia Dortmund to save those tens of millions of euros for their coffins. His voice was not loud, but it carried a bone-chilling coldness. Wanna buy me back? Subai let out a cold laugh and paused for half a second. Unless their CEO Watzke personally comes to the center circle at Schalke's Veltins Arena. In front of 60,000 fans, he should sincerely kneel and apologize. Otherwise, they can forget about it for the rest of their lives. Lynn Weiner's fingers tightened around the recorder, her knuckles turning white. She took a deep breath of the sweet-scented air in the cafe, her heart pounding. Those words were too harsh. This was not merely a refusal, it was tearing off the face of the Borussia Dortmund higher-ups in front of all of Germany and stomping it into the mud. Understood. Lynn Weiner put away the recorder and stood up decisively. Within half an hour, this statement will headline all sports portals in Germany. As Lynn Weiner expected, once this sharp response was released, the entire Ruhr area was immediately shaken by a 10-point earthquake. Schalke fans online were plunged into a sea of celebration. Buying a coffin. That was just too perfect. Watzke, that old fox, is getting his comeuppance. Thinking he can smooth over grievances with 20 million. Dream on. Subai is tough. Our royal blue team is in dire need of such a spirited core. In various taverns in Gelsenkirchen, fans raised their thick glasses filled with draft beer, clinking them together with thunderous sounds. Beverages spilled onto the wooden floor, and the air was filled with the scent of fermented barley. They sang Schalke's team song, weaving Subai's name into the latest cheer. The thrill of seeing their bitter rivals suffer was even more exhilarating than winning a derby match. Meanwhile, at the Borussia Dortmund club building, the mahogany door to the CEO's office on the top floor was tightly closed. Watzke stood in front of his desk, staring intently at the news webpage on his computer screen. The pale white light from the screen illuminated his twisted, aged face. The phrase, saved for a coffin, was bold and red like a series of poison needles piercing into his retina. Even worse was the phrase, kneel and apologize. Humiliation. It was a humiliation akin to being flayed alive. Watzke felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, his blood vessels throbbing. His breathing became short and heavy, his chest rising and falling violently. Damn it, He forced out a beast-like roar from his throat. His hands shot out, grasping the edge of the expensive LCD monitor on the desk. Crack! Watska violently flipped it, and the monitor's base broke off. The heavy screen tumbled in the air, crashing down onto the solid wood bookshelf behind him. The glass panel shattered into countless spiderweb-like cracks, raining down onto the floor. Still not satisfied, he grabbed the mechanical keyboard from the desk. Like swinging a baseball bat, he smashed it down onto the crystal ashtray on the table. The keyboard keys flew in all directions, emitting a dull echo in the spacious office. "You ungrateful Asian bastard." Watska leaned over the chaotic desk, panting heavily, sweat soaking through the back of his shirt. He knew he had truly become the laughingstock of the entire European football scene. That €20 million quote not only failed to save the prodigy, but also became a boomerang that slapped him in the face. The outside commotion did not affect Sübey's rhythm in the match. The Bundesliga continued. This weekend Schalke 04 would host the bottom-ranked team Freiburg. The Veltins Arena was bathed in sunlight, with 60,000 fans filling the stands early. Blue flags fluttered throughout the stands. Many fans held up makeshift signs reading, "Kneel and apologize," mocking their neighboring rivals. At the player tunnel, Sübey was doing his final stretches. He took a deep breath of the unique scent of the grass and jogged onto the field. The DJ on site shouted his name hoarsely, triggering the loudest cheer in the stadium. The match proceeded without much incident. Facing Freiburg's defensive formation, Sübey did not resort to his frenzied style, but instead stood steadily near the center circle to control the tempo. He raised his head, the faint blue grid of the godlike perspective quietly covering the entire field. With a gentle push of his right foot, he delivered a surgical ground pass. The ball passed through the legs of 3 defenders, accurately finding Roll in the penalty area. Roll easily slotted the ball into the net, giving Schalke an early lead. In a corner of the stands, in an inconspicuous seat on the top level, sat a slightly balding man with a bit of a belly. He wore a plain gray trench coat, with large black sunglasses perched on his nose. The lenses obscured most of his face. The man did not cheer along with the surrounding Schalke fans. He kept his head down, holding a small black notebook. His ballpoint pen moved swiftly across the pages, writing line after line of dense Spanish. Wide vision, high pass concealment, no need for excessive adjustments. As he wrote, he muttered to himself in a voice filled with barely concealed excitement. He is neither arrogant nor complacent against weaker teams. His control over the tempo is already at a master level. After finishing this segment, he let out a long breath. He raised his head, the eyes behind the sunglasses fixed on the young man, wearing the number 39 jersey on the field. A gust of autumn wind swept through the stands, lifting the hem of his gray trench coat. On the same afternoon that Sübey rejected Borussia Dortmund. In the stands of Schalke's home game against the weaker team, a balding man wearing sunglasses was feverishly taking notes in his small notebook. Underneath his clothing, the badge of Real Madrid was visible. The balding man closed the black-covered notebook. The pages collided, producing a muffled sound. He clipped the ballpoint pen to his collar and pulled out a heavy satellite phone from the hidden pocket of his coat. His fingers quickly pressed a few numbers on the slightly chipped buttons. The moment the call connected, he instinctively straightened up, even his breathing slowed deliberately. A crackling sound from the encrypted channel buzzed through the receiver. Then a deep, authoritative male voice with a strong Spanish accent began to speak. "Carlos, I hope the news you bring is worth interrupting my midday rest at this hour." The voice of Florentino, the president of Real Madrid, exuded a calm control over everything. The balding man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. He turned his head, peering through the edge of his sunglasses, fixating on the black-haired youth walking toward the tunnel. "Mr. President, I apologize for the interruption." Carlos' voice trembled slightly, his fingers gripping the phone, turning pale from the pressure. "I found it. The most crucial piece of the puzzle that our Galacticos have been missing." The other end fell silent for 2 seconds before the sound of paper rustling came through. "Are you referring to that kid from China who was kicked out by Dortmund?" Florentino's tone carried a hint of "We already have Mesut. He is the best attacking midfielder in Germany." Carlos took a deep breath of the somewhat damp air of the stadium. His chest heaved violently as he recalled the 2 assists he had just witnessed. "Mr. President, Ozil can pass the ball into open spaces. But this kid is different. His passing creates openings that didn't previously exist. His vision surpasses even that of Mesut by a terrifying level. If he doesn't wear the white jersey for the next 10 years, he will become our worst nightmare." Carlos emphasized, determined to convey this shock even through the phone. Florentino on the other end fell into a long silence. Just a moment ago, it was the 43rd minute of the first half. Freiburg's defense had completely collapsed into a tight formation. 11 players were piled in the penalty area, not even a bird could fly in. Sübey had the ball in the center circle. Freiburg's defenders did not dare to press, merely holding their positions tightly. With less than 2 minutes left in the half, everyone thought Schalke would choose to pass back and waste time. But Sübey did not. He lifted his head, his dark eyes filled with a pale blue grid, calculating furiously. The wall of defenders in front of him was densely packed, all legs. However, in Su Bei's vision, there was a gap between the two center-backs that lasted merely 0.3 of a second. He made no unnecessary preparatory movements. With the inside of his right foot brushing against the grass, he seemingly casually pushed the ball forward. This was a micro-movement that took just a fraction of a second. The ball skimmed along the grass, taking on a bizarre curve, slipping into that 30-centimeter-wide gap. Freiburg's defenders only felt a gust of wind pass beneath their feet. By the time they looked down, the ball had already penetrated the entire defense. It landed perfectly on Raul's running path. The veteran striker didn't even need to stop the ball. With a gentle flick of his left foot, the ball darted into the far corner. Su Bei finished the half with 2 effortless assists. The moment the referee blew the whistle for halftime, Magath directly waved to expend a substitution. He substituted Su Bei, the highest level of protection for their absolute core. All 60,000 fans at the AFSV Wording Stadium rose to their feet. Blue scarves rolled through the air and thunderous applause seemed ready to lift the roof. Su Bei exited the field, casually waving his hand a couple of times. His face showed no joy or excitement. It was as if he had just completed a tedious morning workout, calm to the point of chilling the heart. Carlos watched this, seeing his palms slick with cold sweat. Not just him. On the other side of the stands, a British man wearing a red and black scarf was frantically tapping on his BlackBerry. He was the chief scout sent by Manchester United. He had sent 3 urgent emails back to Old Trafford. The subject lines were all in capital letters. Sir Ferguson, we must do whatever it takes to secure him. He is the next Scholes. There was also a Catalan in the corner of the West Stand. The Barcelona scout took off his reading glasses and wiped the fog off the lenses with his sleeve. His thick analysis report was filled with red exclamation marks. After Xavi, the new king of Camp Nou. In just 45 minutes, Su Bei had completely torn apart the calm facade of European football with his 2 casual assists. Scouts from major clubs were like sharks, smelling blood, their eyes turning red. Their reports transformed into countless signals flying towards Madrid, Manchester, and Barcelona. Su Bei officially became the target of a frantic chase by Europe's top clubs. A clandestine war of money was quietly igniting in the boardrooms of various clubs. Su Bei sat on the bench, receiving a towel handed to him by the assistant coach. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was unaware of the intricate schemes brewing in the stands. However, he was clear that as long as he continued to deliver such godlike passes, the whole world would bow down to him. Yet not everyone was willing to witness such a divine moment. In the Asian sports scene, Su Bei's emergence was stirring up a tremendous wave. In Dortmund, at the Brackel, Shinji Kagawa, who had just finished morning training, sat on the bench in the locker room. He held a copy of the day's sports newspaper in his hand. On the front page of the newspaper, there was a stark close-up of Su Bei's cold demeanor as he faced a triple team by Bayern. Shinji Kagawa's chest heaved violently. He bit down hard on his back, molars, the taste of blood seeping from his gums. The newspaper in his hand was crumpled into a ball of waste paper. As Dortmund's high-priced Japanese talent, he was supposed to be the light of Asia, the focus of all spotlights. But now all the thunder was being seized by that Chinese nobody he once looked down upon. What qualifications does a softie who only knows how to pass have to dominate the headlines? Shinji Kagawa angrily tossed the crumpled newspaper into the trash bin. He stood up and strode toward the waiting Japanese media group outside the training base. A dozen microphones with Japanese labels instantly crowded in front of him. Kagawa-kun, what do you think of the performance of Schalke's rising star Su Bei? There are rumors that his talent has surpassed yours. Do you agree? The reporters' questions bombarded him like a hail of bullets. Shinji Kagawa stopped, his face cold as he looked at the cameras. Anger and jealousy burned uncontrollably in his eyes. He let out a cold laugh, leaning closer to the nearest microphone. Is becoming a core player just because you can make a few good passes? Football is a sport about kicking the ball into the net. Next week we will challenge Schalke away. By then, I will make him understand who the true number 1 in Asia is. After saying this, Shinji Kagawa turned and pushed through the crowd without looking back. However, just as the European giants were stirring, the Asian sports scene was igniting a war without gunpowder. Dortmund's Japanese foreign player Shinji Kagawa publicly criticized Su Bei in front of the media. In the exclusive interview footage from Tokyo Sports, Shinji Kagawa, dressed in a Dortmund jersey, exuded an air of jealousy. The bright studio was arranged in a semicircle with 3 high-definition cameras. Shinji Kagawa sat on a creamy white leather sofa. The yellow and black jersey he wore had just been ironed, showing no signs of wrinkles. The large LCD screen on the opposite wall was playing highlights of his recent goals in the Bundesliga. Kagawa-kun, your performance this half of the season has been nothing short of stunning. The female host, dressed in professional attire, sported a bright smile, leaning slightly forward. 6 league goals and 2 assists in cup matches. Japanese fans have already crowned you on forums, calling you the sharp blade of Dortmund's attack. Shinji Kagawa curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a standard professional smile. He raised his hand, fixing his meticulously styled bangs. Thank you for the support from domestic fans. As a forward, my duty is to put the ball in the opponent's net. I'm just doing my job. His tone carried a hint of pride. In this historic Bundesliga powerhouse, an Asian player managing to secure a starting spot and achieve such statistics was noteworthy. He felt he deserved all the spotlight and praise. The female host glanced down at her script, suddenly changed. However, it seems there has been a shift in the winds of German football recently. The newcomer Su Bai from Schalke 04 next door has delivered brilliant assists in his last 2 matches. Upon hearing the name Su Bai, Shinji Kagawa's smile instantly froze. His left hand, hanging by his side, tightened abruptly, fingers digging into the edge of the sofa. His nails left deep white marks on the leather surface. Some European media have commented that he is currently the best Asian player. The female host, oblivious to Kagawa's change in demeanor, continued to probe this sharp topic. Do you feel any pressure regarding such statements? The air in the studio seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The cameraman keenly sensed the change in atmosphere and quickly zoomed in for a close-up. Shinji Kagawa did not respond immediately. He picked up the glass water cup from the coffee table, attempting to mask his discomposure. Warm water slid down his throat, yet it could not extinguish the growing fires of resentment within him. A discarded pawn cast out by his own club. A waste who couldn't even secure a substitute spot in the youth training camp. How could this be? What right did he have to snatch away all the headlines just by passing a few balls at Allianz Arena? He ran his legs ragged on the pitch, risking injury to earn those 6 goals. Yet that kid just sauntered around in the midfield, casually tapping the ball with his heel, and suddenly the entire European media went wild, elevating him to the heights of glory. Shinji Kagawa set down the water cup, the glass base clinking against the table with a crisp sound. He raised his head, and the flames of jealousy in his slender eyes were almost ready to erupt. Pressure. On a player discarded by us at Dortmund. Shinji Kagawa scoffed, a heavy grunt escaping his. You media always love to exaggerate and fabricate some false hype. He leaned forward, pressing closer to the miniature microphone at his chest. How high can a player who only passes the ball really go? Kagawa's voice echoed in the empty studio, dripping with unapologetic arrogance. Once the defensive intensity ramps up, his flashy skills will immediately be exposed. The eyes of the female host sparkled. As a media person, she knew too well how much ratings such provocative statements could generate. The producer in the back room was frantically pressing the communicator, signaling the host to dig deeper. Kagawa, do you mean that Su Bai's assists are just a matter of luck? The host relentlessly pursued, pushing the microphone a few inches closer. Shinji Kagawa leaned back against the sofa, arms crossed over his chest. Football is a game measured by goals scored, not a performance of who can pass the ball more flamboyantly. Passing the ball and shifting responsibility onto the forwards is the playstyle of cowards. To withstand the defenders and smash the ball into the net is the mark of a true core player. He locked his gaze on the camera, chin held high, with a taunting demeanor almost spilling off the screen. It seems everyone has forgotten who is currently the highest-scoring Asian player in the Bundesliga. Next week is the second round of the Ruhr Derby. We will be going to Schalke's home ground. Shinji Kagawa paused for a moment, a fierce, cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. On that patch of grass I will personally show him. I will prove who the true Asian light is. This 2-minute exclusive interview video was like it instantly stirred up tumultuous waves throughout the Asian sports community. Major sports forums in Tokyo, Japan exploded first, with countless Japanese fans celebrating in the comments. Kagawa is right. The Chinese only know how to engage in useless showmanship. What good is a beautiful pass? Our Kagawa's goals are solid and real. Dortmund's overall strength crushes Schalke. We will definitely turn them into a sieve next week. This fire quickly crossed the ocean, igniting social media platforms back home. Domestic fans were already feeling proud due to Su Bai's rise. Now seeing a Japanese player stepping up with arrogance, the servers of forums and Weibo were nearly overwhelmed again. Has this little Japanese brat lost his mind? Even Van Gaal has been made a fool of. Who does he think he is? Scoring 6 goals, and now he's all high and mighty. Su Bai can create 4 onions in a single match. During the derby next week, Little Bai must teach him a lesson. Show him how to keep his mouth shut. Fans from China and Japan engaged in a frenzied keyboard battle online. Even the Korean fans watching from the sidelines joined the fray. What began as an ordinary Bundesliga match was suddenly elevated to a contest for the title of the best in Asia. The smoke of battle carried by the internet crept into Schalke 04's training base. In Gelsenkirchen, the afternoon sun was obscured by thick clouds. The gym equipment emitted a dull metallic clank. Su Bai had just finished a set of weighted squats, his gray training tank soaked with sweat. He walked over to the nearby bench, picked up a white towel, and wiped the sweat from his face. His breathing was steady with no hint of impatience. The phone screen resting on the bench was lit up. Lin Weiner had sent over the translated and edited interview video via WeChat. A comment was attached below the video. It seems your former club and this Japanese genius are genuinely feeling the heat. Subai picked up the phone and pressed the play button with his long fingers. Shinji Kagawa's smirking face appeared on the screen. The slightly sharp Japanese dialogue accompanied by Chinese subtitles clearly reached Subai's ears. How high can a player who only passes the ball really go? I will prove who the true Asian light is. In the footage, Shinji Kagawa arrogantly lifted his chin. That self-important demeanor was reminiscent of Philip, who once mocked him mercilessly at the youth training camp. Subai did not finish watching the video. He casually grabbed the mineral water bottle from the table, twisted off the cap, and took a big gulp. The cold water flowed down his throat into his stomach. How amusing. Dortmund's upper management had just shamelessly offered a sky-high price to buy him back. Meanwhile, their own player was making bold statements in front of the media. It seemed that everyone in this team lacked the memory of being beaten down. Asian light. This hypocritical title he had never cared for. But he would never allow a defeated foe to stand above him and point fingers. Since the opponent had willingly extended their face, he naturally did not mind delivering a louder slap to Dortmund in front of all the Asian fans. The translated interview video appeared on Subai's phone screen. Subai turned off the phone screen, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Subai tossed his phone into the locker room cabinet, changed into his sneakers, and let out a cold sneer. He tightened the shoelaces with his fingers, pulling with force. The metallic shoelace buckle struck the hard shoe surface, producing a crisp sound. That arrogant interview video was still spinning in his mind. Since someone was eager to step forward looking for a fight, he would oblige. Pushing open the wooden door of the locker room, a deafening roar instantly flooded the corridor. The Aofuswire Ting Stadium was packed to capacity today. This Asian derby, heavily hyped by the media, attracted dozens of Tokyo journalists with their cameras. Flashes of light formed a blinding white glow at the exit of the players' tunnel. Shinji Kagawa stood at the front of the Dortmund team, twisting his neck, as if stretching. Chewing gum, he turned his head. His provocative gaze pierced like a dart straight towards Subai and the Schalke. Subai's eyelids drooped slightly as he looked down at the grass, not giving him even a glance. This complete disregard made Kagawa's cheek muscles twitch in frustration. He gritted his teeth and spat the gum into a nearby trash can. Internally, he vowed to make this Chinese man look foolish next. With a long whistle from the referee, the match officially began. Kagawa sprang forward like a wildcat that had stepped on its tail, frantically reaching for the ball in the front. He was desperate to prove himself. Once the ball was at his feet, he didn't even glance at his teammates' positions, lowering his head and starting a hard dribble. With his left foot, he nudged the ball while his right shoulder leaned in. He attempted to carve a path through the three Schalke defenders. Schalke's center back Houts remained cold-faced, too lazy to even slide tackle. He simply stepped forward and solidly shouldered him. A dull thud echoed. Kagawa's frail body instantly lost balance, spinning half a turn like a top. Both him and the ball rolled out beyond the goal line. Frustrated, he pounded the turf, muttering a curse in Japanese. On the sidelines, Dortmund's coach Klopp stomped his feet in anxiety. He cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted into the field past the ball, "Raise your damn head and look to the right." Kagawa turned a deaf ear, completely consumed by his own impatience. In contrast, Subai stood near the center circle, his footsteps light, as if he were on a stroll. In the 15th minute of the match, Subai intercepted the ball in the backfield. He didn't even take a big kick. He simply tapped it gently with the back of his right foot. The ball slid past the Dortmund midfielder's foot, accurately finding the advancing Farfan. Farfan burst into the penalty area and unleashed a powerful shot that pierced the goal. 1-0. The red numbers on the scoreboard jumped, striking Kagawa's chest like a heavy hammer. He watched Subai, who was surrounded by teammates' jealousy, igniting a fire in his eyes. Sweat dripped into his eyes, causing a painful sting. As the match reached the 30th minute, Dortmund struggled to complete a tackle in their backfield, and the ball was quickly pushed to the edge of the center circle. Kagawa got hold of the ball. At this moment, in front of him, there was only Subai left to defend. The Tokyo reporters in the stands instantly pushed their telephoto lenses to the limit. The breath of the entire crowd slowed at this moment. Kagawa fixed his gaze on Subai, breathing heavily. He suddenly sank his weight to the left, feigning a move with his right foot above the ball. This was the prelude to his proud pendulum dribble. He intended to knock Subai down in the mud right in front of the live cameras across Asia. Subai stood still, his gaze as indifferent as water. The faint blue data grid in his eyes unfurled for an instant, overlaying the frantically twisting body before him. The angle of Kagawa's left shoulder and the slightest twitch of his ankle all transformed into precise data streams within milliseconds, pouring into Subai's brain. Kagawa nudged the ball outward with his left foot, a cold smile of victory already curling at the corners of his mouth. But that smile lasted merely a tenth of a second. Subai moved. He did not retreat, nor was he deceived by those flashy feints. Like a cheetah that had lain in wait for too long, his right leg shot forward. The timing of his kick was unerringly precise. The tip of his foot perfectly intercepted the ball's trajectory. A soft pop echoed. The ball was cleanly intercepted, breaking free from Kagawa's control. Kagawa's left foot struck nothing but air. The immense inertia caused him to lose his balance. He flailed his arms in the air, tumbling forward onto the slippery grass. His chin hit the mud, tasting a mouthful of grass mixed with dirt. All he heard was the sudden eruption of gasps from the stands. Subai, who had intercepted the ball, did not pause even for half a second. Dortmund's defense was in a state of disarray from Kagawa's previous strong push. Subai didn't even lift his head. His black eyes had already locked onto the blue lightning 60 meters ahead in the front. His left foot sank deeply into the mud as a support pillar. The muscles in his right thigh contracted instantly, and his calf lashed out like an iron whip. The top of his foot struck the lower part of the ball with a forceful impact. A heart-stopping thud exploded in the center of the field. The ball transformed into a white meteor tearing through the cold air above Schalke. It soared with a terrifying ground-hugging arc, gliding swiftly along the turf. Dortmund's center back Hummels desperately slid to tackle. The studs only kicked up a splash of water on the grass. The ball, accompanied by a whistling wind, zipped past his nose. 60 meters of distance instantaneously covered. The arc seemed calculated by precision instruments, crossing over the entire Dortmund defense. It sharply slowed down at the dangerous area at the edge of the penalty box. Veteran Raul rushed in. The pass was so comfortable that he didn't even need to adjust his steps. Raul met the ball and gently nudged it with the arch of his left foot. The ball smoothly drilled into the corner of the goal, causing a flurry of white netting to ripple. The crowd erupted. Raul, who scored, turned and pointed towards Subai in the midfield, making a gesture of tipping his hat in salute. Klopp on the sidelines painfully closed his eyes, gripping his disheveled hair tightly. He knew that Dortmund's defense had been sliced apart once again by that kick. The camera cut back to the center circle. Kagawa was still kneeling in the mud where he had just been tackled. Sweat mixed with mud dripped down his chin, creating small puddles on the turf. The once arrogant eyes were now filled with threads of despair. His pupils trembled uncontrollably. The skills he prided himself on seemed like a clumsy joke in front of it. The score stood at 2-0. Kagawa leaned on his knees, gasping heavily, his gaze beginning to fade. But when Subai glanced at him, he did not stop. Today he did not intend to hold back. Subai slowly withdrew his gaze, turned around, and snapped his right hand in the air, a signal to his teammates requesting possession. The 15-minute halftime break had done nothing to dampen the inferno blazing within the Aufschwung Stadion. The second half began with a shrill whistle, and Schalke 04's formation surged forward like liquid mercury, flooding into Borussia Dortmund's half. Shinji Kagawa braced himself on his knees, gasping deeply and raggedly. Sweat traced its path from his finely sculpted temples into his eyes, stinging them mercilessly, yet he could barely muster the strength to wipe it away. His eyes locked fiercely onto the back of the figure clad in the blue number 13 jersey ahead of him, his teeth dug deep into his lower lip, drawing a dark crimson line. He refused to accept it. How could a player deemed unworthy, even ranked last among Dortmund's youth academy graduates, dominate this stage so utterly? At the sideline, Jurgen Klopp kicked a plastic water bottle skyward, droplets scattered across the turf like shattered glass. Press him, Kagawa. Stop wandering. It's not a stroll. The head coach's roar sliced through the wind and pierced Kagawa's ears. Clenching his molars, he forced every last fiber of explosive power from his thigh muscles and lunged toward Subai, who was receiving the ball like a rabid hound unleashed. Subai stood just beyond the center circle, his back turned toward Dortmund's half. The ball rolled smoothly across the grass, gliding steadily toward him. Behind him, Kagawa's footsteps grew louder, shoe studs striking puddles with sharp, urgent patter-patter sounds. Leave it. Kagawa's throat erupted in a hoarse, guttural snarl as he launched a low, vengeful slide tackle, full-bodied and reckless. Against any ordinary player, such a tackle would have sent both man and ball sprawling violently to the ground. Subai did not turn. Beneath his gaze, a faint azure grid of data had already calculated Kagawa's sliding trajectory with surgical precision. Kagawa's right foot remained half a meter short of the ball. Subai subtly bent his left leg, then casually tapped the rolling sphere backward with the heel of his right foot. Time seemed to thicken slow, then freeze. Kagawa watched helpless as the ball skimmed effortlessly over the top of his sliding calf. That blind heel pass, elegant yet cruel, pierced cleanly through two layers of Dortmund's defense. As if guided by instinct, the ball landed perfectly at the feet of the streaking Farfan, surging down the right flank. Farfan glanced up at the yawning expanse of open space ahead, a wide, exaggerated grin spreading across his face. He drove into the penalty area and, confronting the rushing goalkeeper Weidenfeller, unleashed a thunderous low-driven shot. The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and bounced decisively into the net. 30. Kagawa slid 2 meters across the sodden turf, his mouth full of cold wet earth. He lay dazed upon the ground, staring blankly at the spinning ball nestled in the netting, his skull humming with static. How was this possible? Without even turning, how had he known someone was cutting in from the right? The stands of the Aufschwung Stadion descended into pure, unbridled frenzy. Beer mugs soared into the air, azure banners blotted out the sky. Schalke's supporters roared in escalating waves. The very roof trembled faintly beneath their thunderous chant, a massacre. A one-sided massacre. The stadium announcer's voice had long since shredded into raw, ragged shrieks as he screamed into his microphone, Subai has completed a hat-trick of assists. He's transformed this Asian derby into a solo spectacle. Farfan sprinted over and hoisted Subai onto his shoulders. Subai patted his teammate's back, a quiet gesture signaling him to set him down. He walked calmly back toward the center circle, passing Kagawa, still prone in the mud, without pausing, without granting even a flicker of pity. That aloof, towering indifference wounded deeper than any open slap. Play resumed, but Dortmund's players were utterly shattered, disoriented, hollow-eyed. Hummels paced aimlessly in midfield, his gaze unfocused, his rhythm entirely lost. At the touchline, Klopp crouched, low head buried in his hands, kneeling in silent agony at the edge of his technical area. He knew the match was irretrievable. Minute 68. A misplaced pass and Dortmund's midfield gifted possession to Rakitic, who instantly fed the ball to Subai. The moment Subai received the ball, 3 Dortmund defenders instinctively retreated 2 steps. They feared his passes, terrified that any slight advance would invite the prodigy to dismantle their lines with impossible, uncanny artistry. Kagawa remained stranded high upfield, his legs leaden heavy. Seeing Subai gain possession, he mechanically shuffled forward, merely going through the motions of pressing. His mind was blank, numb. Only one thought echoed, make this nightmare end. Subai lifted his eyes, surveying Dortmund's defensive line. Afraid of short, incisive combinations, the opposition had compressed their shape tightly, every gap sealed by bodies. Yet within Subai's ocular grid, a vast vacant corridor shimmered along the left flank. His right foot nudged the ball outward, creating half a step of separation. His left leg anchored like a steel spike into the turf as his torso leaned sharply leftward. His right leg swung upward in an audacious, sweeping arc, and his instep crashed down with brutal force onto the ball's base. Tum! A deafening concussive boom. The ball, spinning viciously downward, ripped through the icy wind, transforming into a brilliant white comet soaring across 60 meters of open air. Dortmund's defenders could only crane their necks skyward, watching helplessly as the ball screamed overhead. This was no delicate through ball for a striker. It was a continental missile launched from halfway across the pitch. Veteran Hao Junmin surged forward down the left flank. No need to decelerate. Upon impact with the turf, the ball's fierce backspin neutralized its forward momentum. It bounced obediently twice, landing precisely along Hao Junmin's sprinting path. With a gentle chest control, he advanced seamlessly into the box. Panicked Dortmund's right back lunged into a reckless tackle, bringing Hao Junmin crashing down inside the penalty area. Beep. The referee pointed emphatically to the spot. Penalty awarded. Raoul strode confidently to the spot, feinted past the keeper, and slotted it home. 40. The scoreboard's crimson digits burned like fresh, dripping blood. The entire stadium detonated. A quadruple assist. 4 assists in one match. The commentator leapt onto his chair, arms flailing wildly. In this luminous Asian showdown, Subai delivered 4 assists of staggering, almost monstrous brilliance. Like a cold-blooded sovereign, he crushed Dortmund's final shred of dignity, without mercy. At the touchline, the 4th official raised the electronic substitution board. The red number 23 pulsed brightly, Kagawa's jersey number. Klopp could bear it no longer. The Japanese prodigy had become little more than a hollow shell on the pitch. Head bowed, Kagawa dragged his weary frame toward the sideline. Dortmund's traveling supporters unleashed a deafening, contemptuous chorus of boos from the stands. Japanese journalists, who hours earlier had hailed him online as a generational icon, now lowered their cameras, faces pale and grim. He reached the touchline, exchanged no handshake with the manager, cast no glance toward the substitutes bench. Instead, he sank silently into the farthest corner seat. An assistant coach handed him a thick white towel. Kagawa accepted it with trembling hands and drew it over. The towel swallowed his face and shielded him from the arena's blinding glare. He buried his forehead deep between his knees. His shoulders began to shudder violently, the convulsions growing stronger, more uncontrollable. Muffled sobs seeped from beneath the fabric, then swelled into raw, unrestrained weeping. His celebrated technique. His bold declarations to the press. Before this 18-year-old Chinese prodigy, they lay in ruins, not a shard remaining. His Tao heart had shattered completely. The broadcast director's lens captured the moment with ruthless clarity. The television screen split cleanly in 2 left. Kagawa weeping beneath the towel, right, Subai cool and composed, encircled by adoring Schalke teammates like a celestial center of gravity. Such is the cruelest contrast sport can offer. High above in the panoramic VIP suite atop, the off-schwung stadium soundproof glass muted the roaring chaos below. A mahogany table gleamed beneath expensive champagne flutes and artfully arranged fruit platters. Several impeccably tailored middle-aged men stood before floor-to-ceiling windows gazing down upon the emerald battlefield. At the center stood a man bearing unmistakable Middle Eastern features, Abdullah, senior official of the AFC competition committee. He held a tall champagne flute, its bubbles long since stilled. He hadn't taken a sip. His gaze remained riveted upon the young man wearing the number 13 jersey. Abdullah turned slowly toward the pale-faced Korean and Japanese FA representatives flanking him. Men who mere hours before kickoff had boasted confidently in this very suite about Kagawa's boundless potential. Now they couldn't lift their eyes. "Gentlemen," Abdullah murmured, swirling the translucent liquid in his glass, leaving a single glistening trail along the crystal wall. "It appears we have witnessed the birth of a monster." He inhaled deeply, lowering his voice, his tone thick with awe. "That vision, that technique. He operates entirely outside the framework of Asian football. If the Chinese national team possesses such a tactical brain during the upcoming Asian Cup," he paused, his gaze sweeping over the sweating delegates. "Who, pray tell, do you believe might halt their march to the trophy?" Silence descended, absolute suffocating. A Japanese FA representative withdrew a pristine white handkerchief and wiped his brow with frantic jerking motions. His lips trembled, no sound emerged. The AFC Secretary-General stepped forward from the shadows, brow furrowed in concern. He glanced at the giant screen displaying the score, then at Abdullah. "Mr. Chairman, I've just received an urgent internal briefing from headquarters." The Secretary-General swallowed hard, his voice dry and strained. Tonight Gao Hongba convened an emergency confidential meeting with the Chinese Football Association, reportedly concerning Subai. Abdullah's eyes narrowed slightly as he placed the flute gently on the tabletop. The crystal base struck wood with a clean, resonant ping. He fixed his gaze upon the Secretary-General, voice grave and commanding, "Find out immediately what exactly they discussed." The AFC president at the VIP seat held a glass of red wine which he had not yet brought to his lips for a long time. The box was covered with thick carpets, and the soundproof glass dulled the outside noise to a muted hum. Yet the president could still feel the entire stadium of Alf SV Worlting trembling slightly beneath him. The fervent roar from the 60,000 Schalke fans seemed capable of penetrating the concrete and steel, striking at the very soul. The president maintained the posture of holding the glass. The crimson liquid at the bottom of the crystal glass remained still like a mirror. His gaze pierced through the floor-to-ceiling window, fixated on the figure below, clad in a blue jersey with the number 13. Just minutes ago he had witnessed a one-sided brutal massacre. Passes without looking at the receiver, using the heel to assist, precision-guided over 60 meters close to the ground. That 18-year-old Huagui youth, with an elegance that transcended reason, had torn apart the entire defense line of Dortmund. The president slowly lowered the goblet. The glass base struck against the expensive marble table, producing a crisp sound. In the dead silence of the box, that soft sound landed like a heavy blow, striking hard at the hearts of several nearby individuals. The representative from the Japan Football Association, Watanabe, trembled uncontrollably. He clutched a handkerchief that was originally pure white, now completely soaked with the cold sweat from his palm. Sweat rolled down his slightly balding forehead, smearing the lenses of his golden-rimmed glasses. Watanabe didn't even have the strength to take off his glasses to wipe them, feeling as if all the marrow had been drained from his spine. The Korean Football Association director, Choi Sung-guk, was no better off. He gripped the edge of the leather sofa tightly, his nails digging deep into the luxurious leather texture. His once rosy round face was now as pale as freshly pasted window paper. Just half an hour ago these two had been toasting with champagne in the box, engaging in grand discussions. They boasted about Shinji Kagawa's stunning performances in the Bundesliga, flaunting Japan's refined youth training system. They even made jokes about the current state of Huagua football, using it as a humorous anecdote. But now those two smug faces had been thoroughly slapped into oblivion by the Huagua youth on the field. In the high-definition screen on the wall of the box, the footage kept replaying the earlier scenes. Shinji Kagawa sat on the bench, his head covered with a white towel, shoulders shaking violently as he wept. Watanabe watched as their proud Asian genius was reduced to shattered aspirations, feeling as if a bloody cotton ball was lodged in his throat. He could neither swallow nor spit it out. He felt the silk tie around his neck constricting his breath, and he reached up to tug at his collar. Cough. Watanabe cleared his throat, trying to break the suffocating atmosphere. "Mr. President, this is just an ordinary club match. Kagawakan is not in good form today, and with Schalke playing at home, it is normal for Dortmund to be somewhat passive tactically." Choi Sung-guk seemed to have grasped the lifeline, and quickly nodded in agreement. He gulped down a large mouthful of ice water from the table, not even noticing the droplets splashing onto his suit pants. That's right, football is a team sport of 11 players. Even if Su Bei's passing is exceptional, he won't have Raul or Van der Vaart scoring for him when he returns to the national team. The forwards of Huagua cannot seize opportunities. Even at the Asian Cup, he will be all alone, unable to create any significant waves. The two sang in unison, desperately using these forced justifications to mask their inner panic. The president turned his head, casting a cold glance at the two clowns. There was no mockery in his gaze, only a profound insight that pierced through everything. He retrieved a thick cigar from the inner pocket of his suit, and his secretary immediately stepped forward to light it. The bluish-gray smoke gradually spread in the air-conditioned box, carrying a pungent aroma of tobacco. "You are afraid." The president exhaled a puff of smoke, piercing through their facade with pinpoint accuracy. "You fear that the Asian football hegemony built over the past decade will be toppled by this Huagua youth single-handedly." Watanabe's face instantly turned a pig-liver color. His mouth opened, but he couldn't utter a word in rebuttal. Choi Sung-guk was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, frozen in place, cold sweat trickling down his back. The president stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking down at the black-haired youth on the field who hardly broke a sweat. Japan's possession and control techniques and Korea's relentless stamina did indeed dominate the Asian stage in the past. But you have overlooked the most lethal weapon on the football field, which is the brain. He pointed his finger, holding the cigar, towards the glass window. Look at how he controls the rhythm of the match with such ease. Observe his godlike vision that resembles an all-seeing radar. This dimensional reduction attack means that even if you toss him into a pile of obstacles, he can still calculate the rebound angle and slot the ball into the opponent's net perfectly. The secretary, holding a freshly faxed post-match technical report, respectfully handed it to the president. The black and white data was startling, sending shivers down the spine. A 100 passing success rate, creating 6 absolute scoring opportunities. Even the running distance was an astonishing 9.5 kilometers, achieved with an effortless pace. The president took the report and tossed it on the tea table in front of Watanabe and Choi Sung-guk. The rustling of the pages sounded like the countdown clock of death. "Prepare to welcome the storm, gentlemen." The president turned around, his gaze surpassing the dome of the box, as if crossing thousands of mountains and rivers, looking towards the distant eastern continent. The sleeping eastern lion of Huagua football has finally grown its sharpest fangs. The air conditioning in the box seemed to be set to the maximum. The representatives from Japan and Korea looked ashen, their shirts soaked with cold sweat tightly clinging to their skin. They understood too well what a fully developed midfield brain meant to a national team. There were less than 2 months left until the Asian Cup. Once this prodigy donned the red national team jersey, the entire landscape of Asian football would be irrevocably torn apart. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe in Huaguayanqing, the night was deep and the cold wind whipped against the window panes. The national team training base's office building was still brightly lit. The door to the head coach's office was tightly locked. The room was filled with a strong smell of tobacco, the acrid nicotine scent stinging the eyes. The crystal ashtray on the desk was already stuffed with a haphazard collection of cigarette butts. The national team head coach Gao Hongba sat in a wide swivel chair. His white sports t-shirt was somewhat wrinkled with a few specks of gray ash on the collar. The face that was usually gentle and refined was now filled with shock and an uncontainable fervor. The computer screen on the desk emitted a pale glow. The image displayed a slow-motion replay of Su Bai delivering that lethal through ball using his heel. Gao Hongba propped his elbows on the table, his fingers deeply buried in his slightly graying hair. He had been staring at the screen for a full half hour. He scrutinized the replay of those 4 god-tier assists frame by frame, not daring to blink. The more he watched, the deeper the shock in his heart grew. His heart raced as if it were beating a drum. "Is this really one of our own?" Gao Hongba murmured, his voice hoarse like sandpaper scraping against dry old. He suddenly straightened up and slapped his thigh hard, producing a crisp sound. In recent years, the national team's performance had sunk to the depths, unable to lift their heads. Fans cursed from the stands, media lambasted in newspapers, and the higher-ups in the Football Association pressed all the demands for results squarely on his shoulders as the head coach. In the midfield, they couldn't control the ball, and the forwards couldn't find comfortable shooting opportunities, trailing behind the opponents all game long. Each time they reached the international stage, it felt as if they were tied up and blindfolded, getting beaten to the core. But now it seemed that all the deadlocks had been cleaved open by that 18-year-old youth far away in Germany. Gao Hongba's mind raced with tactical scenarios hanging on the wall. The red and blue magnetic circular pieces moved rapidly in his mind, reassembling. As long as Su Bai was placed in the most central position at the midfield circle, the national team's long stagnant core could instantly come to life. Even if their forwards had rough skills, as long as they could understand the commands and run into space. With this ball, they could accurately smash it into their opponent's net. This was an ultimate weapon capable of raising the tactical ceiling of the entire national team single-handedly. Gao Hongba trembled as he opened the drawer next to him. He pulled out a somewhat yellowed thick address book. His finger quickly slid down the list, the tip turning pale from pressing down on the paper. His breathing became more rapid, his eyes fixated on a string of international phone numbers. At the same moment in Huaweyanqing, the national team head coach Gao Hongba watched Su Bai on the television live broadcast, his right hand shaking as he tried to press the correct numbers on his phone. He was dialing an encrypted international long-distance call. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Gao Hongba took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Hello, who is this?" A young and steady male voice came through the receiver. There was neither drowsiness nor surprise at receiving a strange long-distance call, cold as a glass of water just taken from the fridge. Gao Hongba subconsciously tightened his grip on the phone in his right hand. His fingertips pressed firmly against the non-slip texture on the side of the device, leaving a deep, white imprint. He lifted his head and glanced at the tactical board hanging on the wall, his Adam's apple rolling up and down with difficulty. "Is this Su Bai?" Gao Hongba cleared his dry throat, trying to slow down his speech. "I am the head coach of the national team, Gao Hongba." In a dormitory far away in Gelsenkirchen, Germany, Su Bai was leaning against the windowsill, holding a cup of freshly poured cool water. Upon hearing that name, he paused in his drinking. The glass gently clinked against the solid wood windowsill, producing a crisp sound. He lifted his eyelids, gazing at the shadows of trees swaying in the wind under the streetlight outside. The background of that name quickly flashed through his mind. The veteran coach who took over the mess during this turbulent period in the country was known for his elegance and stubbornness. "Coach Gao." Su Bai's voice remained flat, showing no hint of surprise. "Calling internationally from Yanjing in the middle of the night. What advice do you have?" Gao Hongba listened to the calm tone on the other end of the line, feeling secretly astonished. If those teenage youth training talents in the country received his call, they would have been so excited that they could hardly speak. But this kid exuded an air of composure that suggested he was in control of the situation. "I just finished watching the full match footage of your game against Dortmund." Gao Hongba skipped the formalities and got straight to the point. He reached for a crumpled box of cigarettes on the table, pulled one out and bit it, but did not light it. "I watched it twice, replaying every detail of each pass. Your backheel blind pass in the center circle, and that 60-meter ground pass." Gao Hongba couldn't help but emphasize his tone, his chest heaving with quickened breaths. "You sliced through Dortmund's championship defense like cutting tofu." Su Bai tilted his neck back and drank the cool water in his cup in one go. His Adam's apple rolled, and he casually placed the empty cup on the table. "Dortmund's defense was too high, leaving open spaces behind. Oh, I simply passed the ball to where it needed to go. You don't need to hide anything from me." Gao Hongba spat out the unlit cigarette from his mouth, letting it fall. He abruptly stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, and looked out at the pitch-black night. "I've been a coach for most of my life, but whether I stumbled upon it or truly have skills, my old eyes are still sharp. There's a mess in domestic football right now, and you know it well from playing abroad. Fans are cursing in the stands, and the media is constantly criticizing in the newspapers." Gao Hongba wiped the cold sweat that had formed on his forehead. The midfield is like a stagnant pond, panicking whenever they get the ball, only able to blindly kick it forward, looking for the forwards. The forwards are running themselves ragged in every game, yet they can't receive a comfortable transitional pass. He gave a bitter laugh, his laughter filled with heartache. "Others see me as an imposing head coach, but in reality, I'm just sitting on top of a volcano roasting." Su Bai listened quietly, his fingers rhythmically tapping the edge of the windowsill. Tap, tap, tap. The regular tapping sound came through the microphone into Gao Hongba's ears like a countdown timer. Gao Hongba took a deep breath, inhaling the acrid scent of nicotine in the office, completely dropping the airs of a head coach. A middle-aged man in his 50s spoke in a tone that was almost pleading. "Let me, old Gao, lower my pride and ask you to come back. The Asian Cup is less than 2 months away, and the upcoming World Cup qualifiers will be even tougher. The national team urgently needs someone who can control the ball and manage the rhythm." Gao Hongba pressed his body tightly against the cold glass window, his tone urgent. "As long as you are willing to come back, you will be the centerpiece of this team." To show his sincerity, Gao Hongba directly revealed his trump card. "In next month's training camp roster, your name will be at the top. The main attacking midfielder position is yours, and I will reserve the symbolic number 10 jersey for you. The entire team's tactical play will be designed around you alone." This promise, if given, was enough to drive any domestic player mad. Joining the national team and directly taking the number 10 jersey as the absolute core. This was the highest treatment that broke all the unspoken rules of seniority. However, on the other end of the line, there was no excited response from Su Bai as Gao Hongba had anticipated. Instead, there was a dead silence. Su Bai leaned against the wall, a trace of mocking cold laughter curling at the corners of his mouth. "Main position. Tactical core. In the current domestic football scene, such verbal promises were as fragile as a piece of scrap paper. He knew too well what the older players in the domestic league were like. With beer bellies, they could barely run 3,000 meters without gasping for breath. On the pitch, they formed cliques, ostracizing newcomers. As long as he didn't integrate into that toxic drinking culture. On the green field, even if he was the core designated by the head coach, those seasoned players could collectively isolate him. When he received the ball, no one supported him. When he made runs, no one passed to him. He possessed a top-level passing vision and could deliver the most lethal through balls. But there was a prerequisite: the forwards in front had to be able to run into position and control the ball at their feet. Otherwise, passing to a group of players who couldn't even stop the ball 3 meters away was simply an insult to his top-tier talent. Subai didn't want to wade into this murky water, nor was he interested in being a savior for a bunch of unprofessional. He did not immediately refuse, but quietly listened to the static on the line. He fell into a long silence. Far away in Yinjing, Gao Hongba felt his shirt was completely soaked with sweat. The damp fabric clung to his back, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His hand holding the phone trembled slightly, not even able to wipe the sweat from his palm. The second hand ticked on the wall. Time slipped away second by second, each second feeling like a slow torture to Gao Hongba's nerves. He opened his mouth wanting to add some bargaining chips, but found that he had already revealed all his cards. "Xiaobai, are you worried about those old rules in the locker room?" Gao Hongba gritted his teeth and forcefully broke the silence. "Don't worry, as long as you come back, I will keep things in check in the locker room for you. Whoever dares to contradict you on the field, I will make sure they pack their bags and leave, even if it costs me my position as head coach." Subai paused, his fingers tapping the windowsill, turned, and walked to the bedside. "Coach Gao, I understand your sincerity." Finally, Subai spoke, his tone as calm as a lake without ripple. "But I for one do not like to hand over the initiative to others." Listening to the silence on the other end of the line, Gao Hongba's heart rose to his throat. After a few seconds, Subai finally spoke, but the terms he proposed made Gao Hongba gasp. Subai's voice traveled across the ocean cables back to the homeland, cold and devoid of any room for negotiation. Germany, Gelsenkirchen. The cold wind of the late night beat against the windows of the new dormitory, emitting a faint, buzzing sound. The streetlights outside cast mottled shadows of trees slowly swaying on the yellowed wooden floor. Subai had one hand stuffed into the pocket of his gray sweatpants while the other held a phone with scratched edges on the screen. He did not look outside at the night, his gaze resting on his own face reflected in the glass. His brows and eyes were cold and stern, with not a hint of the youthful innocence that should belong to his age. The heavy breathing from the other end of the call clearly conveyed the other person's psychological fluctuations. Since Gao Hongba had proactively sought him out for help, the rules of this poker game could only be set by him. He was acutely aware of what kind of deep pit the soccer scene in Huagua was. It was a cesspool of corruption, and if he did not hold all the initiative tightly in his hands, going back would only make him a scapegoat. "Director Gao, I must say a few harsh words up front." Subai deliberately paused. He intended to place the weight of this opening statement entirely on the other person's psychological defenses. "If I return, this team can only have one brain. Where the ball is passed on the field, how the offensive rhythm is dictated, it all must listen to me. Establish me as the sole tactical core on and off the field. My word is final." Across the ocean in Huagua, Yanjing, inside the office building of the Football Association's training base, Gao Hongba's fingers, which were holding a cigarette, suddenly shook. The long accumulated gray ash could no longer bear the weight and fell onto the spacious desk. It landed just on top of an A4 paper printed with the national team's tactical formation, scorching a small hole into it. Gao Hongba opened his mouth, his throat dry as if he had swallowed a handful of coarse sandpaper. Having been a player and coach for dozens of years, he had crawled and fought his way through the soccer world for most of his life. Even the most veteran and respected captain in the history of the national team would never dare to make such a demand of the head coach. This was equivalent to forcibly snatching away the baton of command from the entire team. Even he, the official head coach, would have to yield his tactical arrangements to an 18-year-old newcomer. Subai soccer is a team sport of 11 players. Gao Hongba swallowed hard, suppressing the surging waves of emotion within, trying to maneuver with the wisdom of the older generation. "You can be the core, no problem. I will formulate tactics around you. But the style of play needs to be coordinated by the coaching staff, considering the emotions and habits of other veteran players. I'm not here to accompany them in playing recreational soccer." Subai unabashedly interrupted Gao Hongba's words, his tone devoid of any wavering. "The second condition." Subai turned around, leaning against the cold wall, his gaze sharp as a drawn blade. "In the locker room, I don't want to see any fat man wearing a suit and tie. All those motivational speeches from the Football Association officials before the match, all of it is to be cancelled. In my locker room, there is no room for idle people. Anyone who dares to step over the threshold, I will walk off the field on the spot." Gao Hongba suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air that carried a pungent smell of smoke, as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest. To kick the officials out of the locker room. In the domestic soccer scene, it was akin to punching a hole in the sky. Those bureaucrats always liked to flaunt their presence before major matches. Before the match, they had to drink tea and hold meetings spouting a bunch of irrelevant nonsense. Even if the players were yawning from exhaustion, they still had to pretend to be full of energy, applauding enthusiastically. Gao Hongba held his phone in his palms, sweating profusely, the device becoming slippery. He had to switch hands to hold the phone, casually grabbing a tissue from the table to wipe his palms. Do you have any idea what kind of trouble this would cause if these words got out? Gao Hongba lowered his voice, panic seeping through, even carrying a hint of tremor. You don't understand the rules in the country. A seniority and the face of leadership are tangled webs that cannot be avoided. If you offend all the heads of the Football Association, how will you establish yourself domestically in the future? Subai let out a cold laugh, the sound piercing Gao Hongba's ears through the underwater cables, harsh and disdainful. Rules. Those disgusting rules of drinking and toasting, of forming cliques. Subai walked to the table and picked up a half-empty bottle of mineral water. I play pure soccer, not a quagmire of human relationships. If you want to roll in that quagmire and flatter those old men, that's your way of survival. But don't think you can impose that sickening trick on me. I find it filthy. Gao Hongba fell silent. Sweat beads gathered into lines on his forehead, trickling down his nose, cool against his skin. Having been a coach for so many years, he had seen countless troublemakers. Some demanded high salaries, others demanded playing time, and some insisted on using connections to place relatives. But it was rare to see someone like Subai who so openly displayed pure ambition and disdain for the system. Before he could fully digest these two explosive pieces of information, Subai's final strike arrived. The third point, and also the final point. Subai's voice suddenly dropped, revealing a chilling murderous. Once on the field, regardless of whether he is a veteran of the national team or a relationship player hard pushed in by some leader. As long as the ball is passed to him by me, if he fails to control it, as long as I dictate the movement, if he dares to stroll around watching the game, I will have him leave the field on the spot. Subai's fingers tightened slightly around the plastic water bottle, the body emitting a crisp, crackling sound. You don't even need to worry about substitution quotas. I will handle it myself. No one can plead for mercy. The office fell into a deathly silence. Gao Hongba felt his scalp go numb, a chill racing up his spine to the back of his head, his hairs standing on end. He even felt that the person on the other end of the phone was not an 18-year-old boy, but a merciless demon king. This was not a negotiation. This was to become the supreme ruler of the national team, a complete tyrant on the field, overriding the head coach, directly sidelining the coaching staff, trampling on the authority of the Football Association, stripping the leaders of their dignity and stepping on it. He also wanted to control the life and death of the players, dismissing teammates on the field before tens of thousands of fans and national broadcasts. If such a thing were to happen, the ensuing tsunami of public opinion would be enough to topple the Football Association's office building. You are inciting a rebellion. Gao Hongba muttered to himself, his legs turning to jelly as he slumped onto the wide leather swivel chair. The swivel chair emitted a dull, creaking sound, echoing eerily in the quiet office. He looked at the still video image on the computer screen. In the picture, Subai faced a triple team from Bayern, deftly executing a fried meatball move. This boy actually intended to use the same cold demeanor to single-handedly cut through the malignant tumors of domestic soccer. Director Gao, I have laid my cards on the table. Subai was too lazy to listen to the heavy breathing on the other end. He picked up the schedule on the table, his gaze already directed towards the next Bundesliga opponent. Whether we can achieve results in the Asian Cup and World Qualifiers depends entirely on whether you dare to gamble. I will give you 3 days to consider. Once you have made up your mind, bring a written contract to Germany to find me. Click. The clean and crisp sound of the call being hung up echoed. The beeping of the dead line reverberated in the empty office, each sound striking against Gao Hongba's taut nerves. Gao Hongba held his phone like a frozen sculpture. In the smoke-filled office, he sat in silence for a full 10 minutes. The cigarette butts in the ashtray emitted a sharp smell of tar. His mind was in turmoil, two entirely different thoughts clashing like red and blue armies tearing at his reason. If he agreed to this kid, it would be tantamount to officially declaring war against the vast bureaucratic system of the Football Association. Those leaders who had been stripped of their power and those old-timers who had been kicked out of the national team would retaliate like venomous snakes in the shadows. With a careless move, he, the head coach, could be drowned in the spittle of various factions. A lifetime of reputation could be destroyed in an instant, leading to a tragic end. But what if he did not agree? Gao Hongba turned his head, his gaze landing on the bright red national flag on the wall. Beside the flag hung painful group photos. There were the expressions of despair after the defeat in Doha and snapshots of players crying with their faces buried after being eliminated from the world qualifiers. Huawei soccer had already rotted to the core. A body in critical condition, if it did not receive strong medicine to cut out the decay, could only watch it rot in the mud, leaving a stench for eternity. That boy far away in Germany was the only sharp scalpel capable of excising the rotten flesh. Gao Hongbo hung up the phone, gritting his teeth. He resolutely pushed open the door to the office of the chairman of the Football Association, preparing to face a bureaucratic storm. In the Oval Conference Room on the top floor of the Football Association building, a heated argument erupted as if the roof would be blown off. Deputy Director Li slammed his broad palm heavily on the solid wood table, causing the white porcelain teacup in front of him to rattle. Half a cup of scalding tea splashed out, soaking the tactical brief he had just prepared. Rebellion. Does this kid want to revolt? Deputy Director Li pointed at the list of conditions submitted by Gao Hongbo, his stubby finger trembling. Not allowing the Football Association leaders to interfere in the locker room. And he wants to arbitrarily dismiss players on the field. Does he think he is Maradona or Pelé? Several plump old-timers nearby chimed in, puffing their cheeks and glaring. Veins bulged on his neck from agitation. With so many senior players in the domestic league who would listen to an 18-year-old kid, giving him the number 10 jersey and making him the absolute core who will have the final say in this team. If we bring in such a troublemaker, where will our face go? The smoke in the conference room was thick and choking like a cloud of sorrow that wouldn't disperse. Gao Hongbo pulled out a chair and sat down, coldly observing this group of bureaucrats who usually held power. He crossed his hands over his knees, sitting upright. He let these people vent their anger at having their authority challenged without even frowning. Wang, sitting opposite, adjusted his glasses and chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension. Director Gao, shouldn't we discuss these conditions further? What if he acts recklessly on the field? Our Football Association's reputation will be completely lost. As the noise subsided slightly, Gao Hongbo slowly raised his head. His gaze swept over the frustrated faces like a razor. If any of you think someone else can replace him and retrieve the Asian Cup for us, I will resign immediately. This statement felt like a bucket of ice water splashed over their heads. Deputy Director Li opened his mouth, his facial muscles twitching, but he couldn't muster a word. His small schemes were shattered by that one sentence. If they failed to achieve results, they would all lose their iron rice bowls when the higher-ups blamed them. At this moment, Chairman Chen, sitting at the head of the table, extinguished his cigarette in the crystal ashtray. A faint hissing sound emerged, releasing a puff of blue smoke. Chairman Chen picked up his thermos cup with the red double happiness symbol, taking a sip of the bitter tea, moistening his dry throat. Have you all finished arguing? Chairman Chen's voice was not loud, but carried an undeniable pressure. He opened the drawer beside him and slapped a document stamped with a red seal onto the table. The sound of the paper sliding across the table caused everyone's hearts to tense up. The General Administration issued a strict order yesterday. We must reach the semi-finals of the Asian Cup and qualify for the World Cup. Face. When we lose to weaker teams and have nothing left, why didn't you mention face? If we fail to complete the mission, every one of you here will have to pack your bags and leave. Not a single one will escape. The conference room fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The attendees could even hear the hum of the central air conditioning. Deputy Director Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his gaze evasive, quietly retracting his half-extended body back into his swivel chair. Chairman Chen scanned the room, finally nodding heavily at Gao Hongbo. That kid named Su Bai has crushed Bayern and Dortmund in 2 consecutive matches in the Bundesliga. All of Europe's top clubs are watching him. No matter how arrogant he is, he has the ability to be so. Chairman Chen made a decisive statement, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. These few knocks completely shattered the last remnants of dissent. Act according to what he says. Announce to the public that he will be the sole tactical core of the national team. Keep the number 10 jersey for him. The rules in the locker room will all follow his wishes. Anyone who dares to trip him up at this critical moment will face me first. Half an hour later, in the back end of the national team's official Weibo account, the operations specialist took a deep breath, sweating in his palms as he pressed the send button. A bold and red announcement pushed through the fiber optic cable to the mobile devices of tens of millions of fans. The coaching staff and the Football Association jointly decided to officially summon Su Bai from Bundesliga Schalke 04 into the new national team roster. Su Bai will don the core representative number 10 jersey and serve as the tactical commander of the national team. Less than a minute after this Weibo was posted, the comment section numbers surged like a malfunctioning stopwatch. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In the back-end server room of a major sports forum, several programmers stared at the glowing server alerts, sweating profusely as they pounded on their keyboards. Supervisor. The traffic can't handle it. The posting volume has exceeded 3,000 in a second. The supervisor wiped the sweat from his forehead, gritting his teeth and directing the technical staff. Redirect all backup bandwidth from other sections. Even if the mainboard burns today, we must let the fans vent their feelings. In a crowded university dormitory in Yinjing, a chubby guy in slippers jumped up from the lower bunk. His head hit the upper bunk hard, producing a dull thud that made him wince in pain. But he didn't have time to rub his head. He raised his hands holding the phone and shouted at the top of his lungs. Brothers, the Football Association has compromised. Subai is wearing number 10. The absolute core. No more need to serve those old-timers. The dormitory erupted in a series of howls of joy. Iron basins and stainless steel lunchboxes were clanged together loudly, while the dormitory manager shouted with a loudspeaker downstairs, but no one paid attention. Meanwhile, in a bustling night market stall in the south, a shirtless middle-aged man stared at the television screen hanging on the wall. The news channel was broadcasting this breaking news. He raised his glass of draft beer, his eyes reddening, and gulped it down. The icy beer dripped down his chin, and he slammed the glass on the table. The sound of breaking glass mixed with the surrounding cheers, creating a fervent atmosphere. That's refreshing. This is what football should be like. The domestic internet was filled with expressions of joy and tears. In my lifetime, I actually get to see someone like this landing in the national team based on sheer ability. This is the brain we want. Those who play health-preserving football, your good days are over. The Football Association has finally done something right. With Subai as this sharp blade, we have a shot at the Asian Cup. The national team has finally shown its strength. In Gelsenkirchen, Germany, the afternoon sun shone through the blinds of a single dormitory, casting stripes of alternating light and shadow on the floor. Fine dust floated in the air. Subai leaned against the sofa, his long fingers gliding gently over the phone screen. The overwhelming news pushes back home has placed his name on every corner of the trending search. Looking at the Football Association's meticulously worded official announcement, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The actions of the Football Association were even faster than he had anticipated. It seemed that these people were truly cornered by the pressure for results and had no choice but to swallow the terms he put forth. Subai locked his phone screen and casually tossed it onto the coffee table. The screen clashed with the glass table, producing a crisp sound. He stood up, walked to the window, stretched lazily, and his joints made a series of popping sounds. With this sort of power after returning to the national team, he could justifiably purge those who were working half-heartedly. There was no need to spare anyone's feelings. Whoever dared to act like an elder in front of him on the field, he would not hesitate to kick them back to their hometown in front of tens of thousands of fans. He was already planning for the upcoming Asian Cup. There was a knock on the dormitory's wooden door, neither heavy nor light. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythm of the knocking was crisp and decisive. Subai turned around and walked over to twist the brass doorknob. The cold wind from the corridor rushed in through the gap of the door. Subai's prestige and popularity in the country had reached their peak at that moment. Just then, Lin Weiner walked into Subai's dormitory carrying a commercial contract that could shatter ordinary people's values. Subai opened the door and froze for a moment. The woman next to Lin Weiner was dressed in a high-end professional suit, her gaze as cold as the snow on the Alps. The corridor's ceiling light cast a cold white glow. This woman had a sleek bob that framed her face, and her deep gray suit was tailored to perfection, accentuating her striking waistline. She held a black platinum handbag, her fingers adorned with bright red nail polish, each knuckle sharply defined. Her gaze was like a precise scanner, boldly sizing up Subai from head to toe. Lin Weiner turned slightly, breaking the silence with a smile. Aren't you going to invite us in? This lady is the fortune goddess I specially brought over from the country for you. Subai shifted to the side, clearing a path. Please come in, it's a small place, I hope you don't mind. The sound of high heels clicked against the wooden floor. The woman walked to the center of the living room, but did not rush to sit down. Instead, she turned to look at Subai. I am Gu Qinghan. She pulled out a gold-foiled business card from her handbag and handed it over. Her actions exuded a pride typical of someone who had long occupied a high position. Weiner praised you to no end over the phone, but I only believe in the numbers that can be put on the table for profit. Subai took the business card and glanced at it. The executive president of the Huagwood Dingxing Consortium. Such a title was indeed impressive. No wonder she exuded such a strong presence. He casually tossed the business card onto the coffee table and sat down on a single sofa. You flew all the way here, President Gu. Surely it's not just to visit my single dormitory. Gu Qinghan's eyes slightly raised, a hint of barely perceptible surprise flashing beneath. Typically, those newly debuted athletes struggled to string a coherent sentence together upon seeing her. This young man, however, was composed, diving straight into the main topic without any preliminary niceties. She sat down beside Lin Weiner, her legs elegantly crossed. The hem of her gray suit skirt slid down, revealing a fair, well-proportioned calf. I prefer straightforward conversations, Gu Qinghan said as she pulled out a neatly bound document from her bag. With a sharp sound, the document landed on the glass coffee table and slid to Subai's side. 5 years, 200 million RMB to buy out all your commercial endorsement agency rights in the country. Gu Qinghan crossed her arms in front of her chest, slightly tilting her chin. As far as I know, your current annual salary at Schalke is still less than 200,000 euros. This contract is enough for you to buy half a street of villas in Munich. She gazed into Su Bei's eyes, trying to catch a glimpse of greed or ecstasy flickering in his dark pupils. But she was disappointed. Su Bei didn't even touch that document. Instead, he picked up the glass kettle on the table and poured himself a cup of warm water. The water flowed against the bottom of the cup, creating a gentle bubbling sound. President Gu, your information updates are too slow. Su Bei lifted the cup, looking at the icy cold president across from him through the rising steam. The Football Association just released an announcement last night. I have already received the national team's number 10 jersey. Gu Qinghan's brows furrowed slightly as she turned to glance at Lin Weiner. Lin Weiner shrugged, indicating that the news had indeed just been released. Su Bei set down the cup and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. In 2 months at the Asian Cup, I will play as the absolute core of the team. Once I bring that trophy back to the country, my commercial value will multiply. You should be clearer about that than I am. A brief silence fell in the air. Gu Qinghan straightened her posture, retracting the condescending stance she had earlier. She realized she had made a critical mistake. She had taken Su Bei for a brawny athlete with a simple mind. Yet the 18-year-old before her had a business logic in his mind that was frighteningly clear. How do you want to negotiate? Gu Qinghan's voice turned a few degrees colder, carrying the sharpness unique to a negotiation table. Su Bei leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. First, shorten the contract duration to 2 years. Second, double the amount, 200 million for 2 years. I want 80% of the domestic portrait rights. Third, all endorsement brands must be approved by me personally, and I will not accept any low-end, fast-moving consumer goods. With these 3 conditions laid out, Lin Weiner gasped, her hand holding the cup frozen in midair. This was simply a lion's demand. Gu Qinghan, furious, yet smiling, curved her red lips into a mocking arc. Mr. Su, do you have a misunderstanding about your own worth? 200 million for 2 years. Even if you were to rob a bank, you wouldn't get it that fast. Su Bei was not angry. He leaned back against the sofa, exuding a lazy demeanor. President Gu, you followed Lin Jie to Gelsenkirchen in the middle of the night. Didn't you see the potential in me that could overturn the domestic football scene? 200 million to buy the exclusive agency rights of a national idol. You're making a huge profit. Gu Qinghan stared intensely at Su Bei. Her peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, attempting to see through this young man's trump card. Their gazes met in the air, seemingly sparking a sizzling clash. Su Bei's expression was deep and resolute, leaving no room for retreat. This overpowering sense of pressure was something Gu Qinghan had only felt from a few industry titans. Her heartbeat inexplicably skipped a beat. A faint scent of hormones mixed with a refreshing shower gel rushed into her nostrils. Gu Qinghan instinctively avoided Su Bei's gaze and looked at the water cup on the table. She picked up the cup to cover her emotions and took a sip. The warm water soothed her throat, but it couldn't suppress the strange feelings rising in her heart. This kid is quite interesting. She set down the cup and pulled out a Mont Blanc pen from her suit pocket. The action of removing the cap was swift and decisive. I agree to your terms. Lin Weiner turned her head sharply, looking at her best friend in disbelief. This was a gamble involving 200 million in cash flow. They reached a decision in just a few sentences. Gu Qinghan opened the contract and directly crossed out the figures for the amount and duration, quickly writing new numbers beside them. The pen tip glided across the paper, producing a soft scratching sound. But I also have an additional condition. She pushed the contract back after completing the last stroke. During these 2 years, you must unconditionally cooperate with our company's operational arrangements regarding all your media public relations. Su Bei glanced at the revised terms. He picked up the signature pen on the table and signed his name in an elegant flourish. Deal. Gu Qinghan put away her copy of the contract and placed it back into her handbag. She stood up, smoothing out the slight wrinkles on her skirt. Looking down at Su Bei from a height, her cold gaze held a hint of admiration that even she didn't notice. Pleasure to cooperate, Su Bei. Gu Qinghan turned and walked towards the door, with Lin Weiner following closely behind. As Gu Qinghan signed and left, her high heels paused at the entrance. She turned back to glance at Su Bei, leaving behind a remark. I bought a sports company in the country specifically to serve you. Then Lin Weiner pulled out another contract from her bag from an international giant. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away. Lin Weiner withdrew her gaze and pushed the door closed, the metallic bolt clicking sharply as it locked. She turned around, leaning against the wooden door, taking a deep breath of the somewhat stuffy air. Her chest rose and fell dramatically. Lin Weiner walked to the coffee table in her high heels. She unzipped the innermost compartment of her black handbag. Lin Weiner slammed the thick contract written entirely in English onto the coffee table, lowering her voice to say the president of Adidas European Division has been waiting in the lobby downstairs for 3 hours. Her vocal cords trembled slightly due to her deliberate suppression. Su Bei sat on the sofa, his gaze naturally falling on the cover of the contract. The eye-catching three stripes logo reflected a layer of high-end matte texture under the dim light. He did not rush to reach for it. Instead, he picked up a glass of lukewarm water from the table and took a slow sip. Minda's handiwork. Subai swallowed the water, his tone calm. Lynn Weiner pulled out the chair across from her and sat down, her hands folded on the table. That Portuguese is simply a madman at the negotiation table. She shook her head, her eyes filled with admiration. He called the Asia-Pacific heads of Nike and Adidas to the same hotel without us knowing. Lynn Weiner pointed at the thick stack of paper. Both sides were fighting fiercely in the suite to win you over. Mendez used the domestic agency rights, just signed by Gu Qinghan, as leverage, pushing the price. To completely defeat his arch-rival Adidas has offered a sky-high contract that breaks the historical record for newcomers in football. Lynn Weiner leaned in closer, her breath becoming heated at the tip of her nose. 5 years, 25 million euros. She articulated the number slowly, as if chewing on an incredible incantation. The 5 million euro signing bonus for the first year is yours as soon as you sign. Within 24 hours, this vast sum will be sitting in your overseas account without a single cent missing. Add in the 200 million from domestic deals, Sue, by you are now a bona fide billionaire. The air fell into a brief pause. The night wind outside rattled the glass, emitting a faint humming sound. Any 18-year-old boy faced with such unimaginable wealth would likely be jumping with excitement, perhaps even popping champagne to celebrate. But Subai simply lowered his eyelids. His gaze swept over the long line of zeros, his expression as calm as an ancient well. Even the rhythm of his breathing remained steady. He pulled a black pen from the pen holder beside the table, flicking the cap off with his thumb. His wrist showed no sign of trembling. The pen tip glided over the blank space on the last page of the contract. With a few swift strokes, the ink left a bold and powerful signature on the paper. Lynn Weiner watched his calm demeanor, her eyes twitching slightly. Aren't you excited? She couldn't help but ask. Subai capped the pen with a light snap. He pushed the contract back towards Lynn Weiner. These numbers by my feet, which can deliver deadly passes on the field. Subai stood up, stretching lazily, his joints cracking with a crisp sound. As long as I keep winning and continue tearing apart those elite defenses, such contracts will only grow more frequent. But if I turn into a soft-shell shrimp on the field, the speed at which they reclaim their money will be 10 times faster than when they handed it over. Subai walked to the wardrobe, opened the door, and selected a clean blue training outfit. Please tell that president I'm sorry for keeping him waiting, and that you'll take care of the subsequent handover. I have to get up early for extra training tomorrow. I need to sleep now. Watching Subai walk into the bathroom with his clothes, Lynn Weiner couldn't help but smile helplessly. She carefully packed the contract into her bag. This kid's calmness in the face of wealth was simply that of a cold-blooded monster. The next morning, the morning mist in Gelsenkirchen had yet to dissipate. At Schalke 04's training base, the sounds of rapid footsteps and sharp whistles had already begun. Coach Maggoth stood on the sidelines, timing with a stopwatch, his expression as cold as iron. These were the final few practice sessions before the Champions League kicked off. No one could afford to be the slightest bit lax. Subai, wearing a yellow tactical vest, was doing shuttle runs for warm-up on half the field. Sweat rolled down his forehead and dripped onto the dew-soaked grass. Veteran Raul was running beside him, panting heavily. "Sue, I heard you signed 2 big contracts in one go last night." Raul wiped the sweat off his chin, a teasing tone in his voice. "The guys in the locker room are all talking. You're now the richest in the team." Subai did not slow his pace at all. "The money is in the bank account. It can't replace us running on the field." He glanced at the assistant coach, setting up the marker cones in the distance. "We're about to play Tottenham. Their Welsh winger is very fast. I'm more concerned about how to pass the ball to their defensive blind spots and directly penetrate that Premier League defense." Raul was slightly taken aback and turned to look deeply at Subai. He had thought this newly wealthy young man would be restless and somewhat lax in training. He had seen too many talents who fell into decline after landing big contracts. But the focus in Subai's eyes was even purer than when he played against Bayern. A smile of appreciation crept onto Raul's lips as he quickened his pace to catch up. "Those Englishmen play rough. Take care of your ankles." 2 evenings later, the streets surrounding the AFSV stadium were packed with no space left unfilled. UEFA Champions League banners with star patterns fluttered in the wind. Over 60,000 Schalke fans had filled the stands early amidst a sea of blue with a small patch of white from the visiting team's fans. The atmosphere in the locker room was heavy and oppressive. Maggoth stood in front of the tactical board, the whiteboard marker striking heavily against the area representing Tottenham's left flank. It made a series of sharp taps. "Gareth Bale." Maggoth's voice was hoarse, carrying an undeniable iron will. "The speed of this Welshman is outrageous. The fullbacks must not rashly rush out to intercept. They must assist in forcing him towards the dead corner of the sideline." Maggoth turned his gaze to Subai, who was sitting in the corner. Subai was focused, meticulously adjusting the laces of his soccer shoes. "Sue," Maggoth called out. Subai looked up, his black eyes appearing particularly deep under the bright lights. The pace of the Premier League is faster than that of the Bundesliga. Their midfield press will be more ruthless. Hold the ball and pass only after seeing clearly. Subai stood up firmly, stepping on the anti-slip mat beneath his feet. Coach. His gaze swept across his teammates in the locker room, a sharp smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No matter how fast they run, the ball will always be faster than the people. A few minutes later in the player tunnel, the two teams lined up side by side. The Tottenham players were tall and imposing, exuding the unique toughness of Premier League teams. Gareth Bale, standing at the front, had his hands on his hips. In his monkey-like eyes there was a trace of arrogant fearlessness. Bale turned his head, his gaze crossing over several Schalke defenders, landing on Subai. He sized up this recently praised Chinese youth with disdainful mockery flashing in his eyes. Such a slender frame would likely struggle to last even half a match in the muscular jungle of the Premier League. Subai sensed the hostile look. He did not turn his head, simply staring quietly at the patch of green grass illuminated by the floodlights at the tunnel's exit. The heart in his chest beat steadily and powerfully. The referee raised the star-printed exclusive ball in his hand, blowing the short whistle. Midweek. The Grand Champions League theme song resonated for the first time in Subai's ears. The Champions League group stage had begun, and Schalke faced the challenge of the Premier League powerhouse. The passionate anthem of the champions reverberated above the Aofiswire Ting Stadium as Subai stood on the turf, a shiver coursing over his body. The grand symphony seemed to carry an enchanting power, piercing through the eardrums and drilling deep into the heart. In the stands, the vast expanse of the Champions League's starry pattern slowly unfurled, made up of thousands of pieces. The chorus of over 60,000 fans shattered the chilly autumn night wind. Subai glanced down at the green grass beneath his feet. This was the highest stage in European football, a place that countless professional players could only dream of reaching throughout their careers. His fingers tightened slightly, a tingling sensation of anticipation coursing through his fingertips. The blood flow quickened, and the rhythm of his heart pounding against his chest rose in frequency. The referee stood in the center circle, bowing his head to check the time on his watch. With a long exhale, he blew the short whistle. The crisp sound pierced through the chaos of the stadium. Schalke took the first kick, and as the ball rolled, a strong scent of Premier League fervor wafted through the air. Tottenham's formation was pushed too far forward. They lacked the deliberate probing style characteristic of Bundesliga teams. The three attacking players surged forward like wild dogs, lunging at Rakitic, who had the ball. Only 2 meters away, Tottenham's midfielder revealed his studs. With a splash of mud, both the player and the ball were sent tumbling onto the grass. The referee raised both hands, signaling for the game to continue. This was the jungle law of English football, encouraging confrontation, with the whistle seemingly lenient. After several scrambles, the ball landed at the feet of a blond man near the center circle. It was Luka Modric, the metronome of Tottenham's midfield. Not tall and seemingly slender, but the moment he received the ball, the chaotic rhythm of Tottenham was suddenly steadied, as if held firmly by a hand. Modric lifted his eyelids, his gaze sweeping through the gaps in Schalke's defense. With what appeared to be a casual push from his right foot, the ball rolled forward, spinning slightly inward along the slick grass. It precisely penetrated Schalke's first line of defense, evading the long legs of the defensive midfielder. It rolled straight towards the open area on the left flank. On the left flank, Gareth Bale sprang into action. The Welsh speedster, who had been jogging, suddenly pressed down hard the moment the ball was passed. His thigh muscles tightened, instantly unleashing a forceful thrust. The grass was torn up by the deep groove made by his custom cleats. With his first step, he threw off Schalke's left back by half a body length. "Mark him. Don't let him accelerate." Schalke's captain Houds yelled from the backfield, his voice tinged with an unusual panic. The fullback Uchida gritted his teeth, gripping Bale's jersey tightly. His knuckles turned white as the white fabric was stretched out of shape. But Bale didn't spare him a glance. Like a savage beast, he swung his left arm back forcefully. He sent Uchida stumbling to the ground, his knee scraping against the grass and leaving a long trail in the mud. The ball was swept past Bale as he charged forward, each step covering an astonishing distance. From the moment he started to sprint to the actual run, it was barely 3 seconds. He forcefully carved out a green vacuum in Schalke's right defense. The cold wind blew through Bale's short hair, his eyes fixated firmly on the penalty area. Is he in 6th gear? The Schalke assistant coach's eyes widened, oblivious to the tactics board that fell to his feet. Maggott's face turned pale, his teeth biting down on his lower lip, drawing a trickle of blood. As Bale approached the edge of the penalty area, he showed no signs of slowing down despite the central defender Jones rushing to cover. With a powerful flick of his left foot, he pushed the ball outward. His body moved like a white lightning bolt, forcefully overtaking from the outside. The two defenders behind him collided, tumbling into the mud. Bale followed the ball, lifting his left foot high. He unleashed a fierce shot. Bang! The sound was dull, like striking a metal barrel. The ball transformed into a shadow heading straight for the near corner of the goal. Schalke's goalkeeper Neuer let out a roar, his body stretching in midair to the limit. The edge of his glove barely grazed the surface of the ball. That slight resistance altered the ball's trajectory by even half a centimeter. Bang! The ball slammed violently against the post, producing a deafening thud bouncing out of bounds. The entire goal frame buzzed, and the net shook violently. A small chunk of white paint was chipped off the post by this brute force. The Aofiswire Ting Stadium fell into a dead silence. The frantic moments just seconds ago had left tens of thousands of Schalke fans breathless. Many clutched their chests, gasping for breath. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, paralyzed by fear, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, thousands of Tottenham fans in the away stand went absolutely wild. They took off their white jerseys bare-chested and wildly waved in the cold wind. A few drunken British men hurled their plastic beer cups directly at the home fans below. Spittle and curses intertwined in the air, creating chaos. Bale stood near the goal line, hands on his hips. He was not displeased about missing the goal. Instead, he held his chin high. His chest puffed out with pride. Like a victorious general, he provocatively surveyed the surrounding blue stands. In his eyes resided an overwhelming arrogance. He was declaring to all of Europe that his speed was an insurmountable weapon here. The Schalke players exchanged glances, and Uchida crawled out of the mud, spitting out the grass bits in his mouth, his face as ugly as if he had swallowed a bitter herb. The physical confrontation just now made him acutely aware of the gap in strength. It was an undeniable display of physical talent crushing his own. Tactics, formation. In the face of such barbaric speed, all became illusions. A thick cloud of dread hung over Schalke's half. Even Captain Houds lowered his head, unwilling to glance at the timer on the sidelines. Subai stood in the center circle, unconcerned with the dejected demeanor of his teammates. His dark eyes quietly reflected Bale's retreating figure. His brain was racing. He analyzed Bale's sprinting stride, the defensive gaps he left, and the angle at which Tottenham's midfield pressed forward. All the imagery in his mind was deconstructed into a precise tactical grid. He indeed ran fast, but even the fastest runner would leave behind a considerable defensive vacuum. Moreover, just now Bale had emptied the entire left corridor to accelerate. Tottenham's left back hadn't even had time to fill that gap. A glint of cold light flashed in Subai's eyes. He knew that as long as he could send the ball into that gap, the speed that Tottenham prided itself on would turn into a knife plunged into their own hearts. He turned his head to look at Falvin, who was standing near the right sideline, also not running slowly. Falvin was wiping the sweat from his forehead, still somewhat dazed by the earlier scene. Subai nodded at him and made a clear forward gesture with his right hand. Looking at Bale's retreating figure, he turned to his winger Falvin and signaled, "He runs fast, doesn't he? Then let him see what true speed really is." As the white hand gesture fell, a ferocious slide tackle splashed mud half a meter high in Schalke's half. Rakitic fell to the ground, entangled with Spurs midfielder Sandro. "It's broken. Move forward quickly," Rakitic shouted, clutching his calf towards the backfield. The ball squeezed out from between their entangled legs, wobbling as it rolled towards the backfield. That was exactly where Subai stood. Gareth Bale had just completed a sprint in the front field, his chest heaving violently. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Subai with the ball, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Skinny bamboo pole, don't think you can easily take the ball," Bale shouted angrily in Subai's direction. He powered his legs, his thigh muscles instantly bulging, stretching the edges of his white shorts. Bale took off like a crazed cheetah, pivoting in place and sprinting towards Subai. His cleats bit into the turf each step, leaving a deep indentation in the ground. The cold wind blew his short hair back. "I want to see how your pathetic pace can dodge my tackle." Bale gritted his teeth, the speed of his sprint creating a gust of grassy scent. In just a few seconds, he closed the gap of over 10 meters like an out-of-control Welsh battle chariot. The Spurs fans in the stands erupted in cheers. "Knock him over, Gareth. Show him what Premier League confrontation is like." Subai stood still, barely lifting his eyelids. Deep within his black eyes, a light blue data grid instantly filled his entire field of vision. Bale's sprinting speed, the wind direction, sheer, and the humidity of the turf, all transformed into precise numbers in his mind, accurate to 2 decimal places. The 50-meter corridor on the right, due to Bale's frenzied forward sprint and retreat, appeared largely vacant. The Spurs left back was still huddled at the edge of the penalty area, completely unable to make up for the position. "Hey, over here," Falvin shouted hoarsely near the right sideline, waving his hands desperately. Subai stepped half a pace forward with his left foot firmly planting it on the muddy grass. His body tilted to the left, his right leg swung back, drawing an exaggerated crescent-shaped bow. He didn't even glance at the bulldozer-like Bale charging towards him. His right foot's instep was as taut as a piece of wrought iron, striking fiercely against the bottom of the rolling ball. Boom! A dull explosion echoed above the raucous atmosphere of the Audi Sports Stadium. The force of this kick was astonishing. The ball deformed under the impact, even momentarily compressing into an oval. Immediately after, it transformed into a blinding white light whistling low as it shot out. Bale was now less than 2 meters away from Subai. "You won't get away," he yelled, stretching out his long leg to try and block. But he only felt a violent gust of wind brush past his ear, stinging his cheek. In the broadcast room, the experienced cameraman suddenly jerked the joystick. But the speed of that ball was too outrageous. The lens only captured a blurred afterimage directly shooting out of the framing capture range. "Where's the ball? Director, switch to a wide shot. I can't keep up with it." The cameraman shouted into his walkie-talkie, drenched in sweat. Bale came to a stop, leaving 2 black marks on the turf. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes wide as he watched the white trajectory in midair. The ball was like a precision-guided cruise missile tearing through the air at a hopeless speed. That was definitely a speed that no human could catch up to on 2 legs. Bale opened his mouth, his throat bobbing, but no sound came out. The speed he was so proud of had at this moment become a joke. The opponent didn't even compete with him in foot strength. They simply used a long pass that crossed half the field, rendering the path he had run completely useless. At the other end of the field, Falvin was sprinting along the right sideline like a wild horse that had broken free. The moment he saw Subai's gesture, he had already taken off. But he never expected the ball to come so fast and so accurately. The ball crossed half the field, spinning with strong backspin, creating a faint hissing sound in the air. Just as Falvin was about to charge into the right side of the penalty area, the ball landed neatly in front of his right foot, the height of the bounce perfectly matching his sprinting stride. No extra adjustment was needed. It was as if the pastry had been crumbled and forcibly stuffed into his mouth. Falvin's eyes reddened as he faced the descending ball, his right foot striking out in a powerful volley. "Stop him. Quickly block." Spurs goalkeeper Gomez yelled in terror, spreading his arms wide. But the ball, already accompanied by the sound of the wind, grazed his fingertips and smashed into the far corner. The net bulged high, spraying water droplets everywhere. After scoring, Falvin slid to the corner flag area, pounding his chest with both hands. "Oh my God, this pass is amazing. Sue, are you a god?" The entire stadium instantly plunged into a blue sea of wild celebration. In front of the Spurs coaching bench, old Redknapp kicked the tactical water bottle at his feet away. The splash soaked one of his pant legs, but he was completely oblivious. "Are you all just watching a show? Why did you let that Peruvian go past?" The old coach yelled angrily at the defensive line on the field, his arms flailing wildly in the air. The Spurs defenders lowered their heads, none daring to respond. Standing near the center circle, Modric reached up to push his sweat-soaked blonde hair back from his forehead. He did not blame his teammates. His deep-set eyes were fixed intently on Subay not far away. He had clearly seen that moment. The pass from the young man from Huagua was not only fast, but also demonstrated a sharp ability to read the space. Bale's sprint had left a defensive black hole, and this kid's opportunistic approach was like that of a cold-blooded killer. "Don't panic, tighten the defensive shape, he'll deal with that Huagua person." Modric turned his head and solemnly instructed his teammate, defensive midfielder Sandro. The Spurs manager was fuming on the sidelines. Midfield core Modric sensed the urgency. He voluntarily abandoned organizing the attack and glued himself to Subay like a piece of chewing gum, attempting to lock him down with his skills. Modric drew closer. This future Ballon d'Or winner was at the peak of his career, showcasing formidable defensive resilience. His golden hair clung to his forehead, drenched in sweat. Modric's brain functioned like a precise radar, wildly anticipating Subay's next move. He did not charge in like the muscle-bound brutes of the Premier League, but maintained a half-body distance. With slightly bent legs and a low center of gravity, he resembled a poised cheetah. This was a perfect defensive distance, capable of intercepting passes while being ready to advance. The moment Subay's foot made contact with the ball, he immediately felt an invisible pressure. The cold wind swept across the pitch, making the air feel thick. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at the small Croatian in front of him. The pale blue grid granted by the system quickly spread across his field of vision. Modric's breathing rate, slight shifts in his center of gravity, and even the tension in his knee muscles, all transformed into data within milliseconds, flooding Subay's brain. The opponent's defensive positioning had completely trapped Schalke's 3 support points in a blind spot. This was undoubtedly a top-tier player who played with their mind. The Spurs coach, old Redknapp, stood at the sidelines, his arms tightly crossed over his chest. He watched Modric stick to Subay like a piece of taffy, and his anxious heart finally settled. The old coach secretly admired this was true Premier League-level pressing defense. Using technique and positioning to cut off passing lanes was far more effective than mere physical collisions. In Schalke's half, the ball remained at Subay's feet for 2 seconds. The water pooled on the grass reflected the blinding lights above the pitch. Modric keenly caught a hint of change in Subay's gaze. He was assessing the advancing Farfan on the right flank. looking to pass right. No way. Modric scoffed internally, shifting his body weight instantly to the left. His right leg lunged forward half a step, the sole of his shoe skimming the grass, splattering a few drops of muddy water. That half step was precise and fierce, completely sealing off the imagined passing lane. The timing of his kick was impeccable. The Spurs fans in the stands were already prepared to cheer for this magnificent interception. A few excited fans half stood, waving their white scarves. At that moment, time seemed to be pressed into slow. Subay's right ankle twitched almost imperceptibly at the moment before making contact with the ball. The foot that was originally poised to push to the right was forced down half an inch. The calf muscles tightened instantly, and the inside of his foot brushed against the lower left side of the ball. Instead of a powerful strike, he gently sent it forward with a soft finesse. The ball skimmed the wet grass, not flying towards the right, but instead shooting straight through the narrow gap created when Modric stepped out with his right leg. A through-the-legs pass. Modric felt a cool breeze rise from the inner thigh. He looked down in shock at the empty grass, his brain momentarily blank. That gap, less than 30 centimeters wide, existed for mere moments. How did this kid time it so perfectly? The ball pierced through the Spurs' defense, heading straight for the edge of the penalty area. Raul appeared like a blue ghost on the trajectory of the rolling ball. The old golden boy didn't even need to stop the ball. He met it with his left foot, gently tapping it. The ball arced beautifully through the air, brushing past the fingertips of the Spurs goalkeeper and into the far corner. The Unapologetic stadium erupted with deafening roars. Over 60,000 Schalke fans jumped from their seats, wildly waving blue scarves in the air. The massive wave of sound vibrated the windscreen of the substitutes' bench, causing it to hum. The old redknapp at the sidelines dropped his jaw in disbelief. He clutched his thinning hair, completely unable to believe his eyes. The proud midfield barrier had been so easily shattered by a through-the-legs play. Modric stood still, sweat dripping from his nose onto the grass. He inhaled a deep breath of the cold, grassy air, forcing down the shock in his heart. Again, he gritted his teeth, a fierce fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. As the core of Spurs, he refused to accept a crushing defeat in front of a newcomer. The match progressed to the 75th minute. Spurs pushed forward in full force, trying to recover from the defeat, leaving vast open spaces in their defense. Schalke's defender cleared the ball with a header, and it fell into the center circle. Subay controlled the ball with his chest, and it obediently settled at his feet. Modric closed in immediately. This time he played smart, squeezing his legs tighter and lowering his center of gravity even more. Beside him was Spurs defensive midfielder Sandro, with both of them, one on the left and one on the right, completely locking down Subay's forward space. Sandro's heavy breathing sprayed on Subay's back, and his solid chest pressed down with physical pressure. "I won't let you succeed again." Modric fixed his gaze on Subay's shoulder. Subay looked up, his black eyes revealing no trace of emotion. The grid radar operated at full power. To the left front, Raul was tightly marked by two defenders. On the right, Farfan was lingering on the offside line. Only deep in the middle, Hao Junmin was making a rapid run along a concealed route. But on that line, three pairs of Spurs players' legs lay in wait. The gap was so narrow that not even half a body could pass through. Subay did not hesitate. He planted his left foot hard into the mud, supporting the weight of his whole body. No matter how Sandro pushed from behind, his lower body remained unyielding. His right foot whipped out like a whip, striking the side of the ball forcefully. Bang! A dull thud echoed. The ball transformed into a white shadow whistling along the grass. It was a precision pass that traveled without any spin. The speed of the ball was enough to send chills down one's spine. Modric instinctively reached out to intercept, but only kicked at air. The ball brushed past the edge of his cleat and slipped past Sandro's calf. Then at the moment the last center-back turned, it leaped through his legs. A passage that previously did not exist was cleaved open by this pass. Hao Junmin received this perfectly set-up opportunity at the penalty line. Faced with the charging goalkeeper, he calmly slotted the ball home. Schalke scored 2 consecutive goals, shattering Spurs. The Ostberlin stadium became a sea of joy. Spurs players stood with their hands on their hips, their heads hung low in despair. Old Redknapp turned around and kicked away a mineral water bottle at his feet. Modric stood in the center circle, his white jersey soaked with sweat. He looked at the leisurely black-haired boy not far away, filled with an insurmountable sense of defeat. His proud skills and defensive awareness felt as fragile as thin paper in the face of such a dimensional blow. He lost utterly defeated, yet he accepted it wholeheartedly. As the final whistle blew, Modric approached Subay to exchange jerseys, saying, "Your vision is at least 10 years ahead of mine." 2 days later, the official announcement from UEFA sent shockwaves throughout Europe. UEFA's official website homepage was dominated by a single image, Subay clad in a blue jersey delivering that breathtaking through ball. Now in Switzerland, the headquarters of UEFA. As the chief technology officer pressed enter, Europe's entire sports media network experienced a brief collective lag. A high-resolution photograph, occupying 2/3 of the homepage, burst into view with unapologetic force. Its backdrop the blinding floodlights of Arena Aufschalke. Amid interlacing light and shadow, Subai, wearing the number 39 blue jersey, leaned sharply leftward. His right instep struck the lower left quadrant of the ball with surgical precision. Mist droplets flung from the sodden turf hung, suspended in crystalline clarity, frozen shards of glass captured by a high-speed shutter. Beneath the image bold, gold-embossed English letters declared, UEFA Champions League Matchday 1 Player of the Week Schalke's number 39 Subai. The words struck like a muffled hammer blow, shattering the placid surface of European football. After all, this matchday had featured an extraordinary constellation of stars. Messi, strolling effortlessly through Camp Nou, had scored twice. A delicate chip followed by a curling strike. Cristiano Ronaldo at the Santiago Bernabeu unleashed relentless firepower. A 30-meter knuckleball left the opposing goalkeeper stunned and disoriented. Fans of the two immortals had already erupted across forums, each convinced their idol deserved the honor. No one anticipated the sudden emergence of an unknown Asian teenager. He had wrested the most prestigious weekly accolade, not from peers, but from two living deities of the sport. Subai was unanimously crowned Matchday 1 Player of the Week. He outshone both Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo, who had each scored in the same matchday. An 18-year-old Asian debutant claiming Champions League Player of the Week on his first appearance. Unprecedented in tournament history. Madrid, Spain. The editorial hall of Marca buzzed with shrill telephone rings. The editor-in-chief gripped his landline receiver, his receding hairline resembling a tangled thicket. His bloodshot eyes blazed as he roared at the layout department head. Scrap every word you've typeset. Front page lead now? Replace it with a massive portrait of that Chinese youngster. Fill the entire spread. The layout editor swallowed hard, fingers flying across the keyboard, sweat beading on his forehead. But sir, we've already finalized post-match analyses for Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. Pulling them now will flood our hotline with furious loyalists. The editor slammed his palm onto the solid oak desk, sending his coffee cup leaping into the air. Brown liquid splashed across the cuff of his white shirt. He didn't even wipe it. Let them call. Even if heaven's sovereign descended today, he couldn't stop Subai from dominating the headlines. He jabbed a finger at Subai's image glowing on screen, his voice echoing through the entire floor. Check Twitter. Europe's legends are locked in furious debate over yesterday's pass. Across the continent, former stars dissected the moment. Thick tactical dossiers on Subai now lay atop every elite club's executive desk. Indeed, Twitter had become a roaring sea of celebration. Dozens of retired icons, seemingly coordinated, filed into the digital arena one after another to post their reactions. Pablo Aimar, the legendary River Plate playmaker and archetypal classical number 10, posted, "Watching that nutmeg thruffball, I instinctively touched my own ankle." His timing was lethal, the perfect fusion of cerebral anticipation and ingrained muscle memory. Moments later, Xavi Hernandez granted an interview live from Barcelona. The famously exacting maestro of possession football, rarely relinquishing his trademark pride, spoke with rare humility. His spatial intelligence sends chills down your spine. In that 0.0 second, while Modric pressed him tightly, he located a channel impossibly narrow, defying logic itself. When such luminaries entered the fray, the blaze reached its zenith. Fans stared dumbfounded at these authoritative verdicts scrolling across their screens. Even Xavi admits his vision is extraordinary. Is this boy truly Asian? I replayed that pass 10 times, yet he never glanced up. It's as if his mind carries a 360-degree radar. Borussia Dortmund's board must be contemplating suicide. They discarded this monster as surplus baggage. While fans reveled, online elite clubs' analytics rooms braced for battle. Munich's Seferbergerstrasse training complex. Bayern Munich's head coach Louis van Gaal sat rigidly in the front row of the tactical analysis room, arms locked tightly across his chest. Before him stretched a thick stack of freshly printed tactical reports. On the cover, Subai's name glowed alongside staggering metrics: running distances, pass accuracy, spatial coverage. The technical analyst pointed a laser pen at the projection screen. A crimson dot traced Subai's passing trajectories. The ghostly lines crisscrossed like a dense, intricate web. "Coach, we resimulated his passes using our supercomputer." The analyst wiped sweat from his brow, voice trembling slightly. The conclusion: he had already mapped the blind spots of 3 defenders before receiving the ball. He wasn't exploiting space, he was creating it. Van Gaal's jaw muscles twitched violently. He surged upright, snatched the dossier, and hurled it against the white wall opposite. A cascade of A4 sheets scattered across the floor, black ink on white paper, mocking his earlier dismissive remarks. That lucky Asian kid he'd mocked was now slapping his ego, cold, clinical, data-driven. Meanwhile, in a modest Gelsenkirchen studio apartment, Subai sat at his desk, delicately trimming the nail of his right index finger with a small pair of clippers. Fragments drifted silently into the wastebasket. Lynn Weiner entered holding a freshly charged. She wore a tailored khaki trench coat and strode briskly in high heels to his side. "You're truly not watching the storm outside." She handed him the tablet, its screen ablaze with UEFA's effusive praise. "You've eclipsed Messi and Ronaldo for Player of the Week. Every major European outlet is orbiting you." Lynn Weiner studied his profile, searching for a flicker of youthful elation, the kind an 18-year-old should radiate. She found none. Subai didn't raise his gaze. He blew gently at the fine dust clinging to his nail's edge. UEFA is a commercial entity. It needs idols to draw traffic from Asian markets. Setting down the clippers, he lifted a glass tumbler of water, drank slowly, then placed it back on the desk with deliberate calm. Messi and Ronaldo's appeal has plateaued. Now they need fresh faces to jolt viewers' senses. This business calculus is clearer to you than to me. Lynn Weiner froze, lips parted. She hadn't expected such incisive, unvarnished realism from someone so young, especially regarding an honor most would treat as sacred. "But those legends' praise can't be fabricated. Zidane himself commended you." She pulled up a wooden chair, crossing her legs elegantly. "Legends." Subai turned, his dark eyes flashing with icy sharpness. "Today they elevate me to Olympus. Tomorrow one misplaced pass, and they'll bury me in mud with equal fervor. On the pitch, only victory and defeat matter, not sentiment." He rose, walked to the window, and yanked open the blinds. Cold wind rushed in, dispelling the room's heavy stillness. Gazing into the night, Subai's lips curved faintly. "Rather than watch how others praise me, I'd rather plan how to feed the striker his next goal. Let him eat until he's bursting." At that very moment, elite scouts across Europe were scrutinizing his match footage frame by frame, hunting for flaws, blind spots, weaknesses. A silent high-stakes war among Europe's elite, centered on one prodigious midfielder, had already begun. In drizzly Manchester, inside a coach's office lined with trophies, a ruddy-faced Scottish veteran, chewing gum vigorously, repeatedly pressed the rewind button on his VCR. The VCR footage froze precisely at the moment Subai delivered the pass. Sir Alex Ferguson removed his reading glasses and exhaled deeply, a slow, heavy breath escaping his lungs. This old-fashioned office at Carrington Training Ground was adorned on all four walls with Manchester United's storied honors. Gleaming silver trophies immortalized in photographs chronicling the Red Devils' iron-fisted dominion over the Premier League. Outside, Manchester's signature drizzle fell without cease, streaking the window pane with winding rivulets of rain. Inside, the heating blazed too fiercely, rendering the air thick and stifling. Ferguson leaned back in his broad black leather chair, fingers idly twisting the gold-rimmed frames of his spectacles, their temples worn smooth by decades of calloused fingertips. Beneath his salt and pepper hair, his iconic ruddy face glistened with a sheen of excitement. His jaw worked ceaselessly on that ever-chewing piece of gum, cheeks puffed taut like drumheads. A faint rhythmic click-click echoed in the silence. "Rewind it. Play that nutmeg on Modric again." His voice rumbled low and gravelly, thick with the unmistakable cadence of Scotland. He pointed imperiously toward the television screen across the desk. Assistant manager Mike Phelan hurriedly pressed the rewind button on his remote. The image stuttered backward, grainy and speckled with static snow, before locking onto the narrow pocket of space where Subai faced Tottenham's midfield press. Phelan swallowed hard as atoms, apple bobbing sharply, palms slick with cold sweat. After years beside the old man, he knew exactly what that accent concealed. Intensity coiled tight as spring steel. Each time the boss fixated on a player, his eyes burned with the feral gleam of a wolf spotting fresh meat. The last time he'd worn that look was on the pitch in Lisbon, watching a young Portuguese prodigy named Cristiano Ronaldo tear through Sporting CP's youth ranks. "Stop." Ferguson slammed his fist onto the desk. A tremor rattled the teacup, spilling crimson droplets of Earl Grey. The frame froze mid-motion, Subai's right foot outer instep guiding the ball with surgical precision. "Look at that vision. Look at that preternatural awareness." The legendary manager erupted, his roar so thunderous it set the window panes humming. He snatched up the VCR analysis report from the desk and hurled it squarely into Phelan's chest. He didn't even glance up. Before contact, within a fraction of a second, he'd already calculated Modric's center of gravity shift down to the millimeter. Ferguson jabbed a trembling finger at Subai's image on screen. "This boy doesn't search for passing lanes. He carries a holographic map of the entire pitch inside his mind. Isn't he the perfect heir to Paul Scholes?" At the name, Phelan sucked in a sharp, icy breath, the damp fabric of his shirt clinging to his spine. Paul Scholes, the soul of Manchester United's midfield, England's true maestro of the thruffball, a legend even Xavi revered. And now the old man had elevated an 18-year-old Asian newcomer, fresh off just a handful of matches, to that hallowed pedestal. "Boss, is this assessment perhaps a bit?" Phelan stammered the words, dying mid-sentence, choked off before they could fully form. He met Ferguson's blazing gaze, eyes that seemed capable of igniting flame, and swallowed the rest whole. Too high. Ferguson scoffed, sinking back into the leather chair with a weary thud. The chair groaned under his weight. He loosened his tie, revealing the soft, slightly sagging skin of his neck. Look at our midfield now. His knuckles pounded the oak desk. Thud, 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 a somber, insistent rhythm. Scholes is aging, his stamina can no longer sustain 90 minutes of Premier League attrition. Carrick is a warrior, but he lacks that final incisive pass that shatters defensive lines. Right now we're a supercar without an engine, relying solely on wing crosses and individual brilliance to stay afloat. The legendary manager closed his eyes and drew a long, deliberate breath, the air heavy with the astringent aroma of tea and the damp chill of Manchester mist. Manchester United stood at the painful crossroads of generational transition, its midfield creativity dwindling, a wound that had festered for years deepening with every sterile encounter. Against compact, disciplined defenses, the team sank like a ship trapped in tar, struggling, flailing, unable to break free. And that Chinese teenager halfway across Europe and Germany had arrived, like a celestial icebreaker, driving straight into the very fissure in Ferguson's heart he'd longed to fill. Winter window. Ferguson's eyes snapped open, pale blue, unyielding, radiating absolute authority. At the latest by next summer, he will be wearing the red shirt at Old Trafford. He thrust his index finger toward Phelan's nose. Contact Mendes, the vampire. Tell him Manchester United wants this boy. Phelan wiped sweat from his brow, his expression tightening. Boss Schalke won't release him easily. He just signed a record-breaking commercial contract. And the club's salary structure. Manchester United's pay hierarchy was famously rigid, rarely bent for newcomers. It was a rule forged by the old man himself. Rules are alive. Talent is eternal. Ferguson cut him off without hesitation, his tone brooking no dissent. I'll speak to those suit-wearing vampires on the board myself. Even if we shatter United's wage ceiling, that contract will be laid before that Chinese boy. The manager rose and strode to the window, staring out at Manchester's leaden sky, his chewing pace quickening, relentless, mechanical. Tell David Gill to ready the checkbook. If Wenger or Mancini get there first, I'll boot every one of you out of. That volcanic decree swept through United's upper echelons like a gale. In football's tightly knit world, no secret remained buried for long. Internal whispers spread swiftly. Meanwhile, beneath the golden sun of Madrid, another pair of eyes, sharp burning, scrolled through Su Bai's highlight reel on a smartphone. In the changing room of the Bo Na Wu training base, Portuguese superstar Si Luo had just finished a brutal session and sat before his locker scrolling through his phone. His jersey was soaked through with sweat, clinging to every chiseled muscle. The air smelled sharply of hair gel and the salt of perspiration. Unlike his teammate, Si Luo did not hurry to shower. A white towel lay across his thigh as his long fingers flicked across the screen. On his phone played a viral montage of assists by Su Bai spreading across Twitter. The footage was not pristine, yet the flight of those passes was piercingly clear. Yuzhou Wanzi slipped past by Rennes midfield, then, without looking back, heeled a blind pass. A flash of unmistakable astonishment crossed Si Luo's deep-set eyes. He drew the phone nearer. The screen's glow carved his sharply cut features. His Adam's apple bobbed as he saw this vision. Si Luo murmured, his Portuguese accent threaded with a rare admiration. As the planet's supreme finisher, his appetite for service verged on obsession. Huang Ma's midfield of late, with Ichi Air's comfortable passing, had its charms. But Ichi Air was too soft. Under intense pressing, he tended to vanish. The dark-haired youngster on the screen was different. Even beneath Bayern's suffocating defensive grinder, he strolled and delivered lethal through balls. Those incision-like passes that ripped defenses apart were a bespoke banquet for strikers. If those balls landed at his feet, Si Luo instantly pictured himself timing the offside line, sprinting alone, and scoring with ease. With him, scoring 50 in a season would be no problem. Si Luo set a confident curve on his lips. His thumb struck the screen with purpose. From that verified account bearing the V, he unreservedly gave Su Bai's montage a prominent like. And he did more than that. He left a conspicuous reply, a description of a burning flame that stood out starkly amid a row of English. That gesture was like dropping a lit match into calm oil. The Huang Ma No. 7's Twitter was instantly flooded by millions of fans. Heavens, Si Luo actually personally liked that Huagua kid. Is he hinting to Lao Fo Yi to hurry and buy him? One of the twin greats personally stamped him, this kid's value keeps rising. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers from Ma De Li and Ba Sai Luo Na events were unfolding as well. In the press hall of Nuwa, Kanpu, a similarly jaw-dropping scene played out. Ba Sa had just taken a crushing victory. Meishi wore the Redan blue shirt and sat at the dais. He retained that shy inward manner, head-bowed, fingers idly twisting the water bottle on the table. From among the reporters below, a German sports journalist suddenly stood. Liao, did you see Sha Air Coup No. 39's Champions League performance last night? He topped the week's best player vote over you and Si Luo. The question prodded its tone a shade provocative. At any other time, SAS press officer would have cut off such an off-topic question. Today, even the officer froze, unable to intervene in time. May she stop twisting the bottle? He raised his head, and those clear eyes betrayed not a trace of vexation at being upstaged. Instead, there was a simple, mutual admiration reserved for football geniuses. I watched the footage, May she said softly, almost in a whisper. His left foot technique is exquisitely delicate. His sense of timing for passes is rare, even at La Masia, he murmured, stroking the stubble on his chin as he offered high praise. To be his teammate would be marvelous. He makes so many things on the pitch seem effortless. When those words fell, the press hall was left with nothing but the frantic clatter of shutters. If C. Luos like had, then May's voiced endorsement was a blockbuster explosion. In the era of the twin prodigies, it was the first time both had shown such fierce desire for a fresh debutante. The online storm had spiraled beyond control. Every football forum, social platform, and news portal was saturated with Sue Bay's name. Dual prodigy endorsement. A new king of football is about to ascend. An 18-year-old max-level midfielder, which giant will take him? From Mada Lee to Manche Site, from Lewin Dunn to Mu Naihe, the questions raced. On the desks of Europe's top clubs, transfer dossiers on Sue Bai piled like small mountains. At the center of the storm was Germany guy Air Sinji Xing. Sue Bai sat at his single-room dorm desk. The dim lamp threw light across the sharp planes of his profile as he stared at the trending Twitter comment with the flame. A keen brightness flashed in his deep eyes. Twin prodigies. Those football deities he had once only admired on screens were now turning to one of his passes. That sensation of standing on the edge of the world's footballing summit quickened his blood until it raced. He reached out and closed his laptop with a soft snap. The screen's glow died, and the room fell briefly into dimness. Only the streetlights outside pushed slats of light through the blinds, stretching a long shadow across the floor. Sue Bai rose and took the black training bag hanging over his chair. He slung it over one shoulder, knuckled fingers gripping the brass doorknob. Glancing at the trending post again, Sue Bai shut the laptop and shouldered his bag. He knew this was only the beginning. The curtain was rising on his green pitch dynasty. Sue Bai pushed open the heavy wooden door of his bachelor dormitory. A cold wind laced with fine ice crystals rushed violently down his collar, raising gooseflesh across his skin. He tightened the black training bag slung over his shoulder and lifted his gaze. The street lamps cast a dim amber glow while the first snow of winter fell softly upon the streets of Gelsenkirchen. A single snowflake drifted gently onto his eyelash, instantly melting into a cool droplet. The brutal, unrelenting battles of the Bundesliga's first half were finally drawing to a close in this snow-draped season. From the beer halls lining both sides of the street rose the thunderous chants of Schalke fans. They raised thick glass mugs brimming with dark lager, warming up for the final showdown ahead. 2 weeks later at the Aufschwung Arena, a delicate layer of frost coated the pitch, a white mist condensed from players' breath hung, suspended in the frigid air. Schalke 04 hosted their last opponent of the first half, Hannover 96. The match drew unprecedented attention, not only because it marked the finale before the winter break, but also due to Schalke's current tally of victory would edge them past Bayern Munich by the narrowest margin, crowning them undisputed Bundesliga winter champions. 60,000 fans had long since filled the stands, blue scarves fluttered fiercely in the biting wind. Defend. Mark him tight. Hannover's head coach leapt along the touchline shouting hoarsely. Snowmelt glistened across his expensive cashmere coat. The match had reached the 73rd minute of the second half. Hannover 96 deployed an absurdly rigid, impenetrable defensive shell. 10 men crammed into the penalty area, like turtles retreating into their shells. The score remained locked at 0-0. Sue Bai stood near the center circle, breathing heavily. White vapor billowed from his lips, his calves burned faintly from relentless high-intensity running. The Bundesliga's ferocious physical demands placed immense strain on stamina, yet his dark eyes betrayed no fatigue, only a fierce crackling flame of exhilaration. A pale blue data grid scrolled rapidly across his field of vision. Hannover's defense was indeed compact, but under his max-level visual scan, that turtle's hell formation unraveled like tattered perforated cloth. The veteran's stamina is fading. The right flank's lateral gap has opened, Sue Bai calculated silently. He raised his right hand and delivered a subtle tactical signal into the air. Farfan on the right flank understood instantly. He surged forward along the touchline. Hannover's defensive midfielder sensed danger and lunged desperately to cut off Sue Bai's passing lane. Too late. Sue Bai planted his left foot firmly into the frost-rimed turf, his torso tilting sharply leftward. His right leg coiled like a drawn longbow, then snapped forward, striking the ball's lower center with the instep. Thud! A muffled boom echoed across the frozen pitch. The ball streaked forth as a white afterimage, howling just above the grass. It carried a vicious underspin, carving a glacial razor-straight line through the air. Hanover's central defender flailed desperately to intercept, only scraping mud and ice shards from the turf with his studs. The ball skimmed past his calf, slipping precisely into that fleeting lateral gap. Farfan arrived like lightning. The pass was perfect, its pace and timing executed with surgical precision. Without breaking stride or adjusting his run, he met the ball full-in with a thunderous-driven shot. It struck the underside of the crossbar and rebounded violently into the net. 10. Farfan slid straight to the corner flag, pounding his chest with both fists, carving 2 long furrows in the turf. Unbelievable. That assist was pure gold. Farfan roared towards Sue, by his eyes bloodshot with raw emotion. Schalke's bench erupted in pandemonium. Magath ripped off his tie and leapt into the air like a boyish prankster, thumping his assistant coach's back with unrestrained glee. Did you see that? That's the championship puzzle piece we've been searching for. Wrinkles bloomed across Magath's face in unrestrained joy. His gold-rimmed spectacles slipped askew on his nose unnoticed. Hanover's players stood with hands on hips, heads bowed in dejection. The midfielder who'd missed the tackle dropped to his knees and slammed a fist into the frozen turf. He knew this defense had been shattered irrevocably by that single strike. 88th minute. Hanover threw every man forward in a final desperate gamble. Subai intercepted the ball deep in his own half, glanced up at the exposed expanse ahead, and without hesitation flicked a delicate arcing chip with his right ankle. The ball floated like a weightless leaf over the last defender's head. Veteran Raoul materialized like a phantom. Chest controlled the drop, then lofted it effortlessly into the net. 20. All suspense evaporated. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's final whistle pierced. The off-swung arena exploded into a sea of jubilation. Fireworks burst overhead, their brilliant light illuminating falling snowflakes. On the massive electronic scoreboard, Schalke 04's name sat triumphantly atop Bayern Munich's Bundesliga winter champions. In the broadcast booth, the commentator screamed himself hoarse, his voice cracking with unbridled elation. An unthinkable winter. Schalke 04 has forged a miracle, and the architect of this miracle, an 18-year-old Chinese prodigy. The big screen flashed Subai's statistics for the first half season. 18 appearances, 16 assists. This staggering figure shattered the Bundesliga's winter assist record outright. Subai had secured the winter assist king title beyond all doubt. Sports journalists hammered furiously at their keyboards in the stands. Bild's front-page headline was already drafted: "The magician has arrived." Schalke has acquired the final perfect piece of its title puzzle. Subai stood motionless at the pitch's center. Raoul strode over, clapped a firm arm around his shoulders, and ruffled his damp cropped hair. "Brilliant work, young man. This honor belongs to you." A faint, quiet smile curved Subai's lips as he watched blue banners wave wildly in the stands. All that effort had culminated at last in this flawless, radiant reward. In the post-match locker room, the air hung thick with the cloying sweetness of champagne and the electric sweat-scented fervor of triumph. Farfan, bare-chested, stood atop a long bench, swinging a colossal champagne bottle. Golden foam sprayed wildly, drenching teammates below. "Winter champions. No one leaves tonight. I'm buying." Farfan bellowed, his grin so wide it bordered on grotesque. Subai sat quietly in a corner, avoiding the champagne deluge. He dried his hair with a towel and took a slow sip of mineral water. The cool liquid soothed his throat, easing the lingering weariness of battle. The locker room door swung open. Hao Junmin strode in, clutching a brown paper envelope. His face shimmered with barely contained excitement. Inside the locker room, teammates were popping champagne to celebrate the winter title. Hao Junmin handed Subai an airline ticket stamped with the red seal of the Chinese Football Association. "Pack your bags. We're heading to Qatar. Coach Gao is waiting for us." The camera cuts sharply from the first snowfall in Gelsenkirchen to the blinding sunlight and scorching heat of Doha International Airport. Subai and Hao Junmin emerge from the arrivals corridor, dragging their suitcases behind them. A wave of hot, dusty air envelopes them instantly, dry, suffocating, and thick with the scent of desert sand. The sun in Doha is so fierce it forces one's eyes shut. Beyond the terminal, a few palm trees sway listlessly in the sweltering wind. Subai adjusts his sunglasses downward and zips up his hooded sweatshirt. Outside the airport's main entrance stands a luxurious coach adorned with the national flag of China. Gao Hongbo stands by the bus door, dressed in the red training uniform of the national team. He holds a bottle of mineral water, the condensation dripping steadily between his fingers, splattering tiny dark spots onto the parched asphalt. Spotting Subai, Gao Hongbo's bloodshot eyes brighten momentarily, and he strides forward eagerly. "You've had a long journey." He extends his right hand, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement. Subai releases the handle of his suitcase and clasps that warm, calloused hand firmly. "Coach Gao, no formalities. Let's head straight to the training base." Gao Hongbo nods and turns to signal the bus driver with a sharp wave. To personally greet an 18-year-old newcomer at the airport was unprecedented in the history of the national team. Not merely a gesture of respect for Subai, but a deliberate, unmistakable message sent to the veterans. It declared unequivocally who now held ultimate authority within this squad. The coach races along Doha's broad sun-baked expressways. Inside, the air conditioning hums powerfully, dispelling the oppressive heat clinging to their skin. Gao Hongba sits beside Subai, nervously rubbing his knees, hesitant to speak. The situation inside the team is complicated. He sighs, his gaze drifting toward the endless desert stretching beyond the window. You've been parachuted in and handed the No. 10 jersey, and with it absolute command over tactical direction. Several senior players accustomed to being untouchable stars at their domestic clubs have been simmering with resentment. They're likely to test you today during the tactical briefing. Subai leans back into his seat, fingertips tapping lightly against the cool glass of the window. Tap, tap, tap. He turns slightly, studying Gao Hongba's haggard face, etched with exhaustion and strain. Let them keep that fire buried. His voice is icy, unyielding. Otherwise, I won't mind helping them cool off. Half an hour later, the coach pulls smoothly to a stop before the five-star hotel where the national team is lodged. The meeting room occupies the third floor, its floor covered in thick hand-woven carpet. A wall-mounted clock reads 2:30 p.m., precisely the scheduled time for the briefing. Gao Hongba pushes open the heavy wooden door of the private conference room, and Subai follows silently behind him. Inside the vast chamber, only a dozen or so players sit scattered across the long table. The air hangs heavy with the lazy, acrid tang of tobacco smoke. One player even props his feet casually atop the conference table. Zheng Ji, the team captain, sits at the head, his brow furrowed in silent disapproval, but he says nothing. At the far end of the table sits a burly central defender, Li Depao, a star of one of China's top-tier clubs. He stares absently at his phone, not even glancing up when the door opens. Well, Coach Gao, so this is our savior flown in from the Bundesliga. Li Depao drawls mockingly, finally lowering his feet and slouching back in his chair with theatrical nonchalance. Doesn't look particularly sturdy. Hope he doesn't get knocked apart on the pitch. A few of Li's cronies erupt into loud, forced laughter in response. Someone whistles sharply, contempt and challenge gleam openly in their eyes. Gao Hongba's face flushes dark with fury, his knuckles whitening as he grips the edges of his tactical clipboard. Just as he prepares to reassert order, Subai steps forward, past Gao Hongba, past Li Depao, and walks straight to the head of the table. He drops his black backpack onto the polished surface with a dull, resonant thud. He does not glance at Gao Hongba, or at Li Depao, the instigator. Instead, he pulls out a chair and sits down squarely, arms crossed deliberately over the table. The meeting started 3 minutes ago. For players remain absent. His voice is quiet, but every syllable lands with crystalline clarity in the stunned silence. Coach Gao removed those 4 names from the Asian Cup final squad list, effective immediately. The laughter dies mid-breath. As if a switch has been flipped, silence crashes down like a physical weight. Every pair of eyes widens in disbelief, staring at the young man seated at the head of the table as though he were unhinged. Li Depao slams his fist onto the table, so hard the water bottle beside him trembles twice. Who the hell do you think you are? Just arrived, and already firing people. He surges to his feet, jabbing a finger towards Subai's face, his jowls quivering with rage. We bled and sweated for this team, while you were still wearing diapers. You're waving a chicken feather like it's an imperial edict. Just because you wear the No. 10 jersey doesn't make you royalty. Subai leans back, lifting his eyelids just enough for his gaze, cold, incisive, and utterly merciless, to rake across Li Depao's face. Then he reaches into his pocket, retrieves his phone, and taps open a scanned electronic contract, projecting it directly onto the large screen behind him. It is the tyrant pact he signed with the Chinese Football Association, black ink on white paper, explicitly granting him absolute authority over all locker room decisions. I don't care how you've coasted through your careers until now. Subai rises, palms planted flat on the table, leaning forward with an aura of suffocating authority. From this moment onward, there shall be only one voice in this team. That is mine. He points a single, unwavering finger at Li Depao. How you behave at your club is none of my concern. But here, if you feign compliance with my tactics or deliberately ignore my passes, I will hold you accountable. Then you'll be sent home, just like him. Subai turns coolly to Gao Hongba, his tone devoid of negotiation. Coach Gao, please arrange logistics, book him a flight back to China tonight. A player who cannot grasp basic tactical discipline is nothing more than dead weight, wasting food and space. Li Depao freezes, mouth agape, complexion shifting rapidly from crimson to ashen, beads of sweat bursting across his forehead. He'd only meant to assert dominance, to deliver a warning to the newcomer. After all, who among the veterans had ever truly been dismissed for insubordination? Yet this 18-year-old boy didn't bargain. He simply issued exile. Coach Gao, this kid's insane. Aren't you going to intervene? Li Depao whirls desperately toward Gao Hongba, grasping for salvation. Gao Hongba inhales deeply, hands clasped behind his back. He knows. This is the decisive moment upon which the entire Asian Cup hinges. If this arrogance isn't crushed now, the tournament will collapse before it begins. Logistics is next door, Gao Hongba replies, voice glacial. Go collect your ticket. A tomb-like silence descends upon the room. The remaining veterans exchange wide-eyed, speechless glances, their spines slick with cold sweat. None anticipated such ruthless, lightning-swift authority from a youth whose frame seemed almost fragile. Even the head coach bows unquestioningly to his command. Realizing resistance is futile, Li Depao grits his teeth, kicks over the chair beside him, and storms out, slamming the door behind him. A thunderous crash echoes through the hallway, dislodging dust from the doorframe. Subai resumes his seat, his gaze sweeping slowly across the faces now frozen in mute apprehension. Anyone else wishing to take an early vacation home may leave, now. No one speaks. A few who had earlier joined the jeering lower their heads, avoiding Subai's steady, unblinking stare. With that single devastating display of authority, he silences the locker room. Once discipline is restored, Subai slips on the crimson no-10 jersey, embroidered with his name. At that very moment, a cacophony erupts downstairs. A throng of Japanese and Korean journalists has gathered at the hotel entrance, shouting questions and flashing cameras. Subai walked to the window and drew open the Venetian blinds. Below, Japanese and Korean journalists brandished long lenses and short cameras, pointing at the Chinese national football team's bus, while jeering and laughing. The Doha sun blazed fiercely, scorching the asphalt until it shimmered with a warped, undulating heat haze. Even behind double-glazed soundproof glass, their shrill, cacophonous chatter, spilling in Japanese and Korean, crawled into the ears like persistent flies. Subai stood with one hand tucked into the pocket of his crimson jacket, the other idly twisting the curtain cord. His gaze swept coldly over the cluster of reporters shouldering telephoto lenses, passing beyond the swaying palm trees below. A Japanese journalist in a flamboyant shirt clutched a local Japanese tabloid, shoulders shaking with laughter. He flipped the paper towards several Korean colleagues beside him, gesturing animatedly. On the front page, a photograph showed Subai in his Schalke jersey, juxtaposed beside a humiliating freeze frame of a Chinese male footballer fumbling a routine stop on the pitch. The irony was razor sharp. "See this?" The flamboyant-shirted journalist boomed in broken English. The Germans hailed this Chinese boy as divine. But they forgot. One who passed to him at Schalke was Raul, the legendary golden boy of Real Madrid. Here, he faces only rough-hewn Chinese forwards who cannot even control a 10-meter pass within the touchline. The Korean journalists beside him erupted in immediate agreement, grinning broadly, teeth stained yellow. Exactly. What good is his vision for through balls? Can he thread the ball straight into the net? Without a reliable forward to serve as an anchor, those meager passing lanes will be suffocated, crushed by Asia's defensive lines. This unfiltered mockery turned the national team's delegation chief ashen-faced. He attempted several times to descend and confront the reckless media, but Gao Hongba held him fast by the shoulders, restraining him each time. "Don't feed them spectacle. They're baiting us, eager to harvest footage for sensationalism." Gao Hongba ground his teeth, jaw clenched tight, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt and quiet despair. In truth, even Gao Hongba himself harbored deep uncertainty. Subai's dazzling performances in the Bundesliga had relied heavily upon Schalke's lethal attacking finishers. Yet this national squad's forward line, put bluntly, could sometimes miss an open goal. Faced with such a staggering disparity, could an 18-year-old rookie truly bear the weight? Just as domestic outrage surged online, a pre-match press conference video from the Japanese national team ignited the fire to its zenith. It was Shinji Kagawa's interview with Japanese domestic media. Subai pulled out his phone and tapped open the clip, already trending across every major Chinese forum, condemned as inflammatory. On screen, Kagawa sat atop the podium, clad in Japan's azure national kit, his arrogance bolder, more unrestrained than ever seen during his Bundesliga days. He lowered his voice deliberately, leaning into the microphone with languid, calculated disdain. Japan's sole objective in Qatar is to lift the Asian Cup trophy. As for China, Kagawa paused, theatrically curling his lips into a sneering smirk. Merely advancing past the group stage remains a formidable challenge. Football is a symphony of collective harmony, not a soloist tally of backward passes in midfield. On the Asian Cup stage, they shall learn what true technical supremacy feels like. This veiled provocation, aimed squarely at Subai, was unmistakably payback for Germany's humiliating rout. Domestic journalists seethed, hammering furious rebuttals onto keyboards. Yet against the ironclad reality of their forwards' chronic ineptitude, every retort rang hollow. Even China's most fervent fans, arguing in forums against Japanese and Korean taunts, spoke with voices tinged by quiet insecurity. How brazen these Japanese and Korean media outlets are, mocking our forwards' failures. I'm genuinely anxious for Su Shan. If every pass he delivers ends up spurned, how can this match possibly be won? If only we had even one forward capable of reading Su Bai's intent. A thick pall of pessimism settled over every Chinese fan's heart. In the hotel's conference room, Su Bai extinguished his phone screen and tossed it casually onto the long wooden table, a sharp crisp click echoing as the device struck the surface. Gao Hongba turned to face this newly arrived young linchpin. Xiaobai, don't take the outside noise to heart. He chose his words carefully, attempting to soothe Su Bai's mood. The senior forwards may lack polish, but their spirit and grit remain unwavering. Tomorrow's opener against Kuwait will play cautiously, secure a draw first. Su Bai did not respond. Instead, he strode to the table and lifted the tactical board. His eyes skimmed the dense web of defensive counterattack routes sketched across it. Coach Gao, retire this turtle's hell tactic. His tone was flat, unruffled, yet the weight of his words struck like thunder. Gao Hongba froze, stunned disbelief flooding his features. Retire it. Kuwait is famed for their impenetrable fortress defense. Without counterattacking, do you intend to wage a frontal assault? If we must settle for a draw against Kuwait, then what purpose does this Asian Cup serve? Su Bai dropped the board back onto the table with a soft, decisive clap. He turned toward the locker room door, fingers closing around the cool bronze door handle. Tomorrow I will show everyone precisely how a midfield maestro commands the rhythm of an entire match. If our forwards miss chances, it matters little. So long as I feed them abundantly, one goal will find its way in. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At the external training facility of Doha's Khalifa International Stadium, the sun softened slightly, but the air remained oppressively humid and heavy. The Chinese national team's bus halted smoothly at the edge of the training pitch. The moment its doors swung open, dozens of Japanese and Korean media crews, like starving wolves, surged forward en masse. Long lenses and flashbulbs nearly grazed players' faces as strobes exploded into blinding white daylight. Security guards strained against the tied bodies pressed tight, barely holding open a narrow corridor. Su Bai, Shinji Kagawa claims your team won't even escape the group stage. How do you respond? Without Raul to receive your passes, aren't you utterly despondent? Is China's goal tomorrow simply to lose by fewer goals? A barrage of shrill, accented questions rained down on Su Bai as he descended from the bus. Several domestic journalists, shoved to the periphery, fumed helplessly, unable to break through. Hao Junmin walked beside Su Bai, face dark with fury, teeth grinding audibly. Just as he opened his mouth to retort, Su Bai raised a hand, stopping him. He paused, wearing his vivid red number 10 training jersey, the national emblem blazing vividly under the sun. His gaze swept across the smirking Japanese and Korean journalists, cold, glacial, as if gazing upon ancient ice that had never known thaw. Unaccountably, the surrounding clamor dimmed. Several reporters instinctively fell silent, unnerved by his presence. Su Bai offered no lengthy rebuttal before the cameras. He merely tilted his chin upward, and a ruthless, chilling arc curled at the corner of his mouth. Amid the press scrum, Su Bai uttered just one sentence before stepping onto the training pitch: I hope Kuwait's goalkeeper brought sufficient painkillers. In the first match of the Asian Cup group stage at the Al Khalifa International Stadium in Doha, Su Bai stood on the slightly humid grass, listening to the sparse cheers from the Chinese spectators in the stands. This is not the Devil's home ground of Gelsenkirchen. There are no deafening roars from over 60,000 loyal fans. The entire venue appears somewhat empty, with sparse red flags fluttering weakly in the dry heat. Su Bai looked down at the golden national emblem on his chest. The red number 10 jersey clung tightly to his back, and sweat had begun to seep out. Even in the evening, the temperature in Doha remained stifling like a giant steamer. Toot! The referee's long whistle shattered the oppressive silence over the field. The Chinese team kicked off. Hao Junmin lightly tapped the ball at the center circle, sending it rolling towards Su Bai's feet. Su Bai had yet to steady himself. The Kuwaiti defensive midfielder charged in like a frenzied rhinoceros, bringing with him a gust of wind. Just 2 meters away, the opponent's studs gleamed as he executed a fierce, sliding tackle aimed directly at Su Bai's ankle. The grid radar in Su Bai's eyes instantly unfolded. With a deft touch of his left foot, the ball obediently leaped half a meter into the air. He soared over the sliding tackle, landing steadily on the grass. This opening display of prowess set the tone for the entire match. The Kuwaiti coach waved his hand from the sidelines, deploying a frenzied 541 ironclad formation. 10 defensive players were packed in their half, creating an impenetrable wall. Hold the ball. Don't rush it forward. Gao Hongba shouted from the coaching area, his forehead glistening with sweat under the lights. Su Bai ignored the coach's conservative instructions. In his black eyes, a cold light sparkled, revealing an insight into everything. Under the scan of his maximum vision, even the tightest formation had its moments of vulnerability. As the match entered the 8th minute, the two Kuwaiti center-backs faltered slightly while attempting to create an offside trap. A half-meter wide gap flickered through the middle of their defense. Run! Subai growled, meeting the incoming ball with the arch of his right foot, delivering a powerful ground pass. The ball transformed into a white flash, slicing through the Kuwaiti defense with surgical precision. The power, angle, and timing of this through ball were nothing short of perfect. After penetrating the defense, it decelerated just in time, coming to a steady stop on the path of Guolin, the national team's main striker. This was an excellent unknown opportunity. A simple strike could easily penetrate the Kuwaiti goalkeeper's fingers. The Chinese fans in the stands instantly erupted, all standing in unison. "It's on!" Gao Hongba raised his arms ready to cheer. But in the next second, everyone's smiles froze on their faces. At the moment Guolin received the ball, his steps completely faltered. Faced with this gift of a ball, he surprisingly became so nervous that his legs turned to jelly. His right foot, which should have controlled the ball, clumsily stepped on the edge of it. With a loud bang, the ball did not fly toward the goal, but instead ricocheted out of bounds like an out-of-control cannonball. It didn't even graze the goal frame. Guolin stumbled and knelt on the grass, covering his face with his hands, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. Subai stood at the center circle, frowning slightly. He did not complain, but simply clapped his hands, signaling his teammates to fall back. "Adjust your steps, the ball will come to you again," he said flatly. But the nightmare for the national team's forwards had only just begun. In the 18th minute, Subai escaped two defenders in midfield and sent a heavenly long pass with the outside of his right foot. The ball soared over the heads of four defenders, landing precisely at the feet of another forward. This ball didn't even need to be stopped. A volley would guarantee a goal. However, this forward, faced with the incoming ball, chose the most conservative option of controlling it with his chest. The ball bounced too far and flew out over 2 meters. The Kuwaiti goalkeeper decisively rushed out, diving to save the ball, clutching it tightly in his arms. "What the hell? Are we playing football or just smashing long balls?" In the broadcast room, director Zhang slammed the table in frustration, nearly cursing. Zhang Jun sighed deeply, his tone filled with profound helplessness. Subai's passing has reached perfection, but our forward's sense of positioning in front of the goal is truly hard to describe. 2 golden opportunities to score were wasted due to such basic technical errors. The dynamics of the match began to shift subtly. The Kuwaiti players realized that the much-praised Chinese prodigy indeed had exceptional passing skills. But all the forwards in front of him were soft-footed shrimp. "Forget about that, number 10. Go tightly mark their forwards." The Kuwaiti captain sensed the situation and shouted to his teammates, changing their defensive strategy. They abandoned strict marking of Subai and instead used 2 to 3 players to suffocate the national team's forward line. As long as they cut off the support points, no matter how divine Subai's passing was, it would only result in repeated throw-ins. The first half ticked away second by second. The situation on the field became tense and ugly, with the national team's offense plunging into complete paralysis. In the broadcast booth hanging high above the field, 2 Japanese commentators were laughing uncontrollably, saliva spraying onto the microphones. Everyone take a look at the true level of Chinese football. A world-class midfield brain paired with a bunch of forwards who can't even control the ball. Even if he had 100 eyes, he couldn't save these useless wooden stakes. Kagawakan is right. Without Raoul, this kid is just a waste. The harsh mockery spread across Asia via satellite. On domestic forums, fans wailed in despair, angrily smashing their keyboards, yet they could not muster a single rebuttal. On the field, the national team's forwards completely lost their confidence. They became hesitant in their movements, fearing that they would make a fool of themselves again after receiving Subai's passes. Several players flitted about like headless flies outside the penalty area, completely losing their tactical discipline. Subai held the ball in midfield, glancing up at the front line. In the light blue grid, there were only red defensive points. Their own forwards were all squeezed into the corners. His frown deepened. As a master of passing, what he feared most was having no one to run into space. The referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. The score was stuck at an embarrassing 0-0. On the grass of Al Khalifa Stadium in Doha, a suffocating atmosphere enveloped the scene. In the dressing room, the air seemed to have solidified. Heavy breathing mixed with the sour smell of sweat made it hard to breathe. Several forwards sat with their heads down on the bench, even afraid to drink water. With a towel draped over his head, they wished they could hide. Gao Hongba held a tactical board, his face pale. He swallowed hard, picked up a marker, and drew a few retreating lines on the whiteboard. "In the second half, we will first solidify our defense. The Kuwaiti players' stamina will definitely decline." Gao Hongba's words were not finished. A bony hand suddenly pressed down on the whiteboard. With a sharp bang, the interruption broke the coach's tactical arrangement. Subai stood next to Gao Hongba, his black eyes revealing an unabashed, cold, killing intent. The first half ended 0-0. In the oppressive atmosphere of the dressing room, Gao Hongba was preparing to lay out defensive tactics, But Subai abruptly pressed down on the tactical board, his eyes revealing unabashed killing intent. In the second half, let's pick up the pace. If the ball doesn't reach our feet, I'll smash it over your heads. The second half resumes as the players from Kuwait exit the tunnel with relaxed smiles, believing they have figured out the weaknesses of the Huagua team. The black defensive midfielder even shared a joke in Arabic with the central defender next to him, gesturing towards the direction of the Huagua team's half. In their eyes, although the number 10 of the Huagua team passes like he's equipped with radar, the forwards in front are nothing but a bunch of unsteady wooden stakes. As long as they seal off the passing options, that genius brain is merely a decoration. The evening in Doha remains sweltering without a hint of breeze. The Chinese fans in the stands appear somewhat disheartened, their waving of national flags slowing down. The referee blew the whistle to signal the start of the second half. The Kuwait team kicked off. They did not rush forward, but chose to leisurely pass the ball around in their own half. They intended to use this method to wear down the Huagua team's momentum while recovering their stamina. Subai stood in the center circle, his gaze as cold as a block of ice. A light blue grid rapidly spread across his field of vision. Since his teammates couldn't break free for an unknown chance and couldn't stabilize their runs, he decided not to deliver the decisive pass. Push up. Don't let them breathe in the back. Subai shouted at the forward Gao Lin ahead. Gao Lin shivered. 2 mistakes in ball control during the first half made him feel anxious, and he hurriedly lowered his head and ran forward. The Kuwaiti center back noticed this and casually attempted to kick the ball forward. Just as he swung his legs, Subai suddenly sprang into action like a cheetah. His anticipation was too swift, so fast that the opponent didn't even react. The sound of his shoes scraping against the grass was piercing. With a sliding tackle, Subai intercepted the ball just before the opponent could make contact. He quickly got up, not looking for the forward, but gently nudged the ball with the arch of his right foot. The ball rolled along the grass and reached the feet of Hao Junmin, who was making an overlapping run on the left. Return it. Subai's voice followed closely. Hao Junmin understood, touching the ball with a single touch and pushing it back into the center. The moment Subai received the ball, the black defensive midfielder from Kuwait had already lunged at him. He attempted to use his body to physically challenge Subai once more, but Subai did not give him the chance to get close. He feinted with his left foot above the ball, then flicked it with the outside of his right foot. The ball spun smoothly half a turn and rolled to the feet of the right back. What is this kid doing? Not pushing forward. The Japanese and Korean commentators in the broadcast room were stunned, watching the Huagua team continuously pass the ball back. Has he given up? Knowing the forwards are unreliable, he can only brush up on passing statistics meaninglessly in the midfield. The Kuwaiti coach frowned on the sidelines. He noticed the rhythm of the Huagua team had changed. It was no longer that urgent desire to deliver a lethal strike, but rather a frustrating style of possession play. Subai became the absolute axis on the field. Whenever the ball reached his feet, it would not linger for more than a second. Left, right, forward, backward. He was like a precise dealing machine, orchestrating the entire team with his relentless passing. What did the Kuwaiti iron wall fear the most? It feared the constant horizontal stretching. Subai did not pass threatening balls behind, but specifically targeted the weakest defensive flanks or sidelines. This forced the Kuwaiti defenders to continuously follow the ball's horizontal movement. Get him. Don't let him pass so comfortably. The Kuwaiti captain shouted anxiously to his midfielders. 3 Kuwaiti players lunged at Subai like rabid dogs. Subai looked at the approaching red figures, a mocking cold smile creeping onto his lips. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He pulled the ball back with his right foot, avoiding the first wave of pressure. Then, with a sudden flick of his left heel, the ball slipped out like a slippery loach, squeezing through the gap between the 2 defenders. It landed accurately at Zheng Ji's feet. After receiving the ball, Zheng Ji saw a wide-open space ahead. The Kuwaiti formation had completely disbanded due to the earlier 3-man encirclement. Fall back. Cover positions. The Kuwaiti goalkeeper stood on the goal line, frantically waving his arms in panic. The defenders sprinted back with all their might, gasping for breath. Sweat blurred their vision, and their legs felt as heavy as lead. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes of high-intensity possession and pulling. The Kuwaiti iron wall was completely dismantled by Subai's rhythm, and their stamina plummeted. That slow passing suddenly transformed into a quick attack like a fierce storm. This seamless switch of rhythm made them feel like they were about to vomit blood. The Chinese fans in the stands reignited their passion. Yes, that's how to play. What a show. Subai is amazing. This passing feels so good. The red national flags once again fluttered above the stadium in Doha. On the sidelines, Gao Hongba clenched his fists, his eyes fixed intently on the field. He finally understood Subai's intentions. This 18-year-old boy was single-handedly elevating the tactical quality of the national team. It didn't matter if his teammates had poor skills. As long as they followed his passing rhythm, even a mere touch with their toes would suffice to transition the ball. Subai dominated the entire midfield. He was like a conductor holding a baton, treating the Kuwaiti team as strings to be plucked at will. The voices of the Japanese and Korean commentators gradually faded. They watched the leisurely figure of the number 10 on the screen, a layer of cold sweat inexplicably forming on their backs. This terrifying control of the game was something they had never seen in the history of the Asian Cup. The match had entered the 58th minute. The Kuwaiti team reached their first limit of exhaustion. The once ferocious black defensive midfielder was now bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath, unable to straighten his waist. The whistle from the Saudi referee seemed to grow sparse. The Kuwaiti players on the field felt as if a fire was burning in their lungs. After a dead ball, the Hwagwa team was awarded a throw-in near the center circle. Hao Junmin threw the ball to Subai. Subai controlled it with his chest, the ball landing steadily at his feet. The black defensive midfielder gritted his teeth, trying for one last attempt, staggering towards Subai. But due to excessive fatigue, his feet had already lost their stability. His center of gravity not only failed to lower, but instead, due to inertia, revealed a large gap in defense. The data grid in Subai's eyes quickly locked onto the target. Without any unnecessary movements, he gently nudged the ball with the arch of his right foot, executing a simple change of direction. He easily slipped past the black defensive midfielder's defense. 40 meters ahead lay a smooth path. The Kuwaiti center back was still gasping heavily in the penalty area, unable to make it back in time. In the 60th minute, the Kuwaiti defensive midfielder lost his position due to exhaustion. Subai keenly spotted the gap from 40 meters away from the goal, his right leg raised high like a whip. Bang! A dull explosion echoed as the ball with a fierce ground-hugging arc tore through the humid air of Doha. A few drops of murky mud splattered onto the grass. After exerting force with his right leg, Subai traced a half-arc in the air due to inertia. His body came to a steady halt in place. This unreasonable ground strike was so fast that even the broadcast cameras struggled to keep up. The ball skimmed along the grass like a fiery surgical knife. With a spine-tingling spin, it plunged straight towards Kuwait's already battered defense line. Two Kuwaiti center backs stood at the edge of the penalty area, panting heavily. They watched helplessly as that white flash zipped past their feet. The narrow defensive gap, barely half a meter wide, was precisely pierced by the ball. They didn't even have time to stretch their legs to block it. "Stop it!" the Kuwaiti captain roared from the back line, his voice cracking. But it was already too late. The ball had passed through the defensive zones of 5 players in succession. It seemed to have eyes maneuvering around all potential obstructions. At the moment it crossed the last defender, a strong backspin began to take effect. The ball's speed suddenly decreased. It gently left a faint trace on the grass to the right side of the penalty area, coming to a steady stop. A figure in a red jersey darted out like a sword that had long been unsheathed, racing along the offside line. It was Hao Junmin. This veteran, who had developed an absolute synergy with Subai at Schalke 04, had already taken off a mere tenth of a second before Subai lifted his foot. "This pass is just too comfortable," Hao Junmin shouted in his heart, a fervent light gleaming in his eyes. No need to slow down, no need to adjust his steps. Even the motion of stopping the ball was unnecessary. The ball seemed to have calculated all the physical formulas, directly feeding itself to his right foot. The Kuwaiti goalkeeper rushed out in panic, clawing at the air in an attempt to block Hao Junmin's shooting angle, his massive frame pressing towards the small penalty area like a wall. But Hao Junmin gave him no chance to get close. As he faced the perfectly placed ball, he calmly nudged it forward with the instep of his foot. The ball smoothly passed between the goalkeeper's legs, crashing into the pure white net and creating a violent wave. 1-0. In the 60th minute of the match, the Hwagwa team finally broke the deadlock. The Doha Khalifa International Stadium fell into a brief silence. Then in the corner of the stands, covered with red flags, an earth-shattering cheer erupted. Countless Chinese fans jumped up from their seats. They waved their horns and scarves, tears of excitement welling in their eyes. "It's in. It's finally in. This is what football is. This pass gave me goosebumps. Subai. Amazing." The roaring wave shattered the stifling heat of the Qatari evening. In the broadcast room, Jean Jun suddenly yanked off his tie and slammed his hands on the table. Ground strike. A throat-slicing ground strike. This is a dimensional strike from full-level vision. With a single pass, Subai turned Kuwait's entire defense into a morning road. Next to him, Coach Zhang laughed until all the wrinkles on his face opened up. "Hey, old John, take a look at those Kuwaiti defenders from earlier." Coach Zhang gestured on the tactical board with his pen. They looked so dumbfounded they couldn't even move their legs. This pass was just too wicked. On the field, the goalscorer, Hao Junmin, did not rush to the corner flag to celebrate. Instead, he turned around, sprinting madly towards Subai near the center circle. "Shaobai!" Hao Junmin shouted at the top of his lungs, his eyes reddening. He reached Subai and pulled him into a hug, forcefully patting his back. "This pass was incredible. I've never had such a comfortable setup in my life." His voice was choked with emotion. He had felt too stifled in this underperforming national team for far too long. Today he finally experienced what it meant to feel the thrill of winning while lying down. Around him the veterans of the national team were also going wild. Captain Zheng Ji charged to the front, hugging Su Bai tightly and ruffling his hair. "Good lad. You really did it." A few veterans who usually couldn't keep up on the field also surrounded him with flushed faces. The way they looked at Su Bai shifted from disdain to genuine respect and admiration. This was a bona fide. As long as they ran alongside him, scoring would be as simple as drinking water. Who cared how cocky he was in the locker room? If he could lead them to victory, he was a living god. Gao Hongba was so excited on the sidelines that he kept pumping his fists. The back of his suit was drenched in sweat, sticking tightly to his spine. An assistant coach handed him a bottle of water, but he waved his hand, not taking it. His eyes were fixed on the number 10 on the field, and the heavy stone that had been hanging in his heart finally fell. In stark contrast was the Kuwaiti half. The black midfielder knelt on the grass, his hands painfully clutching his face. He gasped for breath, sweat mingling with mud dripping through his fingers. It was utterly hopeless. 10 minutes of back-and-forth running had drained their stamina. Then a single unreasonable through ball nullified all their efforts in the half. The Kuwaiti goalkeeper sat in front of the goal line, staring blankly at the ball nestled in the net. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. The sense of powerlessness from being pierced without even touching the ball began to shatter his psychological defenses. In the commentary booth for South Korea and Japan, the previously arrogant commentator now sat silently, as if he had swallowed a fly. They exchanged awkward glances, nervously adjusting the microphone cables in front of them. No one expected the slap in the face to come this quickly and harshly. The celebration on the field continued. The national team players surrounded Su Bai, and some even tried to lift him up. But Su Bai brushed aside the teammates' arms resting on his shoulders. He showed no ecstatic joy or excitement from scoring. His dark eyes remained as cold as a stagnant pool. Su Bai turned his gaze, sweeping across half the field. It landed on the dazed Kuwaiti center back. He raised his right hand, pointing directly at the center back's nose with his index finger. The surrounding teammates were stunned, and the cheers gradually subsided. Everyone followed Su Bai's finger to look over. Su Bai withdrew his hand and tugged at his now-soaked red jersey. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted, but Su Bai did not celebrate. He pointed at the still-dazed Kuwaiti center back and coldly said to his teammates, "Don't stop, keep scoring, drain their goal difference dry." Su Bai's cold command ignited the passion of the national football team players. The match resumed, and Kuwait attempted a counterattack only to fall into a deeper hell. Above the Khalifa International Stadium in Doha, the stifling evening breeze stirred up a few crushed blades of grass. Heavy breaths echoed in Kuwait's half. The earlier goal shattered their ironclad defense that had held for 60 minutes. The Kuwaiti coach was jumping on the sidelines, his suit jacket soaked with sweat clinging to his back. "Push forward. Don't just sit back and wait for death. Take that number 10 out." He flailed his arms wildly in the air, his voice hoarse from shouting. Trailing by a goal, continuing to defend had lost all meaning. They could only grit their teeth and charge forward. This, however, played right into Su Bai's hands. As the match reached the 72nd minute, Kuwait managed to organize a meager attack, the ball just crossing the halfway line. The national team captain Zheng Ji executed a fierce slide tackle, sending the opposing winger tumbling near the sideline. The referee's whistle sounded, awarding the Chinese team a favorable indirect free kick. Su Bai walked up to the ball, bent down, and brushed off a glob of mud with the back of his hand, placing the ball firmly on the white line. He looked up at the penalty area. The Kuwaiti defenders huddled together like startled sardines in the small box. The tall center back was tightly marking the national teams forward, his hands pushing and shoving in the shadows. Su Bai stepped back 5 paces. He took a deep breath of the slightly hot air, and with a powerful thrust of his left foot, he pushed off the ground. His body exaggeratedly tilted to the left, while his right leg drew back, like a tightly pulled bowstring suddenly releasing. Bang! The inside of his right foot struck the lower right side of the ball with great force. The system's max-level talent Crescent Moon Saber returned to the Asian stage. The ball soared into the air, spinning violently, with an intense inward rotation heading toward Kuwait's penalty area. The arc was too high and too strange. The Kuwaiti goalkeeper looked up, staring at the football that seemed to be suspended in midair, his mind blank. "It's mine. Get out of the way," he shouted loudly, pushing off hard with his legs, trying to grab the ball from the air. But he miscalculated the speed at which the ball would descend. The football, spinning with deadly rotation, dropped rapidly at the moment it passed the goalkeeper's fingertips. Its landing spot was precise, crashing down right in front of the national team's center back Li Weifeng. Li Weifeng didn't even need to jump. He simply met the ball, exerting force from his waist and abdomen, and powerfully flicked his head. Boom! The ball changed direction, smashing into the far corner of the net like a cannonball. The goalkeeper landed and rolled on the grass, despairingly watching the football spin in the net. 2-0. It's in again. In the broadcast room, Jean Jun ripped off his tie and slammed the table. Crescent Moon Saber. Subai used Beckham's signature technique to tear apart the opponent's defense once more. This is absolute control over the trajectory of the football. Next to him, Coach Zhang smiled broadly, using a tactical pen to draw that exaggerated arc on the whiteboard. The Kuwaiti players were in despair. The black defensive midfielder knelt on the grass, pounding the ground with his hands, splattering mud everywhere. He looked up at Subai near the center circle, his eyes filled with fear. Is this really an Asian-level match? This kind of footwork would be top tier, even in the Champions League. The last 10 minutes of the match became a day of suffering for the Kuwaiti team. They completely lost their tactical discipline, flailing around the field like headless flies. In the 85th minute, Subai received the ball on the left flank, facing the fierce double team from two defenders. He didn't slow down, feinting with his left foot above the ball. Then his right foot swung around from behind his left leg, the toe precisely poking the bottom of the ball. A backheel pass. This move, both insulting and extremely stealthy, left the Kuwaiti defenders dizzy. The ball skimmed along the grass, slipping through the legs of the two defenders. It found the substitute forward making a run on the right flank. The forward faced an open goal and easily slotted it in. 3-0. The referee blew the final whistle for the match. The Khalifa International Stadium in Doha was drowned in a sea of red celebration. Chinese fans in the stands sang the national anthem at the top of their lungs, their voices overpowering the stifling night sky of Doha. Online forums back home crashed, servers glowing red as programmers scrambled to fix them. Subai is amazing. The national team has finally risen. 3 assists, each one a divine ball. I wonder who will dare say we can only play long balls from now on. In stark contrast to the celebrations back home, the broadcast booth for the Japanese and Korean media was silent. Just half an hour ago, they had mocked the Chinese forwards as being all clumsy, claiming Subai's passing wouldn't matter. Now the Japanese commentators sat slumped in their chairs as if struck by frost. This is impossible. A Japanese reporter wearing black-framed glasses swallowed hard, his voice trembling. He actually transformed the forwards into sharpshooters just by changing the rhythm of his passing. The Korean colleague next to him pressed his lips tightly together, his face pale, unable to utter a single rebuttal. The broadcast booth, which had boasted before the match, fell silent, while cheers erupted online back home. In the locker room, Gao Hongbo wiped the sweat from his forehead, unable to hide the smile on his face. He looked at Subai, who was taking off his number 10 jersey drenched in sweat, and felt a heavy stone finally lift from his heart. This kid not only had arrogance, but also possessed the extraordinary strength to back it up. In the upcoming group matches, the Chinese team surged forward like a hot knife through butter. With Subai, the midfield mastermind, in play, whether facing the physical confrontation from West Asia or the speed and agility of Southeast Asia, the national team moved like a heavy tank equipped with top-tier radar, crushing everything in its path. With a perfect record of 3 wins in the group stage, they advanced to the knockout rounds with their heads held high. 3 days later, in the conference room of the Intercontinental Hotel in Doha, the draw ceremony for the Asian Cup quarterfinals was underway. Gao Hongbo sat in the audience, gripping a bottle of mineral water, his palms slightly sweating. On the big screen, the flags of the qualifying teams were rapidly scrolling. With a crisp sound of ding, the image froze. Opposite the Chinese team's 5-star red flag, a glaring rising sun flag suddenly appeared. Having stormed through the group stage, the Chinese team entered the knockout rounds undefeated. At the quarterfinal draw ceremony, Gao Hongbo's expression turned serious as he looked at the opponent's flag popping up on the big screen. On the large screen, a bright red sun flag was fixed beside the name of the Huagua team. In the quarterfinals, Huagua faces Japan Heiden. Inside the conference hall of the Doha Intercontinental Hotel. The moment the draw results were announced, the air seemed to be sucked dry. The flashes of dozens of media cameras clicked incessantly, the bright lights intertwining, causing discomfort to the eyes. Gao Hongbo sat in the front row on a red velvet chair, his hands clasped on his knees. He stared at the glaring matchup chart on the big screen, his lips pressed into a pale straight line. Fate has brought enemies close. In this Asian Cup, the Japanese team is undoubtedly the favorite to win the championship. Over half of their roster plays in the 5 major European leagues known as Asia's strongest overseas legion. Gao Hongbo felt sticky cold sweat in the palms of his hands. He picked up a bottle of mineral water from the table, twisted it open, and took a sip. The icy water flowed down his throat, barely calming the agitation in his heart. The team leader beside him leaned in, lowering his voice, revealing an unmistakable worry. Coach Gao, this draw is too unfortunate. Japan's possession system is unparalleled in Asia, though our midfield defense might not withstand such intricate penetrations. Gao Hongbo did not respond. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping over to the Japanese delegation on the other side of the venue. Japan's head coach Zaccaroni was whispering and laughing with his assistant coach. The tactically rigorous Italian coach wore a relaxed expression exclusive to victors, as if the Huagua team were merely a stumbling block easily brushed aside. At that moment, Shinji Kagawa, sitting behind Zaccaroni, lifted his head. Their gazes collided midair. Kagawa wore Japan's dark blue tracksuit, the Yatagarasu emblem on his chest gleaming under the lights. In his slender eyes burned an uncontrollable flame of vengeance. On the Bundesliga stage, he had suffered a psychological shadow from Tsubai. That match where he scored 4 goals along with the phrase "the pass went into the goal" felt like daggers slicing at his self-esteem every night. But this is not the Bundesliga, this is the national team arena. Kagawa clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh. At Dortmund you had Raul and Van der Vaart. Here you only have a bunch of rough men who can't even control the ball. And behind me are Makoto Hasebe and Yasuhito Endo, the top midfield meat grinder in all of Asia. He felt this was a golden opportunity bestowed by heaven, a chance to trample Tsubai into the mud. The draw ceremony concluded. Gao Hongba hurried back to the national team's base with the coaching staff. In the tactical analysis room of the hotel, the whiteboard was filled with data charts about the Japanese team. Gao Hongba leaned on the table staring at the dense passing route diagrams, his brows furrowed tightly enough to crush a fly. The Japanese team's playing style is too restrictive for us. Gao Hongba tapped the table, his voice somewhat heavy. Their midfield control is such that our rough players can't even steal the ball. Once they pull the tempo into that choking possession style, we won't have any chance to counterattack. The atmosphere in the locker room was tense. The veteran players of the national team sat together listening to the coaching staff's analysis, each with a serious expression. Captain Zheng Ji tugged at his collar button and muttered a phrase. Let's go all out. At worst it will just be a brawl. Oh, we can't let them have it easy with the ball. Sitting in the corner, Tsubai was fiddling with his shin guards. Hearing Zheng Ji's words, he chuckled softly. A brawl? That plays right into their hands. Tsubai stood up, stuffing his shin guards into his backpack, the zipper rattling. He walked over to the tactical board, picking up a black marker. He drew a large cross over the area, representing Japan's midfield. Their possession style is indeed good, but it relies on not being pressured. Tsubai turned around, looking at Gao Hongba and the veteran players. In his deep black eyes there was an undeniable coldness. Coach Gao, for tomorrow's match, you don't need to worry about stealing the ball. As long as I have the ball, the players in front of me should madly run behind their defense. Gao Hongba was momentarily taken aback, his face filled with confusion. Run behind. The 2 center backs of the Japanese team are fast in their recovery. They won't easily leave any gaps. Tsubai tossed the marker back onto the table. Gaps are not created by waiting, they are forced out. As long as they dare to push up and play possession, I can break through their defense with a single kick. His voice was calm, yet it struck like a heavy hammer on everyone's hearts. That kind of domineering confidence made the veteran players present involuntarily swallow. Hao Junmin leaned over and patted Tsubai's shoulder. By tomorrow Kagawa will definitely come at you hard. That guy has a psychological shadow from you in the Bundesliga. The Japanese team's defensive midfielder will definitely stick to you closely. A hint of mockery flashed in Tsubai's eyes. Psychological shadow. Tomorrow it'll make him completely lose hope. The atmosphere before the match had tightened to the breaking point. The entire Asian sports community's attention was focused on this explosive showdown. On domestic online forums, the discussion threads about this match refreshed every second. Crush those little devils. Sushin charge. To be honest, I'm a bit nervous. The Japanese team's lineup is too strong. Apart from Tsubai, the other positions are all being crushed. What are you afraid of? Sushin has defeated Bayern in the Bundesliga. What's there to fear from an Asian team? Fans were encouraging each other in front of the screen, but their words still revealed an insecurity about the national team's overall strength. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, several major sports TV stations in Japan even launched a live prediction program before the match. A few commentators in suits and ties pointed at the national team's roster displayed on the big screen, making bold claims. Apart from Tsubai, the other 10 players on the Hwagwa team are completely of amateur level. As long as Kagawa and Makoto Hasebe work together to shut down Tsubai, the Hwagwa team will fall apart. Predicted score: Japan will win by at least 3 goals. This one-sided rhetoric pushed Japan's call for victory to its peak. On a hot night in Doha, the humid air mixed with the salty sea breeze. In the press conference hall of the Khalifa International Stadium, the lights were bright. Tomorrow marks the start of the quarterfinals. Hundreds of sports journalists from all over Asia had already packed the press conference venue. Cameras and microphones formed a forest of steel. The door to the passage was pushed open. Japan's head coach, Zaccaroni, accompanied by Shinji Kagawa, walked up to the podium. The flashes from the cameras below instantly erupted, the bright light blinding. Kagawa wore a blue national team jacket. He sat down behind his nameplate. Sitting straight with his back upright and chin slightly raised, Kagawa arrived early at the microphone during the pre-match press conference, his eyes revealing a sickly fanaticism. In front of hundreds of Asian journalists, he threw out an extremely arrogant statement. The flashlights flickered wildly. Shinji Kagawa curled his lips, pointing at the emblem of the Japanese national team behind him. The three-legged crow, symbolizing Japanese football, appeared somewhat glaring under the bright lights. Shinji Kagawa pulled the microphone on the table closer to him, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He glanced at the hundreds of Asian journalists packed tightly below his gaze, revealing a morbid fanaticism. The humiliation of being crushed by Su Bai in the Bundesliga transformed into a malicious desire to tear apart his opponents at this moment. Those assists by Su Bai in the Bundesliga were merely a stroke of luck. Shinji Kagawa's voice echoed through the speakers in the spacious press conference hall, laced with heavy mockery. The domestic media journalists below instantly changed their expressions, with several rising angrily. But Shinji Kagawa didn't pause. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Schalke has Raul and Farfan. Oh, as long as they kick the ball forward, those top forwards will always find the ball. Leaning back in his chair, Shinji Kagawa crossed his arms, his chin held high. But here at the Asian Cup, his teammates are a group of Chinese players who can't even control the ball without sending it 3 meters away. Without the cover of star teammates, his paltry passing vision is worthless. He turned his head, exchanging a smug glance with Japan's head coach Zaccheroni. Zaccheroni nodded with a smile, seemingly quite pleased with this provocative statement. This psychological warfare before the match was precisely the pressure they wanted to impose on the Chinese team. The Japanese team possesses the most elite possession system in all of Asia. Our midfield control will ensure that the number 10 won't even touch the ball. Shinji Kagawa leaned forward, his gaze piercing into the camera, as if he intended to penetrate the screen and lock onto the dark-haired youth in the locker room. In tomorrow's match, I will personally score 2 goals and kick the Chinese team back to their homeland. I will make all of Asia see who the real dominator is. This statement exploded like a bomb thrown into a cesspool, instantly igniting the press conference into a frenzy. A reporter from a domestic sports portal, face flushed, grabbed a voice recorder and pushed forward. Kagawa, have you forgotten the fact that Su Bai single-handedly scored 4 goals against you in a single game in the Bundesliga? Is this statement an attempt to mask your inner fears? The reporter's voice was loud, filled with uncontrollable anger. Shinji Kagawa's cheeks twitched violently. That 0-4 defeat was the greatest shame of his life. He gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at the domestic reporter. Germany is Germany, Asia is Asia. By the end of tomorrow's match, I hope you Chinese media can still be as stubborn as you are now. After saying this, Shinji Kagawa directly pushed his chair away and walked down the podium, without looking back, leaving behind a hall filled with noisy discussions and angry curses. This arrogant pre-match speech quickly spread across the internet in less than 10 minutes. The anger of domestic fans was thoroughly ignited. Damn, this little brat is too arrogant. Su must teach him a lesson tomorrow. Even if our forwards are underwhelming, Su Bai can pass it to them with his heel. Meanwhile, as the online community was in an uproar, the interior of Khalifa International Stadium was empty. Only a few floodlights were turned on around the stadium, casting a dim light. The warm night breeze of Doha swept across the green pitch, bringing a hint of the unique, briny smell of the Persian Gulf. Su Bai stood alone near the center circle. He wasn't wearing soccer shoes, just a pair of white cotton socks, standing on the somewhat stuffy grass. He had not attended the raucous press conference. To him, those meaningless verbal battles were less practical than feeling the friction of the turf. Su Bai closed his eyes, gently rubbing his right foot against the grass. The grass in Qatar is harder than in Germany, and to cope with the high temperatures, the grass variety is more resilient. On this type of field, the resistance of the ball rolling on the ground would be about 15% greater than usual. If he used the same footwork from the Bundesliga to pass a ground ball, the ball's lead could very likely diminish sharply in the last few meters due to excessive friction. For domestic forwards, who already struggle to get into position, this would mean directly passing the ball to the feet of the defending players. Su Bai opened his eyes, his black pupils showing no ripple. In his mind's eye, he quickly adjusted the passing power and spin coefficient within the light blue data grid. Since ground passes are easily intercepted, he decided to change his approach. He lifted his head, looking at the empty goals at both ends of the field. He had already heard about Shinji Kagawa's wild claims from the team leader, trying to strangle him with possession, trying to prevent the Chinese team from even touching the ball. Su Bai's lips curled into a cold, sharp curve. He turned around and walked towards the players' tunnel. The white socks left a series of evenly spaced footprints on the green grass. Tomorrow he would make that arrogant Japanese genius understand. In the face of absolute dimensional crushing, all tactical systems are nothing more than fragile paper toys. On the night of the match day, Khalifa International Stadium was packed. In the stands, the red 5-star flag and the white rising sun flag clearly contrasted, forming 2 opposing oceans that would not yield to each other. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, making even breathing feel like a sting in the lungs. In the commentary room, Zhang Jun's voice trembled slightly with tension. Dear viewers, the highly anticipated Asian Cup quarterfinal match between the Chinese team and the Japanese team is about to begin. Coach Gao Hongba has deployed a defensive 451 formation. Subai is still starting wearing the number 10 jersey in the attacking midfield position. In the tunnel, players from both countries stood side by side. Shinji Kagawa stood at the front of the line, his gaze fixed firmly on Subai beside him. Subai didn't even glance at him, calmly loosening his wrists. This complete disregard only fueled the anger burning within Shinji Kagawa. The referee held the ball and led the way onto the field. A deafening roar erupted from the crowd as the sound of tens of thousands seemed capable of tearing apart Doha's night sky. The captains of both teams completed the coin toss. The Chinese team kicked off first. Gao Lin stood at the center circle listening to the crisp sound of the opening whistle. He took a deep breath and gently pushed the ball to Subai behind him. Just as Subai's right foot was about to touch the ball, the Japanese team's formation closed in like a net that had been woven long ago. Shinji Kagawa and defensive midfielder Makoto Hasebe pounced like two wolves, sensing blood, one on the left and one on the right. It was the night of the match. With the referee's whistle, the Japanese team immediately unleashed a death tactic aimed at Subai, tight marking throughout the field. Within a minute of the match, starting Japan's defensive midfielder Hasebe Makoto viciously lunged at Subai, who had just received the ball. The sharp metal studs left a white mark on the dry grass, accompanied by a faint sound that sliced through the air. A fierce glint filled Hasebe Makoto's eyes. Coach Zaccaroni had issued a strict order in the locker room. They must be willing to accept a yellow card rather than allow that number 10 from Huagua to turn comfortably. A faint blue grid flickered with a red warning light in front of Subai. The collision was less than half a meter away. Hasebe Makoto's center of gravity was entirely committed like a heavy steel plate with no path for retreat. Subai did not nimbly lift the ball to evade as he usually did. He planted his left foot firmly into the grass, used the inside of his right foot to meet the rolling ball, and pulled it back in the direction of the incoming slide tackle. The ball narrowly avoided the flying studs. However, Hasebe Makoto's knee, propelled by the momentum of the slide, slammed heavily into Subai's shinbone. Bang! A dull sound echoed. Subai staggered, retreating 2 steps, his right foot feeling somewhat numb. The referee's whistle immediately sounded, awarding a free kick to the national team. No card was issued, only a verbal warning to Hasebe Makoto. "Did you see that? This is the rule on the Asian stage," shouted the Japanese commentator in the broadcast room, shaking his fist. "As long as we suffocate him closely, not giving him any space to observe his passes, will be like a toothless tiger." On the sidelines, Kagawa Shinji smirked with a cold smile as he watched Subai being knocked back. He gave Hasebe Makoto a thumbs up. "Well done. Keep it up. Take him out," Kagawa shouted excitedly in his mind. The national team took the free kick. As the ball landed at Subai's feet, Japan's second wave of pressure surged like a tide. Hasebe Makoto and another midfielder, Endo Yasuhito, stuck to him like 2 powerful magnets. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, used the rule's margins to pull and collide with each other, constantly disrupting Subai's balance. Not only that, but several attackers from Japan also fiercely severed the connection between Subai and the national team's forwards. Their proud, cohesive passing and controlling system transformed into a suffocating defensive net at that moment. For a full 15 minutes, Subai was firmly trapped in midfield. The national team's offense was completely paralyzed, forced to defend against Japan's relentless attacks. Gao Hongba stood at the edge of the coaching area, sweating profusely. His shirt collar was drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to his neck. "Spread out the formation. Don't all crowd in the middle," he shouted at the players on the field, but his voice was drowned out by the cheers of Japanese fans in the stands. "Boss, this tactic is too targeted," the assistant coach said, wringing his hands while holding the tactical board. "They're like 2 sticky patches on Su by sacrificing offensive numbers just to neutralize our core brain." Gao Hongba gritted his teeth and remained silent, his gaze fixed on the situation on the field. He knew that if they could not break this close pressure, Huagua's team was doomed to defeat today. On the field, Hasebe Makoto was breathing heavily, sweat dripping from his forehead into his eyes, causing a stinging pain. He wiped his brow with his hand and glared intently at Subai just a few steps away. The intense 15 minutes of close marking had drained his energy significantly. But as long as he could lock down this monster, it would all be worth it. Subai stopped, looking down at a mud stain on his sock from a kick. The soreness in his calf had vanished. He raised his head, his deep black eyes revealing no trace of panic. Instead, they held a cold superiority. Want to play a war of attrition? Want to fill the dimensional gap with an endless swarm of players? Subai's lips curled into a mocking arc. He turned to Zhengji nearby and made a subtle gesture. Then he suddenly sprang into action, not advancing forward, but unexpectedly sprinting back toward his own half. "Don't let him get the ball," Hasebe Makoto yelled, gritting his teeth and following closely. Endo Yasuhito quickly turned as well, the 2 of them sticking to Subai like shadows. Subai sprinted back to the edge of the national team's penalty area. He regained possession from his own defender. His sudden deep retreat directly disrupted Japan's defensive Hasebi Makoto and Endo Yasuhito reached the national team's penalty area gasping for breath. Their lungs wheezed like a bellows. Damn, does this guy not get tired? Hasebi Makoto cursed inwardly. The moment Tsubai received the ball, he did not hesitate at all. He gently nudged the ball with the outside of his right foot. The ball glided along the grass, slipping through Hasebi Makoto's long outstretched leg. It rolled steadily to Zheng Ji, who was coming back to support. Give it back. Tsubai's voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable decisiveness. As soon as the ball left his toe, he ghosted through the gap between the two defenders. Zheng Ji understood immediately, touching the ball once before pushing it back to Tsubai. It was the simplest one to play. Yet in front of these two defensive beasts, Tsubai executed it with a playful elegance. Hasebi Makoto hurriedly turned to chase back, but the sudden stop and turn caused his thigh muscles to seize. He stumbled, nearly slipping on the hard grass. After gaining possession, Tsubai found a wide open space left by the opponent's defensive midfielder's mispositioning. He lifted his head to glance forward. The faint blue grid radar was fully operational, revealing every flaw in Japan's defensive line. He did not launch a long pass to the forwards. Instead, he advanced with the ball moving at what appeared to be a slow pace, yet each step landed on the opponent's defensive weak points. Japan's center back Yoshida Maya began to panic. He found himself in a dilemma. If he pressed up, he would immediately expose a huge gap behind. If he did not press, he would watch helplessly as Tsubai approached the danger zone. He hesitated for half a second on the edge of the penalty area. In Tsubai's eyes, that half second of indecision was equivalent to an open city gate. Tsubai did not choose to break through, nor did he send a high ball. From 20 meters away from the penalty area, he suddenly pressed his left foot into the grass. His right foot struck the ball with surgical precision, slicing through the middle of it. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The ball transformed into a white shadow, skimming the grass with a strong curve. It slipped through the narrow gap of only half a meter between Yoshida Maya and another center back like a ghost. The power and angle of this pass were chillingly precise. Gao Lin charged forward desperately, just reaching his position when the ball seemed to have calculated all his steps. It obediently slowed down, stopping right by his right foot. This was a clear, unknown opportunity. The thousands of Chinese fans in the Multaha Li FA Stadium instantly held their breath, all standing up. Shoot! Gao Lin did not waste this chance again. He met the ball using all his strength to swing his right leg in a powerful shot. The ball grazed the fingertips of the Japanese goalkeeper, slamming into the underside of the crossbar and bouncing into the net. 1-0. Wagwo's team broke the deadlock first despite being on the back foot throughout the match. After the goal, Gao Lin wildly rushed toward the corner flag, raising the national flag and letting out a roar to the sky. On the bench, Gao Hongba pumped his fists vigorously, all the wrinkles on his face stretching into a smile. Well done. That pass was lethal. In the stands, the Japanese commentator, who had previously been making bold claims, was now as silent as if he had swallowed a dead fly. They could not fathom why, despite being tightly marked throughout the match, that number 10 could still deliver such a devastating through ball in that tight space. On the field, Hasebi Makoto leaned on his knees, gasping heavily. Sweat dripped steadily onto the ground. He looked up at the black-haired youth near the center circle, who hadn't even taken a breath. A profound sense of helplessness gradually rose in his heart. The despair of giving everything, yet barely touching the opponent's clothing, was more torturous than being directly injured. He finally understood why Kagawa Shinji had collapsed psychologically in the Bundesliga. This was not a competition of the same dimension at all. After conceding the goal, the Japanese team became even more impatient. Kagawa Shinji frantically gestured for the ball in the front, but his teammates' passing routes were all cut off by Tsubai's positioning. As soon as the ball crossed the halfway line, Tsubai appeared like a ghost in the most dangerous position. A delicate interception was followed by an immediate counterattack. The rhythm of the game was completely in Tsubai's hands. He no longer allowed Japan any breathing room. Using continuous passes, he stretched Japan's formation, leaving Hasebi Makoto and Endo Yasuhito trailing like two dogs on the verge of collapse. In the 40th minute of the first half, Tsubai received the ball at the edge of Japan's penalty area, while Kagawa Shinji, losing his cool, hurried back defensively, trying to tackle Tsubai from behind. Kagawa's studs were about to scrape against Tsubai's ankle. It was as if Tsubai had eyes on the back of his head. With a swift lift of his right foot, he leveraged his movement to leap into the air and evade the sliding tackle. The sharp metal studs whizzed past the edge of Tsubai's soccer socks. The sole of the shoe scraped against the turf, kicking up a spray of mud that splattered onto Tsubai's white shorts. Kagawa Shinji's tackle was too brutal. He exerted all his strength, unable to halt his momentum. His body skidded along the grass for over 2 meters, his chest hitting the hard ground with a heavy thud. With a muffled thud, Kagawa Shinji groaned in pain, his mouth filled with a mouthful of sweat-soaked dirt. He had originally aimed to take advantage of Tsubai's blind spot, while he turned to gather the ball and eliminate the threat. But Subai was too quick, as if he had activated a godlike perspective. At the very moment he leaped to avoid the tackle, the pale blue data grid flickered wildly in his vision. Not only did it lock onto the forwards movement, but it also keenly detected a crucial detail. The Japanese goalkeeper Kawashima Eiji was positioned too far forward. To expand the defensive coverage and coordinate with Japan's high-pressing possession play, Kawashima Eiji was currently standing a full 3 meters outside the penalty arc. At this moment Subai was still a full 45 meters from the Japanese goal. It was a despairing distance. Even a powerful striker would hesitate to take a shot from this position. Yet in Subai's vision, the dotted line representing the ball's trajectory had accurately curved over Kawashima Eiji's head, aiming directly for the absolute dead corner at the top right of the goal. His body still suspended in the air, Subai suddenly exerted force from his waist, twisting his body midair. His left foot landed first, firmly sinking into the turf, becoming the central axis supporting his entire body. His right leg extended in the air like a crescent moon, the thigh muscles contracting to their utmost limit. He did not push the ball behind him with the arch of his foot as he usually did. Instead, he struck the ball fiercely with the outside of his right foot, hitting it squarely below. The sharp sound of impact echoed throughout Doha's Al Thumama Stadium. The ball deformed under the force, instantly breaking free from the grip of gravity. It twisted with ferocious backspin, transforming into a white meteor rushing into the hot night sky of Doha. What is he doing? Clearing the ball. The Japanese commentator in the broadcast room paused, his tone filled with confusion. There's no supporting player from the Huagua team in front of him at this position. The sideline coach Zaccaroni furrowed his brow. The Italian veteran crossed his arms, his gaze following the ball suspended in the air. But in the next second his previously calm expression shattered. His pupils dilated and his mouth fell open uncontrollably. Damn it, Kawashima, get back! Zaccaroni shouted hoarsely, his voice trembling with fear. But it was already too late. The ball ascended to its highest point as if it had collided with an invisible wall of air. The intense backspin took effect, the ball's speed suddenly increasing as it plunged sharply in an exaggerated parabolic arc. This was not the trajectory of a pass. This was a sword of Damocles descending from the heavens, piercing straight into the heart of the Japanese team. Kawashima Eiji heard the coach's shout and jerked his head up. What met him was the soccer ball rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. The color drained from his face, leaving it as pale as a sheet of paper. No, this can't be. Kawashima Eiji screamed in despair inside. He turned around in panic, sprinting towards his own goal with long strides. His gloves flailed wildly in the air, trying to grasp at a lifeline that didn't exist. 40 meters away, the ball arced through the air like a perfect rainbow. Kawashima Eiji reached the goal line, pushing off with all his strength, his body straining to stretch backward in midair. He extended his arms to the limit, his fingertips even feeling the cold wind created by the ball. But he only managed to grasp a handful of Doha's humid air. The ball with its unstoppable momentum brushed past his fingertips and soared over his head. It precisely and accurately descended into the dead corner at the top right of the goal. With a whoosh, the ball slammed into the pristine white net, creating a violent wave. Water droplets from the net splattered everywhere. The entire stadium fell into a suffocating silence. Both the Chinese fans in the stands and the Japanese cheering squad across the field were stunned. Everyone gaped, staring blankly at the soccer ball still spinning in the net. What kind of divine goal was that? A half-field lob from 45 meters away. In this era of meticulous possession play, such a goal filled with the colors of personal heroism felt like a resounding slap across the faces of all the defenders. Boom. After a brief silence, Doha's Al Thumama Stadium erupted. The red 5-star flag waved frantically in the stands. Countless Chinese fans screamed at the top of their lungs, tears mixing with sweat streaming down their faces. Sugat, this is truly a divine being descending to earth. A half-field lob. This goal will be talked about for a lifetime. Kick those little devils back to their homeland. The overwhelming roar shattered the cloud cover of the Doha night sky. In the broadcast room, Zhang Jun yanked off his headphones, his excited voice resonating through countless households across the country. It's in. It's in. It's in. An unbelievable goal. A stunning lob from 45 meters away. Subai punished the Japanese goalkeeper's positional mistake in the most lethal way. This is a dimensional blow to Japan's possession system. This is pure personal talent crushing everything. The director Zhang beside him laughed so hard, he slapped the table, his wrinkles fully unfolding. Hee old Zhang, did you see Kagawa Shinji's sliding tackle just now? He didn't even touch the hem of Subai's shirt yet. He ended up conceding a divine goal. This wave truly cost him dearly. On the field, the senior players of the national team were all going wild. Hao Junmin was the first to rush forward, hugging Subai's neck, unable to speak for excitement. Xiaobai, your kick was too powerful. How did you even manage to score? Zheng Ji also rushed over, ruffling Subai's short hair, grinning from ear to ear. Subai patted Hao Junmin's back, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He pushed away the teammates who crowded around him. He did not slide on his knees at the corner flag to celebrate, nor did he wave to the stands. He turned around and walked slowly towards the center circle. There Kagawa Shinji was still lying in the muddy pit he had created himself. He had seen that half-field lob clearly. That white arc was like a sharp knife, brutally slicing through all his pride and arrogance. Kagawa Shinji supported himself on the grass, his fingernails caked with black mud. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for air. Sweat dripped down his pale cheeks, splattering into the muddy water. He was unwilling to accept it. Why was it that he had given his all, exerting every ounce of strength, yet he didn't even have the qualification to touch this person? A pair of white soccer shoes stopped before his line of sight. Kagawa Shinji stiffly raised his head. The scoring Subai approached the still-grounded Kagawa, looking down at him and casually dropping a line. "Sorry, I meant to pass, but I accidentally scored." These deadly words pierced through Shinji Kagawa's heart like a toxic thorn. His eyes bloodshot, he crawled up from the ground like a madman. Mud from the turf dripped down his chin, staining his blue jersey with a patch of black. A low growl reminiscent of a beast escaped from Shinji Kagawa's throat. He suddenly stepped forward, his hands clenched into fists, the veins on the back of his hands bulging. If not for the referee rushing over to position himself between the two, he would have certainly thrown a punch at that cold face. "Don't get too smug." Shinji Kagawa gritted his teeth, his voice escaping through clenched jaws, hoarse and suppressed. "In the second half, I will make sure you can't even get past half a field." Subai paid no heed to his outburst, not even casting an extra glance. He simply turned away, leisurely walking back to his half, leaving behind a suffocating silhouette. To Shinji Kagawa, that back turned towards him felt more humiliating than a slap in the face. The second half commenced. The Japanese team, now desperate and trailing behind, saw their coach, Zaccheroni, loudly directing the team to push forward. Their proud possession system began to falter under the pressure of trailing. The originally intricate short passes turned into frantic forward thrusts. The two fullbacks were directly utilized as wingers, pushing the entire formation over the halfway line. Makoto Hasebi and Yuto Nagatomo, the two defensive midfielders, almost pressed up to the edge of the Chinese team's penalty area. In Japan's half, only two lonely center backs remained to hold the defense. It was a gamble betting on the Chinese forwards' inability to seize counterattack opportunities. But they overlooked one person. In the 55th minute of the match, a passing error in Japan's front line allowed Zheng Ji to make a fierce sliding tackle at the top of the arc, intercepting the ball. He didn't look up at the front, nor did he blindly boot the ball away. Instead, relying on muscle memory, he directly swept the ball towards the open space on the right. There Subai was running towards the ball. Makoto Hasebi, like a reedied hunting dog, frantically chased from the side. He was prepared to foul, even if it meant a yellow card, to snuff out this counterattack in its cradle. The data grid in Subai's eyes instantly unfolded, slicing the entire pitch into countless coordinate points. Japan's half, due to heavy pressure, was left with a wide expanse of grass suitable for galloping. He didn't even need to stop the ball to observe. His right foot arched over the rolling ball, gently lifting it half a meter high, avoiding Hasebi's deadly sliding tackle. Then his left foot firmly planted on the turf as a support axis, his body leaned back slightly. His right leg swung through the air, leaving a sharp afterimage as his foot struck the bottom of the ball with great force. Bang! A muffled sound that tightened the heart. The ball transformed into a white lightning bolt, flying close to the ground, tearing through the stifling air of Doha. The ball speed was so fast that even the broadcast camera nearly couldn't keep up. The ball skimmed along the grass, spinning vigorously as it squeezed between the huge gap of the two Japanese center backs. This passing route was like a perfect incision made on tofu, with a scalpel landing accurately at the feet of Gao Lin, who was charging forward. Onionon with the keeper. The Chinese fans in the stands erupted their cheers from tens of thousands of voices, seemingly ready to lift the roof of the Khalifa Stadium. "It's a clear shot. Put it in." Gao Hongba at the sidelines excitedly pumped his fists, his face wrinkling with intensity. Gao Lin drove the ball into the penalty area, facing the advancing Japanese goalkeeper Eiji Kawashima. This time he did not falter. Calmly, he pushed the ball into the far corner with his right foot, the ball brushing against the inside of the post and rolling steadily into the net. 2-0. The Chinese team, within 10 minutes of the second half, once again extended their lead. After scoring, Gao Lin wildly rushed towards the corner flag, tearing his shirt and howling at the sky. In the broadcast room, Zhang Jun slammed the table, shouting at the top of his lungs. Another assist from Subai, a ground pass spanning half the field. He is like a cold-blooded sniper, precisely capturing the fatal flaws in the Japanese defense. This isn't just a pass, it's directly served the ball into the strikers' stomachs. The Japanese team has completely lost their composure after conceding a goal. Their proud tactical discipline has shattered into pieces in the desperate situation of trailing by 2 goals. Shinji Kagawa seemed to be in a daze on the field. He desperately wanted to get the ball to prove himself. Yet his anxious emotions severely distorted his technical moves. In the 68th minute, Shinji Kagawa attempted a forced dribble breakthrough in the front line, easily being intercepted by a Chinese defender. The ball fell back to Su Bei's feet. At this point, the Japanese team's defense was riddled with holes, and the players' stamina was completely drained from this meaningless back-and-forth running. Su Bei advanced the ball past the halfway line. Facing the Japanese center-back Maya Yoshida coming to reinforce, he did not slow down, faking a shot with his left foot over the ball. Just as Yoshida's center of gravity shifted, Su Bei's right heel cleverly flicked the ball behind him. The ball passed through Maya Yoshida's legs, tracing a strange arc, and accurately finding the advancing Hao Junmin on the left. Hao Junmin received the ball and smoothly brushed past the fullback, facing the goalkeeper, unleashing a powerful shot. The ball struck the underside of the crossbar and bounced into the net. 3-0. A complete massacre. The Khalifa Stadium in Doha erupted in frenzied celebration. The red 5-star flag waved in the stands, and the fans' songs resounded thunderously. 3-0. We've blown the Japanese team apart. Su Bei is amazing. The Chinese team is amazing. The overwhelming cheers struck the hearts of the Japanese players like heavy punches. On the sidelines, Zaccheroni's face turned ashen, his hands drooping helplessly at his sides. He knew this match had effectively ended. The young Chinese player wearing the number 10 jersey crushed the pride of the Japanese team into powder with a dimension he had never witnessed before. In the 70th minute, the fourth official raised the substitution electronic board, the red digits flashing. Shinji Kagawa was substituted. He lowered his head, trudging heavily towards the sidelines. Sweat dripped down his pale cheeks, splattering on the dry, hard turf. No one applauded for him. Even the Japanese fans section fell into silence. He reached the substitute bench, but did not look at the head coach slumping into the chair. An assistant coach handed it. Shinji Kagawa did not take it. He covered his face with his hands, his shoulders beginning to shake uncontrollably. Tears mixed with mud seeped through his fingers. His Dao heart shattered completely. The arrogant declarations before the match now sounded like a ridiculous slap, harshly hitting his own face. The Chinese player he looked down upon not only crushed him in the Bundesliga, but also turned Japanese football, which he took pride in, into a sieve full of holes on the Asian Cup stage. The last 20 minutes of the match became a showcase for the Chinese team. Su Bei strolled in midfield, controlling the rhythm of the game. The Japanese players moved around the pitch like a group of soulless puppets. When the final whistle blew, the Chinese team advanced to the semi-finals over the bodies of the Japanese team. Gao Hongbo was moved to tears on the sidelines. In the subsequent semi-finals and finals, Su Bei, like a war god, pushed through effortlessly. In the semi-finals, the Huaguo team easily defeated Iran with 2 goals. A few days later, at the Doha Khalifa International Stadium, a storm of red confetti rained down like a torrential downpour in the night sky. The blinding searchlight illuminated the grass, making the red confetti appear like flames burning brightly. The air was tinged with the salty tang of sweat, the sweet scent of champagne, and the acrid smell of fireworks. This was the moment marking the end of the 2011 Asian Cup final. The score on the scoreboard froze at 2-1. The Huaguo team triumphed over the physically strong Australian team, standing at the pinnacle of Asia. In the center of the field, Su Bei was wearing the number 10 jersey, soaked in mud and sweat, the national emblem on his chest darkened by perspiration. He stood with his hands on his hips, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. The intense battle that lasted over 90 minutes had almost drained the last ounce of strength from his thighs. The Australian team played with a style reminiscent of rugby. Xiao Bei, we won. We really won. Hao Junmin rushed over from behind, wrapping his arms around Su Bei's neck, his voice hoarse. The veteran's eyes were red, tears mingling with the mud on his face. He didn't even bother to wipe his face, repeatedly uttering the same phrase. Soon after, Zheng Zhili, Weifeng, and the senior members of the national team piled on top of Su Bei like a human tower. They pinned Su Bei down on the grass. No one cared about appearances, nor did anyone pay attention to the flashing lights of cameras around them. In this muddy pit, they vented the frustration that had been pinned up for over a decade. On the sidelines, Gao Hongbo had long since been reduced to tears. His neatly pressed suit was wrinkled like a dried pickle, and his tie had somehow been pulled to the back of his neck. He hugged the assistant coach beside him tightly, his shoulders shaking like a child who had suffered great injustice. They've finally made it. This bunch of little rascals has finally made it, Gao Hongbo muttered, wiping his tears. The music of the awards ceremony reverberated throughout the venue. The Chinese fans in the stands had already lost their voices, yet they persistently waved their 5-star red flags. The sea of red flags rolled in the night wind of Doha, a spectacle that sent shivers down one's spine. Su Bei crawled out from the crowd. He rubbed his slightly sore calves and walked toward the podium. The AFC officials along the way watched the 18-year-old with eyes filled with awe. It was this young man, With a terrifying record of 11 assists in a single tournament, he had dragged a team that had struggled to even qualify from the group stage all the way to the top of Asia. Unquestionably, Subai received the heavy tournament MVP trophy from the AFC president. The golden trophy shone brilliantly under the lights. Subai looked down at it, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He raised the trophy and shook it in the air. At that moment, far away in Huagua, in front of countless televisions, computer screens, and roadside stalls, countless fans witnessed this scene, instantaneously breaking into tears. In an old community in Yinjing, an elderly man with gray hair sat slumped on the sofa wearing a faded old jersey. He trembled as he took off his reading glasses, rubbing his rough hand across his face. Good, good. In my lifetime it wasn't in vain. The old man was choking with emotion, his voice echoing in the quiet living room. In a university dormitory, several young men were crying into their arms, beer bottles scattered all over the table. They had long forgotten how they had angrily criticized the Football Association online before. At this moment, their hearts were filled only with pure pride and fervor. This was the brightest ray of dawn for Huagua football after enduring the darkest moments of match fixing and corruption. The national team is amazing. Subai is amazing. This simple and direct cheer became the only melody across Huagua that night. The online forums crashed. The top 10 trending topics on Weibo were all dominated by Subai and the championship victory of the Asian Cup. Even foreign sports portals changed their headlines to photos of Subai lifting the trophy. The new Asian king emerges. The Huagua prodigy dominates the tournament. The miracle of 11 assists. European giants are going crazy for him. Various exaggerated headlines pushed Subai's popularity to an unprecedented peak. The next morning, in the VIP lounge of Doha International Airport, Subai sat quietly in a black casual outfit and baseball cap on a corner sofa. The gold medal was carelessly stuffed in the compartment of his backpack. His teammates were still excitedly discussing the celebratory ceremony upon returning home. Xiaobai, aren't you coming back with us? Hao Junmin leaned over, holding a cup of black coffee, puzzled. Back home they treat you like a deity. Just showing your face would be a grand spectacle. The Football Association has also prepared a victory banquet, and many high-ranking officials will be attending. Subai lowered the brim of his hat to shield his eyes. His long fingers swiped across the screen of his phone, checking the schedule for the second half of the Bundesliga. No, please apologize to Coach Gao for me. Subai's voice was so flat that it revealed no hint of longing. The Bundesliga is about to kick off, and Magath has already sent me 3 emails urging my return. As for the victory banquet, Subai tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a sarcastic smile. I'll just focus on playing football. I'll let those bureaucrats at the Football Association deal with the drinking. Hao Junmin opened his mouth, but swallowed back the words of persuasion. He understood that this kid's character was like this, cold and resolute, only interested in pure football. It was precisely because of this almost obsessive focus that he possessed a godlike vision on the field, controlling everything. All right then, take care of yourself in Germany. Hao Junmin patted Subai on the shoulder. When the national team has another match, we'll fight side by side again. Subai nodded, stood up, and grabbed his backpack from the sofa. The airport announcement for boarding echoed through the terminal. The flight to Dusseldorf, Germany, was about to take off. After more than 10 hours of long flight, when the plane landed at Dusseldorf International Airport, it was already evening in German time. The winter in Europe was bone-chillingly cold. The gray sky drizzled with fine rain, and the puddles on the tarmac reflected the pale lights. Subai tightened the collar of his down jacket, blending into the sparse crowd of passengers as he walked along the VIP passage. The intense consumption from the Asian Cup, combined with the fatigue of the long flight, left his calf muscles slightly sore. The grueling schedule of the Bundesliga second half had already begun. Schalke 04 was currently at the top of the league standings, and each match felt like walking a tightrope. A slight misstep could see them overtaken by the lurking Bayern and Dortmund. As he walked, he mentally reviewed the video data of the next opponent. Stuttgart. They were known for their fierce playing style and aggressive tackles. Referred to as the chainsaw of the Bundesliga, Subai pushed open the glass door of the VIP passage. A gust of cold wind mixed with rain hit him. There were no reporters blocking the way outside, as he had changed his flight at the last minute, keeping his itinerary completely confidential. Only a few luxury taxis waited by the roadside for passengers. As Subai was about to hail a cab, a black Rolls-Royce with a special license plate silently glided up in front. The wheels rolled over the puddles without splashing a single drop of water. The windows were tinted so dark that the interior was obscured. Subai furrowed his brows and halted his steps. Such a high-end luxury car would not usually stop here to pick up passengers. Click. The door of the back seat was pushed open by a hand wearing a white velvet glove. With a faint, aggressively sophisticated scent of luxury, with perfume lingering in the air, Subai boarded the private jet returning to Germany, adorned with his championship medal. As the grueling Bundesliga second half had commenced, he unexpectedly encountered someone waiting for him at the VIP passage right after disembarking. The television screen flickered with a ghostly blue light. Good evening, dear viewers. This daily opening line carried an almost imperceptible tremor today. The male anchor sat up straight. The buttons of his suit were pulled tight. He took a deep breath, his fingers gripping the news script turned pale. In the recently concluded World Youth Championship final, the large screen behind him switched to a scene. A young boy in a red jersey faced with a fierce wind unleashed a powerful shot. The soccer ball tore through the air, smashing into the top right corner of the net. The camera zoomed in. Su Bei's unruly face filled the entire screen. In front of a barbecue stall, a bare-chested fat man dropped his meat skewer on the ground. The cumin mixed with dust, yet he didn't even glance at it. It went in. The fat man swallowed hard, suddenly slapping his thigh. It really went in. The entire night market seemed to be plunged into a deep water bomb. Beer foam sprayed everywhere. Plastic stools were kicked with a thunderous sound. Su Bei, awesome. The pride of all Asia. Senior fan Old Lee sat in a corner. In front of him lay a plate of cold edamame. The cigarette in his hand burned down to the filter, scalding his fingers, yet he remained oblivious. The dim streetlight cast a glow on his weathered face. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, flowing down the wrinkles. Old Lee, what are you up to? Did you get sand in your eyes? A coworker next to him nudged him. Old Lee abruptly sniffed. He roughly wiped his face with the back of his rough hand. Get lost, the wind is too strong. He lifted the plastic cup filled with draft beer. The yellow liquid sloshed inside the cup. Old Lee stood up, one foot on the greasy plastic stool. To our Huaxia glory, cheers. Dozens of burly men around him stood up in unison. The cups clinked together. That night the land of Shenzhou was sleepless. For a full 3 minutes. The Prime News broadcast precious as gold spent those 3 minutes entirely focused on Su Bei. The billboards in every street and alley worked overnight. Just a second ago they featured some trending star endorsing lipstick. The next second workers swiftly tore down the posters. Replaced by a giant close-up of Su Bei kissing the trophy. An elderly woman passing by with a shopping basket looked up for a long while. This young man looks so spirited, much better than those powdered ones on TV. At the top of the Guomao building. Outside, the floor-to-ceiling windows were dazzling neon lights. Gu Qinghan leaned against the leather chair. Her slender fingers held an unlit Marlboro. She twirled it between her fingers for a couple of circles before tossing it onto the table. Mr. Zhang, are you joking with this price? Gu Qinghan didn't even raise her eyelids. Her gaze fell on the 20-page contract in front of her. The middle-aged man sitting opposite wiped his forehead. The air conditioning was set to 16 degrees. Sweat beads trickled down his forehead. Ms. Gu, 60 million a year. This is the highest salary in the domestic sports industry history. Mr. Zhang rubbed his hands together, the flesh on his face squishing together. History. Gu Qinghan sneered, pushing the contract forward. The paper rubbed against the wooden desk, producing a harsh scratching sound. Since that shot last night, there has been no history in the domestic sports scene. She leaned forward, her elbows resting on the table. Her well-tailored business attire exuded a formidable aura. Su Bei is the rule now. I know how many bottles your national beverage sells in a year. Gu Qinghan extended 2 fingers, tapping the table. Tap, tap. The sound wasn't loud, but it felt like a drumbeat on Mr. Zhang's chest. 80 million. 1 cent less, you can turn right at the door. The people from the mineral water company next door have already had 3 cups of coffee in the reception room. Mr. Zhang gasped. He stared intently at Gu Qinghan, making a sound like a bellows in his throat. 80 million. This is practically daylight robbery. The financial statements rolled wildly in his mind. This year's promotional budget for the company is only 100 million. As soon as Gu Qinghan opened her mouth, she took away a large chunk. Mr. Zhang picked up the bone china teacup on the table. He wanted to take a sip of water to calm his nerves, but his wrist trembled uncontrollably. The tea made ripples in the cup. Miss Gu, we're all friends, can't we accommodate each other? Mr. Zhang forced out a smile that looked more painful than crying. Friends. Gu Qinghan leaned back, crossing her legs. The tips of her high heels traced a dangerous arc in the air. Friends are for feelings, business is for money. If Mr. Zhang wants to talk feelings with me, there's a nice cafe downstairs. She pointed at the screen showing Su Bei winning the championship. The barrage of comments filled the screen, obscuring it completely, all saying the hope of the whole village. If you want to talk about this golden signboard. 80 million, not a cent less. Mr. Zhang's hand shook. The teacup hit his teeth, producing a crisp sound. Tea splashed onto the table, yet he didn't care to wipe it. He gritted his teeth, punching his thigh. If his rival next door signed Su Bei, their beverage would go bankrupt next year. Sign. Sign now. He snatched the pen from the table. The pen tip pressed against the bottom right corner of the contract. His hand shook like he had Parkinson's. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Swish, swish, swish. 3 large characters were written in a flamboyant style. After finishing the last stroke, he felt drained. Slumping down in the chair, gasping for air. Gu Qinghan's lips curved into a barely noticeable smile. She pressed the intercom on the table. Xiao Zhao, see the guest out, and bring Mr. Li in. In the span of an afternoon. 3 top endorsement contracts, 2 long-term contracts with national brands. Gu Qinghan had forcibly raised Su Bei's market value to a level that would make global superstars envious. The phone on the table vibrated. A familiar number danced on the screen. Gu Qinghan rubbed her temples and answered the call. At the same time, in a private 5-star hotel in Yanjing. In the spacious presidential suite. No champagne, no young models. Only a dim yellow floor lamp was on. Su Bai wore a gray tank top soaked in sweat. He braced himself on the carpet. 2 heavy dumbbell plates rested on his back. Sweat dripped down his chisel, splashing onto the carpet, creating a small dark stain. 98. 99. 100. Su Bai exhaled a breath of stale air. With a burst of strength, he pushed his body up. Grabbing the towel draped over the chair, he wiped his face haphazardly. There was a knock on the door. Assistant Xiao Wang peeked in half of his head inside. He held a thick stack of gold-embossed invitations, his palms sweating. Brother Bai, are you really not going? The banquet from the Football Association has several big consortium bosses attending. Xiao Wang swallowed, nervously looking at the string of names that made his liver quiver. I heard even several top female stars from the entertainment industry are going to accompany them. Su Bai walked to the refrigerator and pulled out a bottle of mineral water. Twisting off the cap, he tilted his head back and gulped down half the bottle. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, carrying the wild tension unique to his youthful body. Why go? To listen to a bunch of old men brag, or to watch those female stars flirt? Su Bai casually set the bottle down on the bar, making a dull thud. Xiao Wang froze. His hand, gripping the invitation, hung in midair, unable to move forward or back. Brother Bai, can I call you my living ancestor? Xiao Wang approached with a troubled expression. Right now, countless people in the country want to meet you for a glimpse of your aura. This is all about social connections. Social connections, hey. Su Bai kicked a soccer ball lying on the ground with his toe. The ball bounced on the top of his foot. Once. Twice. Like an obedient sprite. In domestic football, social connections matter. The ball suddenly shot up high. Su Bai stopped it with his thigh, settling it down. He turned to look at Xiao Wang, his eyes like a wolf in the wilderness. Where I'm going, only strength matters. Xiao Wang was choked by this statement, rolling his eyes. Quickly running to the door, he locked it. Terrified that this statement would leak out even a word. Oh my brother, you can't just say anything. Xiao Wang lowered his voice, gesturing with his hands and feet. They now treat you like a savior. Su Bai snorted coldly. Turning towards the wardrobe, he casually pulled on a dry short-sleeve shirt. The higher you lift me, the harder I fall. I'm a football player, not a mascot. He picked up his passport from the table, waving it in front of Xiao Wang. Tell them Su Bai is sick, not acclimatized. Xiao Wang's eyes widened, pointing at Su Bei's muscular physique. You call this not acclimatized? Who just did 100 weighted push-ups? Su Bai patted Xiao Wang's shoulder. His hand was strong enough to almost knock Xiao Wang down. My heart is sick, I missed the turf in Germany, alright. He gazed out at the night scenery. A myriad of lights lit up, cars flowed like a river. Countless people were celebrating for him that night. But in his mind, he was filled with the scent of the grass from the Bundesliga fields. Borussia Dortmund, Bayern Munich. They were his true prey. Push it all away. Su Bai kicked the ball into the... Tell Gu Jia, I want to fly to Germany first thing tomorrow morning. Xiao Wang looked at Su Bei's determined back, only able to sigh. Alright, you're the boss, you call the shots. The door closed. The room was once again filled with Su Bei's heavy breathing. On the other side, Gu Qinghan looked at the disconnected phone. She flipped the phone face down on the table, her fingertips still hot. This kid, truly cold-blooded yet charming. Tens of millions in social engagements, and he could just refuse. Gu Qinghan stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The glass reflected her delicate and capable face. She dialed the airline's direct line. Book me the earliest flight to Gelsenkirchen tomorrow morning. I want first class. Yes, for 2 people. After hanging up, Gu Qinghan looked at the flow of traffic outside. She knew that this land could no longer contain the wild lion. The Bundesliga was about to witness a seismic shift. In just a few dozen hours, the flight landed. Looks like someone didn't even want to give you the time to adjust to the time zone. Gu Qinghan observed the shadows of people waiting outside, a playful smile creeping across her lips. The scene shifted back to Germany. At the airport in Gelsenkirchen, a black Rolls-Royce Maybach stopped outside the VIP passage. The door opened, revealing a long, elegant leg stepping out. The cold wind of Gelsenkirchen carries the unique scent of coal slag from the Ruhr district. The black Rolls-Royce Maybach came to a steady stop at the steps of the VIP passage. The driver, wearing white gloves, jogged over. He opened the heavy rear door of the car, bending at the waist at a 90-degree angle. A foot clad in black stiletto heels emerged. The tip of the shoe tapped against the grayish-white cement ground, producing a crisp sound. Following that was a long, beautiful leg wrapped in sheer black stockings. Gu Qinghan wrapped herself in a beige cashmere coat and emerged from the car. The cold wind instantly tousled her meticulously styled wavy hair. She raised her hand to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing a segment of her fair neck. A few German men passing by were loudly chewing on hot dogs. At that moment, they all turned mute. The crumbs of bread fell to the ground, and their eyes glued to Gu Qinghan. As a ruthless queen of the business world in the country for many years. However, Gu Qinghan's gaze at this moment was lacking some sharpness. There was a hint of softness that even she herself had not noticed. The automatic sliding door opened. Subai stepped out of the passage with a sports bag slung over one shoulder. He wore an ordinary black windbreaker, the zipper pulled all the way up, covering half of his chin. His eyes bore the drowsiness of having just disembarked from a long flight. Are you planning to head straight back to the base? Gu Qinghan approached him in her high heels. The cashmere coat fluttered gracefully in the wind. Subai halted, gazing at this woman who held immense power in the country. Why is President Gu not counting money in Yanjing, but instead running to Germany for a breath of fresh air? I'm here to be your exclusive driver for once. Gu Qinghan turned slightly, tilting her head toward the Maybach. Get in, there's important business to discuss. The car door closed, cutting off the cold air from outside. The interior of the car was warmed to just the right degree. A faint scent of sandalwood permeated the air. The starry sky, ambient light on the car roof cast down delicate beams of light. Subai tossed his bag aside and leaned back against the soft leather seat. He closed his eyes and rubbed his aching brow. The exhaustion from the youth championship lingered in his muscles, still feeling sore. A cup of steaming hot tea was handed to him. The edge of the bone china teacup was adorned with Gu Qinghan's neatly trimmed nails coated in a subtle nude polish. Subai opened his eyes, following the arm that was serving tea upwards. The coat had been discarded by Gu Qinghan, casually draped aside. Underneath was a fitted deep V burgundy silk gown, the fabric flowing along her curves. In the dim light, it glimmered with a secretive sheen. I've taken care of all the domestic endorsements for you. Gu Qinghan held her cup of red tea, gently blowing at the steam. I only selected 3 top luxury brands. The rest are just subpar and unworthy of you. I trust your judgment in handling things. Subai took the teacup, sipping a mouthful. The warmth flowed down his throat, dispersing the chill in his bones. Gu Qinghan turned her head, staring at the profile of Subai. The jawline of the young man was sharper than it had been a few months ago. That wildness honed on the green field was forcefully suppressed beneath his calm exterior. This trip to Germany picking you up was just a side note. Gu Qinghan set down her teacup, tapping her fingers lightly on the leather seat. Several leading domestic capital firms have formed a consortium preparing to enter the European football scene. Subai's hand holding the teacup paused momentarily. The tea swirled within the cup, creating tiny ripples. He turned his head, locking his gaze onto Gu Qinghan's eyes. Which club are you planning to acquire? Gu Qinghan smirked, her body instinctively leaning slightly towards Subai. The shadow at her collar deepened with her movement. A faint trace of perfume wafted into Subai's nostrils. Still filtering through options, Gu Qinghan's voice lowered intentionally, carrying a hint of gravel that stirred one's heart. Currently, Schalke 04 is among the targets in the first tier. The air in the car suddenly fell silent. The driver in the front seat focused intently on the road and raised the soundproof partition. The back seat became a completely enclosed private space. Subai looked at the face so close to him, he could even see her long, thick eyelashes fluttering gently. If it were any other 18-year-old boy, he might have lost his breath at this moment. But Subai merely blinked and steadied the teacup in his hand on the small table. Schalke's situation is not small, and the internal factions are complicated. He leaned back slightly, increasing the already precarious distance between them. If you really plan to invest, let them clarify the club's debts first. A flicker of surprise flashed in Gu Qinghan's eyes. She tousled her hair that had been tucked behind her ear and fixed it again. This kid, does he have ice water flowing in his veins? How many business moguls would stammer in front of her like this? Yet he started discussing due diligence with her. Don't you care at all about your position in the team if this acquisition goes through? Gu Qinghan bit her lip, reluctantly pressing on. The Maybach just turned sharply around a corner. The tires produced a dull grinding sound on the asphalt. The car tilted slightly. Gu Qinghan's center of gravity suddenly shifted, causing her to fall towards Subai. Subai reacted quickly, his right hand steadying her elbow. The palm felt the slippery texture of the silk fabric. Beneath it was the warm skin of the woman. Be careful, Gujia. Subai's voice was flat and calm like an ancient well. Gu Qinghan straightened herself, using his strength. Her cheeks, inexplicably flushed, fingertips tightly gripping the edge of her skirt. Position is earned through goals, not bought with money from the owner. Subai withdrew his hand, casually patting the crease of his pants. He turned to look out the car window. The night scene of Gelsenkirchen flowed past the glass. In the distance, the outline of the Schalke stadium loomed faintly in the night. I care more about tomorrow's match than the acquisition. Su Bei's voice resonated in the car, cutting off all romantic possibilities. Gu Qinghan sighed, adjusting her skirt. This tough nut to crack had only football as a switch. Who are you playing against tomorrow? Gu Qinghan shrank back into her seat, once again assuming the demeanor of a business queen. Stuttgart. Su Bai looked out the window, his gaze sharpening gradually. A team with a very strong defense. The convoy sped through the night. Finally, it stopped beneath Su Bei's apartment building. Watching Su Bai carry his bag upstairs, Gu Qinghan sat in the car for a long time. She took out her phone and sent a message to her secretary back home. Accelerate the progress of the Schalke acquisition. The night rain had fallen all night long. The morning in Gelsenkirchen carried a biting chill. The office of the head coach was filled with the strong aroma of black coffee. In front of a huge tactical board stood a hulking figure. Red and blue magnetic pieces were densely packed. The heavy sound of the door being pushed open shattered the silence within. A black windbreaker glistening with water droplets appeared at the doorway. The next day at the Schalke base, Magath looked at Su Bai, who had returned loaded with honors, but his smile quickly faded. He pointed at Stuttgart's lineup on the tactical board and uttered 3 words: the lumberjack. Bang! The whiteboard marker struck heavily against the tactical board. The tip drew a glaring black line across the formation diagram of Stuttgart, almost piercing through the film. Magath turned around, his face dark enough to drip with water. This is the situation we face in the second half. The entire tactical room fell silent. The players didn't dare to breathe. Su Bai sat in the front row, his gaze fixed on the densely packed red crosses on the whiteboard. The lumberjack. Magath uttered these 3 words and loosened his tie. Half a season has passed, and the entire Bundesliga knows how to play against Schalke. Captain Howds rubbed the cold sweat from his palms. Boss, they wouldn't dare to openly cripple someone, would they? Wouldn't they? Magath scoffed coldly and tossed the half-eaten whiteboard marker into the trash can. The plastic bin emitted a muffled thud. Do you think those relegation teams care about sportsmanship? Shh. Magath leaned both hands on the table, staring intensely at everyone. If they can't defend against Su Bei's passes, they'll directly deal with the passer. Su Bai bowed his head and tightened his shoelaces, his fingers whitening from the pressure. This is the cruelty of professional football. Behind the glory there are nothing but bloodied knives. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at Schalke's stadium, where the cold wind rushed through the players' tunnel. The 2 teams stood side by side. Stuttgart's midfield enforcer Boca chewed on gum. He tilted his head, his gaze licking at Su Bei's ankle like a venomous snake. This kid's legs are really thin. Boca sneered inwardly, scrubbing the soles of his shoes on the mat. The head coach issued a strict order before the match: better to get carded than to let this kid comfortably receive the ball. At worst, a yellow card for crippling Schalke's brain. This deal was a no-lo situation. Su Bai felt that malicious gaze upon him. He didn't turn his head. He just silently bent down and pressed his shin guards down another half-inch. Beep! The referee blew the whistle to start the match. The entire stadium erupted in a deafening roar. The blue sea of people surged in the stands. In the 3rd minute of the match, the football drew an arc in the air, landing on Su Bei's chest. He just extended his right foot, ready to control the ball. Suddenly, a brutal gust of wind rushed from the side. Su, watch your back. Old Captain Roll shouted from 10 meters away, his voice cracking. In that moment, time seemed to stretch. Su Bei's peripheral vision caught a dark shadow sliding along the grass. It was Stuttgart's right back. This was clearly not an attempt to play the ball. The opponent's studs were fully exposed, heading straight for Su Bei's supporting ankle. Su Bei's pupils dilated sharply. Muscle memory reacted faster than the brain. He abandoned the idea of stopping the ball, pushing off hard with his right foot on the grass, propelling himself backward. Sizzle! The studs ripped through Su Bei's sock. A red mark instantly appeared on his calf, burning with pain. Su Bai lost his balance, rolling twice on the grass before stopping. Mud splattered across half of his face. The booing from the stands was overwhelming. Beer cups smashed against the protective net, producing dull thuds. Is this playing football or committing murder? Magath kicked a water bottle off the sidelines. Water splashed all over the 4th official's black pants. The referee jogged over slowly. After rummaging through his pocket for a long time, he pulled out a yellow card. He merely issued a verbal warning. Did you forget your glasses at home? Magath rushed to the sidelines, veins bulging on his neck. Stud, that was a red card offense. The 4th official, with a stern face, pushed Magath back. The referee ignored him entirely, blowing the whistle to signal the game to continue. Howds rushed forward to reason with the referee. Stuttgart players immediately surrounded him, shoving each other. The tension ignited within less than 5 minutes of the match. Su Bai pushed himself up from the grass. He glanced down at the blood on his sock, a layer of ice forming in his eyes. The referee's standards effectively handed the opponent a license to kill. The match continued. The situation became unbearable. Whenever the ball reached Su Bei's feet, Stuttgart's defenders were like hungry wolves smelling blood. 2 players surrounded him, one diving in for a tackle. They pulled and tugged, even using elbows to strike discreetly. In the 12th minute, Subai received the ball in midfield and turned. Boca collided with Subai's ribs from the side like a bowling ball. The massive impact caused Subai to momentarily lose his breath. He was sent flying out of bounds like a kite with a broken string. His shoulder slammed heavily against the soft padding of the advertising board. Hiss! Subai clenched his teeth, swallowing the cry of pain back down. Cold sweat dripped into his eyes from his forehead, blurring his vision momentarily. Boca raised his hands, feigning innocence while secretly delighting in the situation. Softy, this is just the beginning. Raul shoved Boca aside. Keep your filthy hands away. Boca sneered and spat on the ground. Football is a man's sport. If you can't handle it, go home to mommy. Subai pushed away the team doctor's hand and stood up, grabbing Raul's arm. He stared at Boca's back. Su, pass me the ball and you fall back. Raul patted Subai's back, concern etched across his face. These bastards are playing for keeps today. Fall back. Subai wiped the mud off his chin, taking some. If I take a step back, they will trample over me. He took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his ribs. His gaze swept across the field. Going head-to-head was a disadvantage. He had to change his strategy. For the next 10 minutes, Subai altered his playing style. He no longer clung to the ball. A pass would be made without hesitation. The ball darted across the grass like it was equipped with a navigation system. But Stuttgart's defensive tactics were even more shameless. The ball was passed away. No problem, the players remained. In the 18th minute, Subai just sent a brilliant through ball. The opponent's center back was a second late, directly kicking Subai in the thigh. Subai fell to the ground in pain, again rolling while clutching his leg. Schalke's female fans in the stands cried out, covering their faces. The anger of the entire stadium had boiled over to its peak. Even the veteran commentator in the broadcast booth could no longer bear to watch. He slammed his hands on the table, causing the microphone to screech. This is undoubtedly an ugly hunt. The referee's indulgence is murdering the brightest talent in the Bundesliga. Magath had already lost his voice from shouting. He paced back and forth in the coaching area like a caged beast. His fists clenched tightly, ready to rush onto the field and fight. Time ticked away. The score remained 0-0. Stuttgart's head coach discreetly made a gesture on the sidelines. The defensive line pushed forward again, tightening the stranglehold. In the 25th minute of the match, Farfan broke through on the right, but was tightly surrounded by two players. He barely managed to poke the ball into the center. The football rolled unevenly on the grass, not fast. Subai sprinted from the backfield. As the ball rolled towards him, he prepared to control it and charge into the penalty area. This position was too lethal. If Subai broke through the first layer of defense, Stuttgart's goal would be as good as open. Defensive midfielder Tretz was just 2 meters in front of Subai. His eyes were bloodshot, and only one thought remained in his mind. Keep him. At any cost. 50 centimeters. Subai's toes had already brushed against the edge of the ball. Just an inch further, and the ball could slip through his legs. 30 centimeters. Tretz lost his balance, crashing to the ground like a sandbag. He didn't even look at where the ball was. 10 centimeters. Tretz's right leg stiffened like a steel rod. The cold, hard metal studs glinted a ghostly white under the stadium lights. The sole completely flipped over, raised high. A large chunk of black soil was turned up and fragments of grass splattered into the air. Tretz's face twisted with cruel malice. He skidded on the wet grass, moving at an astonishing speed. His gaze locked on Subai's supporting knee. In that moment, time seemed to freeze throughout the stadium. On the sidelines, Magath's mouth fell open, his throat choking on a distorted howl. Raul stretched out his hands, desperately sprinting toward the scene. Boca, dozens of meters away, halted, a wide grin spreading across his face. A frontal knee collision at such sprinting speed. At best a torn cruciate ligament, at worst a broken leg leading to retirement. The cold wind howled over the top of the stands. A suffocating panic filled the air. In the 25th minute of the match, the opposing midfielder directly lunged with his studs, executing a brutal slide tackle aimed at Subai's knee. The Schalke fans in the stands let out terrified screams. The searchlights illuminating the Schalke stadium were pale as bone. The cold wind mixed with rain lashed across the grass like a blade. 10 centimeters. This was the absolute distance from Tretz's metal studs to Subai's right knee. At this moment, time was stretched infinitely. Raindrops hung in midair, refracting the dim light from the stands. The flesh on Tretz's face quivered wildly. Rainwater trickled down his deep-set eye sockets, unable to wash away the fervor in his gaze. The curve of his lips stretched almost to his ears, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. This was not merely a tactical foul. It was a premeditated hunt. The head coach of Stuttgart had yelled in the dressing room before the match, "Whoever can take that Huagua kid off the field will be the hero today." Tretz's mind was already echoing with the sound of bones breaking. That sound was more beautiful than the most melodious symphony in the world. He had even prepared his lines for the post-match interview. "I'm sorry, the grass was too slippery. I lost my footing. I was just going for the ball." As long as he could cripple Schalke's brain, this red card would be worth its weight in gold. The club owner would certainly slip him a thick envelope after the match, enough for him to lounge in Hawaii all summer. On the sidelines, Magath looked like an enraged lion. He stepped over the white line of the coach's area and into the field. The tactical board in his hand was raised high and smashed down hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, the customized hard plastic board shattered into 3 pieces, bouncing into the mud. "Stop, you butcher!" Magath's voice cracked, tearing through the wind. He pushed aside the 4th official who tried to intervene, his eyes wide like copper bells. The old Captain Raoul held his head in his hands. His 10 fingers dug deep into his hair, and his eye sockets instantly reddened. He had witnessed too many talents' careers ruined by such career-ending tackles. Thousands of kilometers away at a late-night barbecue stand in Yenjing, the fat man paused with the skewer of meat raised to his mouth. Cumin powder fell onto his shorts, and he didn't even glance at it. "What is that bastard trying to do?" The fat man slammed the table, causing the iron tabletop to vibrate. Nearby, Oldley angrily smashed his draft beer cup onto the ground. Glass shards mixed with beer foam flew in all directions. "This is aimed at someone. This is to cripple Subai." A dozen bare-chested men all stood up. They stared intently at the television hanging on the wall, forgetting even to breathe. At the same time, in a luxury hotel suite in Germany, Gu Qinghan leaned back on a leather sofa. Holding half a glass of Bordeaux red wine, her gaze was fixed tightly on the broadcast screen. She watched the shadow gliding close to the ground on the screen. Her hand holding the glass paused. Her knuckles turned white from the excessive grip. Bang! The goblet fell onto the wool carpet. The dark red wine spread out in a large area resembling glaring fresh blood. She suddenly stood up, stepping on the shards of glass with her high heels. Her nails dug deep into her palm, her eyes filled with panic. "Get away!" She bit her lip, her voice on the field time turned into thick glue. Subai lowered his head. He clearly saw the black mud mixed in the gaps of Tretch's studs. He also saw the bloodthirsty pleasure in Tretch's eyes, the kind that could ruin a genius. His brain frantically issued self-rescue commands. His left ankle muscles tightened, preparing to forcefully push off the ground and dodge. But just before his muscles could exert force, a muffled thunderclap suddenly echoed in his mind. The long silent system interface abruptly crashed into his retina. The pale blue light screen instantly transformed into a blinding dark gold. Data streams cascaded down like a waterfall, illuminating his subconscious. Alarm. Host detected to be facing a catastrophic physical strike. Estimated damage: right knee meniscus crush, fracture, career over. Emergency settlement of past hidden achievements. Asian Cup Championship shock, the entire network, shock value extraction in progress. Consecutive rampages in the World Youth Championship, massive shock value accumulation in progress. Ding. The crisp electronic voice was like heavenly music, breaking the dead silence in his mind. Shock value pool surpassed the historical highest critical point, triggering the system's highest level hidden self-rescue mechanism. Ultimate reward issued in advance: reinforced body, full level resistant physique. The golden light exploded. A suffocating torrent of heat surged from Su Bei's tailbone up to the crown of his head. He could even hear the roaring sound of rivers rushing within him. The bones throughout his body emitted a chilling crack sound. It felt as if countless hammers were reforging his skeleton inside. The bone density soared tenfold within a tenth of a second. The originally pure white bone surface seemed to be coated with a layer of metallic sheen. Muscle fibers writhed madly beneath the skin. Like thousands of tightly wound steel cables, they instantly wove into an indestructible net. The outline of his thighs suddenly swelled by a circle. The fabric of his shorts strained tight, making a tearing sound under the unbearable load. The green veins spread like gnarled tree roots climbing up his calves. He was filled with the sense of power to destroy everything. That feeling was like cramming the armor of a heavy tank into a human body. Dodge. The fear in Su Bei's eyes was instantly covered by a layer of frost. His left leg, originally prepared to leap, abruptly stopped moving. "Since you want to cripple me, let's see who breaks a leg today." Not only did he not dodge, but he also suddenly sank his heel down. His right knee slightly bent, and the thigh muscles locked completely. The steel studs on his shoes pierced through the grass, firmly gripping the soil beneath. He stood like an ancient tree, firmly rooted in place. He adopted the purest and most violent posture to resist. 5 centimeters. Tretch watched in disbelief as Su Bai didn't jump, his eyes nearly popping out. Not only did he not dodge, but he didn't even shift his weight. "Is that Huagua kid scared silly?" The muscles in his right leg exerted force again. He pressed his entire weight of 160 pounds onto this sliding tackle. The sole of his shoe scraped a deep trench in the grass. Mud and water surged to the sides. 3 centimeters. Beep. The referee's whistle was already in his mouth, his cheeks puffed up. A female fan in the front row let out a piercing scream. She covered her eyes with her hands, her shoulders trembling. The German commentator jumped up from his seat. The headphone wire was pulled loose, but he was oblivious, shouting into the microphone. Red card. It must be a red card. This is intentional harm. 2 centimeters. 10 meters away, Boca halted his steps. He slowed his breathing, grinning, waiting for that delightful cry of pain. The Schalke substitutes turned their heads away, unable to bear watching the impending bloody scene. 1 centimeter. Mud splashed on his Subay's calf. Tretch could even feel the warmth of the opponent's skin transmitted through the sole of his shoe. It collided. Tretch's eyes glowed red, and he let out a beast-like roar, "Break it for me." Accompanied by the sickening sound of muscle collision, the opponent's midfielder screamed as he rolled on the ground, clutching his calf, while Subay remained unfazed, looking down at the ball at his feet, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The referee didn't even blow the whistle for a foul, as Subay firmly maintained control of the ball. The Stuttgart defensive midfielder on the ground looked at him as if he were a monster. Tretch was rolling frantically in the mud. His 10 fingers were digging into the turf, filled with black muck under his nails. The screams from his throat were more harrowing than those of pigs in a slaughterhouse. In slow motion replay, the image from that moment sent chills down one's spine. The metal studs that Tretch proudly wore struck not flesh and blood. It was more like a heavy steel rebar embedded in concrete. The violent backlash surged up through his studs, directly flooding into his shin bone. On his carbon fiber shin guard, which was said to be bulletproof, a clear crack had formed. This was no human knee. Subay's left foot was firmly planted on the soccer ball. The black sock on his right leg was torn open by the studs, revealing the solid muscle underneath. Not a single red mark was left. He lifted his head, his gaze as cold as the frozen earth of Siberia. The referee's whistle had already blown half a note. Beep. The sound abruptly ceased. He widened his eyes, staring at the unyielding Subay, quickly releasing the whistle from his mouth. Both hands raised towards the goal. The attack was advantageous. The game continued. As this gesture was made, the entire Schalke stadium fell into a dead silence. Then it erupted in a roar that could overturn the roof. Maggott's foot, which was still on the sidelines, hung, suspended in midair. The half of a tactical board he was clutching fell into a puddle, soaking his shoes, and he remained oblivious. This kid. Maggott swallowed hard as atoms, apple bobbing up and down. Is this kid raised on... In the broadcasting booth, the elderly German commentator tore off his tie and grabbed the microphone, bringing it to his mouth. My God, what on earth am I witnessing? Tretch's malicious tackle has actually disabled him. Subay stood like a statue, not even a hair stirred. On the field, the Stuttgart players were all dumbfounded. The nearest defensive midfielder, Boca, gasped. He looked at his rolling teammate, and then at the unharmed Subay. His brain's defense line completely crashed. What are you still doing there? The goalkeeper Ulrich jumped in the penalty area, shouting with a voice that was almost shredded. Stop him. This shout snapped Boca back to reality. He clenched his jaw and signaled to the central Let's go together. Trap him. 2 strong men, each over 185 meters tall and weighing 170 pounds, charged towards Subay from either side. It was as if 2 heavy iron doors were trying to crush Subay in between. If it were Subay from 5 minutes ago, he would have chosen to pass the ball, avoiding confrontation. But now Subay felt the explosive power within his muscle fibers. That violent surge of heat was still racing through his bones, urgently needing an outlet. Come at me. Subay snorted coldly. He had no intention of dodging. With his right foot, he pushed the ball forward. He charged directly into the encroaching duo. Is he crazy? The assistant coach on the sidelines held his head in his hands, his eyes nearly bulging out. Isn't this a death wish? The fans in the stands, who had just relaxed, suddenly had their hearts in their throats again. Who had ever seen a technical attacking midfielder known for playing smart engage in a brawl with 2 heavy defenders? 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. A wicked grin appeared at the corner of Boca's mouth. He dropped his shoulder, putting all his weight onto it, preparing to teach this reckless Asian kid a lesson. Tasher beside him also exerted force, presenting his bang. 3 bodies collided violently at high speed. The sound was as dull as 2 pickup trucks colliding head-on on the highway. Water from the turf splashed up, half a meter high. Time seemed to freeze in that second. Boca's wicked grin stiffened. He felt as if his shoulder had crashed into a wall that was charging at full speed. A wild and unreasonable force surged through his collarbone into his internal organs. Cough. Boca felt a tightness in his chest, directly losing his breath. His massive frame was surprisingly lifted off the ground. Tasher on the other side fared even worse. He didn't even manage to withstand half a second. His entire body spun 180 degrees like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the muddy turf. Mud splattered all over his face, and he couldn't get up for a long time. It was just a purely physical confrontation, without any fancy tricks. Stuttgart's proud machine defense was smashed into scrap metal. Subay forcibly crushed through the gap between the two. His steps showed no signs of hesitation. The muddy cleats made a heavy echo on the turf like a demon emerging from hell. My God! The commentator's voice completely cracked, shouting with a hint of crying. He broke through. He sent Boca and Tasher flying like pieces of paper. Boca, holding his numb right arm, half knelt on the ground. Watching Su Bei's back as he surged ahead, his eyes were filled with a horror that seemed to be from a nightmare. Is this really an Asian? With such physical attributes, he would be over the limit even for American football. As the two fell, the entire Stuttgart backline instantly transformed into open ground. The originally tight defensive formation was torn apart, leaving a fatal gap. Su Bei charged towards the edge of the penalty area. The last central defender on the opposite side was so frightened, he kept retreating. He didn't dare to step forward, fearing to follow in Trash's footsteps. Su. Here. The old captain Raoul was like a leopard that caught the scent of blood. He darted in from the blind spot, creating a wide open space. Su Bei didn't even lift his head. The outer instep of his right foot casually brushed the bottom of the ball. The ball kicked up a stream of water droplets. It traced an eerie arc in the air, perfectly avoiding the sight of all defensive players, slicing through the last line of defense like a scalpel. The ball was astonishingly fast, yet suddenly slowed down right before Raoul. It was as comfortable as being fed by hand right to one's mouth, facing the onrushing goalkeeper Ulrich. Raoul didn't even need to adjust his stride. With a gentle push using the arch of his left foot, the ball slipped past the goalkeeper's small gap and leisurely rolled towards the goal. Swish! The net rippled with a splash of white waves. The goal was scored. 10. Schalke 04 broke the deadlock at home. The Schalke stadium was silent for half a second. Then it erupted with a roar like a volcanic eruption, blue scarves waving in the stands, creating a sea of color. The goal is in. Raoul's shot. Su Bei's assist. A perfect combination of brutality and aesthetics. The commentator excitedly slammed the tactical board, cracking it. Raoul didn't run to the corner flag to celebrate. He turned around, striding towards Su Bei, and pulled the young man into a tight embrace. Good lad. I knew you could do it. Raoul excitedly patted Su Bei's back with remarkable strength. That collision was truly exhilarating. Su Bei patted Raoul's shoulder, a slight smile on his lips. Captain, this is just the beginning. On the sidelines, Stuttgart's head coach was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He paced frantically in the coaching area, his hair a mess. The tactical board was smashed onto the ground, leaving several muddy footprints. He glared at Su Bei, who was celebrating with high fives on the field, breathing heavily, as if he were working a bellows. The lumberjack tactics set before the match not only failed to eliminate the opponent, but instead they had resulted in his own player being taken off on a stretcher. Trash had been carried off the field, judging by his pained expression, while clutching his leg. He would need at least half a month to recover. What made him feel even more suffocated was the opponent's inhuman ability to withstand contact. He grabbed the assistant coach by the collar, spitting words, "You tell me what the hell is going on." After conceding a goal, Stuttgart's head coach went wild on the sidelines, unable to comprehend how an Asian attacking midfielder suddenly possessed the physical attributes of a beast like Drogba. The tactical notebook with a hard plastic cover smashed onto the coach's rain awning with a loud bang, instantly shattering into pieces. The flying plastic shards bounced onto the grass, grazing the fourth official's calf. Stuttgart's head coach Labadia had veins bulging on his neck. He rushed to the edge of the coaching area, his shoes sinking into a muddy puddle, splattering dirt onto his suit pants. "Get up. Are you all soft eggs?" Labadia waved his arms, saliva spraying into the air before him. "Press up. Hump him." On the field, Stuttgart's players looked like a group of soulless zombies. Boca rubbed his still aching right shoulder and glanced back at the coach, who was jumping up and down on the sidelines. He twitched the corners of his mouth twice, turning his face away as if he hadn't heard. "Talking tough from a distance is easy. Why don't you go try bumping into that human steel plate?" Poor Trezeguet was still lying in the ambulance, his thigh swollen like a purple carrot. "Whoever wants to go can go. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair." The match entered the second half. The rain had stopped and the field became a muddy mess. This was the kind of ground the defending side loved most, slippery and slick, perfect for sliding tackles. But now whenever Su Bei got the ball, no one within 2 meters dared to stick out a leg. The 55th minute. The football arced through the air, landing near the center circle. Su Bei extended his right foot, smoothly controlling the ball and turning with it. Stuttgart's main center back, dubbed the cannibal Blaszczykowski, clenched his jaw and charged in from the front. Standing at 1.90 m with a face full of muscle, he was known in the Bundesliga as a defensive brute. "I don't believe this," Blaszczykowski shouted, raising his elbows and aiming directly for Su Bei's chest. This was a purely barbaric collision, ignoring the ball entirely and going straight for the man. Normally, Su Bei would have deftly evaded with a Marseille turn. But today he wouldn't back down. Su Bei pressed the ball with his right foot, his center of gravity suddenly sinking. Instead of dodging, he proactively met Blaszczykowski's shoulder heat-in. The two collided on the grass with no frills. Bang! The dull sound of their bodies colliding echoed through the entire broadcast hall via the field microphones. Blaszczykowski felt as though he had crashed into a heavy-duty dump truck speeding down the highway. The massive recoil traveled through his collarbone, destroying his balance nerves. His proud chest muscles were compressed and deformed, and the air in his lungs was instantly expelled. Cough. Blaszczykowski's vision went black. His massive body surprisingly lifted off the ground, flying more than 2 meters back. He crashed heavily into a puddle, splattering brown mud all over his face. Subai merely brushed off the grass clippings stuck to his jersey collar. His breathing remained steady. With a quick flick of his toe, he stepped over Blaszczykowski's body while maintaining control of the ball. Like a true midfield bulldozer, he brutally crushed the defense in front of him. The collective gasp of the fans filled the air, converging into a massive storm. "Oh my God!" The Schalke commentator exclaimed, hands on his head. That cannibal got knocked away. Stuttgart's defense instantly collapsed. The two fullbacks witnessing this scene halted their steps, originally intending to reinforce. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Subai charged into the top of the penalty area completely unopposed. He looked up at the goal and calmly pushed the ball with the arch of his right foot. A low, precise through ball penetrated the blind spot of 3 defenders. The overlapping Farfan arrived just in time. Without needing to adjust, he took a powerful shot at the ball. The ball hit the net. 20. Farfan ran up to Subai, but didn't dare to jump on his back to celebrate as he usually did. He nervously glanced at Subai's shoulder and cautiously patted it. "So be honest, what kind of hard qigong have you been secretly practicing behind our backs?" Subai smiled lightly without responding and turned to run back to his half. This goal completely shattered Stuttgart's backbone. In the next 30 minutes, the match turned into a one-sided affair. As soon as Subai got the ball, the opposing players scattered like they were avoiding a plague. There was no close marking, let alone any ruthless sliding tackles. This level of defense was even inferior to training matches within Schalke. In the 78th minute, Subai leisurely spun around near the center circle. He looked up and kicked, delivering a 60-meter curved long pass. The ball soared over half the field, landing perfectly in line with Huntelaar's run. The Dutch hunter easily 30. The match completely lost its suspense. The referee didn't even add a minute of stoppage time, blowing the whistle to signal the end of the game on time. Stuttgart's players, feeling a sense of relief, hurriedly walked into the players' tunnel with their heads down, not even exchanging jerseys. The mixed zone was in an uproar after the match. The star reporter from Kicker trembled as he typed on his keyboard, bold headlines appearing on the screen. The perfect fusion of technique and power. A complete midfield tyrant has been born. In the VIP box, Bayern Munich's chief scout looked pale, his coffee long gone cold. He took out a red pen from his pocket and drew a large black cross over the evaluation report, stating Subai's physique is weak in his notebook. This is not weak at all. This is clearly a monster disguised in human skin. The entire coaching staff in the Bundesliga felt an overwhelming pressure that night. The next morning, Dortmund training base, in the head coach's office. Outside, light rain was falling. Klopp sat behind a large desk, wearing black-framed glasses on his nose. His gaze was fixed on a copy of Bild spread out on the table. The front page headline was dominated by a high-definition panoramic photo capturing the moment Trezeguet's studs violently struck Subai's calf. The photo showed every detail, even the dirt on the bottom of Trezeguet's shoes. Strangely, Subai's leg appeared as if it were a cast-in-place support column, unmoving. Instead, Trezeguet's calf muscles twisted and deformed due to the recoil. Klopp gripped a blue ballpoint pen tightly, his knuckles turning white. Originally, Dortmund's ultimate weapon against Schalke was high pressing combined with close combat. They intended to suffocate Subai in the mud with 2 or 3 tireless workhorse midfielders. But now, seeing this photo, a chill crept into Klopp's heart. Would such abnormal physical toughness even be effective against his players? Crack. The crisp sound of a break echoed in the quiet office. Klopp had snapped the ballpoint pen in half. Blue ink leaked from the plastic tube, dripping onto his index finger like an indelible bruise. The office door was knocked on. Assistant coach Buvac entered the room carrying a thick tactical analysis report, his expression equally grave. "Jurgen, we can't get the physical test data from Schalke, but the video analysis department said Subai's core confrontation data from yesterday surpassed Drogba." Klopp pulled out 2 tissues, slowly wiping the blue ink from his fingers. The tissues turned deep blue and were tossed into the nearby wastebasket. He looked up, his golden hair appearing somewhat disheveled under the dim light outside. Yet there was no sign of retreat in his gaze, instead a wild flame ignited within. The third battle of the Ruhr Derby was about to take place at the Westfalenstadion. 80,000 diehard Dortmund fans would not allow the team to stumble 3 times in the same place. Klopp leaned forward with his hands on the edge of the table. Raise the defensive level to the highest setting and tell Grosskreutz that even if he has to bite, he must keep that Eastern tank outside the penalty area. Klopp tossed the broken ballpoint pen into the trash, bin, the black ink staining his fingers. He tore off a piece of tissue and vigorously wiped his index finger. The ink spread like an indelible bruise. He looked up at assistant coach Buvak, whose tousled golden hair was laced with bloodshot eyes. Jurgen, are you really going to do this? Buvak gazed at the tactical board, his voice tense. We are Borussia Dortmund. If we abandon our attack at home, the fans will tear the stands apart. Can face save you from hunger? Klopp slammed his palm against the tactical board. The red and blue magnets were jolted to the floor, rolling under the desk. In our last encounter, he scored 4 goals single-handedly against us. Klopp gritted his teeth, his finger jabbing at the red circle, symbolizing Sübey's position. That kid from Huagua isn't even afraid of Stuttgart's butcher. If you still cling to the demeanor of a prestigious club, we will be nailed to the pillar of shame tonight. What about the front line? Buvak bent down to pick up the magnet, sighing. Are Barrios and Lewandowski going to retreat as well? This is a death press formation. If they play full throttle, their stamina will collapse. Let it collapse. A fire ignited in Klopp's eyes. Lock this kid down from the start. Kyle Bender and Grosskreutz, 3 hounds, must closely bite. The forwards must retreat past the halfway line to serve as laborers. As soon as he receives the ball, there must be 4 players surrounding him within 2 seconds. Better to leave others open than to give him a single breath of space. Days later at Westfalenstadion, over 8,000 diehard Dortmund fans packed the stands so tightly that not even a needle could fit. The yellow and black flags of the South Stand formed a tsunami. The deafening boos felt like tangible bricks crashing toward the players' tunnel. Sübey stood at the mouth of the tunnel, listening to the roaring waves outside as he rubbed his wrist. He took a deep breath of the cold air laced with the scent of beer. Captain Raoul slapped him on the back, leaning close to shout in his ear, "Sue, this hard battle today won't be easy. They want to swallow you whole. Then let's see if they have good teeth." Sübey moved his neck, the joints cracking loudly. Beep. The referee blew the whistle to start the game. The moment the ball rolled in the center circle, Schalke's coach Magath sensed something was off. He walked to the edge of the coaching area, his brow furrowed tightly. Dortmund's formation resembled a rapidly shrinking net. Instead of pushing forward, everyone was retreating. What are they doing? The assistant coach, holding the tactical notebook, looked utterly confused. Catenaccio. Has Klopp changed his style? It's not Catenaccio. Magath stared at the several yellow and black figures dashing across the field, a heavy feeling settling in his heart. This is a heavenly net. In the 7th minute of the match, the ball reached Sübey's feet. It was merely a routine backfield pass. As Sübey steadied the ball with his right foot, he had barely finished looking up. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred, as if an air raid alarm had been sounded in the flatlands. 4 burly men in yellow and black jerseys lunged at him like rabid dogs from 4 completely different directions. Sven Bender charged like a bulldozer without brakes, sliding directly towards Sübey's lower body. The droplets of water on the grass were kicked up by his cleats, forming a straight white line in the air. Kyle positioned himself from the side and rear, his sturdy arm discreetly pressing against Sübey's lower back, pushing forcefully. Grosskreutz blocked all passing angles on the left. Even Barrios, the forward who should be at the front, gritted his teeth and sprinted back to defend, effectively sealing off Sübey's passing route. 4 men, 4 walls. Within a second, the air around Sübey was completely sucked dry. Klopp leaned forward on the sidelines. His hands gripped the railing of the awning tightly, his knuckles turning white. His lips pressed into a line devoid of color. He was rapidly calculating Sübey's escape options in his mind. There was no way out. This was the absolute deadlock he had painstakingly deduced over 3 sleepless nights. The encirclement suddenly tightened. Bang! The dull thud of bodies colliding exploded. Sübey did not force a breakthrough. His steel-like physique was fully displayed at this moment, his legs like iron stakes embedded in the turf. He firmly withstood Kyle's push from behind, while simultaneously planting his right foot on the ball. He turned his body and shouldered aside Bender, who lunged at him. But the Dortmund players were utterly reckless. Bender was knocked back half a meter, but scrambled back to pounce on him again. His hands even attempted to grab Sübey's thigh. "Leave me the ball." Kyle gasped heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. Seizing the moment when Sübey's center of gravity shifted, he kicked the ball out of bounds. The possession was lost. A tsunami of cheers erupted from the stands. 80,000 fans stomped their feet, causing the steel frame of the stands to emit a grating groan. "Well done." Klopp vigorously waved his fist at the sidelines, turning to shout at the bench, "That's it." Magath's face turned ashen. Watching the Dortmund players, who were battered yet still clung on fiercely, he felt a chill creeping up his back. "Boss, these guys have gone mad." Howds ran to the sidelines, wiping the sweat from his brow. Sübey is always surrounded by 3 or 4 people. He can barely turn around. "Pass the ball more, spread it out." Magath shouted with his hands cupped around his mouth. "Don't let them form a localized overload." But Dortmund's execution today was terrifyingly impressive. For the next 20 minutes, the game turned into a muddy brawl. Every time Sübey touched the ball, it felt like he was dancing on the edge of a knife. The moment the ball reached his feet, yellow and black jerseys flooded in like a tide. His formidable physicality ensured he would not be injured. He could even shove aside two opponents trying to close in on him. But football is a team sport. For players took turns pulling, crashing, and fouling. There was always a third or fourth person who could disrupt the ball amidst the chaos. The referee's whistle blew intermittently, and the game was fragmented. In the 31st minute, Subai received the ball in midfield. Before he could make a feint, Grosskreutz committed a tactical foul, taking him down from behind. The referee ran over and issued a yellow card. Grosskreutz didn't even glance at the card. He got up and wiped the grass off his chin. He clapped his hands and ran back, his gaze filled with deadly determination. This was a completely suicidal approach, trading a yellow card and stamina to cripple Schalke's brain. The Schalke players on the field grew increasingly agitated. Raul couldn't receive a decent pass up front, growing anxious and frequently retreating. Su passed the ball. "You're being marked tightly." Raul waved from a distance. Subai stood still, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped down his forehead into his eyes, stinging painfully. He raised a hand to wipe his face, his gaze sweeping over the Dortmund midfielders who were bent over with hands on their knees. If it were an ordinary playmaker, he would have collapsed under this death press long ago. But he wasn't. He was waiting. No matter how dense the human defense was at the critical point of rapidly depleting stamina, flaws would surely emerge. "Give me the ball." Subai called out to Fuchs, who was preparing to throw in the ball. His voice was hoarse, but carried an undeniable strength. Fuchs hesitated for a moment. Looking at the four burly men eyeing Subai, he gritted his teeth and threw the ball. The ball arced through the air. The boos from Westphalen rose to another octave. Klopp's eyes widened on the sidelines. Did this kid still not believe in evil? He was going to confront this heavenly net heathen. In the 35th minute of the first half, Schalke was completely suppressed. Subai received the ball at the edge of the penalty area, and four Dortmund players lunged at him like rabid dogs. The air seemed to freeze as everyone thought Schalke would be doomed. But in Subai's eyes, an unprecedented golden grid lit up.